Chapter 1781 The Annoying Daughter of the City Lord. The middle-aged man saw Wei Zhishu and Aunt Lu quarreling, and the atmosphere was awkward. So he quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay. Don't mention this matter again. There are guests here today. If you quarrel like this, won't it make the guests laugh? When Su Maoyang and Shi Nua heard Wei Zhishu's father mention them, they both bowed respectfully and called out, "Master Wei." "Haha. We are not a wealthy family, so there are not so many etiquettes. Miss, you don't have to be polite. Since you are Zhishu's friends, just be casual. You will live here in the future. If you need anything, just let me know." Father Wei was a reasonable and easy-to-talk person. He did not embarrass Su Maoyang and Shi Nua, but smiled and waved his hand. But the middle-aged woman next to him, called Aunt Lu, was not very happy. She looked at Su Maoyang and Shi Nua with a critical look. Perhaps because she saw that Su Maoyang and the other two looked ordinary and came from other places. She looked a little contemptuous, as if she was not satisfied with them, and asked Wei Zhishu, "Do you know their origins? Just bring them home. Don't worry about my affairs. Just serve my father well." Wei Zhishu glanced at her coldly, speaking sharply, not giving her any face. It can be seen that this Aunt Lu does not seem to have any status in the family. Sure enough, even Wei's father couldn't help but say to her, "Zhishu is a sensible child, and he knows how to bring someone back. Since the two girls are his friends, he knows how to take care of them. So we shouldn't get involved. Let's go." As he said, Wei's father took Aunt Lu away. Seeing them leave, Wei Zhishu's expression eased a little, and he made a gesture of invitation to Su Maoyang and Shi Nua. "Miss Su, Miss Shi, I'll take you to see the room." Su Maoyang saw that Aunt Lu was unhappy and was a little shaken. "Master Wei, your Aunt Lu doesn't seem to welcome us. I think we should leave. You don't have to care about her. She is just my father's second wife who took her back because he felt sorry for her. She has no right to care about my business." Wei Zhishu didn't take Aunt Lu seriously at all, and his tone was a little disgusted. Wei Shirui also nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Miss Su, besides father, my brother has the final say in this family, because the daily expenses of the family are all earned by my brother's mercenary missions, and Aunt Lu still depends on my brother for support. So she dare not say anything. So you can just live here and don't worry about anything. Besides, because of the matter of the city lord's daughter, my brother has not allowed me to go out. Recently, I am almost bored to death staying at home all day. Now it's not easy to have you to accompany me. I won't let you go." As she said, Wei Shirui took Su Maoyang's hand and didn't let her leave. Wei Zhishu shook his head with a smile and glared at her. "I asked you to stay at home for your safety. You are already a big girl. You still have to control your temper and don't run out all day." Wei Shirui stuck out her tongue at him unconvinced. She really has a childish personality. However, Su Maoyang was somewhat curious when he heard about the city lord's daughter again, and couldn't help asking, "Does the city lord's daughter often snatch men in Anlin City?" "Yes, because the city lord has Princess Ningyu as his backer. His daughter is very arrogant. Many men with outstanding looks in Anlin City have been snatched away by her to become male concubines. In addition, she is a pervert and likes to torture people. Many male concubines died in her hands. It's very miserable. Look, she fell in love with my brother again a few months ago and planned to snatch him away to be her male lover. But my brother refused to go with her, and even threatened that if he was forced to enter the city lord's mansion, he would die in front of her. So she didn't force him. However, after that, she became even more aggressive, using all kinds of threats and inducements. She is really a difficult and disgusting person." Wei Shirui gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "Which shows that she hates the city lord's daughter to the extreme. Speaking of which, in the land of Fengqi Empire, Su Maoyang has long been accustomed to hearing about women marrying men. What's more, Anlin City is a border city, and it is a desolate place that even Mu Qingyu is unwilling to set foot in. So everything here is equivalent to the city lord having the final say, and his daughter, with his support, naturally can do whatever she wants like a princess, and believes that snatching men as male lover is nothing. After all, Mu Qingqing had the backing of a backer, so she could be so arrogant as to snatch a man in Fengqi Kyoto, let alone a small place like this. Okay, don't mention her. Take the two girls to the room. I'll go get the spiritual power stone and come over later." When Wei Zhishu heard about the city lord's daughter, his face was not very good, and he changed the subject and ordered. Wei Shirui knew that her brother was upset about this matter, so she immediately shut up and took Su Maoyang and Shinua to the backyard. Su Maoyang and Shinua had just been settled when Wei Zhishu came in with a storage bag. Miss Su. Miss Shi. I don't have many spiritual power stones. There are only the last 100,000 left. You can make do with it. As he said, he handed the storage bag to Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Wei Shirui immediately showed a wicked smile, winking at Wei Zhishu and said, Brother, last time I asked you for the spiritual power stones. You treasured them so much that you didn't want to give me any. Now you've given away all the spiritual power stones that you've worked so hard to save for 3 years. Your partiality is too obvious. Wei Zhishu was embarrassed by her evil smile, and his handsome face was flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Su gave me a big bottle of 5 elements Haoyuan pills, each of which is a priceless treasure. I can only afford 100,000 spiritual stones now, and I already feel that I owe her a lot. And you are still talking nonsense here. Ha. Okay. I won't tease you. It's just that it's getting late, and the girl needs to rest. So you shouldn't stand here as a grown man. Wei Shirui knew that her brother was thin-skinned, so she couldn't help teasing him. So she had to give up and pull him out. Wei Zhishu heard this and then reacted. He nodded awkwardly to Su Maoyang and Shinua. You have a good rest. If you need anything, just tell me directly. I'll leave first. Well, thank you. We will. Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. After watching Wei Zhishu leave, Shinua said, Master, take good care of your injuries. I'll go outside to guard. No, you should go and rest too. I'll call you if there's anything. Su Maoyang knew that Shinua was also exhausted after following her all the way, so she waved her hand considerately. Shinua didn't refuse, and went directly to the next room. After all, she really needed to practice and improve her strength now, because she would be able to help Su Maoyang and kill her enemies only when the war started. Su Maoyang sighed softly at this time, feeling that Wei Zhishu had persisted in refining pills for 10 years without any achievements, and still refused to give up. She was more or less touched in her heart. She couldn't imagine what kind of humiliation and blow he had suffered in the past 10 years. However, since she met him, she would give him a chance, just as a thank you for his shelter and the spiritual stone. Chapter 1782 Give him a chance. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved and released the evil blood cauldron, intending to refine a divine pattern pill that changes his spiritual power talent. I believe that with the help of the divine pattern pill, Wei Zhishu should be able to get rid of his current predicament soon. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang has been concentrating on refining. Time passed unknowingly, and she finished refining the pill and replenished some spiritual power stones. It was already the next morning. It was not until Wei Shirui came to call her for dinner that she ended her practice and pushed the door open to go out. It just so happened that she also wanted to send the pill to Wei Zhishu, and then asked directly, Where is your brother? He is still refining the pill in his room. He is always like this. As long as he refines the pill, he will forget to eat and sleep. We are all used to it. You don't have to worry about him. Let's go. I'll take you to the hall for dinner. Wei Shirui waved her hand indifferently, and said that she was going to pull Su Maoyang towards the direction of the hall. Su Maoyang stopped and grabbed her. No, I'm not hungry yet. Take me to find your brother. Hearing this, Wei Shirui's cute face once again showed an ambiguous smile, smacking her lips and sighing. It's just one night since we last met, and you can't wait to see my brother early in the morning. Tell me, do you like my brother? Su Maoyang was stunned by her question, and then saw her smiling like a fox stealing fish, and suddenly felt a little amused. How did you see that I like your brother? She answered seriously. I saw it with both eyes. You flirted with each other yesterday, but you couldn't escape my eyes. Su Maoyang was immediately amused by her naivety. Ha. Flirting with each other? How come I didn't know it myself? Oh, you don't have to deny it. It's not shameful to like my brother. After all, my brother is handsome and elegant. Even the city lord's daughter, who has seen countless men, is attracted to him and pursues him relentlessly. Let alone you. But don't worry. Between the city lord's daughter and you, I will definitely support you. I will go and say good things to you another day. He still has to listen to me. His sister, Wei Shirui, proudly raised her little head, patted her chest, and promised solemnly. That rich little expression made people laugh. So when Su Maoyong heard these misunderstandings about her, he couldn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. You are so young. What do you think of all day? Why are you full of weird things? I'm not young anymore. I'm 18 this year. Besides, isn't love between men and women a very normal thing? Wei Shirui retorted disapprovingly. Su Maoyong nodded helplessly. It's normal. But I don't like your brother. You really misunderstood. I'm also a woman. I understand. Generally women are too shy to say if they like a man. So it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I will try my best to help you. Wei Shirui winked, and pulled Su Maoyong towards Wei Zhishu's room. Su Maoyong was amused and embarrassed by her misunderstanding and enthusiasm. But she had no ill will towards him. So Su Maoyong didn't blame her harshly. So he just laughed it off, and treated it as a child's joke. When they arrived at the door of Wei Zhishu's room, Wei Shirui was particularly tactful, and pushed her into the room. Come in. My brother is refining the elixir inside. I won't disturb you. After she finished speaking, she turned around quickly and ran away. Su Maoyong couldn't do anything with her. So he shook his head helplessly, and walked into the room. Wei Shirui was right. Wei Zhishu was still refining the elixir. But at this moment, he seemed unable to control the fire very well, and was sweating profusely. His delicate facial features were all tangled together, and he looked very strenuous. Su Maoyong frowned slightly when he saw it, and reminded him in a cold voice. You can't use brute force to control the flame. You have to use mental power to control it. And from the sound, you only put in 3 herbs. Half of the amount. So the fire should not be too high. Otherwise it will directly damage the herbs. Furthermore, according to the proportion of the purple gold pill, 2 ironwood spirit leaves, 3 money vine grass, and 1 wild steel flower are needed. You put 1 of each of the 3 herbs. So you can't refine it. Suddenly hearing these words, Wei Zhishu, who was fighting with the flames and herbs, was shocked. He raised his head suddenly, as if he was hit by a stick on his head. He asked back with horror, How do you know that I only put in 3 herbs? How do you know that I am refining the purple gold pill? All the herbs he stripped had been put into the pill furnace. And the naked eye could not see the situation inside. But as soon as Miss Su walked in, she saw the situation in the pill furnace. This is too amazing. Also, the 3 kinds of herbs she mentioned are exactly the herbs for refining the purple gold pill. And even the proportions are clear. Does that mean she also knows how to make pills? Su Maoyong saw his face full of question marks and explained lightly. You can roughly judge by listening to the sound and smelling the fragrance. Some time ago, she refined antidotes for the people of Nether City. And the number of pills was tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. So she had already trained herself. Now she can refine pills with her eyes closed, because she can tell the fineness and proportion of the medicinal materials just by feeling them. Know the temperature and the burning of the medicinal materials just by listening to the sound. And can tell which medicinal materials are in it just by smelling the smell. This level can be achieved because Su Maoyong has refined too many pills. And practice makes perfect. After all, who can refine pills for the people of a city like Su Maoyong? Such a huge number is simply unimaginable. Now Wei Zhishu is only refining a purple gold pill of the middle grade. You should know that Su Maoyong has already learned to refine this purple gold pill shortly after crossing to the southern Sui kingdom. So it is a piece of cake for her to distinguish the proportion of medicinal materials and the type of pill. But for Wei Zhishu, who has never successfully refined a pill, it is unbelievable. He was stunned on the spot and even stuttered when he spoke. Listen. Listen. Listen to the sound? Smell the fragrance? You are not kidding me. Are you? Wei Zhishu heard this kind of operation for the first time. And he was a little skeptical about life. Seeing that he was very scared. Su Maoyong chuckled twice. After you become an alchemist, you practice diligently, and you also have the hope of reaching this level. Could it be that you are an alchemist? After being stunned for a long time, Wei Zhishu finally reacted and asked back in disbelief. His voice involuntarily raised a lot. Su Maoyong did not deny it. Well, I guess so. I know a little bit. You know the proportion of my medicinal materials, and the elixir to be refined just by listening to the sound and smelling the fragrance. Is this called knowing a little bit? Wei Zhishu was completely shocked. If she knows a little bit, then what is he? Chapter 1783 envy her for having a master. Actually, My alchemy skills are not very good. But my master is an alchemist. He often makes alchemy. And I learned to listen to the sound and smell the fragrance by watching and hearing. Although Su Maoyang wanted to give him some advice, she didn't want to expose her identity as an alchemy saint too high profile. After all, if she reached the alchemy saint at her age, it would cause a sensation even in the entire Nine Netherworld, let alone such a small place. So, she shouldn't scare him. Hearing this, Wei Zhishu became even more interested and asked with surprise, "Is your master an alchemist? Does he often teach you to make alchemy?" "Not often. Just occasionally," Su Maoyang perfunctorily said. Wei Zhishu believed it without a doubt and nodded heavily. That's right. Great alchemists often stay in seclusion. So how can they have time to teach people how to make alchemy? It's already very difficult to get their guidance. Not to mention that they accept you as their apprentice. As he spoke, Wei Zhishu shook his head and sighed with emotion. Oh, I really envy you for having an alchemist as your master. If there is an alchemy master who can give me some guidance, I will die without regrets in this life. Su Maoyang smiled slightly after hearing this. Although she couldn't reveal her identity, she could still fulfill his dream. She smiled and said, "Although I'm not an alchemy master, I know some knowledge about alchemy by following the alchemists. I can share it with you." "Really? Then I'll have to ask Miss Su." When talking about the knowledge of alchemy, Wei Zhishu's eyes lit up, which showed that he really loved alchemy. Su Maoyang saw it and immediately took out the divine pattern pill that he had refined for him last night and handed it to him. "But before that, you need to cleanse your marrow and refine your bones to rebuild your talent. This is the Heavenly Jade Marrow Refining Pill. Taking it can change your spiritual talent and allow you to brew a strong spiritual force." When he heard the Heavenly Jade Marrow Refining Pill, Wei Zhishu was almost shocked. The corners of his mouth twitched for a long time before he uttered a sentence. "What did you just say?" "Heavenly Jade Marrow Refining Pill. Isn't that a top-grade pill that only the alchemists at the peak of the Dan sect can refine?" Although Wei Zhishu couldn't refine a single pill, he read a lot of books about pills and wrote down the names of many pills. Now when he heard the name of this pill, he knew the grade and value of this pill. You must know that except for those ancestors at the level of Dan Chung, even in Fengchi Kyoto, the peak of the Dan sect is already a top-level alchemist. It can be imagined how lofty the status of the peak of the Dan sect is. But the pill in front of him was made by a top alchemist in Danzong. After hearing this news, Wei Zhishu was shocked. He looked at the Tianyu Xiuzui pill for a long time before he suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang in disbelief. His pupils were shining with excitement. He asked excitedly, "Could this be a pill made by your master? Your master is a top alchemist in Danzong?" I guess so." Su Maoyang didn't know how to explain to his excited and expectant eyes, so he just nodded stiffly. In fact, she could have made a holy pill. But she was worried that the effect of the holy pill was too strong and he couldn't bear it. So she chose the supreme grade as a second choice. But this grade was more than enough for him. Upon learning that Su Maoyang's master was at the peak of Danzong, Wei Zhishu was so excited that his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Maoyang with envy. You are so lucky. You actually have a master at the peak of Danzong. However, with such a unique condition, you don't even work hard to make pills. It's really annoying. You still have to work harder in the future, and don't let him down." "Ahem. I will work hard." Su Maoyang coughed awkwardly twice. The demon Martin in the space was chewing the beast's core while laughing. Haha. So silly and cute. If he knew that the alchemy master he admired was not at the peak of Danzong, but at the middle stage of Danshin, not only standing in front of him, but also being taught a lesson by him, I don't know how he would feel. I think this blow should be a big blow to him. After all, he has been practicing for so long, and he can't even make a fart, while Su Maoyang is already a mid-stage Danshin alchemist. I have to sigh. This is the gap between people. Wei Zhishu didn't notice Su Maoyang's awkward smile, and devoted himself to the pill. Why is there a golden pattern on this pill? This is the first time I've seen it. Ahem. Some alchemists have their own characteristics in making pills, and they are not the same. Su Maoyang made up a story. Although she didn't mean to lie to him, she wouldn't say that it was a divine pattern pill. Wei Zhishu nodded in sudden enlightenment. So that's it. Su Maoyang saw that he believed him, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He took out another prescription and handed it to him. After taking the pill, Follow this prescription to get the medicine. Soak it in the potion for 10 days. Your body will change. The process may be a little painful, but it will make you a real alchemist. Becoming a real alchemist? Does that mean I can make pills in the future? Wei Zhishu was shocked and confirmed in disbelief. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. Well, after having spiritual power, it should not be a problem to persist in making pills and reach the level of Dan King. If the talent is well transformed, it is even possible to reach Dan Emperor or Dan Zong. Wei Zhishu never dared to think in his life that he could still hope to reach such a high level. At this moment, holding the pills and prescriptions, he felt like a dream. Too unreal. Is this true? Are you lying to me? Wei Zhishu couldn't hide his excitement, and his voice trembled a little. The pills and prescriptions have been handed over to you. Whether you are willing to believe it or not, whether you want to try it or not, it's up to you. Well, I should go back. I will be in seclusion these days. If there is any problem, let's talk about it after I come out of seclusion. Su Maoyang said lightly and turned to leave this place. She has already sent the opportunity to him. It depends on whether he has this luck. After watching Su Maoyang leave, Wei Zhishu looked down at the pill in his hand and stayed there for a long time. Because although he could tell the authenticity of spiritual pills, the upper-grade pills were beyond his ability. In addition, he had never seen a pill with patterns engraved on it, and it was even more difficult to identify it when he encountered such an alternative pill for the first time. If it was real, then he might really be able to become an alchemist. But if it was fake, then he might die for it. On one side was his dream, and on the other side was his life. How should he choose? Chapter 1784. A sedan chair carried by 8 people came to marry him. If other alchemists knew that this guy was still questioning the divine patterns on Su Maoyang's elixir, they would definitely beat him up. That is a divine pattern. A divine pattern. Looking at the entire 9 netherworld, only Su Maoyang can refine the divine pattern. Thinking back to the time when the old Dan Sheng of the Maple Forest Empire, in order to get Su Maoyang's divine pattern pill, he not only said all the good things, but also reluctantly gave away his most precious medicinal materials in exchange for such a pill. But Wei Zhishu, because he didn't know the divine pattern, began to question the authenticity of the pill. God knows how many alchemists will be jealous of his luck. But even though he doubted, Wei Zhishu's desire to become an alchemist was still extremely strong. So he knew that eating inferior pills would be life-threatening. But he still chose to take the risk. Besides, he didn't think that Miss Su was a bad person. So he decided to trust her once. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu made up his mind, swallowed the pill decisively, and began to meditate and comprehend. It must be said that the efficacy of the premium pill is indeed incomparable to ordinary pills. Not to mention that there are divine patterns engraved on it. The violent power soon tortured Wei Zhishu to sweat all over, and his face was pale. Fortunately, he was a martial artist. Due to years of hunting, he had a solid body and was not so weak. So he endured it and carried it over. After he endured the severe pain brought by the pill, Wei Zhishu really found that he seemed to have a trace of mental power. As long as he calmed down and concentrated, there would be fluctuations in mental power in his mind. From the initial weak, to the later strong, and finally raising his hand to control the flame. A series of changes made Wei Zhishu very surprised. With the initial success, Wei Zhishu was even more motivated and looking forward to it. Then, he couldn't wait to follow Su Maoyang's prescription. Grab the medicinal materials, boil them into potion, soak his body in the potion barrel, endure the tempering of the potion, and endure the perverted torture again and again. Although the process was painful, he still survived with his super willpower. After all, no matter what kind of pain, it was not as painful as his failure of 10 years of alchemy without any achievement. In this way, 10 days passed unknowingly. Wei Zhishu spent 10 days and 10 nights in the potion. Finally, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. When he twisted his arm and concentrated his mental power, he found that he not only had abundant mental power, but also his skin and even bones had been tempered and strengthened, which was many times stronger than before. This feeling was like a rebirth. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu couldn't wait to get out of the medicine barrel. He didn't even have time to change his clothes, and ran to the alchemy furnace to try to make the alchemy. This time, he began to control the flame with his mental power, and peeled the herbs according to the proportion Su Mo said. Perhaps because of his mental talent, he clearly felt that his perception of herbs and fire had greatly improved. reaching a level he had never thought of before. And he could easily refine the purple gold pill. Looking at the complete and full pill suspended in the air, Wei Zhishu couldn't believe his eyes. He kept rubbing his eye sockets and repeatedly confirmed that he was not dazzled. However, even if he held the pill in his own hands and felt the scorching temperature, he still felt it was not real. Perhaps to prove that he had really become an alchemist, he found other herbs and tried to refine a mid-level pill. Afterwards, Wei Zhishu had to sigh at the power of Tianyu Xiuzui Dan. Since he changed his talent, he found that he was like a fish in water when refining pills. Even if he didn't know what proportion of medicinal materials to put, he could find the feeling after trying a few more times, which was much smoother than before. So, after many attempts, Wei Zhishu refined a medium-grade pill. And from a person who didn't know how to refine pills, he jumped into the ranks of Great Pill Masters. Although the Great Pill Master is not a particularly high level, becoming a pill refiner is many times more difficult than cultivating spiritual power. So his progress is already a miracle. After all, even he himself could not think that there would be a day when he would become a Great Pill Master. Therefore, he firmly believed that as long as he continued to practice, he might really be able to reach the level of the Pill King. However, just when he was so excited that he couldn't find the north, an anxious shout suddenly came from outside, like a basin of cold water, extinguishing all his enthusiasm. "Brother, it's bad. It's bad. Oh, Peiju has sent someone to bring you a sedan chair with 8 bearers." When he heard Peiju's name, Wei Zhishu frowned. His face darkened. He immediately changed his clothes and walked out quickly. Wei Shirui ran to the door in a hurry, already exhausted and out of breath. Seeing Wei Zhishu coming out, she immediately waved anxiously. "Brother, run quickly. The other party is aggressive and well prepared, and you won't be able to refuse at all. Even if you are strong, you can't beat the power of the City Lord's mansion." "How can that be? If I run away, that bitch will definitely use you and my father as a target. How can I be selfish and abandon you for myself?" Wei Zhishu refuted without thinking, and was very repulsive to such a proposal. Wei Shirui was so anxious that she kept jumping up and down. "The bridal sedan has already arrived at the yard. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Do you really want to marry into the City Lord's mansion as a male concubine? Escape is not a solution. Oh, Peiju is determined to marry me. Even if I escape, they will catch me back, and it won't solve any problems at all. So, I must face this matter myself and can't implicate you." Wei Zhishu shook his head solemnly, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Wei Shirui was so worried when he heard this, and his brows were so tangled that they could crush an ant to death. "Brother, how can you face the entire City Lord's mansion alone? Aren't you looking for death?" Wei Zhishu's expression was firm, and his pupils were full of determination. "Since she has taken a fancy to my face, I will destroy it myself. I still don't believe that she will marry an ugly monster as a male concubine." After that, Wei Zhishu opened Wei Shirui's hand and walked quickly towards the yard. Wei Shirui didn't expect him to be so decisive, and was immediately shocked by his decision. No. She must stop him. That Miss Su. Yes, the Miss Su who made him feel good should be able to persuade him. Thinking of this, Wei Shirui did not dare to delay for a moment, and went straight to Su Maoyang's room. At this time, Su Maoyang was still meditating and practicing, repairing his previous injuries. When he saw that he was almost done, he heard a hurried knock on the door outside. "Sister Suemo, please persuade my brother. If you don't go, my brother's face will be ruined. His brother is such a handsome man. What will happen if his face is ruined?" Chapter 1785. Snatching someone away. Although Su Maoyang didn't know what happened, he knew it was something serious since Wei Shirui was so anxious. So he quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. At the same time, Shinu in the next room also heard the noise and walked out quickly. Seeing Wei Shirui crying, even Shinu, who didn't show much expression, was shocked. "What happened?" Su Maoyang stared at Wei Shirui in confusion. "What do you mean when you said your brother's appearance was ruined?" Wei Shirui wiped her tears and sobbed. "Sister Suemo, go and persuade my brother. Just now, the City Lord's daughter sent someone to snatch my brother to be a male lover. My brother wanted to destroy his appearance to clear his name. To be honest, ruining his appearance is not a big deal, but I'm afraid it will anger the City Lord's daughter. After all, the City Lord's daughter pursued him because of his face. If she knew that my brother's appearance was ruined, she would definitely be angry. By then, I'm afraid my brother's life will be in danger. The city lord's daughter had been threatened and induced by various means before, and she didn't dare to act rashly, just because of her brother's face. If her brother really destroyed his face and became an ugly monster, he would be worthless to the city lord's daughter. At that time, how could Opaju still have any scruples and pity? She would definitely kill her brother to vent her anger. Su Maoyong frowned when he heard this and asked in a deep voice, "Where is your brother?" "He is in the yard, confronting the people in the city lord's mansion." Wei Shirue hurriedly pointed in the direction. Su Maoyong heard this and strode towards the yard without saying a word. She knew I didn't expect that the people in the city lord's mansion were so arrogant that they would openly run to someone else's house to snatch someone away. She quickly followed them to see what was going on. At this time, there were already many people standing in the yard. A sedan chair landed in the middle of the yard, with several maids and guards standing on both sides. The maid standing in the front was wearing a red skirt and had an arrogant expression. She stared at Wei Zhishu, Wei's father, and Aunt Lu with disdain. Her red lips opened slightly, and her tone was cold. "Mr. Wei, the 1-month deadline set by our young lady has expired. Now I am sent to pick you up and take you back to the mansion. It is already enough to give your Wei family face. I advise you to follow us obediently and stop struggling in vain." "Humph. Go back and tell your young lady that I, Wei Zhishu, will never marry her even if I die. Advise her to give up this idea." Although Wei Zhishu was born in poverty, he was proud and would never succumb to a woman's knees and become a despised male pet. Seeing him being so stubborn, the maid in red instantly showed anger on her face and angrily scolded. "How dare you? It's your blessing that my lady likes you, and you dare to refuse. Are you tired of living?" Wei Zhishu is not a coward. Hearing her threaten him with death, his thin lips suddenly grinned into a sarcastic arc and sneered. "Ha. In my opinion, it's better to die than to marry your lady. So if you want to kill me, just do it. I'm not afraid. Asshole. My lady likes you and is flattering you, but you are so ungrateful. In this case, don't blame us for being rude. Come on. Arrest all the people in the Wei family." The maid in red snorted angrily, completely lost her patience, and gave a loud order. Hearing that his family was going to be arrested, Wei Zhishu immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Wei's father and Aunt Lu. "Don't even think about touching my family." The maid in red frowned, narrowed her eyes, and asked sinisterly, "Mr. Wei, are you going to openly become an enemy of the city lord's mansion? Have you thought about the consequences? You are not afraid of death. But what about your family? Aren't you afraid that they will die because of you?" Hearing such a threat, Aunt Lu was immediately frightened and her face turned pale. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed Wei Zhishu, and cried and persuaded him. "Zhishu, Aunt Lu begs you. Just agree to Miss O. If you don't go with him, your father, your sister and I will die here today. It doesn't matter if you don't like me, but can you watch your father and sister die?" "Shut up, Yan Fei. I've lived for most of my life. Death is nothing to me. They can't threaten me. Want to force my son to be a lowly male concubine? No way. Perhaps because of the saying like father, like son. Wei's father is also a man of integrity, upright, and will never succumb to authority. But Aunt Lu, a woman with no ambitions, had no idea of such a high level of awareness. She was already crying and kneeling in front of the master, begging, "Master, I haven't lived enough, and I don't want to die in such an unclear way. Just give me a way out and persuade Zhishu." Although Miss O has a bad temper, it can be seen that she really likes Zhishu. Zhishu will definitely be happy if she goes. Humph. She killed so many male favorites, and everyone in Anlin City knows it. You actually said such a thing against your conscience to save your own life. I am so disappointed. Father Wei shouted angrily. "Master, I am not only doing this for myself, but also for our whole family. Ruer is still so young and hasn't married yet. Can you bear to watch her die like this?" Aunt Lu had no choice but to persuade him by bringing up Wei Shirue. Hearing this, not only Wei's father, but even Wei Zhishu frowned in pain. Wei Zhishu was not afraid of anything, and his only weakness was his father and sister. If they died because of him, he would never forgive himself in his life. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu hated his face even more. If it weren't for this face, how could he be favored by that bitch Opaju and bring so much trouble to the Wei family. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu seemed to have made up his mind, raised his head, and pulled a resolute sneer at the corner of his mouth. Doesn't your lady like my face? Well, then I will destroy it for her today. As he said that, Wei Zhishu suddenly raised his hand holding the dagger and stabbed it towards his face. Seeing this scene, the maid in red was frightened and her face changed drastically. She never expected Wei Zhishu to be so stubborn that she would destroy her own face in order not to marry into the city lord's mansion. However, just when they had no time to stop him, a force suddenly came from a distance and knocked the dagger in Wei Zhishu's hand to the ground. At this time, a cold voice suddenly rose, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even if you destroy your appearance, people will not let you go. Why do such a stupid thing of self-mutilation? The maid in red heard the words and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw 3 women coming from the right. Among them, Wei Shui. She had seen several times and was quite familiar with her, while the other 2 were 2 new faces and did not look like people from Anlin City. Chapter 1786 Killing the People in the City Lord's Mansion. The maid in red didn't expect that there were 2 women of unknown origin in the Wei family. She frowned and asked loudly, "Who are you and why are you in the Wei family?" Su Maoyang was unhappy when he heard her condescending tone. He just glanced at her coldly and answered without giving her any face. "Who I am and why I am in the Wei family is none of your business. Is it necessary to report to you?" The maid in red didn't expect this woman to be so presumptuous. She was shocked and widened her eyes on the spot. She shouted angrily, "Asshole! Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Sorry, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. I just saw that no one in the Wei family welcomes you. You must be a disgusting person." As he said that, Su Maoyang, Shi Nu, and Wei Shirui had already walked to Wei Zhishu's side. Wei Zhishu saw Su Maoyang and Shi Nu appear, and worried about their safety, and hurriedly advised, "Why did you come out? This is my Wei family's business, and it has nothing to do with you. So don't get involved. This Miss Su is his benefactor. Not only did she give him so many precious pills, but she also helped him become a real alchemist. So it's fine if he himself is in danger. But how can he drag his benefactor into the water?" After saying that, he looked at the maid in red. "They are not from Anlin City. They are just passing by here and staying at my house temporarily. They have nothing to do with this matter. If you have anything, just come to me directly. Don't involve innocent people." When the maid in red heard that they were from other places, she immediately understood why they looked unfamiliar, and then snorted contemptuously, "No wonder you are so ignorant. Let me tell you, I am the maid of the city lord's daughter. This time, I came here to represent the city lord's daughter. If you dare to disrespect me, you are disrespecting the city lord's daughter. If you want to live, kneel down and apologize now, and I can consider letting you go." Hearing this, Shi Nu couldn't help but sneer, looking at the maid in red with eyes full of sarcasm. Just a servant dared to make her master kneel down and apologize. Who is ignorant of the height of heaven and earth? Standing in front of her is the imperial concubine of Yunlu, and the ruler of Fenglin Empire. Then, an identity can crush her to death. She is still in front of Su Maoyang, complacent, and introduces her identity with a sense of superiority. It's really ridiculous. Hearing Shi Nu's laughter, the woman in red frowned and asked angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just seeing you are so arrogant and so arrogant. I thought you were a princess, but I didn't expect you were just a slave," Shi Nu said coldly. But the tone and content of the words were very sarcastic, which immediately stimulated the maid in red to blush. "How dare you humiliate me?" The maid in red was arrogant because she was a favorite of the city lord's daughter. No one had ever dared to insult her like this, so she gnashed her teeth in anger. Wei Shirui didn't expect Shi Nu and Su Maoyang to be so bold that they dared to scold even the favorite of O Pagio. She was slightly shocked and secretly gave the 2 girls a thumbs up. Then she took advantage of the momentum and shouted, "I have said many times that my brother will not be your lady's male lover. Please get out of the Wei family right now." The maid in red widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had heard a big joke. "Did I hear it wrong? You actually told me to get out? What? Do you want us to drive you out ourselves?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Okay. You are all so bold and rebellious. I will skin you alive today." After saying that, the maid in red waved her hand and ordered sternly, "Catch them all." seeing several guards rushing forward. Su Maoyang gave Shinua a look and said lightly, "Solved." Shinua received the order and rushed forward. With just a flash of sword, she killed a guard. Then she turned around like lightning. Incomparably fast. She swiped a few times and killed several more guards. The maid in red found that the guards on her side fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. She was shocked and stared at Shinua in horror. You dared to kill the guards of the city lord's mansion. Well, I dare not only kill the guards, but also you. Shinua snorted coldly and walked towards her. Seeing this, the maid in red was so frightened that she shuddered. Her face turned pale, and she retreated repeatedly. You can't kill me. I am a favorite of my lady. If I die, my lady will definitely not let you go, and will definitely uproot the Wei family, leaving no one alive. And Lu didn't expect that Shinua not only killed the guards of the city lord's mansion, but also wanted to kill the maid of the city lord's daughter. She was immediately scared to death by her bold move. Now when she heard the red maid's threat, she was even more horrified. She rushed over and grabbed Shinua. Stop it! If you kill her, the Wei family will be finished. This is my Wei family's business, and you don't need an outsider to intervene. In Anlin City, the city lord is the sky, and he can destroy their Wei family with just a flick of his finger. Such a big man and a big force are not something that a poor family like them can afford to offend. What's more, the city lord's daughter is an arrogant and domineering person. If she knew that her most beloved maid died in their Wei family, she would definitely not let it go. At that time, it would not be a matter that could be solved by simply marrying Wei Zhishu into the city lord's mansion. Su Maoyang frowned when she heard this, and called out to Shinua. Forget it. Since Aunt Lu said so, it's really not easy for us as outsiders to intervene. Shinua glanced at Aunt Lu unhappily and snorted. My master is kind enough to help you out, but it turned out to be meddling in other people's business. Forget it. You Wei family's affairs. Solve them yourself. I'm too lazy to intervene. After saying that, Shinua put away the sword and retreated to Su Maoyang's side again. The maid in red was relieved to see that she didn't dare to kill her, and then threatened the people of the Wei family. Just wait. My lady won't let you go. After that, the maid in red ran out of the Wei family in disgrace, probably to get help. Aunt Lu was so angry when she saw this that she stamped her feet and angrily scolded Su Maoyang and Shinua. It's all your fault. If you hadn't come out to irritate the people in the city lord's mansion, things wouldn't have developed like this. Now you have killed people, and you have offended the favorite of the city lord's daughter. You have really ruined my Wei family. Shinua was already full of anger, and when she heard such a dog-biting Lu Dongban retort, she couldn't help but refute. Do you have a conscience? The people in the city lord's mansion clearly wanted to arrest you and kill you. If my master hadn't stepped in to stop you, you would be dead now. Chapter 1787 Forced to leave the Wei family. Shinua has never seen such an ungrateful person. The city lord's mansion wanted to beat them up and kill them, but she didn't get angry or blame them. Instead, she blamed the people who helped her out. Can she still be reasonable? Conscience? It's because Wei Zhishu was too conscientious that he took in the two of you. The two disaster stars, which brought disaster to the Wei family. Now that you are almost dead, you still have the nerve to talk to me about conscience. I think it's disgusting. Aunt Lu was so angry that she almost bit her teeth when she thought of the consequences of this matter. She pointed at Su Maoyang and Shinua angrily, and trembled with anger. Wei Shirui was also furious when she heard this, and angrily blamed. Aunt Lu, how can you say that? Sister Suimo and Sister Shinua saw that our Wei family was in danger, and risked their lives to come out to help us out. We are grateful for this great favor. But why are you blaming them? Can you be reasonable? Aunt Lu, don't go too far. The reason why the city lord's mansion caused trouble for the Wei family is because they fell in love with me and wanted to snatch me to be a male concubine. It has nothing to do with the two girls. They couldn't stand me being humiliated, so they came out to help with good intentions. You actually blamed them. I think you are the one who is disgusting. Wei Zhishu couldn't stand her face that reversed right and wrong, and shouted angrily. Aunt Lu was so embarrassed when she saw the two younger generations scolding her so harshly that she started to cry to Master Wei. Master, I am an elder after all. Look at your children. They actually talk to the elders like this. Besides, I was obviously thinking about the whole Wei family, but they actually scolded me for being excessive and unreasonable. I really worried about them in vain. Woo-woo. As she spoke, Aunt Lu sobbed pitifully, trying to win the sympathy of Master Wei. Usually, Master Wei would protect her, but seeing the situation today, he couldn't indulge her. He also said angrily, "Yan Fei, you did go too far today. These two girls bravely stood up to help us out of kindness. If it were someone else, they would have drawn a clear line with our Wei family long ago. How could they risk going against the city lord's mansion to help us?" Hearing that even the old man blamed her, Aunt Lu was hit even harder. She sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. "You are all right. Only I am wrong. I have tried my best for this family and served the master with all my heart. But not only did I not get any good, but in the end you even helped two outsiders to criticize me. I will not live anymore. Aunt Lu is not a lady from a wealthy family. She has no culture and no education. Her behavior is naturally vulgar. Now that she sees that everyone is helping two outsiders, she is certainly unhappy. What's more, these two people kill people from the city lord's mansion. Once the Wei family has anything to do with them, they will die sooner or later. She just wanted to survive. How could it be wrong?" Su Maoyang saw this scene and knew that Aunt Lu blamed them for causing trouble for the Wei family. If they stayed any longer, it would only intensify their family conflicts. Therefore, she had to bow to Master Wei and Wei Zhishu and resign. "Master Wei, Master Wei, Miss Wei, we are outsiders and have caused you trouble. We are really sorry. Thank you for taking us in during this period of time. And thank you for Master Wei's generosity. But we have things to do and have to continue on our way. We won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye," Su Maoyang said to Shinua. "Let's go." Shinua heard this and clasped his fists towards Master Wei and Wei Zhishu, and followed Su Maoyang out of the Wei family's gate. Wei Zhishu was speechless when he saw that they were driven away by Aunt Lu. He was about to chase them, but Aunt Lu grabbed his clothes and said, "Zhishu, Aunt Lu begs you. If you stay with those two little girls, the city lord's daughter will definitely not let our Wei family go. What do you know? Miss Su is my great benefactor. The spiritual pills she gave me are worth just one pill, not to mention dozens of pills. Later, in order to thank us for taking her in, she gave me the top-grade Tianyu Xiusui pill and the prescription for tempering the body. You know, these are treasures that others can't even ask for." Wei Zhishu was so angry when he thought that he owed her so much and kicked her out of the house. And his whole handsome face was tangled. Aunt Lu retorted in disbelief. "Zhishu, you were deceived. How could there be so many precious elixirs in a small place like ours? They just didn't have money to stay in the inn. So they came to our house to cheat for food and drink. And then they took out the elixir to keep you stable. How can you be so naive? Nonsense. Miss Su didn't lie to me at all. I took her elixir and became an alchemist. It shows that the elixir is real." Wei Zhishu was even more angry when he heard that she was still slandering Su Maoyang. But Aunt Lu obviously didn't believe these nonsense. And she just felt that Wei Zhishu was hopeless. "You, in order to protect that little bitch, you can even tell such an unreliable lie. God is really going to destroy my Wei family." Wei Zhishu found that he couldn't explain it to her clearly. So he opened her hand that was holding him, and warned her fiercely. "Get out of here. You are afraid of death. And you are confusing right and wrong. I can't do that. If anything happens to them, I will make you pay." Shinua killed the people in the city lord's mansion, and she will definitely be hunted down by the city lord's daughter. If the two of them go out now, if they encounter any accidents, Wei Zhishu will never forgive himself in his life. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu turned around and chased after them. Seeing this, Wei Shirui also shouted, "Brother, I'll go with you." At this time, Su Maoyang and Shinua walked to the street, preparing to find an inn to stay temporarily. But just as they walked to the door of the inn, they saw Wei Zhishu and Wei Shirui, the brother and sister, chasing after them. "Miss Su, Miss Shi, I'm really sorry. Aunt Lu is a vulgar woman who doesn't know anything. Don't bother with her." Wei Zhishu hurried over and apologized breathlessly. Wei Shirui also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Sister Suemo, Sister Shinua, I apologize to you on her behalf. She is that kind of person. We are all used to it. But we definitely don't mean to blame you. You must not take it to heart. Well, you should go back with us. You two girls are alone outside. What if you encounter danger?" Although Wei Zhishu saw Shinua's good skills, he was still not at ease. After all, there are many masters in the city lord's mansion. If they join forces to besiege the two girls, No matter how powerful their skills are, they will be in trouble. Su Maoyong nodded slightly, understanding their intentions, and never blamed them. I know. You don't have to feel sorry. It's just that we are outsiders after all. And we really feel bad for letting your family quarrel because of two outsiders. So, we will say goodbye today. You should go back. Chapter 1788 The Disdain of the City Lord's Daughter. No. You are the ones who offended Peijiao. I can't let you act alone. Wei Zhishu frowned and refused, pulling Su Maoyong back. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he saw a large group of people coming from the opposite side. 5 of them were people Su Maoyong had seen before, and she had a deep impression of them, because 10 days ago at the trading house, they had mocked her and Wei Zhishu and had some quarrels. But this time, there were other young people walking with them. Judging from their dress, they should also be the sons and daughters of a certain family. At this time, the 3 men and 2 women obviously recognized Wei Zhishu, Su Maoyong and others, and couldn't help but smile playfully. TSK TSK TSK. Wei Zhishu, you actually flirted with another woman in public. If this gets to Miss O's ears, you will have a hard time explaining it. The speaker was He Haipeng, the blue-clothed young man who was afraid of chaos last time. Today, he was wearing navy blue clothes, which made him look more luxurious. But the smile on his mouth was still so annoying. Counting the days. The deadline given by Miss O should be up. Why don't you stay at home and wait for the bridal sedan, but run outside to flirt with other women? Jing Hongru, who was standing with He Haipeng, was also dressed in black today. After glancing at Su Maoyong, and she knew sarcastically, he smiled and teased. Song Yuan, the yellow-dressed woman from last time, couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. She looked at Su Maoyong with disdain. I thought you were too picky to marry into the city lord's mansion, but I didn't expect you to flirt with an ugly guy here. I feel sorry for Miss O. Although Miss O has a bad temper, at least she is beautiful and has the support of the city lord. She is better than this ugly liar who has no money to buy spiritual power stones. Hearing someone humiliating Su Maoyong, Wei Shirui retorted in displeasure. Bullshit! Sister Su Imo is so much better than the arrogant Peijiao. My brother likes Sister Su Imo because he has good taste. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense here. Su Maoyong was a little amused when she heard this. Although she was very grateful to Wei Shirui for defending her and speaking for her, the relationship between her and her brother was not what she imagined. However, before Su Maoyong could explain, Wei Zhishu also said indignantly, don't compare Peijiao with Miss Su. She is not worthy. Hearing this, Su Maoyong was almost crying without tears. This was really making things worse. Miss O is not worthy. Haha. Wei Zhishu, you are going to be miserable now. Hearing this, He Haipeng, Jing Hongru, Song Yuan and others all showed expressions of gloating and laughed secretly. Sure enough, the next second, Wei Zhishu heard a cold voice from behind him, which was even colder than the cold wind in winter. Wei Zhishu, you are really tired of living. You dare to say that this lady is not worthy. It seems that this lady has been too indulgent to you in the past. Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Zhishu and Wei Shirui were shocked and turned around immediately. At this time, a woman wearing a white gauze skirt, a red shawl, and a bow tied around her waist came over with a group of guards. She had fair skin and delicate features. Her black hair was half tied up, with a butterfly gold hairpin inserted diagonally, and a few strands of black hair left in front of her ears, which made her look delicate and charming. Although such a look is not as beautiful as the stunning beauties in big cities, it is also quite pretty. At least one of the most beautiful women in Anlin City. Combined with what she said just now, Su Maoyong immediately realized that this person should be the city lord's daughter Peijiao. However, just as Su Maoyong was looking at the other party, the red-clothed maid beside Peijiao pointed at Su Maoyong and shouted, Miss, it was that bitch. She asked the servants around her to kill your guards and also kill me. Fortunately, I was smart and escaped from the Wei family. Otherwise, I would not have the chance to serve you again. Hearing this, Peijiao immediately looked in the direction of the red-clothed maid's finger, and then looked at Su Maoyong seriously. But when she saw Su Maoyong's face clearly, Peijiao's mouth showed a trace of disdain, and she asked coldly, It's you who killed my guard? Su Maoyong was about to speak, but Wei Zhishu held her behind him and answered for her. It's not her. It's me. I killed your people. If you want to find someone to settle the score, come to me. Seeing Wei Zhishu defending a woman in front of so many people, Peiju was embarrassed and her face suddenly darkened. Wei Zhishu, you actually flirted with other women in front of me. Don't you want to live? Yes. I don't want to live anymore. Anyway, marrying into the city lord's mansion means death. So it's better to die early and be reborn early. Wei Zhishu had long looked down on life and death, and nodded frankly. You? Peiju was immediately speechless because of his decisive words. She clenched her fingers in anger, trying to suppress her anger, and warned. This woman killed someone from my city lord's mansion. She must pay for her blood today no matter what. So, get out of the way quickly, and don't force me to take action. Get out of the way. No way. If you insist on touching her, then step over my dead body. Wei Zhishu growled firmly. Peiju didn't expect that he would even risk his life for that woman, and the anger in her heart burned even more. Wei Zhishu, what's so good about that ugly girl that you would protect her to such an extent? Humph. She's better than you in every way. Wei Zhishu snorted coldly, staring at Peiju with disgust. Hearing this, Peiju was really hit. She thought her appearance was already very outstanding, but in Wei Zhishu's eyes, she was not as good as an ugly freak. What a shame for her. Song Yuan, who was watching the joke on the side, seemed to think that the matter was not big enough, and couldn't help but explain. Miss Ho, you probably don't know that woman is not only ugly, but also a liar. Last time, she couldn't afford to buy spiritual stones, so she used fake pills to deceive Mr. Wei. I think Mr. Wei was fooled by her, and was deceived by her. This statement undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, and made Peiju angry and gnashed her teeth. She stared at Su Maoyang with anger and contempt. With your looks and background, you are worthy of competing with me for a man. Are you qualified? In Peiju's eyes, Su Maoyang and she knew his looks were not good enough to carry her shoes, but they had the nerve to seduce her man. It was really ridiculous. Su Maoyang was speechless when she heard this, and she explained, my relationship with Master Wei is not what you think. You misunderstood. Peiju saw that she denied the relationship with Wei Zhishu, and thought that she was afraid of her. So she sneered and said sarcastically, Wei Zhishu, look, this is the woman you defended. And when she saw that I wanted to use her as a scapegoat, she immediately cut off her relationship with you. Is the woman you like so unpresentable? Chapter 1789 invited the king of alchemy for him. Peiju, Miss Su and I are innocent. We are not that kind of relationship at all. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Zhishu can allow her to humiliate him, but he will never allow her to humiliate his benefactor. To be honest, he is just grateful to Su Imo, and has no other feelings at all. Even if he has to get her consent. However, Peiju kept saying that the two of them had a private affair. If this spread out, wouldn't it ruin the girl's innocence? Humph. Since it is not that kind of relationship, then hand her over to prove your innocence. Peiju snorted coldly, obviously not believing his nonsense. Wei Zhishu was undoubtedly caught by her. He knew that Peiju wanted to kill Su Imo, so how could he hand her over? But if he didn't hand her over, she would say that they had a private affair and ruin Su Mo's reputation. So, no matter what he did, it would be bad for Su Imo. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Peiju, don't go too far. Miss Su gave me a lot of precious elixirs. She is my benefactor. How can I hand over my benefactor to you? When Peiju heard about elixirs, her pretty face jumped into contempt, and she said sarcastically, her elixirs can only coax people like you who are not even alchemists. If it were other alchemists, would they be fooled by her? If you decide to be with her because of this, you are too stupid. Because my father invited the Dan Wang alchemist from Kyoto yesterday. This alchemist master has some friendship with my father. As long as my father says a few good words for you, you can become his apprentice. I heard that this master of alchemy has superb skills. It only took him a few months to train an alchemist to become an early great alchemist. So as long as you agree to marry me, you may also become a great alchemist. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you sure you want to give it up for this woman? Speaking of the Dan Wang alchemist her father invited, Peiju was proud and glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain, like a victorious general returning to the court. Indeed, in a remote city like Anlin City, there are only a handful of alchemists, not to mention a Dan Wang alchemist, who is her father's friend. No wonder she is so proud. However, This is a joke to Su Maoyang. After all, even the Dan Emperor and the Dan Zong had to bow and scrape in front of her. Not to mention a Dan King. Of course, let alone Su Maoyang. Wei Zhishu couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Haha. An early-stage great alchemist? Sorry. I really don't need it. Because I am already a mid-stage great alchemist. One level higher than the apprentice taught by your Dan King alchemist. It took him several months to train the alchemist to be an early-stage great alchemist. And I became a mid-stage great alchemist in 10 days after taking Miss Su's pills. This shows that the Dan King alchemist you mentioned is not that good. You know, even he, who has no mental power at all, has reached the mid-stage great alchemist under Sumo's guidance. And that alchemist, whose starting point was higher than his, actually took so long to reach the early-stage great alchemist. Such cultivation seems too ridiculous. So Wei Zhishu really can't compliment the strength of the Dan King alchemist. Hearing this, Opeijia's face darkened, and a flash of surprise flashed across her pupils. She knew too well how fanatical Wei Zhishu was about alchemists. So she catered to his wishes and invited the king of alchemists to tempt him to marry her. But she never expected that Wei Zhishu would reject her kindness. Ha ha ha. What did I just hear? He said he was already a great alchemist? Before Opeiji could speak, Song Yuan on the side laughed out loud, pretending to be unbelievable and scratching her ears. He Haiping next to her also raised his eyebrows and echoed in a yin-yang tone. You heard it right. He is still a mid-term great alchemist now. But he is very powerful. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhishu, I really admire you. If you want to brag, can you say something reliable? You treat Miss O like a fool. Isn't it too much? Jing Hongru also laughed sarcastically. And Opeiji was furious and her cheeks flushed. He actually rejected the opportunity that he had been obsessed with for 10 years for a woman. And told such a ridiculous lie. It was simply outrageous. Thinking of this, Opeiji was furious, gritted her teeth, and stared at him angrily. You are so good, Wei Zhishu. I tolerated you again and again. Gave you so many opportunities. But you treated me like this. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. After that, she waved her hand suddenly and shouted, all of you, come at me. Don't spare any of the Wei family. After the words fell, the guards behind her rushed forward and surrounded Su Maoyang, Wei Zhishu and others. One of the men was a little older, looking more than 40 years old. He seemed to be Opeijia's secret guard, with good strength. As soon as he punched, the spiritual power of the postnatal monarch spirit master surged out and bombarded directly in the direction of Su Maoyang. Wei Zhishu was shocked when he saw this scene. He was very familiar with this secret guard. He had been punished by him for contradicting Opeiji before. He knew how powerful this person was. Even he was not his opponent, let alone a delicate girl like Su Mo. If this punch went down, Su Mo would probably be beaten to death. Thinking of this, he shouted to be careful. And then he suddenly slapped out to help. However, before his palm print arrived, Shinduo came to him like a rainbow light, and drew his sword to slash at the huge fist. A cold snort accompanied by a violent sound shook the space. With you. You are worthy of attacking my master. You are looking for death. After the voice fell, everyone saw that the powerful postnatal monarch spiritual master was actually cut off his arm by Shinduo's sword. And a terrifying blood spurted out instantly, frightening everyone present and shocking them on the spot. But Shinduo, who had won the first move, was still unwilling to give up, and swung the sword again to slash at the broken-armed warrior. Everyone only saw a few lightning-fast sword lights flashing, and the powerful post-heavenly monarch spiritual master was actually cut into 8 pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, frightening the guards surrounding Su Maoyang and Song Yuan and several young people to step back. Seeing this scene, who would dare to go forward and die? However, they didn't know that Shinduo had never been afraid of the siege of a large group of late-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritual masters before. Not to mention that there was only a mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritual master in front of him. Opeijian never thought that this inconspicuous woman actually had such a powerful secret guard with her. At this moment, seeing the broken bodies all over the ground, she was also very scared. But she was always arrogant. Even though she was shocked by Shinduo's skills, she still refused to admit defeat. You are so brave. You dare to kill my secret guards. Just wait. My brother is a disciple of the 4 major sects in Kyoto. He has now reached the level of Xiantian Junlingshi, and is a disciple of a powerful elder. If he shows up, none of you will survive. Chapter 1790. She has a genius brother. When Xinhua heard this, he sneered disdainfully. You can't beat him. So you bring up your brother to scare people. If you have the ability, don't hide behind and show off your ability to talk. Stand up and take revenge now. Peijiu saw Xinua's skills. So how could she dare to stand up? What's more, even her most powerful secret guard was killed in seconds. If she stood up, wouldn't it be suicide? She's not that stupid. Seeing that Peijiu was blocked and speechless, and didn't dare to stand up and take revenge, Wei Shirue laughed and shouted provocatively. Ha ha ha. You? Didn't you look down on me just now, and say that Sister Suimo was not worthy of competing with you for a man? Why are you a coward now? If you have the guts, come out and fight. If you win, I'll give you my brother. It depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Wei Zhishi was very upset at her outspokenness, and blamed her speechlessly. Ruir. Don't mess around. Ha ha ha. Brother, don't worry. With her strength, she is definitely not a match for Sister Xinhua. Besides, she is so cowardly. How could she stand up? Wei Shirue winked at him mischievously, looking very clever. The reason why she said this was because she was sure that Peijiu would not dare. Although Peijiu's strength was not very good, she was a proud person. Now that she heard such humiliation, she was furious and yelled back. Isn't your sister Suimo also a coward who stood behind the secret guards and relied on the secret guards for protection? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Seeing that she was still stubborn, Xinua's face sank, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. He snorted contemptuously. That's because you are not worthy of my master's action. I can kill a waste like you with one hand. She could beat 10 of these scums by herself. Why would she need to trouble Su Maoyang? Peijiu really thinks too highly of herself. As she spoke, Xinhua dragged her sword towards Peijiu. Peijiu felt the murderous intent emanating from her, and shuddered with fear, while the maid next to her turned pale with fear and hurriedly advised. Miss, a good man should not suffer a loss in front of him. Let's run away. When the time comes, let the master and the eldest young master come out to teach these bitches a lesson. There's no need to lose your life here. She originally thought that her lady's secret guards could deal with this woman named Xinhua, but she didn't expect that this woman was so powerful. Now it seems that only the master and the eldest young master can subdue them. Peijiu was not stupid, so she knew this truth. The current situation was not the time to show off. She waved her hand, took out the life-saving teleportation scroll, and shouted fiercely, Just wait for me. I will tear you into pieces sooner or later. After saying this, a formation appeared under her and the red-clothed maid's feet. With a flash of light, the two disappeared instantly. Su Maoyang did not expect that Peijiu would have a teleportation scroll. As calm as she was surprised. You should know that this thing is a treasure that only formation masters have. It is very valuable and rare. Even in big cities, it is difficult to get it with money. I think the city lord must have spent a lot of effort and money to help Peijiu get this teleportation scroll. Su Maoyang was very surprised that he could spend so much money on Peijiu. Of course, it can also be seen that he must love this daughter very much. In this case, she and Xinhua will probably have a lot of trouble. If Su Maoyang could think of this, then naturally others could think of it too. So, when seeing Peijiu leave, Jing Hongru, He Haiping, Song Yuan and others were shocked by Xinua's skills. But when they thought of the consequences of Su Maoyang and others, they all felt a little gloating. Wei Zhishu, your Wei family is completely finished. They killed Peijiu's secret guards. According to Peijiu's character that will not give up, I believe that the city lord and young master will come to the door soon. Jing Hongru almost predicted the tragic ending of the Wei family. He Haiping also sneered at Su Maoyang and Xinhua. It's fine to see you swindling before, but I didn't expect you to dare to provoke even the city lord's daughter. You really don't know how high the sky is. You should know that the city lord is Princess Ningyu's confidant, and the eldest son of the family is a genius that the sect focuses on cultivating. He has the support of powerful elders. You can't afford to provoke such a person. Yes, I heard that the young master of the family won the quota to participate in the battle at the top of the cloud this time. He plans to go to the North Spirit Realm to fight for the ticket to this low realm. At that time, all the forces in the 9 Nether Realm will go to watch the battle. Such a big man can destroy you with just a flick of his finger. You dare to kill his sister. You are simply digging your own grave. Song Yuan also snorted and echoed. Just talking about the eldest son of the O family. Song Yuan's tone and expression were faintly admiring. It can be seen that O Pagio's brother should have some status in Fengchi capital. After all, being able to join a sect meant that one must be quite capable. Not to mention that one had reached the level of an innate master of the rank of a spiritual master. However, Su Maoyang did not take it seriously. The only thing that worried her was that if the city lord was alerted, their identities might be exposed. After all, they are now wanted by several ancestors of the Fengchi Empire. Before they are fully prepared, Su Maoyang does not intend to face the old guys alone. So at the moment, the best strategy is to evacuate this place quickly. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's face is solemn, and he immediately yells to Wei Zhishu and Wei Shirui. Let's go. Go back quickly. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Since she has stood up for the Wei family, the city lord is likely to vent his anger on the Wei family. So she can't leave alone and let the Wei family be wiped out. Now, she has no choice but to take all the people of the Wei family away with her. Song Yuan saw Su Maoyang running away with Wei Zhishu and others, thinking that they were afraid of the revenge of the city lord. And she couldn't help but grin with a sarcastic arc. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? What's the point of running away now? Won't I die anyway? Forget it. They are just a group of cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. We don't need to worry about them. By the way, the Cloud Peak battle will be in 2 months. Although we are not qualified to participate, how can we miss such a feast? So we should go back and prepare for departure. Jing Hongru waved his hand, obviously not taking Su Maoyang and others seriously. Hearing about the battle at the top of the cloud, He Haipeng's eyes were full of longing, and he nodded excitedly. Yes, it is a great blessing in life to be able to see all the geniuses of the 9 Netherworld gathered together. Haha. I just don't know if Emperor Yunlu and Lord Fenshin will come. If I can see the demeanor of these 2 super geniuses, I would be willing to die. Song Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement when she thought of these 2 great figures. Chapter 1791. Take them away from here. Haha. Such people are not accessible to people of our level. So don't dream about it. Seeing Song Yuan's admiration for the 2 young kings, Jing Hongru shook his head helplessly, and couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on her to make her sober up. But Song Yuan didn't care. She seemed to think she was a bit pretty, and said unconvincingly, Originally, I really didn't dare to dream about it. But I heard that the Emperor's concubine of Yunlu was just a woman from the lower plane. She could win the favor of the Emperor with such a humble status. So why can't I? I believe that man can conquer nature. And everything is possible. Seeing her so confident, He Haipeng felt ridiculous and couldn't help teasing. Didn't you like Mr. O before? Why did you fall in love with someone else? Ha ha ha. People go to high places. Water goes to low places. If you can become the woman of Emperor Zun and Lord Fentian, who cares about Mr. O? However, if you can't become their woman, marrying Mr. O is also a good choice. Song Yuan thought beautifully, and her heart became more urgent. Then she waved her hand. Okay, I won't chat with you. I still have to dress up before leaving. Whether it's Emperor Zun, Lord Fentian or Mr. O. As long as I can catch the eyes of any of them, I can't miss this opportunity. With that, Song Yuan left, as if she was really ready to go. Seeing her excited and expectant look, Jing Hongru shook his head and sighed. They didn't even have the qualifications to contact the younger generation of the Fengchi Kyoto family, let alone the super genius at the top of Joyo. Song Yuan was undoubtedly wishful thinking. However, this Cloud Peak battle will indeed attract many geniuses from all over the world, and it can be regarded as gathering together the elites and forces of the entire 9 Netherworld. If you can curry favor with a genius or a powerful person at such a banquet, you can indeed rise to prominence and soar to the sky. Therefore, they must also prepare well. Even if they cannot curry favor with the powerful, at least they cannot lose their composure in such a place and make people laugh. Thinking of this, several young people nodded in tacit understanding and walked towards their own direction. Meanwhile, Su Maoyang, Shinu and others rushed back to the Wei family, and without saying a word, they asked Wei Zhishu to call out Wei's father and Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu saw Su Maoyang and she knew it coming back, and her face instantly jumped with anger. However, before she could speak, Su Maoyang spoke first. Master Wei, I don't have time to explain to you. I can only tell you that the city lord will come soon and destroy the Wei family. If you stay here, none of you will survive. So, you have to leave here and leave Anlin City with me. Aunt Lu didn't like Su Maoyang in the first place. When she heard this, she roared in anger on the spot. Okay, you two bastards. You left and came back to harm my Wei family. What did my Wei family do to provoke you that you want to kill us all? Aunt Lu, it's not Suimo who is going to kill us all. It's the city lord's mansion. Even without her, our Wei family can't escape. When will you recognize this fact? If you don't want to leave, stay here and wait for the revenge of the city lord's mansion. No one forces you. Wei Zhishu was very angry at her unreasonableness and roared angrily. Master Wei was a wise man. The moment Wei Zhishu was favored by the city lord's daughter, he knew that their Wei family was doomed. Now they had no way out. And the only way to survive was to leave Anlin City and avoid the limelight. So, he nodded solemnly at Su Maoyang. Okay, I'll go with you. Aunt Lu didn't expect him to agree, and grabbed his arm. Master, how can you believe this liar? Even if we run away, where can we go? If we are caught, we will definitely die more miserably. Let's go and apologize to the city lord's daughter, and marry Zhishu to the city lord's mansion. She should forgive us. Master Wei opened her hand when he heard such a useless word. Women's opinion? Don't you know Opeiju's character? How can she let us go easily? I'm afraid that we will lose both the lady and the soldiers. And the whole family will have to go. At least there is still some hope to leave now. Opeiju has so many male favorites. And every one of them is her favorite. But didn't they die in her hands in the end? Moreover, according to Wei Zhishu's character, how could he be a male favorite obediently after marrying to the city lord's mansion? At that time, once he makes Opeiju angry, their Wei family will not be able to escape. So, instead of waiting to die here, it is better to fight hard. Seeing that Wei's father had made up his mind, Su Maoyang immediately waved his hand and summoned the Tontian flamingo. Aunt Lu wanted to persuade him again, but the next second, she was frightened by the big red bird and couldn't speak. Of course, not only her. Wei Zhishu, Wei Shirui, and Wei's father were all shocked. Is this a 6th-level monarch beast? Wei Zhishu often hunts in the forest and is very familiar with spirit beasts. So when he felt the breath of Tontian flamingo, he immediately identified its level. Hearing about the 6th-level monarch beast, Wei Shirui, Wei's father, and even Aunt Lu changed their faces in shock. However, they were in such a small county and had never seen a flamingo, so they did not recognize its identity for a while. Even Wei Zhishu was surprised. What kind of bird is this? It is so high level. I don't have time to explain it to you slowly. Let's leave here now. Seeing that the city lord was coming, Su Maoyang had no time to discuss spirit beasts with him, and urged directly. As he said that, Su Maoyang took the lead in sitting on it. Wei Zhishu nodded in shock when he heard it. Yes, let's get on it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Zhishu immediately supported his father, and sat on it. Aunt Lu saw that everyone was sitting on the flamingo, and began to worry. If they all left her alone here, wouldn't she become a target for the city lord's mansion to vent their anger? At that time, Opeiju will definitely vent all her anger on her. And the end is simply unbearable to think about. Thinking of this, Aunt Lu shuddered with fear, quickly grabbed the flamingo and climbed up. Wei Shirui saw her coming up and snorted disdainfully. Aren't you going to stay and apologize to Opeiju? Why are you here? Since I married your father, I will naturally follow him wherever he goes. I will be with him for the rest of my life. How can I escape at the critical moment? Aunt Lu said it with confidence, without any guilt, which made Wei Shirui feel sick. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to her. He patted the Tontian flamingo directly and ordered, go back to Fenglin Empire first. She would not bring the Wei family back to Fengchi capital to seek revenge, so she had to settle them down first. And the only place that made her most at ease was Fenglin Empire. After all, she had her influence there. The Tontian flamingo received the order and suddenly rushed into the sky, flying towards the Maple Forest Empire. When she saw that she was going to go back, she couldn't help but remind her, Master, I think the people from the 4 major academies and the Dongfang family have already set off for the Northern Spirit Realm. Even if you go back now, you probably won't be able to see them. Chapter 1792, The Place Leading to the Sunluo Realm. Hearing this, Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows and looked puzzled. Northern Spirit Realm? What is that place? Just now, she heard Song Yuan mention this place, as if O Peijiao's brother was going there to participate in some competition. But these have nothing to do with her, so she didn't care too much. Now that she heard that even the forces of the Maple Forest Empire would participate, her curiosity was aroused. She knew that she came from the lower plane and was not very clear about many things in the Nine Netherworld. So she explained, this Biling Realm is located at the northernmost part of the Nine Netherworld. It is an ancient city with a wide territory. In fact, it is a city composed of space arrays. It is a faction of its own, not belonging to any country or any force. It is governed by a realm master. It is said that this realm master is a messenger sent by the strong men of the upper plane to select good seedlings and talents for their forces. Upper plane? Do you mean the Sunlu realm? Su Maoyong had heard about some things about the upper plane when he was in Huangquan Road before, and he also promised to help Mu Qiongtian revive the Xianxin Empire at that time. So he was not unfamiliar with the Sunlu realm. She knew and nodded. Yes, I don't know much about it, but I heard from my ancestors that there was a very powerful person in our Jiuyo realm. After entering the Sunlu realm, he made extraordinary achievements and reached a height that we can hardly imagine. Jiuyo realm is his hometown. He has a deep affection for this land. Therefore, in order to protect Jiuyo realm from being invaded by the strong people from the upper plane, he set up a formation at the entrance to the Sunlu realm, which became the current Biling realm. Does it mean that people from the Nine Netherworld can enter the Sunlu realm through the Northern Spirit realm, but people from the Sunlu realm cannot reach the Nine Netherworld through the Northern Spirit realm? Su Maoyong didn't expect this history, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. She knew and nodded after pondering. Well, you can say that. However, the Northern Spirit Realm is an independent space, and the strong men from the Sunlu realm can still descend on this city. But they just can't break the formation and walk out of it. Of course, if people here want to enter the Sunlu realm, they also need the strong men from the Sunlu realm to lead them. Then what about the battle at the top of the cloud they are talking about? Su Maoyong asked more curiously. In fact, the super strong man who walked out of the Nine Netherworld set up an independent space formation. In addition to defending against the invasion of strong men from the upper plane, he also wanted to promote the younger generation of the Nine Netherworld to develop in the Sunlu realm. So, the Cloud Peak battle is actually a competition for selecting talents from the upper plane. As long as you meet their requirements, you can be led by the strong men from the upper plane into the Sunlu realm, join their forces, and get the best training. Su Maoyong nodded in sudden enlightenment when he heard this. It turns out that the North Spirit Realm is the entrance to the Sunlu realm. If the geniuses of the Nine Netherworld want to practice in the Sunlu realm, they must enter the North Spirit Realm and participate in the Cloud Peak battle. They will be selected by the strong men from the upper plane and win their favor before they are qualified to be taken to the Sunlu realm. I think that the Cloud Peak battle is definitely a great battle. After all the geniuses in the Nine Netherworld will gather together to compete for the ticket to enter the Sunlu realm. It is hard to imagine how grand the battle is. No wonder the woman in yellow was so longing and yearning when she talked about the Cloud Peak battle. Seeing the grace and battle of countless geniuses is indeed a feast that cannot be missed. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong became a little interested in the Cloud Peak battle. For such a feast, the forces of Finchua Tianqing and Fengqi Empire should be present. Right? Yeah. Sure. Even if they are not qualified to participate, everyone will go to join in the fun. After all, the Cloud Peak battle is held only once every 10 years. Not only can we see the gathering of geniuses, but also the strong men from the upper plane. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. When Shinua talked about the Cloud Peak battle, he was also full of awe. It can be seen that this competition is an extremely sacred existence in the minds of countless people. Su Maoyong heard this. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he obviously had an idea, and continued to ask, in the Battle of Yunding, can we take the other party's life in the battle? What are the conditions for joining the forces of Sunlu realm? Shinua didn't expect her to ask this suddenly, and was slightly surprised. She answered honestly, well, yes. The strong men in Sunlu realm only care about winning or losing, not life or death. As for the conditions, I really don't know, because the conditions are too harsh. I only know that 10 years ago, only Emperor Yunlu and Lord Finchen met the requirements to enter Sunlu realm. But they couldn't let go of the matter of Jiuyo realm. and they were too young. So they rejected the strong men in Sun Luo realm. Hearing this, Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head, and had to sigh that Jun Haocong and Feng Mox's courage was indeed unmatched by ordinary people. So many geniuses are trying their best to squeeze in, but they are good at refusing. I don't know how many people will be angry to death. However, this is in line with their style. They don't like being constrained. If they join the forces of Sun Luo realm, they will definitely not be as free as they are now. Seeing Su Maoyang lost in thought, Shi Nuo probably guessed her thoughts and couldn't help asking, "Master, are you planning to participate in the Cloud Peak battle and join the forces of Sun Luo realm?" Su Maoyang shook her head slightly when she heard this. Her eyes, which had become ordinary because of the disguise, flashed a bright light like a gemstone, and there was murderous intent inside. Then she raised the corners of her lips and grinned a cold arc. "No! I'm just going to kill people." She originally planned to seek revenge on the forces of Fengqi Empire and Fengxue Tianqing. Since they were all going to gather together, she didn't have to act separately and could just kill them all at once, which would save a lot of trouble. Hearing this, not only Shi Nuo, but also the Wei family brothers and sisters and Master Wei, who were sitting next to them, were shocked. They opened their eyes wide and felt a chill on their backs. She was going to the Northern Spirit Realm to kill people? Did they hear it wrong? That place was a place where countless geniuses and powerful people gathered. And she actually dared to kill people. Auntie Lu heard this and snorted coldly, thinking it was ridiculous. "I think she is not only a liar, but also a lunatic. I really don't know how you could believe her and follow her." Shi Nuo heard her muttering again and glared at her unhappily. "If you don't want to go with my master, I can throw you down now." Auntie Lu glanced down and was immediately frightened by the bottomless height. She shrank her head and shut up and dared not speak. Shi Nuo understood what Su Maoyang meant. Her master was obviously planning to retaliate against the forces of Fengqi Empire and Fengxue Tianqing openly and suppress them with the strongest attitude. Realizing this, Shi Nuo nodded in agreement. The Battle of Yunding will be in 2 months, and the master can go to the Northern Spirit Realm to prepare now. Chapter 1793, The Ancient City Floating in the Air. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. She was about to enter the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. With her own strength, it should not be a problem to deal with the middle stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. In addition, there were Spirit Beasts, Dragon Harp, Divine Patterns, Pure World Green Lotus Platform, Divine Martial Arts and Elixirs to help. I believe that even if she faced the late stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, she would have a chance of winning. The only thing that was a bit suspenseful was that it would be a bit difficult to face the peak Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. However, she still had 2 months of training time. If she could refine the divine pattern palm print and puppet, even those ancestors who stood at the peak of strength should not be able to do anything to her. Therefore, Su Maoyang was still very confident when she went to the Northern Spiritual Realm this time. Of course, the most important thing is that she can't wait any longer. Thinking of the tragic death of the Blood Battle Group and the Spirit Beasts, she now wants to tear those old guys in the burning Blood Sky City into pieces. However, before that, she also wants them to taste the despair of losing their disciples and relatives. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes, with a cold feeling floating in them, and then looked at Wei Shirui and Wei Zhishu, and said, "I have to go to the Northern Spirit Realm, so I can only send you to the Maple Forest Empire first and settle down. You can rest assured that there are my friends there who can take good care of you." When Wei Shirui heard that she was going to the Northern Spirit Realm, she was also very interested and said excitedly, "I don't want to go to the Maple Forest Empire. I also want to go to the Northern Spirit Realm with you. I have heard Song Yiwen and others praise that place so much, and I also want to see it." Wei Shirui was born in a poor family, and she had no chance to go to such a high-end place before. However, she had heard a lot of legends about the Northern Spiritual World, and her heart was already full of desire for it. Now that she finally had the opportunity to go there, how could she be willing to miss it? Master Wei saw Wei Shirui's face full of excitement, and although Wei Zhishu next to her didn't say anything, his eyes were also full of expectations, so he already had an idea in his heart. Wei Zhishu, this child, has good spiritual power and combat power. With his own efforts, he has reached the strength of an early postnatal monarch spiritual master, which is very impressive. Unfortunately, their family has no money and power, and there is no way to send him to the academy for formal training. Not only that, but he also has to bear the burden of life and support the livelihood of the whole family. So he has always felt that he owed this son. Now, he knows that Jishu yearns for spiritual power and strength. How can he bear to let him miss such a feast? I believe that even if he joins in the fun and stands by to watch, it will be a very happy thing for him. Thinking of this, Master Wei smiled and nodded, rarely agreeing with Wei Shiru's words. Miss Su, please take us to the Northern Spirit Realm. I am an old man who has never seen such a big scene in my life. It would be good to see the world. Wei Shiru was very excited to see that her father agreed. She hugged Su Maoyang's arm and pretended to be wronged and begged, Sister Suemo, please be kind and take me with you. I heard that Emperor Yunlu and Lord Finshan are both extremely handsome and stunning. They are super geniuses standing at the top of the 9 Netherworld. I dream of seeing their style. I don't ask for too much. When the time comes, as long as I can see them from a distance behind the crowd, I will be satisfied and will definitely not cause you any trouble. She knew I couldn't help laughing when she heard her praise Emperor Zun and Fentianjin like gods. If she knew that she was holding the Emperor consort of Yunlu, she didn't know what she would think. So, if she really went with Su Maoyang, she would not only see them from a distance, but she would probably be able to talk to Emperor Zun and Fentianjin. After all, she knew I saw clearly during this period that not only Emperor Yunlu loved her master to the bone, but even Fentianjin loved her deeply. However, her master seemed to have a great grudge with Fentianjin and didn't like him. Of course, it was understandable. She heard that Emperor Yunlu had been killed by Feng Moxie and had been silent for many years. Her master loved Emperor Zun deeply, so it was impossible for her to have a good face to the enemy who killed her lover. Seeing Wei Shirui's eager look, she knew also felt a little soft-hearted and reminded Su Maoyang. Master, the journey is long. We are going back to Maple Forest Empire now. And then from Maple Forest Empire to Northern Spirit Realm. It will take nearly 20 days on the road. I am afraid that there will be no time to prepare by then. Her master is facing a person who is at the top, so it is better to be fully prepared and act again. Su Maoyang felt that time was a little tight when he heard it. Seeing Wei Zhishu and Wei Shirui staring at him expectantly, he really couldn't bear to refuse. He nodded in compromise. Well, okay. When the time comes, you follow me. Don't run around. Let's meet up with the people of the Dongfang family first. Since all the forces of the Maple Forest Empire are going there, she doesn't have to worry too much. Although the Maple Forest Empire is the weakest of the 4 countries, the elders who are at the top are still quite powerful. Hearing Su Maoyang's agreement, Wei Shirui smiled and hugged Su Maoyang tightly, even wanting to kiss him. Su Maoyang was so scared that she pushed her away immediately. This little girl was too enthusiastic, and she couldn't resist. It must be said that the Northern Spirit Realm, located in the northernmost part of the 9 Nether Realm, is indeed very far away from the 4 empires. Even if they sat on the Tontian Flamingo, which is famous for its speed, it took them nearly 10 days to reach this legendary ancient city composed of formations. Surprisingly, this ancient city is actually suspended in the air, like an ancient castle in the air. Just looking at the appearance, it feels magnificent and magnificent. It is worthy of being a holy place that countless geniuses yearn for. Seeing the scene in front of him, even Su Maoyang's pupils flashed a touch of surprise. Not to mention Wei Zhishu and others. Hold on. We are going to enter the city. Su Maoyang saw that there was a power fluctuation outside the ancient city in the air, which was obviously the power of the formation, and immediately reminded with a solemn look. Hearing this, everyone in the Wei family was shocked and immediately grabbed the Tontian Flamingo tightly, preparing themselves mentally. At this time, the Tontian Flamingo jumped directly into the sky, like an arrow from a string, and broke into the formation. Su Maoyang only felt a terrifying force vibrating through her body, but it did not hurt her at all. This lasted for half a cup of tea, and Su Maoyang saw the haze in front of her gradually dissipate, revealing the original appearance of this ancient city. Sitting on the Tontian Flamingo, Su Maoyang looked down at the city from a high position and found that there were a lot of cars and people here, shoulder to shoulder, and a constant stream of people. Even the restaurants, inns, and shops on both sides were decorated like a palace, magnificent and towering into the sky. And there were no vendors on the street, perhaps because they were too rich. No one was willing to set up stalls on the street. At a glance, the streets were very clean, and the buildings on both sides were also magnificent. The degree of prosperity was not comparable to any city in any country. Chapter 1794 met an old acquaintance from Fengshuishan City. The Wei family had always lived in a remote town, and had never seen such a scene before. They were stunned and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Su Maoyang was a man who had seen the world after all. The surprise in his eyes flashed, and then he let the Tontian flamingo land on the ground, jumped down from it, and said to them, "I want to buy some things. I have to go to the trading house first." She was in need of spiritual power stones for cultivation, so she had to get the spiritual power stones before settling down. She knew and nodded in understanding and hurriedly followed. Seeing the two people leave, Wei Zhishu came back to his senses and immediately urged, "Hurry up. Don't fall behind." Wei Shirwei was awakened by his roar and nodded repeatedly, while chasing after them. She exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! I have never seen such a prosperous city. It's like a dream. I wonder if Fengchi Kyoto is so prosperous." Andy Liu on the side also widened her eyes, looked around curiously, and agreed, "Yes, I haven't seen it either. This city is probably worth 100 Anlin cities." People passing by heard their exaggerated exclamations and cast strange looks at Auntie Liu and others, and then laughed at them sarcastically. "Ha. Look at those bumpkins. I don't know which small county they came from, but they dare to compare Fengchi Kyoto with Bailingjai. It's really embarrassing. Ha. Understand? After all, they have never seen such a big scene. It's normal to be excited." As he spoke, a group of people who passed by suddenly laughed and were full of disdain for Su Maoyang and his group. Wei Shirwei heard the laughter and realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately restrained her expression and followed Su Maoyang obediently, trying not to embarrass her. However, Su Maoyang never cared about other people's eyes. After asking a few passers-by, she ran to the trading house. The trading house here is also not comparable to the trading houses in other capitals. At a glance, the whole trading house is like a tower, with more than 10 floors. It can be seen from a distance before you get close. It is particularly eye-catching. What is even more shocking is that even if Su Maoyang and others walked into the trading house and followed the signs to the 3rd floor where spiritual stones and treasures were sold, they still saw densely packed people, no less than the hall, which shows how hot the business here is. However, just when Su Maoyang was shocked, he heard a quarrel at the counter in front. "We ordered these spiritual stones first and paid the deposit a few days ago. Why should we give them to you?" "Yes, there is always a first-come first-served rule when buying things. Moreover, we paid the money a few days ago. You are now forcibly occupying them. Isn't that too much?" The familiar voice filled Su Maoyang's ears, which shocked her. She immediately pushed aside the crowd and looked forward. At this glance, she actually found the figures of Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, Mu Jichen and others. But they seemed to have encountered some troubles. They were surrounded by a group of young men and women, and they were so angry that their faces were red and their eyes were gnashing. Sure enough, the next second, Su Maoyang heard a man in a purple brocade robe standing opposite them sneer with disdain. "What do you mean by forcible occupation? Keep your mouth shut. I'm buying it with real money. Everyone knows the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm. No matter what it is, the highest bidder wins. There's no such thing as first come first served. If you can't pay that much, get out of here and don't embarrass yourself." The other young man in yellow standing next to the man in black also laughed. "Ha. I thought the people of Maple Forest Empire were too ashamed to come to the Northern Spirit Realm to join in the fun. But I didn't expect them to be so thick-skinned that they even came to buy spiritual power stones. What? With your level, do you want to compete for tickets to enter the Sanluo realm?" Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and took a closer look at the group of people who embarrassed the Dongfang siblings and the Xiao siblings. Unexpectedly, he found several familiar figures. The man in purple brocade robe and domineering words was Lung Machen, the son of the Lung family in Fenshue Tianqing. The two beautiful women beside him were the sisters Leng Shiyue and Leng Shiqing. You should know that these 3 siblings had a deep grudge with Su Maoyang and Fenshue Tianqing. Not only did they oppose her everywhere, but the Ling sisters also asked Pang Jianyuan to call the president of the Alchemy Guild and the deans of the 3 colleges to encircle her and the Blood Battle Group. They were the direct murderers who caused the tragic deaths of the Blood Battle Group and the Spirit Beasts. Su Maoyang remembered this account very clearly. As for the man in yellow who started to mock her, it was Xiao Luoheng, who had never been on good terms with her. If Su Maoyong remembered correctly, Xiao Luoheng was a good friend of Yan Lingyu. He had been pursuing Leng Xuqing. As long as Leng Xuqing was there, he would usually be there. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong couldn't help but shift his gaze to the man standing next to him, wearing a black brocade robe, with extraordinary temperament, and becoming more and more handsome. Yan Lingyu, the man who had many entanglements with her. Su Maoyong remembered it very clearly. He was once granted a marriage alliance with her, but because he loved Leng Shiyue, he refused to marry her. He also made a scene in front of Finch and June and was almost beheaded. Therefore, he hated her to the core and made things difficult for her everywhere. These people are all old acquaintances with her who have a lot of grievances with her. However, in addition to this, there are 4 men and women with extraordinary temperament standing among them. They look similar to the Leng family brothers and sisters and Yan Lingyu. They should be the descendants of the Leng family and the Yin family. Just from their aura, their strength seems to be much stronger than the Leng family brothers and sisters and Yan Lingyu. Speaking of which, Su Maoyong knew when he was in Finchue Tiancheng that the Leng family and the Yin family had a good relationship, and it was common for their descendants to walk together. Of course, 2 years have passed, and I believe that the strength of Yan Lingyu and others has also made great progress, and they will never be weaker than the disciples of other families. Thinking of this, a roar broke out again in front. Don't go too far. Do you really think that I am afraid of you when I am in the Maple Forest Empire? Donphan Liyue was very angry. Her face flushed, and she roared in anger. The man in blue standing in the middle, who looked somewhat similar to Leng Machen, glanced at Donphan Liyue with contempt and said in a cold voice, "What? Are you going to fight? I am ready to fight you anytime." Seeing the other party's aggressiveness, Donphan Liyue knew that they were no match for him, and hurriedly persuaded Donphan Liyue, "Forget it. Just give them the spiritual power stone, and we will come back another day." Brother, how can this be? Recently, too many forces have come to the Northern Spirit Realm. In order to prepare for the competition, everyone is scrambling to buy spiritual power stones. We have been queuing for several days before it is our turn. If we give it to them, I don't know when we will have to wait for the next time. Donphan Liyue was so anxious that she jumped up and down, and resolutely refused to give them the spiritual power stone that she had waited for so hard. Chapter 1795. Follow the rules. It's really hilarious. You bunch of rubbish. Even if you bought the spirit stones, wouldn't you still be knocked down when you stand on the stage? Knowing that the spirit stones are in short supply, you still occupy them and refuse to give them to the truly useful people. It's simply a waste of resources. People, you still need to have some self-knowledge. Otherwise you will lose face for your Maple Forest Empire. Leng Xuqing snorted sarcastically, with an expression of indescribable contempt. In her opinion, whether Donphan Liyue and others bought spirit stones or not, the result would be the same, and it would be a waste of the best spirit stones. Donphan Liyue was so angry that she wanted to break free from Donphan Yaoyu's restraints and rushed up to tear her mouth apart. "Let me go!" Donphan Liyue might not be as strong as them, but everyone has self-esteem. How could she swallow the humiliation of their Maple Forest Empire? You guys still want to fight? Don't you think about your own weight? Although killing is not allowed in the Northern Spirit Realm before the competition, it is still very easy to cripple you. Do you want to try? At this time, a woman in a green dress next to Leng Xuqing stood up, exuding a strong aura. Her appearance is more outstanding than Leng Shiyue, and she looks younger than them. But she speaks with full confidence and is extremely domineering. You can tell at a glance that this person is not weak. Hearing this, Donphan Liyue, Mu Jichen and others all changed their faces. They have been in the Northern Spirit Realm for half a month and have already learned the rules here. In order to ensure that the strong men in this Lua realm can select satisfactory seedlings, the Lord of the Realm prohibits all forces from killing in the Northern Spirit Realm before the competition, because there are many strong men of the older generation who come here. If they kill talented people with good potential, it will be a big loss for the forces of Lua Realm. Therefore, once someone is found to have broken the rules, the Realm Master will not only give extremely severe punishment, but also permanently deprive the other party of the qualification to enter the Northern Spirit Realm. Of course, the forces of all parties also do not want to have a conflict on the eve of the game, because if they really fight, it is obvious that both forces will end up in a lose-lose situation, and no one will be happy. Once their disciples are injured, they will lose their competitiveness in the Cloud Peak battle. which is a devastating blow to them. After all, the Cloud Peak battle is held only once every 10 years. How many decades can they wait? And the Cloud Peak battle must require that the young generation under the age of 30 can participate. So if the young generation now misses this opportunity, they will basically have no chance to participate in the Cloud Peak battle and Sunlua realm. Moreover, in order to let them compete at their truest level, the strong men of Sunlua realm defined the battle at the top of the cloud as a battle of life and death. So if they had any grudges, they could completely resolve them on the stage. If they couldn't resolve them on the stage, they could resolve them after the game. Because as long as the strong men of Sunlua realm selected satisfactory disciples, all the disputes and grudges here had nothing to do with them, and they would naturally not intervene to stop them. Therefore, on the eve of the game, the North Spirit realm was very harmonious. No one dared to really kill, and no one would be so impulsive as to fight and cause trouble at such a critical moment. Even if there were grudges, they would be resolved in the battle or after the game. Everyone knew that the key was to concentrate on training and prepare for war. Moreover, Dongfang Yaoyu and others knew that their Maple Forest Empire was no match for Burning Blood City. If they really quarreled, they would be the only ones to suffer. Thinking of this, they clenched their fingers in humiliation, and their faces turned pale. However, just when they were about to compromise, a crisp voice suddenly rose. "Boss, I want all the spiritual power stones they bought." Hearing someone interrupt, Dongfang's siblings, Xiaohu's siblings and others, and the group of people from Burning Blood City turned their heads to look. In this way, Su Maoyang walked slowly in their surprised eyes. Because Su Maoyang and Shinua had changed their appearance, Dongfang Liua and others did not recognize her, but just looked at her curiously. The people from Burning Blood City looked depressed and frowned, as if they did not expect someone to intervene and buy the spiritual power stones they bought. "Which faction are you from? Didn't you see that we are about to buy the spiritual power stones?" Lung Xuqing saw an ordinary-looking woman coming over, and a trace of contempt flashed across her eyes, and she asked in a cold voice. But Su Maoyang didn't even look at her, and directly ignored her questioning. She came to the counter and asked the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, how many spiritual power stones do you have here?" The shopkeeper answered honestly, "This batch has a total of 1 million high-grade spiritual power stones. But they have been bought by these guests from Finchua Tianqing, so the girl can only come back another day." Su Maoyang was a little surprised to hear that it was a high-grade spiritual power stone. The quality and spiritual power contained in the high-grade spiritual power stone are several times that of ordinary spiritual power stones. So if she can buy 1 million high-grade spiritual power stones, it will be enough for her to practice. Thinking of this, she nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll buy all the 1 million high-quality spiritual power stones." Hearing this, the Ling family brothers and sisters, and Yan Lingyu and others beside them opened their eyes wide in shock, and were very surprised by her actions. And Ling Xuqing, who was ignored, roared angrily, "Asshole! Didn't you hear what I said just now? These spiritual power stones have been bought by us. Why are you still buying them?" Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and then glanced at her coldly. "Didn't you just say that the rule of the Northern Spirit Realm is that the highest bidder gets everything? Now I plan to offer a higher price to buy these spiritual power stones. Is there anything wrong?" Lung Xuqing was immediately blocked and speechless. Lung Xiuyue on the side narrowed her eyes and said sinisterly, "How dare you snatch the things we bought? You are so brave." Su Maoyang grinned and pointed at Dongfang Liua and others. "As far as I know, these spiritual stones were originally set by them. They paid for them a few days ago, but they were snatched away by you in the end. Is your snatching called the highest bidder wins? But mine is not called. What kind of rule is this? Is it set by you? The Burning Blood City? You are looking for death." In terms of eloquence, Lung Xiuyue was not Su Maoyang's opponent 2 years ago, let alone now. So she was blocked and couldn't speak. Wei Zhishu behind him saw that the people of Burning Blood City were half dead because of Su Maoyang, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly pulled her. "Miss Su, we can't afford to offend Burning Blood City." Although he knew that Su Maoyang was not afraid of trouble, he didn't expect that she would be so brave that she dared to provoke even the forces of Burning Blood City. Aunt Lu was so angry when she saw this that she jumped up and down. "I told you not to follow her, but you didn't believe me. Look, she not only messed with the city lord's mansion, but now she even messed with Burning Blood City. She's a lunatic." Chapter 1796 Fighting for the Spiritual Power Stone. Hearing this and seeing this scene, Master Wei, Wei Zhishu, and Wei Shirui were all powerless to refute. In their opinion, Su Maoyang's move was indeed a bit crazy. Burning Blood Sky City was a country ruled by Lord Burning Heaven. It was a strong country with many powerful people. It was a hard bone that was not easy to chew. She might not care about the city lord's mansion, but Burning Blood Sky City, even the Fengqi Empire had to take it into consideration, let alone her. Lung Shuyue and others saw that the group of people behind Su Maoyang seemed to be very afraid of Burning Blood Sky City. They immediately guessed that they were not from any big family or big power, and couldn't help but sneered. Your friend is more self-aware, and knows that Burning Blood Sky City is not something you can afford to provoke. Xiao Luoheng saw that the Ling sisters were frustrated. As a pursuer, he naturally had to stand up and help. Sure enough, after these words fell, the Ling sisters all giggled, and it was obvious that they were very satisfied with Xiao Luoheng's sarcasm. In addition, several men and women with extraordinary temperament standing beside them also jumped up to mock, sneering at Su Maoyang and others. Only Yanling Yu frowned slightly, and looked at Su Maoyang seriously. His expression did not show any mockery, but rather a bit of strangeness. Because of this tone and sharp words, he was very familiar with it, just like someone. But he heard that the man was besieged by countless strong men, and was seriously injured. There was almost no possibility of survival. He died 2 years ago in all likelihood, so it was impossible for him to appear here. Thinking of this, Yanling Yu's mouth corners pulled up a sad arc, and his heart was actually aching. He didn't expect that he would miss someone for so long, knowing that person couldn't live in this world, and that person wouldn't like him. Su Maoyang didn't notice Yanling Yu's gaze, but directly said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, 1 million spiritual stones. I'll offer twice the price than them. You won't refuse this business, right? When the shopkeeper heard the price was twice as high, his eyes suddenly filled with surprise. But facing the murderous eyes of several guests from Fengqi Tianqing, he was still somewhat embarrassed. It's just that they have already bought it. This is not easy to handle. Humph. What's so difficult about it? You just ignored the guests, who made reservations a few days ago, and sold it directly to the guests, who came to the door temporarily. Isn't it quite neat? Su Maoyang snorted coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. The shopkeeper was embarrassed by her retort, but he could only smile and nod for the sake of profit, and then handed the card to Lung Machen. Sir, I can't sell you this spiritual stone. However, I saw that you are also a wise man and know the rules here, so I won't explain too much. Please forgive me. Lung Machen never thought that his words would pit him. He was so angry that his face turned black on the spot, and he roared angrily, How can you not keep your word? It was obviously us who bought it first. Sir, I'm really sorry. There are not so many first come first served in this world. If you have the ability, you can offer a higher price. Otherwise get out. Don't embarrass yourself here. Su Maoyang returned the words they had just used to humiliate Dongfang Liyue and others, and immediately made the other party angry. At this time, a woman in a white dress was not convinced. She took out a pill and put it on the counter. She said domineeringly, The money just now, plus this holy product silver feather heavenly pill, is enough to buy the 1 million spiritual power stones. The shopkeeper was shocked when he saw that it was a holy elixir. You know, holy elixirs are elixirs that can only be made by alchemists of the Danshan level. It is impossible to find elixirs of this level on the market, unless you personally find a Danshan alchemist and exchange them with the conditions they are interested in. Otherwise, you can't buy it no matter how much money you have. And this girl actually used this priceless treasure to exchange for the spirit stone, which can be described as luxury. At this time, Lung Shuyue and others saw the shopkeeper's expression and smiled proudly. You know, Shin Yaki is the favorite disciple of the president of the Alchemy Guild, and the president of the guild was promoted to the early stage of Danshan a year ago. As his favorite student, Shin Yaki naturally has no shortage of precious elixirs, and this holy silver feather sky pill is one of them. Thinking of this, Lung Shuyue couldn't help laughing. TSK. 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 What should we do? Don't even mention twice the price. You can't even buy the spiritual power stone if you offer 4 times the price now. Seeing this scene, the Wei family and Dongfang Liyue and others were all shocked. The people of Fengqi Tianqing are so generous that it is really difficult to compete with them. Although Wei Zhishu knew that Su Maoyang had an amazing master, this was a holy medicine after all. Even a large bottle of supreme medicine was not enough. Thinking of this, Wei Zhishu frowned and worriedly advised, "Miss Su, let's go. This place is not for us to come." After seeing the generosity of these big forces, Wei Zhishu has deeply felt that they are not from the same world and cannot be compared at all. Even if he stands here, he obviously feels that he is out of place and is only worthy of being a laughing stock of others. Su Maoyang ignored him, raised his eyebrows slightly, took out a medicine bottle, and put it on the table. "It just so happens that I also have a holy medicine here. I'm sorry, I can't give you this spiritual stone." Hearing this, the Ling family siblings and Xiao Luoheng and others were shocked and instantly stopped smiling. The shopkeeper didn't expect there was a holy medicine, and was surprised again. He immediately opened the medicine bottle and looked inside. Then he was shocked and dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide, and he couldn't even speak clearly. "It's Yuannong. Yuannong Buddha Earth Pill." Qin Yaki didn't take it seriously when she heard Yuannong Buddha Earth Pill. She snorted disdainfully. Although Yuannong Buddha Earth Pill is also a holy medicine, it is not as rare as my Silver Feather Heaven Pill in terms of the rarity of the medicinal materials. Therefore, my pill is better. Su Maoyang raised his lips and smiled with an ambiguous meaning. "Really? What about the 30 pills?" Qin Yaki suddenly heard this and didn't quite understand what she meant. However, before she asked, she saw the shopkeeper trembling with his hands, pouring all the pills in the medicine bottle on the table, and counting them carefully. "My God, 30 pills. 30 Yuannong Buddha Earth pills." Seeing this scene, Qin Yaki and others were all stunned and opened their mouths in disbelief. Master Wei, Wei Zhishu and Aunt Lu couldn't believe their eyes. They wiped them repeatedly and shook their heads in shock. "I'm not dreaming. Am I?" Master Wei looked at Wei Zhishu and asked him for confirmation. "If this is a dream, it's too real." Wei Zhishu himself was shocked. Aunt Lu on the side was unwilling to believe it, and immediately came forward to confirm with the shopkeeper again and again. "You can't be mistaken. Right? Is this really a holy medicine?" Chapter 1797 Crazy Scramble for Holy Pills. "What are you talking about? I have been the shopkeeper here for so many years. I have seen all kinds of treasures. How could I be wrong? This is a real holy pill. It is definitely not fake." Hearing someone questioning his vision, the shopkeeper immediately scolded angrily. This is simply an insult to him. Aunt Lu was shocked by his roar, and her eyes widened, and her pupils were filled with horror. "It's true. It's actually true. This female liar actually took out so many holy pills. Could it be that what Wei Zhishu said before was true? The high-quality pills he got were also real?" Actually, Aunt Lu was shocked in her heart, raised her head stiffly, and looked at Su Maoyang with an expression that was indescribably embarrassed. She had always regarded him as a liar, and said a lot of unpleasant things before. But she didn't know that he really had such a powerful pill. What a mistake. Speaking of which, not only Aunt Lu, but even the people passing by were scared. Originally, one holy pill was enough to attract attention, and now 30 holy pills appeared at once. Such a thrilling scene. How could it not cause a sensation? So, when they heard the shopkeeper personally confirm the quality of the holy pill, everyone was shocked and rushed forward to surround Su Maoyang, Wei Zhishu and others. One of the tall and strong men directly took out a bag full of spiritual power stones and negotiated. "Girl, if you are short of spiritual power stones, I have some here. I wonder if I can exchange them for a holy pill. I have some too. I have some too. And I also want to exchange spiritual power stones for a holy pill with you." Another tall and relatively thin man in the crowd also immediately took out a bag and looked at Su Maoyang expectantly. With the two people taking the lead, the others also took out their bags and handed them to Su Maoyang, all with some flattering smiles on their faces, looking forward to her answer. Su Maoyang was in need of spiritual power stones, so naturally he accepted all the offers. He nodded slightly and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, I will take 3 holy pills to buy your spiritual power stones, which should be enough." The shopkeeper knew that the person who could take out so many holy pills at once must be extraordinary. So he changed his previous attitude, put on a flattering smile on his face, and hurriedly responded, "Enough? Of course it's enough." Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. and then took back the remaining pills and began to distribute them to those who wanted to trade spiritual power stones with him. Everyone had never encountered the good thing of exchanging spiritual power stones for holy pills, which caused everyone to rush forward, fearing that they would miss this opportunity of pie in the sky. So, for a while, the counter was surrounded by people and squeezed into a ball. The Wei family, Dongfang Liu and others, and the group of people from Finshua Tianqian were all stunned when they saw such a hot scene. They never expected that Su Maoyang's move not only exchanged the shopkeeper's 1 million spiritual power stones, but also attracted a large group of people with spiritual power stones to trade with her. And looking at the number displayed on these storage bags, it was not a small amount. However, it is understandable that those who can come here are people with some background and some financial resources, so they are naturally more generous. However, seeing Su Maoyang surrounded by everyone and having countless spiritual power stones to take, the Lung family brothers and sisters, the Yin family brothers and sisters, Qin Yaki and others all looked uncomfortable and gloomy, with extremely ugly expressions. After all, they were just proud of themselves for buying spiritual power stones with holy elixirs. But they were slapped in the face the next second. I believe that no matter who encounters such a thing, they will not be happy. At this time, Lung Shuyue saw this and snorted unconvincedly. Even if you buy more spiritual power stones, it's useless if you can't absorb them. I have never seen such a stupid person actually using so many holy elixirs to buy spiritual power stones that are not needed at all. Yes, the human body absorbs limited spiritual power. Absorbing too much spiritual power exceeds the body's load, which is harmful to the body and not conducive to cultivation. She bought so many spiritual power stones crazily. It is obvious that she is an outsider at a glance. She thinks that the more spiritual power, the better. It is really naive. A man who looks a bit like Yin Lingyu also shook his head sarcastically. It can be seen that he despises Su Maoyang's behavior. A man with extraordinary temperament beside Lung Machan saw that they were left out and felt frustrated. He didn't want to stay any longer and directly said, "You don't have any spiritual power stones left. Why are you still standing here? Are you making fun of yourself?" After that, the man left with a wave of his sleeves. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed him. However, this man dared to steal their things, so they took note of it. At this time, Yin Lingyu took a deep look at Su Maoyang, who was drowned in the crowd, and some strange emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He remembered that the man also had many powerful pills, because she was an excellent alchemist. If she hadn't died 2 years ago, according to such an amazing talent, her current alchemy skills should be very powerful. "Lingyu, why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up?" Lung Shuyue found that he hadn't caught up for a long time, so she stopped and called out to him. Yin Lingyu came to his senses when he heard the shout and quickly followed him. However, just as Lung Shuyue and others left, Song Yuan, He Haiping and Jing Hongru walked into the trading house and prepared to buy some spiritual stones. But who knew that when they went up to the 3rd floor, they saw a large group of people surrounding the counter, as if they were scrambling for something. Song Yuan and the other two were a little curious, and then they walked over quickly and pulled a young man to ask, "What are you doing?" The young man saw that they didn't know, and explained excitedly, "Everyone is scrambling for the holy pill. Yuan Buddha Earth Pill. You know, this pill can't be bought no matter how much money you have. Today, I finally came across 30 pills. How can I miss such an opportunity?" When they heard about 30 holy pills, Song Yuan and others were shocked. They had just arrived at the northern spiritual realm, and they were already stunned by the luxurious buildings on the street. They didn't expect that this trading house was even more terrifying. There were actually 30 holy pills. The northern spiritual realm was too rich. Thinking of this, the three of them took a deep breath of cold air in shock. And then Song Yuan continued to ask, "How much is this holy pill? Why are so many of you scrambling for it?" "No money. Just spiritual stones. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The young man was so excited that his face flushed, as if he had picked up a treasure. Hearing this, Song Yuan, Jing Hongru, and He Haiping looked at each other in shock, and then immediately pushed through the crowd and squeezed in to see what was going on. Chapter 1798. It's so embarrassing. Just as they squeezed in, they saw a few familiar figures, and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Isn't this Wei Zhishu's family, and the liar who sells fake medicine? Song Yuan thought she was dazzled, and couldn't help wiping her eyes. Jing Hongru and Yi Haiping were also shocked and widened their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet this group of people here. At this time, seeing that everyone was rushing to buy the pills in Su Maoyang's hand, Song Yiwen was shocked for a moment, and immediately reacted. She immediately shouted and stopped them. "Are you crazy? This woman is a liar. And the pills in her hand are all fake. You are being fooled by her." No wonder the man said that it was the first time he encountered the good thing of being able to buy holy pills with spiritual power stones. It turned out that someone was selling fake medicine. Before, she was still wondering why so many holy pills suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, everything was done by this liar. She took the fake pills and swindled everywhere, and even came to the northern spiritual realm. She was too bold. However, she didn't expect that the people in the northern spiritual realm would be so stupid, using so many spiritual stones to exchange for fake pills. She couldn't help but sigh. "You are too stupid. You can be fooled by such an obvious scam. It's a pity to waste so many spiritual stones." Everyone heard Song Yiwen's ridicule and immediately cast contemptuous eyes at her. Then someone shouted loudly, "You are the stupid one. I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually ran to the trading house to spread rumors and cause trouble. Yes, an idiot who can't even tell the truth from the false actually has the nerve to say that others are stupid, which is really ridiculous. If you don't know the goods, get out of here. Stop whining and delaying our business." Song Yiwen didn't expect that she would be scolded for reminding everyone not to be fooled with good intentions. She felt very aggrieved for a while. She is really a liar. We have seen her selling fake medicine before. Why don't you believe it? Liar? I think you are the liar. This holy medicine is personally tested by the shopkeeper, who has seen countless treasures. It is a genuine medicine. What do you know? You are just making a fuss here. Besides, everyone present is a well-informed rich kid. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you? With no vision and no knowledge? It's so funny. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. He doesn't even know the holy medicine. But he dares to interrupt. It's really embarrassing. Being ridiculed and humiliated by everyone. Song Yiwen, Jing Hongru, Yi Haiping and others felt like they were struck by thunder, and were immediately shocked. These pills have been inspected by the shopkeeper? How is that possible? How could this woman have so many holy pills? Song Yiwen couldn't accept this fact, and immediately asked the old man at the counter loudly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Do you want to ask an alchemist to check it, so as not to be cheated by her?" The shopkeeper has always had a bad temper. Once again, he was suspected, and could no longer control his anger. He roared angrily, "Get out! I am an alchemist. Who else should I ask to check it? You?" At this time, a young man next to him shook his head speechlessly. "Are you stupid? The shopkeeper is an alchemist of the Donzone level. He has been here for so many years, and has done business with many major forces. If he can't even recognize a pill, wouldn't it be a joke? Do you think that anyone can be the shopkeeper of the Northern Spiritual Realm Trading Company?" When Song Yiwen and the other two heard this, their faces turned pale as paper, and their expressions were uglier than if they had eaten shit. At this moment, they realized how wrong they were. They actually falsely accused the other party of selling fake medicine for the elixir that was recognized by the alchemists of the Dan sect. This time, they were really embarrassed. Originally, in order not to embarrass themselves in front of these big forces, they made full preparations before coming to the Northern Spirit Realm. Who knew that they would make such a big joke as soon as they arrived here? At this time, receiving the mocking eyes of everyone, the three of them wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Wei Shirwei was in a good mood when she saw them being humiliated. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I am dying of laughter. Song Yiwen, since you don't know the holy medicine, just say less. No one thinks you are dumb, but you are so stupid as to tell others that you are ignorant and don't know the goods. You are really amazing. You, don't be so arrogant. I heard that the city lord and Opagio are here too. If they know you are here, you will have a hard time." Song Yiwen was ridiculed by her, and was immediately dissatisfied. She retorted viciously. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and glanced at her sarcastically. "You may not have understood the situation yet. I can make people work for me with just a random holy pill in my hand. What is the city lord of Anlin City?" After hearing this, a man who didn't have a spiritual stone, but coveted a holy pill stood up immediately. Girl, give me a pill, and I will help you destroy them right away, so that you don't have any worries. I can help you solve it too. And me, I can do it too. At the same time, several men stood up to help Su Maoyang vent her anger. Seeing this, Su Maoyang felt a little funny. She found that the people here were too good at dealing with things and doing business. When Song Yiwen and the other two heard this, they saw that the fists of those men were suddenly surrounded by fierce spiritual power. They were immediately frightened and stammered. Okay, you are powerful. Let's wait and see. After saying this, they fled from the trading house. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. If they want to deal with the Wei family and the woman named Su Mo, they can go and inform the city lord. You know, the son of the city lord is a disciple of the Qingyan sect. He is on good terms with the children of several big families in Kyoto. She doesn't believe that a big man like Oshao can't deal with the Wei family. Wei Shirwei saw the other party running away like 3 stray dogs, and the corners of her mouth were cracked with laughter. Ha ha ha. I haven't seen them so embarrassed. So interesting. So relieved. Wei Zhishu's personality is much more stable, because he understands that although he is relieved now, there are still potential risks, such as that Mr. O. Thinking of this, he frowned with some worry. Su Maoyang didn't pay attention to the 3 people who were not enough to be her opponents. After getting a large number of spiritual power stones, she walked towards Dongfang Liu and others. Mu Jichen was so envious of Su Maoyang's many spiritual power stones that he immediately smiled and started to negotiate. Girl, you already have so many spiritual power stones, and you probably won't use them up in a short time. Why don't you sell some to us? The price is negotiable. As he said, Mu Jichen also winked at her, intending to seduce her with his beauty. Su Maoyang didn't expect that after not seeing him for a long time, he had fallen to the point of selling beauty to make a deal. Seeing this, Su Maoyang felt amused and handed the remaining spiritual power stones to him. No need. These spiritual power stones are for you. Chapter 1799. It's Su Mo. When Mu Jichen heard this, he opened his eyes in disbelief. Then he looked at Dongfang Liu, Xiaozian and others in surprise, and said excitedly, Did you see it? Did you see it? She actually wants to give us so many spiritual stones. This is my charm. The title of the most beautiful man is not for nothing. Su Maoyang knew that Mu Jichen was a handsome man in the Maple Forest Empire. He was always narcissistic, but he didn't expect that he was narcissistic to this extent. He immediately laughed and shook his head. Mu Jichen, you haven't changed at all. You still deserve a beating. When Mu Jichen heard that she actually called out his name, his smile froze and his expression froze. Then he thought of the holy elixir, and he finally reacted, exclaiming with surprise, Su Mo! It turned out to be you. Dongfang Liu, Dongfang Yu, Xiaoho Wanxian and Xiaoho Zian also opened their eyes in surprise when they heard this. Su Maoyang had changed his appearance before, and it seems that he changed his appearance this time as well. Thinking of this, Dongfang Liu rushed over excitedly, took Su Maoyang's hand, and jumped for joy. Ha ha ha. I was wondering who was so powerful and took out so many holy elixirs, but I didn't expect it to be you. Your surprise is too big. Ha ha. Yes, I was still wondering how someone could take out so many elixirs. I'm not surprised at all when I learned it was you. Xiaoho Zian also smiled and nodded. In his mind, Su Maoyang was a miracle. As long as it was her, any strange thing became a matter of course. Xiaoho Wanxian was worried about Su Maoyang's health, so she immediately rescued her from Dongfang Liu's hands, and looked at her carefully from head to toe. Did you get hurt this time in Fengqi Empire? Did anyone embarrass you? She knew that it must be very dangerous for Su Maoyang to go to such a place to look for strange fire, and she was worried because she hadn't come back for so long. So the first thing she did when she saw Su Maoyang was to confirm her safety. Su Maoyang patted her hand and comforted her. It's okay. I'm fine. I'm not injured. Don't worry. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Xiaoho Wanxian nodded with relief. Dongfang Youyu was also relieved to see that she was fine, and then asked, How is the matter going? Seeing that Su Maoyang had changed her appearance and there were several outsiders around her, he must have some concerns, so he just asked a symbolic question. Su Maoyang naturally understood what he meant and nodded gently. Well, it's done. Where are your father and the elders of your 6th uncle? Didn't they come? The Battle of Yunding. A competition that shocked the entire Joyo realm. How could they not come? It's just that they, King Gaolang, and your master have to lead the disciples of other academies here. There are a lot of people, which is troublesome. So they should still be on the way now. Don Fan Yu explained. Don Fan Liu nodded repeatedly. Yes. This time we didn't follow the main force. We came out with the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. My brother said that we lack experience. So after you left, we set off to some places for experience. Seeing that the time is almost up, we came directly to the Northern Spirit Realm. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Where are the disciples of the Red Star Alliance? Are they okay? When Mu Jichen saw her asking about the disciples of the Red Star Alliance, he immediately yelled in disgust. You are too biased. You care about them but not me. The leader? Don Fan Liu rolled her eyes at him and teased. If Su Emo really cares about you, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. They had seen the jealous Emperor Zun with their own eyes. When he got jealous, he was quite scary. After being reminded by Don Fan Liu, Mu Jichen immediately remembered that Su Maoyang invited him to dinner last time and left the Emperor Zun in the hall for a whole day to eat jealousy. Now when he recalled it, he was still terrified. I don't know if the Emperor Zun has a grudge against him, but I hope he has forgotten him completely. Thinking of this, Mu Jichen immediately restrained himself, behaved well, and slapped his mouth hard. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help shaking her head. For some reason, as long as she saw them talking to each other, her tense mood would relax and her mood would become very good. Maybe this is the power of family. Xiahou Wanxian knew that Su Maoyang was concerned about everything in the Maple Forest Empire, and hurriedly explained, the disciples of the Red Star Alliance are now in the Xingyuan. They are fine. Don't worry. Mu Jichen also nodded repeatedly, and then took the storage bag from Su Maoyang's hand with a quick movement, and divided more than a dozen bags among the Xiahou brothers and sisters and the Donfang brothers and sisters, and put the rest into his space ring. Donfang Liu saw this scene and immediately shouted, Why do you have so many bags? Mu Jichen said confidently, I'm going to give these to the Red Star Alliance. Donfang Liu listened and warned fiercely, You'd better give them. Donfang Yaoyu seemed to be used to their quarrels, and shook his head with a smile, and then looked behind Su Maoyang, Wei Zhishu's family, and asked with some doubts, Su Emo, who are they? Su Maoyang realized when he asked, Oh, I forgot to introduce them to you. They are the benefactors who took me and Shi Nguyen when I settled in Anlin City, Thingxi Empire. This is Master Wei. This is Aunt Lu. This is my brother Wei Zhishu. And this is my sister Wei Shirui. Hearing this introduction, Wei Zhishu scratched his head in shame. What kind of benefactors are we? To be honest, it was Su Emo who helped us a lot. Otherwise our family would have died long ago. Haha. You have helped a lot by taking her in. Thank you for taking care of her. Donfang Yaoyu smiled and waved his hand. Grateful. Xiahou Wanxian was considerate and invited enthusiastically. You look tired. You probably haven't settled down in the Northern Spirit Realm yet. Now the inns are basically full, so you can go back to Xingyuan with us. The disciples of the Red Star Alliance can squeeze in and vacate a few rooms. Donfang Liu nodded in agreement. Yes, it's time to eat. Let's go back and have a good meal first. Donfang Yaoyu glared at her unhappily. You only know how to eat. Humph. Xian doesn't even dislike me. I won't rely on you to support me in the future. Donfang Liu stuck out her tongue at him. Donfang Yaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this, and then patted Xiahou Xian's shoulder. Brother, I'll have to work hard for you in the future. Xiahou Xian glanced at Donfang Liu, and slowly raised a doting smile. It's not hard. I'm happy with it. Mu Jichen, who was standing next to him, saw the two people's affectionate look and was immediately stimulated to shiver. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'm going to vomit. They only know how to bully him who has no companion. Chapter 1800 Familiar People in the Dark Domain of Yunlu. After returning to Xingyuan, Mu Jichen called out all the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to learn that Su Maoyang had come. They all came forward enthusiastically and asked about her well-being. However, due to the presence of outsiders, they did not dare to casually reveal Su Maoyang's identity as the imperial concubine. They still treated her as a good friend as usual. Of course, in their minds, Su Maoyang was not an imperial concubine. Nor was she the imperial concubine of burning blood. Nor was she the elder sister of Yushu Tianzuan. She was just their life and death friend. Suimo, you have been away for so long. We must have missed you so much. Huapeng was particularly happy to see her, and greeted her with a smile. Su Maoyang looked at everyone, and saw that the number of people seemed to have increased a lot. There were only a dozen people before, but now there seemed to be 30 people. He couldn't help but laugh and teased. It seems that the Red Star Alliance has developed well. And there are so many members. Huapeng's face jumped with a little pride, and he introduced with some pride. These are only some of the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. They are quite strong. So we brought them out to train together. The rest of them came with the main force of the academy. Chu Shimfan, who was standing next to him, laughed flatteringly. Suimo, the Red Star Alliance can have such a development. Isn't it all your credit? Now, as long as the disciples of Liuguang Academy hear about you, they all want to join. Our Red Star Alliance has long been the largest alliance of Liuguang Academy. Ding Yantai also smiled and nodded. But our Red Star Alliance is now very strict in selecting disciples. Not only must the strength pass, but also the character and background must pass. We must never let the betrayal that happened before happen. Yes. 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 These disciples are all trusted by us. So we bring them out for training. They are all friends of life and death. Chu Shengfan pointed to the disciples behind him, who were looking at Su Maoyang with admiration. And his tone was very satisfied. Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. Well, seeing that you have developed so well, I am relieved. She will leave the Nine Nether Realm and go to the Sunluo Realm sooner or later. But she can't let go of the friends and forces here, now that they can develop well without relying on her. She is undoubtedly happy. Okay. Let's sit down and eat first. And chat while eating. Dongfang Liu's stomach has been rumbling with hunger. Seeing that they are chatting endlessly, she immediately waved her hand to interrupt, and then ordered 3 tables of food to the waiter. Su Maoyang and others have long been accustomed to her big appetite, just smiled and shook their heads, and then sat down in the hall under the arrangement of the waiter. However, just as Su Maoyang sat down, she saw a familiar figure walking in from outside, which immediately attracted her attention, because the memory was a bit old. Su Maoyang recalled for a moment before she remembered. This person seemed to be Chao Qiru, the daughter of the Chao family in the Yunlu Dark Domain. Su Maoyang remembered that she had participated in the sex selection competition in the Yunlu Dark Domain in order to get the antidote for Wang Feng. In the competition, she met Chao Qiru and Chao Yongjin, 2 siblings, as opponents. At the beginning, Chao Qiru was severely injured by herself, and she was unwilling to ask her brother Chao Yongjin for help, who knew that Chao Yongjin was not much better. But he was severely injured by her after a few fights, and finally had to summon 2 powerful spirit beasts to deal with her. Unfortunately, the 2 hard-won spirit beasts were also killed by her, which made him lose face and suffer heavy losses, and he hated her to the core. But fortunately, the sex selection competition cannot kill. Otherwise the Chao brothers and sisters would not be alive until now. Although only Chao Qiru and her maid were seen coming and going here, Su Maoyang guessed that there should be a lot of forces from the Yunlu Dark Domain. Speaking of which, she hasn't been back to the Yunlu Dark Domain for too long, and hasn't seen those forces that oppose her for too long. For some reason, she actually felt a little excited. However, just as Su Maoyang was pondering, Chao Qiru, who was surrounded by maids and guards, had already shouted angrily, "You bastard! You actually want me to share a table with others? You are so bold!" The waiter was embarrassed and tried to persuade patiently. "Miss, now all the seats are full. I really can't give you a separate table. As you know, main forces have come to the North Spirit Realm recently, and all the restaurants and inns are crowded. So Miss can only make do with it temporarily. How dare you? I am Miss Chao from the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. You dare to let me share a table? Are you looking for death?" Chao Qiru shouted loudly with anger on her face, which attracted many people's attention. The waiter was nice, but neither humble nor overbearing, and didn't seem to be afraid of her. He replied in a somewhat tough manner, "Miss, in the Northern Spirit Realm, no matter who you are or what power you have, you must abide by the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm. This place is full of people, and there is really no way to get you a separate table. Even if Emperor Yunlu came, it would be the same. Not to mention your Chao family, although they were servants. They had seen the world and served many dignitaries. The power of the Yunlu dark domain is indeed very important in the Nine Netherworld. But it does not mean that a young lady from a family can climb over the head of the Northern Spirit Realm. Yu Chaoqiru's cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth. Although Chaoqiru's strength is not very good, she is well protected by the Chao family, and has never suffered any hardship. She usually eats in the private room, never in the hall, and it is impossible for her to share a table with others. So this is simply a shame for her. It's just that the Northern Spirit Realm is where all the big forces gather, and every inn is already overcrowded. So naturally there is no way to treat her like the Yunlu Dark Domain. The maid standing beside Chaoqiru saw the other party's tough attitude, so she had to lean over to her ear and whispered, "Miss, we have been to several inns, and other inns don't even have seats for sharing tables. This inn can at least share tables. So why don't we just make do with it? We won't starve to death." Hearing this, Chaoqiru took a deep breath and had to compromise. "Okay. Lead the way." The waiter saw that she was finally willing to share a table, and his expression eased. Then he led her to the table next to Su Maoyang. "Miss, you can only temporarily make do with these guests." Chaoqiru saw 2 men and 2 women sitting on the seats. They looked unfamiliar and dressed simply. They didn't seem to be from a big family. A touch of disdain flashed across her pupils. But because there was no seat left, she had to put down her airs and sit down. The 2 men and 2 women seemed very interested in her. When she sat down, they greeted her in a flattering way. "Miss, are you from the Chao family? One of the 8 major families in the Yunlu Dark Domain?" One of the men asked with shining eyes after hearing Chaoqiru introduce herself. Chapter 1801, Shocked to Death. Seeing his flattering smile, Chaoqiru was even more disdainful and glanced at him with contempt. "It is the Chao family. One of the 8 major families. Is there any problem?" "Haha. No. No. I just heard that the Chao family in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain is powerful and has a lot of prestige in the Dark Domain city. So I asked out of curiosity." The man in blue was a talkative person, and he coaxed Chaoqiru to curl her lips in a few words. "Of course, among the 8 major families, my Chao family is considered to be one of the top 3 forces, not to mention in the Dark Domain city, even in the Nine Netherworld. It has a certain prestige." Chaoqiru's mouth corners raised slightly, blooming a proud smile, and her tone was full of pride. The orange-dressed woman sitting next to the blue-dressed man seemed particularly curious about the Yunlu Dark Domain and asked, "Miss Chao, I heard that the Yunlu Emperor has a peerless beauty and is stunningly beautiful. Is this true?" When Chaoqiru heard her mention the Yunlu Emperor, she opened up her mouth and said quite proudly, "Of course, our Emperor is the most handsome man in the Nine Nether Realm. Even I dare not easily desecrate his stunning appearance. I really envy the Yunlu Emperor's concubine. I wonder how many lifetimes she has cultivated to marry a man like the Yunlu Emperor." The orange-dressed woman sighed with admiration. When Chaoqiru heard this, her face sank and she snorted in disgust. She is just a bitch from the lower plane. She relied on those shameful and seductive tricks to climb into the Emperor's bed. Such a shameless woman. What is there to envy? Hearing this, the Donfang siblings, the Xiaohe siblings, and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance at the next table all changed their faces and frowned. Su Maoyang didn't care about Chaoqiru's humiliation. She was worried that everyone would feel sorry for her. So she immediately changed the subject and comforted them. "The food is here. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Everyone knew that Su Maoyang disguised herself because she didn't want to reveal her identity. After all, she had too many enemies. If she was exposed too early, her life would be in danger. Thinking of this, everyone suppressed their anger and didn't cause trouble for Chaoqiru. Wei Zhishu's family didn't know Su Maoyang's identity, so they didn't notice the changes in their expressions. But they were very happy to eat. The orange-dressed woman seemed to have not expected these secrets, and became even more interested. She blinked her eyes full of curiosity and asked curiously, "Since the imperial concubine can seduce the emperor through seductive means, she must also be extremely beautiful, right?" Chaoqiru snorted disdainfully, her face full of sarcasm. "She is not as pretty as me. So how can she be called extremely beautiful?" Chaoqiru has always been jealous and hateful of Su Maoyang. So even if she knows that she is good-looking, she is unwilling to admit it. In her mind, no matter how beautiful Su Maoyang is, she is a bitch who makes her feel disgusted. At this time, Donfang Liyue, who was eating heartily, suddenly heard such shameless words, and was choked by the food. She raised her head uncomfortably, and patted her chest hard. Xiao Zian, who was sitting next to her, smiled helplessly, and patted her on the back. While helping her calm down, he scolded her. You can't even eat peacefully. Dongfang Liu finally vomited the food with his help. After she recovered, she said with a smile, "How could I have known that I would meet such a shameless person?" With her horrible look, she still has the nerve to say that Su Imo is not as pretty as her. At this moment, Dongfang Liu really wanted to poke her eyes out. Wei Shirui didn't understand what she was talking about, and asked in confusion, "What shameless person?" Dongfang Liu received the questioning gazes of the Wei family, and immediately smiled and waved her hands. "Nothing. I just suddenly thought of someone and made me sick." Haha. It makes you sick to the point of wanting to vomit. It seems that person is really disgusting. Wei Shirui has a simple personality. She believes whatever Dongfang Liu says, and can't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Dongfang Liu forced a smile, nodded awkwardly, and then raised the wine glass to moisten her throat. At this time, the orange-dressed woman at the next table was still unwilling to give up and asked again. She is favored by the emperor, even though she is not good-looking. Does that mean she has strong strength? Chao Qiu raised her eyes slightly, revealing a look of contempt. What kind of strength is that? She once participated in the sex selection competition in the dark domain of Yunlu, and I beat her to the ground and begged for mercy. Hearing this, the two men and two women widened their eyes in shock, and looked at Chao Qiu with awe. "May I ask Miss Chao's current spiritual power level?" The blue-dressed man asked more flatteringly with expectation in his eyes. Chao Qiu glanced at him, and knew that these outsiders did not understand the affairs of the emperor's concubine. She could still talk nonsense casually, but her spiritual power could not be hidden from others. If she was not careful, she would be exposed. So she had to answer truthfully. Mid-stage Junling Shi. As soon as this was said, Dongfang Liu, who had just taken a sip of wine, was thundered and sprayed out before he could swallow it. Puff. A mid-stage Junling Shi. You dare to say that Su Imo was beaten to the ground and knelt down to beg for mercy. With her strength, I'm afraid she can't even beat the weakest disciple of their Red Star Alliance. I really don't know how thick-skinned she is to say such shameless words. Of course, not only Dongfang Liu, but also Dongfang Youyu, Mu Jichen, Xiao Zian and Huapeng were choked by shock and coughed several times. After all, they have never seen such a weird person. If she knew that the emperor's concubine was at the table next to her and listened to her bragging the whole time, I wonder what she would think. If it were them, I guess they wouldn't be able to drill 10 holes. Thinking of this, Mu Jichen and others all suppressed their laughter, and even their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wei Zhishi was confused when he saw them choking, coughing, and twitching. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Mu Jichen waved his hands repeatedly. No. Just now there was a dish that was too spicy and I choked. Yes, too spicy. Dongfang Yaoyu also took over the conversation. Wei Zhishu, Wei Shirui and Master Wei all looked at them suspiciously. Although they knew something was strange, they couldn't tell what was strange. Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. I don't think you can eat well. Dongfang Liu held back her laughter and wiped the wine from her mouth. It's really difficult to eat peacefully when you meet such a funny guy. Since you can't eat, don't eat. Go and help Master Wei and the others prepare a room. Su Maoyong glared at her unhappily. When she heard that she was not allowed to eat, Dongfang Liu immediately refused. No, I'm not full yet. As she said that, she started to pick at the bowl and chopsticks again. However, at this moment, a large group of people suddenly came to the door. Seeing the identity of the people, Su Maoyong's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 1802 Another Idiot. Since Su Maoyong and others were more numerous and more targeted, when she found them, they also found them quickly. Then a loud roar suddenly rose in the hall. Great! You actually hid here. I just heard Song Yiwen and Jing Hongru say that you had arrived in the Northern Spirit Realm and were about to send someone to catch you. But I didn't expect to run into you. Seeing Opeju and a large group of people coming in, Wei Zhishu's family all widened their eyes in shock, and their pupils jumped into horror. Yes, it's Opeju and O Xiao. Seeing the identity of the people coming, Wei Zhishu's heart trembled uncontrollably, and his face was as pale as if it was covered with a layer of paste. When Wei Shirui heard that it was Song Yiwen and others who tipped off, she gnashed her teeth in anger. That group of villains. They always do such despicable and shameless things. It's really hateful. And Lu didn't expect that Mr. O would really come. She was so scared that she trembled all over and grabbed Mr. Wei's arm. She was panicked for a moment. It's bad. They came to our door. If Mr. O takes action, my Wei family will have no chance to survive. Seeing that they were all here, O Peiju smiled cruelly and sneered, and then looked at the people around her. The man in the dark green brocade robe complained loudly. Brother, it's those two bitches in blue and purple dresses. They killed the guards of the city lord's mansion and my secret guards. And they were going to kill me. If I hadn't escaped with the teleportation scroll, I would not be alive to see you now. You have to help me. Hearing that someone dared to kill his sister, Oh Xiangming frowned, narrowed his eyes, and looked in the direction of her finger. His cold eyes quickly fell on Su Maoyang and Xinua, and he looked down at them. Su Maoyang didn't pay much attention to Mr. O, but instead looked at the handsome men and beautiful women walking with him. She recognized their identities with just one glance, because these young people were not unfamiliar to Su Maoyang. She had met them once before at the Flower Festival banquet and had a deep impression of them. For example, Fanny Jean, the most handsome among them, was once the person that Mu Qingqing was obsessed with. So at the last Flower Festival banquet, he was sarcastic to her, didn't give her face at all, and was very arrogant, which left a very bad impression on her. Fan Xinhua, who was next to him, was an alchemist of Danzong and had a very high status in the Fan family. She was also a very proud person. He had a quarrel with her because of the seat at the treasure appraisal meeting before, and it was also an accidental quarrel. As for Jin Yunxiao among them, she didn't have any grudges with her, but as a beast master, she was also arrogant. After all, she didn't even take her brother Jin Hani seriously, let alone outsiders. Of course, in addition to them, Ran Shuring, who carved flowers with spear skills at the flower festival, Duan Xuexin, the first talented woman, and her husband Ranning Lu, and Lu Mohan, the fifth son of the Lu family, were also walking together. The only thing that surprised Su Maoyang was that Lu Liman, whose clothes were cut by Jun Haosong, exposing her body and ruining her reputation, was also among them. She originally thought that Lu Liman was too embarrassed to come out to see people after such a humiliating incident. But she not only came out, but also came to the Northern Spirit Realm. Even Su Maoyang had decided that she was really thick-skinned and could eat enough. However, just as Su Maoyang was looking at them, Oh Xiangming had already asked angrily, "You killed my city lord's mansion's people, and you want to kill my sister?" Wei Zhishu saw that Mr. O was going to cause trouble for Su Maoyang, so he immediately stood up and took the responsibility. "It's none of their business. I did all this. If you want to kill or cut, come at me. Don't implicate innocent people." Wei Shirui also stood up immediately after hearing this. "It's not my brother. It's me who did it. I can't stand Opagio's arrogant and domineering look, so I killed her people. It has nothing to do with Sister Suimo and Sister Shinoo. Wei Zhishu and Wei Shirui are both upright and righteous people, and they will never implicate innocent people. Not to mention that Suimo is their benefactor. Humph. Don't worry. I will slowly clean up your Wei family. And now I will deal with those two women first." Oh Peiju snorted coldly, obviously not intending to let the Wei family go. Su Maoyang couldn't help but curl her lips and sneered when she heard this. "You can't beat him, so you call for help. Is this what you call a cleanup? Bullshit. I can't beat you. If you have the ability, don't let your secret guards fight me. Fight me alone. I will beat you to pieces." Oh Peiju had only seen Shinua fight, but Shinua called Su Maoyang his master, so she thought Shinua was a secret guard protecting Su Maoyang's safety. She knew that Shinua was very strong and difficult to deal with, but Oh Peiju was still confident in dealing with a thin and weak woman like her master. Moreover, even if it was a one-on-one fight, she still had her brother behind her, and the descendants of so many big families in the Fengqi Empire to support her here. So, if this woman dared to hurt her hair, her brother would definitely return it to her 100-fold. Thinking of this, Oh Peiju was full of confidence. When Da Fan Liyue, Mu Jichen and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance heard this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. There are funny people every year, but there are especially many today. They just saw Chao Kiru, the funny person, and they didn't have time to catch their breath. Who knew that they would meet a stupider one? Who actually wanted to challenge Sumo? Also, who is the secret guard she was talking about? Is it Shinua? You don't dare to challenge Shinua. But you want to challenge Sumo? How can there be such a stupid person? It's really hilarious. Seeing that everyone on Sumo Yong's side was laughing. Opeji was even more angry and shouted. What are you laughing at? Did I allow you to laugh? Mujichin never liked stupid people. Especially arrogant stupid people. He couldn't help but retorted. We have mouths on our bodies. We laugh when we want to laugh and don't laugh when we don't want to laugh. Who do you think you are? You are actually meddling in our affairs. You? Opeji was immediately speechless. And then hurriedly asked her brother for help. Brother, look at them. They are too arrogant. They dare to insult me openly. Obviously they don't take you seriously. Oh Xiangming is a well-known figure in Fengqi Empire. Now facing a group of people's ridicule. His face is naturally not very good. And his cold voice is mixed with obvious anger. I think you are tired of living. And you dare to humiliate my sister in front of me. Who are you? Why don't you dare to do it in front of you? Xiao Zian replied expressionlessly. His tone was light. But the content of the words completely angered Oh Xiangming. How dare you? This young master is a disciple of Tianqin sect. And I am a disciple of the great elder of the Spirit Hall. How can you humiliate me at will? It seems that if I don't deal with you today, you really don't know how high the sky is. Oh Xiangming was so angry that his face turned blue, and he roared angrily. Chapter 1803, Disabling Opeijia's Hand. I don't care what sect you belong to. If you dare to touch Sumo today, I will beat you up all over. Mujichin was not afraid of the opponent's power, and roared back without showing any weakness. Facing Oh Xiangming's arrogance, Dongfang Youyu narrowed his eyes. His whole body was full of hostility. And his gloomy voice was chilling. We didn't want to cause trouble. But you insisted on finding trouble with Sumo. So we have no choice but to accompany you to the end. During this period, they have been training outside. And with the help of the elixir left by Sumo Yang, their strength has improved greatly. Although they may not be able to beat the geniuses of other countries alone. When it comes to teamwork, there are few people who have such tacit understanding as them. Speaking of which, these days, they have always been low-key. Even if someone humiliates them, in order not to cause trouble, they basically endure it. But if someone bullies Sumo Yang, they will fight them even if they risk their lives. Opeji didn't expect these men to be so arrogant. In order to protect Sumo, they dared to offend even her genius brother. She felt very jealous and challenged Sumo Yang. Sumo, are you so useless? You don't dare to fight me alone. So you can only hide behind men to seek protection? Sumo Yang saw that she was determined to die. And if he didn't fulfill her wish, he would feel a little guilty. He nodded slightly and compromised. Okay. Then it's as you wish. Sumo Yang stood up and planned to walk towards Opeji. At this time, Dongfang Liu beside her grabbed her and reminded her with a smile. The rules of the Northern Spirit Realm do not allow killing. Be gentle and don't violate the rules. Sumo Yang nodded in understanding. Yes, I know. Opeji was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard such contemptuous words, and rushed towards Sumo Yang without saying a word. Sumo Yang was still talking to Dongfang Liu, and didn't pay much attention to her attack. So, everyone saw Opejia's fists lingering with spiritual power, and were about to fall on Sumo Yang. And they all broke into a cold sweat for her. However, unexpectedly, Sumo Yang stood in place, did not make any defense at all, but directly grabbed her wrist. There was a crisp sound of clicking, and Opeji suddenly burst into a scream, which instantly shocked all the guests present. But Sumo Yang gently let go of her, and her understated behavior was just like she just touched Opejia's wrist. But seeing Opeji fall to the ground weakly, rolling on the ground in pain, with a distorted face, everyone was not so stupid that they really thought she just gently grasped it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see clearly that there was a lot of mystery in that move just now. Oh Xiangming had not expected that the fight had ended before it even started. And he had not expected that Opeji would become such a horrible state. He was shocked. And then he immediately squatted down to check her injuries. Jiao, what's wrong with you? It hurts. My hand hurts so much. Opeji rolled her eyes in pain, as if she was going to faint at any time. Seeing this, Fanny Jean stepped forward and helped check the injury. Then frowned solemnly. Your sister's right hand is broken. What? Oh, Xiangming did not expect that the other party would be so heavy-handed that he actually broke his sister's arm. He roared in anger on the spot, seeing that his sister was about to faint at any moment. Fan Yijing could not help but say to Fan Xinyu, "Xinyu, give her a pill. If she continues to suffer like this, she will probably pass out from the pain." Fan Xinyu knew that Fan Yijing and Oh Xiangming were fellow apprentices, and had always had a good relationship in the sect. Now that Oh Xiangming's sister was in trouble, he naturally could not sit idly by. Besides, Oh Xiangming had been pursuing her, and had been very attentive to her. So considering that she had received many benefits from him, Fan Xinyu did not refuse. She took out a pill and fed it into Oh Peiju's mouth. "You won't die. Take this pill and rest for a month, and you will recover." Oh Xiangming was relieved when he heard this and thanked her. "Xinyu, thank you." Then thinking of the culprit who had ruined her sister, Oh Xiangming was furious. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Maoyang, gritting his teeth and roaring, "I must kill you today." After saying this, Oh Xiangming burst out with spiritual power and prepared to kill Su Maoyang. Seeing that he had lost his mind, Fan Yijing stopped him and warned, "Are you crazy? You can't kill people in the Northern Spirit Realm. Don't ruin things because of impulse. They came to participate in the Battle of Yunding, not to cause trouble. The Northern Spirit Realm stipulates that if anyone kills someone on the eve of the competition, once discovered, not only him, but also the faction he belongs to will be disqualified from entering the Northern Spirit Realm. So, how could Fan Yijing let him do something stupid and implicate the Tianqin sect?" Oh Xiangming was now full of anger, and had nowhere to vent it. Hearing these words, he became even more furious. "What should I do? I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I kill her." Lu Mohan, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but step forward and offer advice. "You don't have to kill her yourself. Just let her do it herself." Oh Xiangming reacted after hearing this, and warned Su Maoyang fiercely, "You should die to apologize for your sins. In this way, I won't bother your friends. Otherwise, we will destroy you and your friends. No one can escape. You can do whatever you want." "Bah! Die to apologize for your sins? You are so shameless. Your sister took the initiative to challenge Su Mo. Now that she lost, you want her to die to apologize for her sins. Are all disciples of Tianqin sect so shameless?" Donphan Liu made a disgusting sound. The sarcastic words immediately angered Oh Xiangming so much that he could no longer control himself and roared, "Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish." After the roar, Oh Xiangming shouted for help to Fan Yijing, Lu Mohan and others beside him. "Senior brother, Master Lu, Master Ran, Miss Ran, Miss Jean, I can only ask you to help me hold the others for the time being. I will destroy this bitch first. If you can't kill them, it's still easy to destroy them." Su Maoyang saw that the other party was really going to take action, and couldn't help but scolded them. "You have to think clearly. Although my Maple Forest Empire is not a big country, it still has a certain status in the Nine Nether Realm. If you want to move them today, it means that you have completely declared war on the Maple Forest Empire. It is not a wise move to start a war on the eve of the game. Can you afford the consequences? In fact, everyone knows that once they injure the people of the other force will definitely fight back. This back and forth, entangled endlessly, will only hurt both sides, and there is no way to concentrate on preparing for the war." But Fan Yijing didn't seem to take the Maple Forest Empire seriously at all, and sneered with disdain. "We were originally afraid of them, but we didn't expect them to be the waste of the Maple Forest Empire. If that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. Just go ahead." Chapter 1804 Threatening to book an inn. Although the Maple Forest Empire is one of the 4 great empires, it cannot be compared with the Fengqi Empire, because although they also have some powerful old guys in charge, the number is still much less than the other 3 countries. And everyone knows that the strength of the upper class determines the national strength of a country. The disciples of the Maple Forest Empire have no strong backing. What can they use to compete with them? What can they use to fight with them? If they really fight, they will only suffer. As for Fan Yijing, Fan Xinyu, Lu Mohan, Jin Yunzhao, Ran Shuying, Duan Xuexin, they are all well-known figures in the Fengqi Empire, with big families and sects behind them. Who dares to trouble them easily? If they encounter people from Fenxue Tiancheng, Yunlu Dark Domain, or the 4 ancient clans, they may not dare to attack casually. But they really don't take the Maple Forest Empire seriously. At this time, the waiter saw that the two sides were really going to fight, and secretly said that it was not good, and hurried out to stop them. Dear guests, this is Xingyuan. If you have any grievances, go out and solve them. Don't break the tables and chairs of our inn and disturb the guests here. The waiter's words were obviously said to Xiangming, Fan Yijin and others, because the Red Star Alliance spent money in Xingyuan after all, and they were their guests. So he still had to protect them to some extent. What's more, everyone can see clearly that it is clear that several young people looked down on the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire and deliberately caused trouble for them. As soon as they entered the inn, they shouted and killed. Very domineering. And they were willful and reckless dandies at a glance. The waiter naturally felt a little disgusted and behaved not very politely. Jin Yunxiao didn't expect that a servant would dare to warn them in a stern voice. He frowned in anger and shouted, How dare you, a dog servant from nowhere, to meddle in the affairs between the master. As a beast master, Jin Yunxiao has always been arrogant. When has he ever been treated like this? So he was very sharp and strong when he spoke. The waiter was humiliated by such a roar and got angry. He said with a bad expression, Miss, please respect yourself. This is the North Spirit Realm, not your home. You can't afford to pay for breaking things here and disturbing the guests here. Jin Yunxiao and others are geniuses with status and background in the Fengqi Empire. They are held in the palm of their hands. Who would have thought that they would be despised by a servant today? Everyone was furious and glared at each other. Fan Xinyua's face darkened even more, and she yelled angrily, Asshole! We are all descendants of the big families of Fengqi Empire. Can't we afford the money for your tables and chairs? I'm going to say this today. I'll book Xingyuan. Please clear the place quickly, and clear all the guests present and in the rooms. Yes, clear the place quickly. My brother will arrive in Bailingjai in 2 days, and there is no room to stay. In this case, this Xingyuan will be booked by Fengqi Empire. As the daughter of the Ran family, Ran Shuring is naturally rich. Once money is mentioned, she won't even frown. Speaking of which, some of their disciples from Fengqi Empire have come this time temporarily, and some top talents have not yet arrived, because the Cloud Peak battle is held only once every 10 years. Such a grand event is naturally very important to the top talents. Therefore, in order to achieve good results in the competition and be qualified to enter the Sanluo realm to practice, many top talents have been in seclusion a year ago. This seclusion naturally takes a very long time, so it is normal for some top talents to arrive in the Northern Spirit Realm a step later. However, there are too many people in the Northern Spirit Realm now, and all the inns here have been occupied. It is difficult to find an empty room, so booking Xingyuan can save them the trouble of finding an inn for their brothers and sisters, and they don't have to squeeze into the same room with other people. Book Xingyuan? I'm afraid you can't afford the money. The waiter was amused by their bold words, and glanced at them contemptuously, obviously treating their request as a joke. Lu Lyman was so angry that her breathing stagnated, as if to curry favor with Fan Xingyue. She immediately angrily scolded, We have a Danzong alchemist here, let alone renting your Xingyuan. Even buying your Xingyuan is just a matter of words. You, a slave, dare to be so presumptuous in front of the Danzong alchemist. You are really blind. Hearing Lu Lyman mention the Danzong alchemist, Donfan Liue, Xiao Zian, Mu Jichen and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance all grinned sarcastically. If a Danzong alchemist is so arrogant, then Suimo, as a Danxing alchemist, can't buy all the inns in the Northern Spirit Realm? Besides, can the inns in the Northern Spirit Realm be compared with ordinary inns? Lu Lyman is obviously an ignorant frog in the well. It is estimated that he does not know the rules here very well, and thinks that the inns in the Northern Spirit Realm are as cheap as the inns in their Fengqi Empire. They have been here for a while, and have heard that most of these inns are under the control of the Realm Lords. And some are even from the Sanluo realm. And they are definitely not to be easily provoked. However, even though they have the support of the Realm Lords, they still dare not offend these geniuses. And they usually always smile, because these geniuses may become disciples of those forces after the Cloud Peak battle. Once they are favored by those forces, they are not people they can afford to provoke. Therefore, in the face of these young people with potential, they still have to give them some face. However, these young people, seeing that they are submissive to them, really think that they are afraid of them. This idea is undoubtedly very stupid. However, just when Donphan Liu wanted to laugh at the other party. Unexpectedly, a magnetic and low voice suddenly came from the right. Although the voice was laughing, it gave people a cold feeling, which made people shudder. Hee hee. The disciples of Fengqi Empire are really arrogant. A mere Danzong alchemist dared to threaten to book the entire inn. This young master has learned a lesson today. Suddenly, someone interrupted, and everyone was shocked and looked over. At this time, a man wearing a purple brocade robe and a dragon-patterned gold belt around his waist came down the stairs with a group of guards. He has a pair of charming phoenix eyes, a delicate nose bridged like a peak, and rosy thin lips like cherry. At this moment, he pursed his lips in an evil and ironic arc, which actually gave people a sense of demon. He is tall and straight, with black hair tied behind his head. He exudes an arrogant and noble aura that cannot be looked at directly, which makes many people brighten up. Even Su Maoyang couldn't help but take a few more glances. When Fan Yijin saw a man who was more handsome than himself, his face suddenly darkened and he frowned and asked, "Who are you, and why are you mocking my Fengqi Empire?" Chapter 18054 Ancient Clans. The purple-clothed strange man seemed to have no regard for the Maple Forest Empire. He ignored his question and turned to look at the waiter. It is better to kick out those who do not know the rules and come to make trouble. If you disturb other guests, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. This Xingyuan has a total of 10 floors, and each floor is occupied by guests from various forces. Which one of them is not a person of status and position? These disciples of the Fengqi Empire are young and arrogant, thinking that they are spoiled by people in the Fengqi Empire. They, even in the Northern Spirit Realm, are still spoiled by people. They simply don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Fan Yijin didn't expect that this person would actually ignore him, and let the waiter kick them out. He was so angry that his face turned black. The pent-up anger erupted like a volcano. "Which force are you from? Haven't you heard of my Fengqi Empire? How dare you kick my Fengqi disciples? Are you tired of living? Although there are countless forces in the 9 Nether Realm, they are not as powerful as the 4 empires and the 4 ancient clans. These 8 forces are considered the top forces in the 9 Nether Realm. Although the status of his Fengqi Empire is slightly inferior to that of the Cloud Tower Dark Realm and the Burning Blood Sky City, it still has a say in the 9 Nether Realm, because there are many powerful ancestors sitting in the palace. Even the Cloud Tower Dark Realm and the Burning Blood Sky City cannot ignore their existence, but have to give them some face. Now they have been humiliated like this. How can they swallow this breath?" However, before the purple-robed man could speak, the guard next to him shouted coldly, "How dare you? My master is the heir of the ancient Phylong clan. You disciples of the Fengqi Empire are not even worthy of carrying my master's shoes. Yet you dare to threaten my master? I think you are tired of living." Hearing about the Flying Dragon ancient clan, all the guests present looked at each other in shock and whispered, "You should know that in addition to the 4 empires, there are 4 ancient clans in the 9 Nether Realm, namely the Flying Dragon ancient clan, the Zhenwu ancient clan, the Xiandan ancient clan, and the Evil Wind ancient clan. These 4 ancient clans are not as ostentatious as the 4 empires. They are located in the edge of the 9 Nether Realm and rarely set foot in the central region. They are equivalent to forces isolated from the world and extremely low-key. However, due to their relatively remote geographical location and relatively harsh environment, the disciples of the 4 ancient clans are more able to endure hardships and practice more diligently than the disciples of these big cities and big families. In addition, they are all hidden ancient clans, rarely disturbed by the outside world, and have been practicing with concentration. To a certain extent, their strength is not inferior to the disciples of the 4 empires, and there is even a trend of catching up. So they are definitely competitors that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, these 4 ancient clans have their own characteristics. For example, the ancient Phylong clan. Their ancestors were beast masters. They had high talent in beast contracting, and they respected dragons and worshipped dragons as the gods that protected their ancient Phylong clan. So, as long as you see someone wearing clothes embroidered with golden dragon patterns, 9 out of 10 are from the ancient Phylong clan. The ancestors of the ancient Zhenwu clan mainly cultivated spiritual power. So the descendants of the ancient Zhenwu clan have extremely high attainments in spiritual power and are very powerful in combat. As for the ancient Xiandan clan, as the name suggests, it is famous for alchemy. There are many talented alchemists in this force, and the number of alchemists is even incomparable to the alchemy guilds of the four empires. It can be seen that they are all very scary people. Of course, the most terrifying and feared are the evil Wind Ancient Clan, because all the people trained by this force are poison masters. They can kill people with just a wave of their hands and feet, and often make people unprepared. Therefore, when encountering people from the evil Wind Ancient Clan, even the younger generation of a big force, they must try to take a detour. Few people dare to provoke this group of monsters. Otherwise they will not even know how they died. Su Maoyang had heard of the four ancient clans before, but only had a general understanding, and was not very familiar with them. Now that he heard the discussions about the four ancient clans around him, and saw the people of the Flying Dragon clan with his own eyes, he deepened his understanding of them. The Flying Dragon Ancient Clan, a race of genius beasts, seems to be very strong. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang looked at the man with curiosity. Fanny Jean and others were shocked by such an identity, and their faces became even uglier. Although the four ancient clans are low-key, they are not weak in strength, and even the Fengqi Empire is very afraid of them. Although they knew they would meet these ancient clans in the Northern Spirit Realm, they did not expect to meet so soon, and they also had frictions that they did not want to see. Fanny Jean knew that the other party had a special identity, and was not someone who was easy to provoke. So he softened his tone a little, and tried to negotiate. It turned out to be the prince of the Filong Ancient Clan. Nice to meet you. However, these people from the Maple Forest Empire have a grudge against us. Please do not interfere in other people's grievances, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Haha. Trouble? The thing I am most afraid of in my life is trouble. If you have the guts, try to provoke me. The purple-clothed man sneered, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his charming green pupils. And he walked over slowly. The tone of voice showed that he was a troublemaker who was not afraid of trouble. Fanny Jean, Lu Mohan and others immediately frowned. Although Lu Mohan was a little afraid of the Filong Ancient Clan, he was still uncomfortable being provoked like this. He said angrily, "There is no grudge between my Fengqi Empire and your Filong Ancient Clan. If Prince Filong insists on intervening and meddling in other people's business, it may not be a good idea. You are all going to book the inn and drive us away. Is this called no grudges and meddling in other people's business?" Jing Yelong narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a sharp cold light. His cold and low voice sounded like it floated from hell, which made Lu Mohan and others change color slightly. It seems that Prince Filong intends to take care of it to the end. Fanny Jean was so angry at his attitude that he quietly clenched his fists, and his face turned black. Jing Yelong snorted coldly and ordered forcefully, "Get out of Xingyue Inn immediately before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you before the game. If anyone is injured or disabled, don't blame me, the Ancient Dragon Clan, for not giving you a chance." Yu Fanny Jean was also proud of being a genius, but now he was humiliated like this, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Reninglu was afraid that the Ancient Dragon Clan would really fight with them, so he grabbed Fanny Jean and quickly squeezed out a flattering smile to please and apologize. "Prince, calm down. We were originally looking for trouble with the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, but who knew that the prince was also here? It was really unintentional to offend the prince. I hope that the prince will be magnanimous and don't bother us too much." Reninglu was not a genius, and his strength was not as good as Fanny Jean and Lu Mohan. He usually showed off his power in the Fengqi Empire at most, so how could he dare to offend the prince of the Ancient Dragon Clan? Moreover, he knew very well that the Flying Dragon Ancient Clan was very powerful and difficult to deal with. If a fight really broke out, he, the weakest one, would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. He came to the Northern Spirit Realm just to join in the fun, not to fight. If he lost his life here, it would be a loss. Chapter 1806, Seeking an Ancient Clan for Marriage. Duan Xuexin, who was standing next to him, saw him trying to please her so humbly, and a hint of sarcasm and disgust flashed across her beautiful eyes. This was the man she married, a loser who had nothing but a noble status. If it weren't for her cultivation and becoming a powerful alchemist, she would never have lived with such a man for the rest of her life. Therefore, she still felt a dull pain when she thought of Jin Hani's attitude. But Jing Yelong didn't seem to buy it. He glanced at them with contempt and laughed sarcastically. "You are looking for trouble everywhere before the game starts. It seems that your Fengqi Empire is very confident about the Battle of Yunding this time. I am looking forward to how many of you can come out. Haha. I am also looking forward to your performance in the Battle of Yunding. I hope it can be as strong as today. Fan Yijin snorted coldly with a calm face, and then called to Xiangming, Fan Xinyue and others. Let's go! They can't compete with the Filong ancient clan. If they force a war, they will not only fail to gain an advantage, but also suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the best policy is to forbear and leave. As for cleaning up these people from the fallen empire, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and there is no rush. However, they can't swallow the humiliation of both the fallen empire and the Filong ancient clan today. Donfang Liu saw the other party rolling away in disgrace, and said with disgust, What the hell? They are worthy of causing trouble for Su Mo. You should know that the Maple Forest Empire once had a war because of Su Mo, and even the ancestors of the royal family, the ancestors of the Donfang family, and the ancestors of several academies were alarmed by her. Such a person, who has never been intimidated by the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, is afraid of these young people? What a joke. When Wei Zhishu's family saw Xiangming and his friends from big families leave, they breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Especially Aunt Lu, who survived the catastrophe and lay on the seat, gasping for breath with a pale face. You are too bold, offending Miss O and Mr. O, and even the descendants of the big family of Fengqi Empire. If I had known, I would not have come with you. I am simply on your pirate ship. Hearing this, Donfang Liu was not very happy. You old woman, do you have any conscience? We helped you drive away your enemies, and you actually blamed us for getting you involved. In my opinion, the last thing Su Mo should have done was to bring you out. On the way from the trading house, Donfang Liu learned more or less about the situation of the Wei family from Su Mo. But they were grateful to the Wei family for taking in Su Mo, so they did not despise them, but instead warmly entertained them, who knew that they would do something thankless. What do you mean you chased them away? It was obviously the prince of the Flying Dragon clan who chased them away. Don't flatter yourself. Aunt Lu is a timid person who is most afraid of provoking those big forces, so she is very dissatisfied with Donfang Liu and others' provocation of the Fengqi Empire. In her opinion, as long as Su Mo and Shi Nuo are handed over, and Wei Zhishu is married to the city lord's mansion, Miss O may not cause trouble for the Wei family for Wei Zhishu's sake. But the master disagrees. Now the matter is getting bigger and bigger. Even the descendants of the big families of the Fengqi Empire have been offended, and their Wei family has no way to end it. After all, the disciples of these big families will not show mercy for Wei Zhishu's sake. Jing Yelong stood not far away and heard their conversation. He couldn't help but sneer and glanced at Su Maoyang. Miss, it seems that they don't appreciate your kindness. I wonder if you regret offending those people for them and causing unnecessary trouble. Su Maoyang didn't seem to take Aunt Lu to heart. She raised her eyes slightly and met the pair of charming green pupils. She smiled and said, I am the same as the prince. What I am most afraid of in this life is trouble. In fact, she helped the Wei family not for Aunt Lu, but for the Wei brothers and sisters and Master Wei. It's just that Aunt Lu is their family, so Su Maoyang can only turn a blind eye and not bother with her. As for the families of Fan Yijin, Lu Mohan, Jin Yunjiao and Ran Shuring, even if they didn't cause trouble for her, she would help Shi Nuo to get revenge. So how could she regret it? Jing Yelong didn't expect her to answer like this, and was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the girl to be a person of temperament. The prince can't stand bullying, so he doesn't hesitate to offend the forces of the Fengqi Empire and speak up for a group of strangers. It can be seen that the prince is an extremely upright person, which really makes us admire him. So compared with the prince, I am still far behind. Su Maoyang clasped his fists to express his respect and gratitude. Su Maoyang's words were to Jing Yelong's liking. He nodded in a good mood and reported his name. Jing Yelong. May I know your name? Su Mo. Su Maoyang answered straightforwardly. Jing Yelong nodded slightly. There is still some time before the competition. Miss Su and your friends should stay in the inn and practice with peace of mind. With me here, the people of Fengqi Empire dare not act recklessly. Since he ridiculed Fengqi Empire, Su Maoyang knew that this man was a righteous and upright person who did things as he pleased. Now that she heard this, she was even more certain, because, as long as he didn't like someone, no matter who it was, he would dare to confront them. And if he liked someone, even if it was a stranger, He would be willing to help. He did things according to his mood and his own preferences. How casual and unrestrained this kind of person is. Speaking of which, Su Maoyan also admired such a temperamental person, and clasped his fists gratefully. Thank you, Master Jing. The Donphan siblings, the Xiaohe siblings, Mu Jichen and the disciples of the Red Star League were also grateful for his help, and they all clasped their fists to him to express their gratitude. However, this was not a big deal for Jing Yelong. He just couldn't stand the fact that someone was so arrogant in the Northern Spirit Realm, and dared to book the inn and drive away the guests. He couldn't stand the shameless behavior of offering a sparring match, but having his arm crippled, and letting the forces behind him support him. So he couldn't help but offer help. So, facing their thanks, Jing Yelong waved his hand indifferently. You are too polite. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With that, Jing Yelong raised his steps and prepared to leave the inn. However, at this moment, a guard suddenly ran in and handed an invitation to Jing Yelong. Master, the forces of Yunlu Dark Domain will hold a dinner at Yongling Villa in 10 days, and specially invite the 4 ancient clans to attend. Hearing the invitation from Yunlu Dark Domain, Jing Yelong frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his green eyes. He asked in disbelief. My Filong ancient clan has no friendship with Yunlu Dark Domain. Why did they suddenly invite my clan? Is there a bomb? I heard that it was King Pingxiang and several families of Yunlu Dark Domain who wanted to select a concubine for the emperor. And it seems that they want to marry with the 4 ancient clans. Chapter 1807 want to join in the fun. Not only Jing Yelong opened his eyes wide when he heard about the marriage, but even Su Maoyang, Donphan Liua and others were also quite surprised. Yunlu Dark Domain will select the emperor's concubine from the 4 ancient clans? Did they hear it wrong? Jing Yelong also doubted his ears and said in disbelief. Didn't Yunlu Dark Domain have already established an emperor's concubine? Why are they starting to select an emperor's concubine again? Although he was far away in the southern region and relatively isolated from the news, the emperor's marriage, who had never been close to women, was a major event that shocked the entire 9 netherworlds. How could he not know? However, it has only been a short time since then, and he is actually going to marry again. Could it be that there is more than one position of the imperial concubine? The guard shook his head and explained. I heard that the imperial concubine angered Prince Pingxiang and the family forces of Yunlu Dark Domain because of the assassination of the eldest princess, which shocked the court and the public, and they all wanted to kill her. So in order to survive, she had already escaped from Yunlu Dark Domain and disappeared completely. After her disappearance, the position of the imperial concubine became vacant. As Finchua Tiancheng is growing bigger and bigger, it has begun to threaten Yunlu Dark Domain. So Yunlu Dark Domain has plans to marry with other forces to strengthen its strength. Unfortunately, the emperor offended the Finchi Empire some time ago, and there is no possibility of marriage. As for the Fonglin Empire, although there is no grudge between the emperor and the emperor, it is too low in status. The forces of Yunlu Dark Domain look down on them and think that they are not qualified for marriage. So, they set their sights on the 4 ancient clans. Hearing this, Jing Yelong nodded in understanding. However, he did not expect that the former imperial concubine would dare to kill Emperor Yunlu's sister. This courage is not something that ordinary people can have. Assassinating the princess. The lover becomes the enemy. This love-hate drama is quite interesting. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong curled his lips slightly and chuckled twice. He didn't expect that the serious guy of Emperor Yunlu had such an interesting life. The guard heard this and was very upset. His master really talked without any pain in his waist. Emperor Yunlu would be worried to death if he encountered such a thing. He said it was interesting. If Emperor Yunlu heard it, he would be so angry that he would kill someone. However, he couldn't figure out his master's thoughts for a while, and couldn't help asking, Master, are you going to attend the banquet in 10 days? If not, I will go to report to the people in the dark domain of Yunlu. Jing Yelong's smile deepened, and he said with a playful look, Go. Why not? Isn't it a pity not to join in the fun of Emperor Yunlu? Jing Yelong has always regarded Emperor Yunlu as his goal to catch up, and he is naturally curious about his affairs. Now that he can finally join in his fun, how can he not go? Besides, their ancient clan does have several relatively outstanding and noble women. If they can become the emperor's concubine, it is not a bad thing. However, After hearing such news, he is very interested in the disappeared emperor's concubine. It was already difficult to make the emperor, who never cared about women, fall in love with her and decide to marry her. I didn't expect that she would dare to do such a shocking thing as assassinating the eldest princess. It seems that this person is also a casual and fearless person. This fearless character is somewhat to his taste. However, Jing Yelong didn't know that the woman he was curious about was right in front of him and had just talked to him. But at this time, Su Maoyang, hearing such news, had already turned pale and clenched her fingers. She knew that since she was accused of killing the princess, she had no place to stay in the Yunlu Dark Domain. After all, King Pingxiang saw Lin Wanner holding a sword and assassinating the princess. If it weren't for Yushu Tianzuan stopping her, she and Lin Wanner would have died in the hands of King Pingxiang. Therefore, Su Maoyang knew clearly that the reason why King Pingxiang didn't kill her on the spot was just for the sake of Yushu Tianzuan, not because he believed in her. I think, after that incident, he must hate her to the bone. How could he admit that she was a traitor who assassinated the princess? Now, he took the opportunity of the Battle of Yunning to gather all the geniuses, held a banquet in the North Spirit Realm, invited the 4 ancient clans, and discussed the matter of marriage, which is normal. After all, she had long been excluded from the Yunlu Dark Domain. However, what made her unhappy was that King Pingxiang knew that there was something else going on, and he promised her to give her time to investigate the murderer of the princess and prove her innocence. However, he and the family forces of the Yunlu Dark Domain did not keep their promises and wait for the truth. Instead, they publicly selected the imperial concubine for Jun Haotsong, which undoubtedly convicted her of murdering the princess and completely cut off her connection with the Yunlu Dark Domain. Moreover, this was the Northern Spirit Realm, and all the forces were gathered together. If the Yunlu Dark Domain spread the news, I am afraid that everyone in the 9 Netherworld would know that she was an ungrateful and rebellious sinner. Although Su Maoyang didn't care about her reputation and wasn't afraid of becoming a street rat, she was still very angry about this kind of backtracking and beating her to death without a thorough investigation. No matter what, she was wronged. Su Maoyang could think of this. And the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaohou siblings, and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance could naturally think that Yunlu Dark Domain's move completely denied Su Maoyang's position as the emperor's concubine and deprived her of the qualification to be with the emperor. It was very decisive. Thinking of this, everyone's anger rushed up. And if it weren't for the presence of so many outsiders, they would have almost swore. Dongfang Liyue couldn't control her temper either, and said to Su Maoyang, "Su Mo, those bitches in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain are really too much. We will break into the banquet and help you get justice." The disciples of the Red Star Alliance all nodded in agreement. Only the Wei family was confused when they heard this, and didn't understand what they meant for a while. Su Maoyang knew that everyone was angry for her, and shook his head with relief. "No, this is none of your business. I don't want to involve you. Besides, even if I have to break in, I will break in," Su Maoyang said. Her face darkened, and a terrible cold light shot out from her pupils. And then she walked towards Jing Yelong. "Mr. Jing, a banquet like this for the emperor to select a concubine must be very interesting. I wonder if I have the honor to join you in the fun." Su Maoyang walked to his side and asked with a faint smile. Jing Yelong didn't expect her to suddenly make such a request. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, "Miss Su is from the Maple Forest Empire. The Cloud Tower Dark Domain didn't invite you. If I rashly take you there, I'm afraid it won't be a good idea." Chapter 1808 The first person who dared to make things difficult for him. Su Maoyang smiled confidently after hearing this, and met his sharp and even probing eyes. If Master Jing really cared about these things, he wouldn't have offended the descendants of several big families in Fengxi Kingdom just now. Right? Jing Yelong was startled, and laughed again, but his voice involuntarily became cold. "Ha! I may not care about Fengxi Empire, but it doesn't mean I don't care about Yunlu Dark Domain. Don't talk like you know me very well." "Then I said I want to make friends with Master Jing." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile in his pupils became more and more intense, as if he didn't care about his difficulties at all. Jing Yelong didn't know when the people of Fenglin Empire had such confidence, and actually threatened to make friends with him. He couldn't help but sneer. "I helped you out, just because I don't like Fengxi Empire. Don't think that you are really qualified to make friends with me just because I helped you. This idea is very stupid. Jing Yelong always does things as he pleases. He helps when he is happy, and doesn't help when he is unhappy. He can even call you brothers and sisters in the previous second, and kill your whole family in the next second. Therefore, in the Filong ancient clan, he is famous for his moodiness, and few people can please him. Although it is not difficult for him to take a few people to the banquet, he doesn't have this idea now, so he doesn't plan to agree so easily. Su Maoyong knows that this person does things according to his mood and hobbies. And then he curls his lips lightly, leans close to his ear, and asks back in a low voice, "What if the holy elixir is used as a meeting gift?" When Jing Yelong heard about the holy elixir, his expression froze, and a flash of surprise flashed across his pupils. He obviously didn't expect that she would use elixirs to seduce him. But he was the son of an ancient clan and a genius beast master, so he naturally had no shortage of elixirs. So when he heard about the holy elixir, his surprise was only fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure, seemingly unmoved. "So what? Do you think I'm the kind of person driven by interests? Really? That's a pity. I was planning to give the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill to Master Jing as a meeting gift. Since Master Jing is so upright, I'd better not ruin his reputation. Anyway, it's just a banquet. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. I was abrupt just now. I hope you won't blame me." After saying that, Su Maoyong performed a salute and turned around to leave. However, just after she took 2 steps, Jing Yelong stopped her with a shocked face. "Stop! What pill did you just say? Say it again." As a genius in contracting beasts, Jing Yelong had naturally heard of the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill, and was very clear about the value of this pill. Because this pill, in addition to being made by an alchemist with the strength of a mid-stage alchemy saint or above, must also be burned with 4 kinds of strange fire. And an alchemist, no matter how powerful, can only contract 1 kind of strange fire at best. But the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill needs to be refined with 4 kinds of strange fire. I believe that not only in the 9 Netherworld, but even in the Sunluo realm, it is difficult to find an alchemist who can refine the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill. So, Jing Yelong can almost be sure that if there is one, it is definitely the only one in the 9 Netherworld. Moreover, as far as he knows, as long as the spirit beast eats the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill, even ordinary races can change their talents and increase their promotion speed. And their combat effectiveness can even surpass the fierce beasts on the fierce beast list. He could not imagine how cool and terrifying it would be if the spirit beast he contracted was more powerful than the guys on the fierce beast list. Therefore, this Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill is definitely a blessing for the beast contract master. And it is a rare treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Although he is willful, he is not stupid. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Su Maoyong was stopped by him. But he stopped obediently and looked at him with raised eyebrows. "Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill. Is there any problem?" As soon as Su Maoyong finished speaking, many eyes were cast around. Jing Yelong knew that there were many people here, and it was not convenient to talk about the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill here. He quickly stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Do you really have a Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill? Take it out and see it." Su Maoyong was not stingy. He took out a pill from the space, spread it on the palm of his hand, and showed it to him. Jing Yelong didn't expect it to be the Heavenly Beast spiritual Tinden pill. He gasped in surprise, widened his eyes, and was shocked. Then he couldn't help but reach out to take it. At this time, Su Maoyong noticed his intention, but suddenly closed his hands and held the pill. "Master Jing, what are you doing?" Jing Yelong was embarrassed by her actions and twitched his mouth. "I just want to see it. Didn't I see it just now? Can I leave now?" Su Maoyong said as he was about to put the pill into the space. Seeing this, Jing Yelong immediately grabbed her hand and stopped her from taking the pill back. "Miss Su, if you have anything to say, just talk nicely. Why keep people at a distance?" Su Maoyong glanced at his hand and frowned slightly. "Master Jing, we are not familiar with each other yet. Not even friends. If you keep pulling and tugging like this, I will sue you for sexual assault. If everyone in the 9 Netherworld knew that the prince of the ancient Falun clan was actually a pervert, molesting a decent woman in public, and molesting an ugly woman like me, if this were to get out, I think it would be more interesting than the emperor's selection of concubines. What do you think, Master Jing?" It is normal for the Emperor of Yunlu to choose a concubine. But it is a scandal for the prince of the ancient Filong clan to flirt with a decent woman. Not to mention that the one flirting with is an ugly woman. If this gets out, he will probably become a laughing stock. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong was so angry that he was speechless. He didn't expect that he would meet such a treacherous and sharp-tongued woman today, who actually made him speechless. Damn it! You know, he usually makes things difficult for others. But he didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be made difficult by others. And the other party was from the Maple Forest Empire, which was really beyond his expectation. However, he was angry. But he quickly let go of her hand. Otherwise she would really scream later. And he would be so embarrassed. I promise you, I will make friends with you, and take you to the dinner. The condition is the pill in your hand. How about it? Jing Yelong finally couldn't resist the temptation of the heavenly beast spirit pill, and let go. Su Maoyong heard this, and a hidden smile flashed in his eyes. Since Master Jing is not an upright person, who is easily driven by interests, then there should be no conditions for making friends. Right, Master Jing? Isn't this a slap in the face? Jing Yelong was completely defeated. His expression was stiff and twitching. He found that this woman was very smart, and had tricked him with just a few words. Chapter 1809 Never Made Friends. At this moment, he looked at that face that was plain but full of playful smiles, and met those dark eyes that sparkled with brilliance. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and a sense of strangeness surged up. It was the first time that Jing Yelong discovered that ugly women also had a different kind of charm. Just thinking that she was deliberately making things difficult for him, Jing Yelong was still full of anger, and gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want to make friends with me?" "Ha, Mr. Jing. How can you make friends like you? With a ferocious look and gnashing teeth. If you don't know, you would think you were going to eat me." Su Maoyong was amused by his reaction, and couldn't help but chuckle. Jing Yelong glared at her with a sullen face, and warned her coldly, "I have never made friends. For me, I don't need friends at all. I can agree to make friends with you, which is already a blessing for you. You'd better not push it." Hearing this, Su Maoyong suddenly looked at him with a sympathetic eye. "I didn't expect you to be so pitiful. You have lived so long and don't even have friends. Pitiable? What a joke. A genius standing at the top is destined to be lonely. And friends will only drag me back and hinder my development. What's the use of them?" Jing Yelong sneered at Su Maoyong's statement, and refuted it disdainfully. Su Maoyong shook his head, and said seriously, "That's just your opinion. But I don't think so. The reason why a genius can stand at the top, achieve higher achievements, and go further is largely related to friends and relatives. Because even if your friends are not as strong as you, they will only drag you back and cause trouble. But they are your belief and motivation to become stronger. You and I both know that on the road of cultivation, you will always encounter various setbacks and bottlenecks. You may feel lost, sad, or even confused about the future. But as long as you think of your friends who need you to protect, you will only have one thought: become stronger. That's all. It's useless to tell you this. People like you should never know how much courage and strength friends can bring you in your life." Speaking of which, Su Maoyong had no friends in her previous life, and she also couldn't understand the meaning of friends. But in this life, she met and made friends with too many people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for her, work hard for her, and help her and grow up with her. They may not be very strong, or they may be insignificant, but they are her motivation to become stronger and her belief to persist until now, because she has faced many dangers. Every time her life is in danger, it is Jun Haotsong and her friends, who she can't let go of, and can't bear to give up, who give her the courage to overcome all difficulties. Therefore, after experiencing the tragic death of the blood battle group and the spirit beasts, she now cherishes her friends, who care about her more than anyone else. This kind of feeling is difficult for outsiders to understand. Jing Yelong, who had never experienced this before, could not help but feel a slight shock when he heard these words and met those determined black eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across his pupils. From the time he was born until now, his elders had instilled in him the idea that as long as one stood at the top, he could not be bound by emotions and did not need any help. This led to the fact that in his cognition, only those who were not strong enough needed friends and help from others, which was undoubtedly a manifestation of incompetence. However, this woman told him that friends were her motivation and belief to become stronger, which was completely contrary to the idea he had instilled. which shocked and confused him. Donphan siblings, Xiahou siblings, Mu Jichen and all the disciples of the Red Star League were moved to tears when they heard these words. In fact, Su Maoyang was of noble status, powerful, and gifted. They could not even dream of him. However, she never despised their weakness from beginning to end. Instead, she regarded them as a belief. How could such feelings not move people? Thinking of this, Donphan Liu stepped forward and said firmly, Su Mo, you are going to attend the banquet held by the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. We will go with you. She was worried about Su Maoyang going alone to face so many wolves and tigers. Xiahou Wanxian also stepped forward and agreed. Yes, we will go with you. Jing Yelong frowned when he saw this. Don't push your luck. He originally took one person because of the pills. Now he has to take such a large group. He is not so kind. Mu Jichen knew that it was impossible for all of them to go with him. So he pointed at the Xiahou siblings and the Donphan siblings and said, Master Jing, you don't need to bring too many people. Just the 5 of us will be enough. When he heard that he would only bring a few people, Jing Yelong did not object, and stared at Su Maoyang. I promised to take you guys. So can you give me the elixir? Master Jing, I'm sorry. For someone as moody as you, I can't believe your promise. So I can only give you the elixir after the banquet. You have to be patient for a few days. Su Maoyang was not stupid enough to believe his casual promise. Jing Yelong didn't expect her to be so cautious, and frowned, and retorted unsatisfactorily, If I take you in at that time, but you don't admit it, I can't believe you either. Right? Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head when he heard this, and raised his voice to ask, Uh-huh. In the eyes of Master Jing, we, the people of Maple Forest Empire, are not worth looking at all. With Master Jing's strength and power, are you afraid that we will trick you and run away? Humph. Just understand, if you dare to play any tricks, I will make you die ugly. Jing Yelong is a proud man. He naturally doesn't take the disciples of Maple Forest Empire seriously. So what Su Maoyang said is right. He is not afraid of being deceived at all, because he always has a way to deal with them. Don't worry. As long as Master Jing keeps his promise, this pill will definitely be handed over to you. Su Maoyang promised. But Jing Yelong still had some doubts in his heart. After all, he had never seen anyone use such a precious elixir to exchange for a place in the banquet. So he couldn't help but ask, Why did you go to such great lengths to participate in the banquet of Yunlu Dark Domain? Su Maoyang knew that he was so smart that he would definitely be suspicious. So he had already thought of an excuse. I have heard a lot about the deeds of Yunlu Emperor since I was a child. He is my role model and motivation for hard practice. It's a pity that I have never had the opportunity to see his grace with my own eyes. So I always hope to see him with my own eyes one day. And this rare opportunity, I naturally can't miss it. Besides, I don't need this elixir. If I can use it to realize my lifelong wish, it's worth it. Hearing this, Jing Yelong suddenly realized that it turned out to be another woman obsessed with the emperor. Obsessed to the point of madness, who was willing to use the elixir to exchange just to see Yunlu Emperor. Of course, she is not a beast contract master, and it is indeed a waste to hold the heavenly beast spirit pill. It is better to exchange it for something that is beneficial to herself. Thinking about it this way, it is understandable. Chapter 1810. Her brother actually has a friend. Okay, I'll trust you for once. 10 days later, I'll take you to Yongling Villa. But you'd better remember what you promised me. Otherwise the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Jing Yelong warned sinisterly, and then strode out of the inn with the guards. Su Maoyang saw him leave, and then he told the Donphan siblings, the Xiahou siblings, and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance. Okay, you all go back to practice. There are less than 2 months before the competition, and the key is to concentrate on preparing for the competition now. The disciples of the Red Star Alliance understood that they could not help much in the dark area of the Cloud Tower. They could only work hard to practice, and let Su Maoyang save more trouble. They nodded and went back to their rooms. Wei Zhishu, Wei Shirui and others could not protect themselves, let alone help. So they also went upstairs with the Red Star Alliance and others, planning to stay in the inn temporarily, and did not dare to cause trouble for Su Mo. Aunt Lu had no choice. She had already arrived in the Northern Spirit Realm, where she was unfamiliar with the place, and could not live independently. Moreover, the inns here were overcrowded, and there were no rooms left. She could only stay with Su Maoyang and others. So even if she regretted it to death, she had to compromise on the surface. Xiao Wanqian knew that Su Maoyang must be very tired after traveling for such a long time, and immediately said to Liu considerately, "I will give my room to Su Mo, and I will share a room with you tonight." Dong Fan Yaoyu nodded when he heard it. "I will share a room with Xian, and my room will be for Xinuo. Men don't have so many requirements, so it's okay to make do with it. Well, you guys should go and rest quickly. Get some energy, so that you can tear apart those bitches who covet the emperor." Dongfang Liu was furious when she thought of the matter of Yunlu Dark Domain selecting the emperor's concubine for the emperor. She gritted her teeth when she said this. Although Su Maoyang was sad, in order not to make them worry, she still put on a smile. "Don't worry. No matter what tricks they play, they can't separate Jun Haocong and me." Dongfang Liu nodded repeatedly when she heard this. "That's right. The emperor loves you to death. How could he accept other beauties? Well, regardless of this, I'll take you to see the room first," Dongfang Liu said, and pulled her upstairs. After settling down in Xingyuan, Su Maoyang concentrated on practicing. There are still many corpse puppets in her space that have not been refined. You should know that those corpse puppets were brought out from the Yellow Spring Road. They have super abnormal combat power. It should not be a problem to take one out and deal with the strong man of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master level. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang urged his mental power, injected it into the corpse puppet, and concentrated on refining it. 10 days passed unknowingly. Unfortunately, the corpse puppet still failed to be refined. The only thing to be thankful for was that Su Maoyang's mental power broke through and finally successfully entered the ranks of the Peak of the Dan Saint. I think that in a short time, she will be able to become the Dan Emperor and refine pills for Yushu Tianzuan to help him advance to the level of the Emperor's spiritual master. However, she had decided that the corpse puppets in the Yellow Spring Road were really terrible. Since she came out of the Yellow Spring Road, she has been refining pills and refining corpse puppets, and has never stopped. But she still hasn't successfully refined one. It is enough to see how powerful those corpse puppets were when they were alive. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was full of awe for them, and even more curious about what these corpse puppets and the corpse puppet king had experienced to end up in such a tragic end. However, just as Su Maoyang was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door outside. "Master! Master Jing is waiting outside. We should go." It was Xinuo's voice outside. Su Maoyang was shocked to realize that 10 days had passed. Then she immediately got up, changed her clothes, tidied up, and pushed the door open and walked out. When she came to the lobby of the inn, she found that almost all the people from the Filong ancient clan had arrived. In addition to the Prince Jing Yelong, there were more than a dozen elders and more than 30 young people with strong auras. Among them, there were several beautiful women with noble temperaments. They stood in the crowd, extremely dazzling, causing others to look at them sideways. Of course, the most eye-catching person was a pretty woman standing next to Jing Yelong, wearing a red dress and a crescent-shaped veil. She had an attractive oval face, and her skin was as white as a freshly peeled water chestnut, so tender that it seemed the water could be squeezed out. Her bright and lively phoenix eyes sparkled like stars. Her small red mouth was as delicate as a flower, and her graceful figure was also very beautiful. Each of them was the best among beauties. However, when she saw Su Maoyang and others joining their team, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she frowned and asked Jing Yelong, "Brother, who are they?" "My friends," Jing Yelong replied lightly, not wanting to mention it too much. But the woman in red was particularly surprised when she heard it, and her eyes widened immediately. "Brother, when did you have friends? Why don't I know? Her brother actually has friends? Is she dreaming?" Jing Yelong sneered in his heart. What kind of friends are these people? But he had to perfunctorily say, "I just made friends a few days ago." "Just made friends? Brother, did I hear you right? You can actually make friends?" Jing Yunhan exclaimed in disbelief, then looked at Su Maoyang and others, and asked curiously, "Which big power are you from? To be her brother's friends. These people must be extraordinary." Su Maoyang heard her call Jing Yelong brother, and the two looked very similar, so she guessed that this person should be Jing Yelong's sister. She immediately clasped her fists and introduced herself. "My name is Su Mo. These people are all my friends. We are from the Maple Empire." When he heard that it was the Maple Empire, Jing Yunhan was even more shocked, and his face suddenly darkened. A waste from the Maple Empire is actually worthy of being my brother's friend. Hearing such impolite words, Donphan's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, and Mu Jichen all frowned. Watch your mouth. What do you mean by Maple Forest Empire's trash? Besides, if your brother hadn't begged Suemo to be her friend, Suemo might not have agreed. Your brother didn't say anything. So why do you, as a sister, have so many opinions? Donphan Liu couldn't control her temper and retorted without mercy. Jing Yunhan didn't expect that it was his brother who took the initiative to make friends with people from the Maple Forest Empire. His face changed immediately, and he asked in disbelief, "Brother, is this true?" "Okay. There are so many true and false. It's getting late. We should get on the road." Jing Yelong didn't want to say such a shameful thing in person. So he interrupted her, and called the team to Yongling Villa. Chapter 1811 The Eight Great Families. Although Bailingjai is an ancient city, it is extremely vast. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate so many people from all over the Nine Netherworld and all forces. Therefore, in addition to the inns and restaurants in the central area, there are also many villas in the marginal areas. However, seeing that the war was about to start in more than a month, the villas in the marginal areas were quickly occupied. The Yunlu Dark Domain was rich and powerful, and because a Yunlu emperor who was favored by the Sunluo realm appeared 10 years ago, it had a very high status in the Bailing realm. As a result, it generously booked the entire Yongling Villa and scheduled a banquet tonight for the 4 ancient clans. In fact, in the past 10 years in the Nine Netherworld, only Yunlu Emperor and Finchen Jun have caught the attention of the Sunluo realm and met the requirements of the upper plane. Therefore, the status and prestige of Yunlu Dark Domain and Finchua Tiancheng in the Nine Netherworld have risen rapidly, reaching a height that other forces cannot reach. Even the 4 ancient clans with ancient heritage cannot compare. Of course, the 4 ancient clans are equally strong and not weaker than them, but they have not cultivated such outstanding super geniuses as Yunlu Emperor and Fintianjin, which makes their status in the Nine Nether realm not as good as Yunlu Dark Realm and Finchua Tiancheng. Therefore, facing the invitation of Yunlu Dark Realm, although they are proud, they have to come to the banquet for the sake of Yunlu Emperor. After all, until now, they still clearly remember the scene when all the forces in the Sunluo realm invited Yunlu Emperor to join at the same time. It shocked the Nine Nether realm and shocked people's hearts. That peerless figure was imprinted in the minds of each of them, and they are still very excited when they think about it now. Furthermore, they clearly understood that if a groundbreaking super genius like Emperor Yunlu agreed to go to the Sunluo realm, with his terrifying talent and strength, he would have a place in the Sunluo realm, and even achieve achievements beyond their imagination, such as the super strongman who walked out of the Nine Nether realm and established the Northern Spirit realm. Therefore, such a person must not be offended, and they must also give some face to the forces he belongs to. Of course, if they can marry such a person, it would be the best. Therefore, many people came to the banquet this time, causing Su Maoyang to see a large group of people queuing up to walk inside when he walked to the gate of the villa, which was very lively. Fortunately, the guards at the door were quick, and soon they came to their line. Jing Yelong showed the invitation to the guards generously. When the guards saw that they were from the ancient Falun clan, they immediately extended their hands respectfully and ordered the servants to lead them inside. Yongling Villa was very spacious. They walked for a while before they came to the courtyard for the banquet. Su Maoyang looked around and found that there were already many people sitting in the yard. Of course, most of them were unfamiliar faces. Su Maoyang did not recognize them. The figure sitting in the seat in front of her was Jun Haotsong's brother, Pingxiang Wang Jun Yueya. In fact, Pingxiang Wang did not oppose her and Jun Haotsong being together at the beginning. He even spoke for her in front of the eldest princess Jun Qingren. However, since the murder of the eldest princess, he was blinded by anger and hatred and refused to believe himself. Now, he has gone back on his word and violated Jun Haotsong's intentions. He has summoned the 4 ancient clans here to discuss marriage, which is more and more excessive. However, Su Maoyang believed that such a banquet today was definitely not the intention of King Pingxiang alone. It was very likely that the family forces in the Yunlu Dark Domain who had a grudge against him were behind the scenes, instigating and bewitching King Pingxiang, which made him make such a decision. For example, the Chao family, Jiang family and Bai family, who sat below King Pingxiang. Su Maoyang remembered that she had seriously injured Chao Qiru and Chao Yongjin, two siblings, in the sex selection competition, and killed two extremely precious spirit beasts, making enemies with the Chao family. Later, in the battle between Sanyan sect and Xingyuan Holy Land, she killed Jiang Lichuan, the son of the Jiang family who wanted to take her life, and also snatched his spirit beast, the poisonous Emperor Scorpion, which was also regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the Jiang family. After coming out of Xingyuan Holy Land, she learned that Bai Xian had seriously injured the Blood Battle group while she was away, so she ran to settle accounts with her, and also alarmed the high-level officials of Sanyan's sect to encircle and suppress her. In the end, it was Yushu Tianzuan who came forward to help resolve the crisis and help her eliminate the alchemy genius Bai Xian. Therefore, it is obvious that the Bai family hated her to the core for losing an alchemist that they had cultivated at a great cost. In fact, there are 8 major families in the Yunlu Dark Domain. In addition to the Chao family, the Jiang family, and the Bai family, there are also the Chu family, the Yuqi family, the Yin family, the Su family, and the Pan family. It was just that the Chu family was accused of a capital crime by her, and was completely destroyed before she left the Yunlu Dark Domain. It had already withdrawn from the stage of history. The Du family came from behind and gradually replaced the Chu family, becoming one of the 8 major families in the Yunlu Dark Domain. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes involuntarily swept towards the direction of the Du family, and indeed saw the figure of Du Firu. Du Firu did a lot to bring down Chu Yuyin, so Su Maoyang still had a deep impression of her, thinking that Chu Yuyin had to marry into the Yuqi family because she was pregnant with Yuqi Hongda's child. Su Maoyang looked in the direction of the Yuqi family. At this time, Chu Yuyin was sitting next to Yuqi Hongda, humble and without any sense of existence. Her face had long lost its former beauty, and her eyes were even more empty and lifeless, without any of the previous agility. The sunken eye sockets made her look much older. Therefore, she applied very thick rouge and powder and painted extremely rich makeup. But it still couldn't cover up her haggardness and weakness, which showed that she had a very bad life in the past 3 years. Danger could also understand that marrying a pervert like Yuqi Hongda would not be good. She was able to live until now and appear here, which made Su Maoyang feel very surprised. After all, she heard in the dark area of Yunlu that Chu Yuyin was tortured by Yuqi Hongda the next day after she married him. And she also had a miscarriage. It was not easy for her to survive. However, General Yuqi had only one son, Yuqi Hongda, when he was old. So even if his son was absurd, he turned a blind eye and did not blame Yuqi Hongda too much. From this, we can imagine how difficult and painful Chu Yuin's situation in the Yuqi family was. However, thinking of the sin she had committed, Su Maoyang did not sympathize with her, but swept his eyes to other families, trying to find the figure of Yin La Feng. Last time, Jun Haosong was jealous and drove Yin La Feng to the border for garrison. Su Maoyang did not even see him for the last time. She felt very guilty, and didn't know if he had lived well these years. Unfortunately, she searched around and did not find Yin La Feng. And even General Pan, who had marched and fought with her, was nowhere to be found. Su Maoyang then discovered that among the 8 major families, the Yin family and the Pan family did not seem to be present. And these 2 families were the only ones who recognized her at the beginning. Chapter 18. 12 Women from the 4 Ancient Clans. Could it be that they didn't come to this banquet because of her? Realizing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but fall into deep thought, until the servant leading the way in front spoke. She came back to her senses. Prince Filong, this area is the seat of the Filong Ancient Clans. You can sit down at will. The servant pointed to the seats behind him. Jing Yelong nodded and chose a seat in the first row and sat down. The elders and geniuses who had some status in the Filong Ancient Clans also sat down one after another. Su Maoyang and others knew that there was no seat for them in the front, so they consciously sat back. Fortunately, the area was spacious, and even if they sat in the back, they could clearly see the forces on the opposite side and the right. Although except for the 8 major families, the people present were all new faces, and Su Maoyang had never seen them before. But from their clothes and dress, he could still guess roughly. At this time, I saw a group of people wearing the Wu badge sitting directly opposite the Filong Ancient Clan. I think they are the legendary Zhenwu Ancient Clan. And diagonally opposite the Filong Ancient Clan is a group of people wearing black cloaks. They are dressed mysteriously, with sinister looks between their brows, and exuding a cold aura. They sit there like ghosts, making people feel cold. If Su Maoyang guessed correctly, this group of people should be from the Xiefeng ancient clan. It is said that the Xiefeng ancient clan is very mysterious and cultivates poison masters. Looking at their dress and temperament, they are indeed somewhat similar to poison masters. And the group of people sitting on their right side are wearing alchemist badges. At first glance, they are from the Xian and ancient clan. There is no suspense. Now, Su Maoyang looked at the number of people and the scene. Although not all of the 4 ancient clans came, 2/3 of them definitely came. It can be seen that the position of the imperial concubine is still very attractive. Sure enough, when Su Maoyang was looking at the 4 ancient clan forces, many women from the Zhenwu ancient clan opposite began to discuss Emperor Yunlu. I heard that Emperor Yunlu has an extraordinary appearance and is the best in the world. I wonder if I can have the honor to meet him today. Yes. I heard that Emperor Yunlu has an unparalleled appearance, and no one can compare to him. The only one who can be compared with him is probably Lord Finchen. Ha! Not only is his appearance unparalleled, but his strength is also unmatched. He is the only super genius in the 9 Nether Realm who entered the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master at the age of 18. Even Lord Finchen is slightly inferior to him. One of the women in a blue skirt echoed with admiration. At this time, a woman in a yellow dress, who seemed to be younger and had never been to the Northern Spirit Realm, missed the grace of Emperor Yunlu. Hearing this, she was curious and hurriedly asked the pretty woman in a white dress sitting in the first row, "Sister Qiang, I heard that you had the honor of meeting Emperor Yunlu 10 years ago. Please tell us what kind of person Emperor Yunlu is." The white-clothed woman called Sister Qiang raised a proud smile at the corner of her mouth when she heard this, and said proudly, 10 years ago, Emperor Yunlu was only 16 years old. At that time, he already had the strength admired by thousands of people. He defeated the equally powerful Lord Finchen, stood at the top of Jiuyo, and was invited by all Sanluo forces. That peerless figure stood on the platform like a god, shocking countless people. Of course, the most shocking thing is that he rejected the invitations of all forces in Sanluo realm without hesitation. You can imagine how proud he is. Speaking of Emperor Yunlu, the woman in white also had a look of admiration on her face, and her tone was obviously proud, as if Emperor Yunlu had a close relationship with her. The woman in yellow was even more excited after hearing this. Sister Qiang, you are very beautiful and powerful. This time you are likely to marry the Emperor and become his concubine. At that time, you will be able to get along with people like the Emperor day and night. I really envy you. Hearing this, a woman from the Xiefeng ancient clan wearing a red skirt and a black cloak couldn't help but sneer. Just because you are a woman from the Zhenwu ancient clan, you also want to marry the Emperor. I'm afraid you are just daydreaming. The woman in white saw that the Xiefeng ancient clan was not convinced, and snorted disdainfully. Bien Heiyue, you are jealous that I am more outstanding than you, and have more opportunities. Jealous? Haha. You are so shameless. I, Bien Heiyue, have never taken you seriously. The red-clothed woman called Bien Heiyue sneered, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across her cold and beautiful face. Nie Qiang was a little angry at her contemptuous attitude, and she said coldly, Bien Heiyue, why are you so eager to find fault? If you are not convinced, let's go up and compete to see who is qualified to become the Emperor's concubine. Speaking of which, the women of the 4 ancient clans are much more open than the women in the central region. They are wild by nature, not as reserved as the women of the 4 empires. They say whatever they want and do whatever they want. They never hide anything, nor are they timid. If you don't accept it, we will fight you directly and beat you until you surrender. This is their rule. Even when fighting for men, it is no exception. Seeing the women of the Zhenwu ancient clan and the Xiefeng ancient clan on the verge of a fight, a beautiful woman in a purple dress sitting in the first row on the right side of the Filong ancient clan suddenly laughed. Everyone knows that Emperor Yunlu once liked a woman from the lower plane. Such a humble status, such a weak ant, can catch the Emperor's eye. It can be imagined that the Emperor's eyes are not on status, appearance and strength. Therefore, if you use strength to judge the qualifications of becoming an imperial concubine, it is too ridiculous. Hearing this, Dongfang Liu next to Su Maoyang frowned in anger. She dared to say that Su Maoyang was humble and weak. This woman is really arrogant. In her opinion, in the 9 Nether Realm, there is no woman who is more talented, more powerful, and more worthy of Emperor Yunlu than Su Maoyang. Of course, after hearing this, not only Donphan Liyue was unhappy, but also Nie Qiang and Bian Heyue. Humph, Zui Yanqian. Tell me, if we don't look at strength, status, and appearance, what else can we look at? Nie Qiang really couldn't think of anything more important than these conditions. The purple-clothed woman heard this, and her lips curled up, raising a little confidence. Of course, look at alchemy. Because I heard that the ant from the lower plane is an alchemist. And Emperor Yunlu seems to have been seriously injured in the lower plane and contracted a stubborn disease, and needs to take pills for a long time. I think this is also the reason why the Emperor favors the ant. Haha. According to what you said, then as an alchemist, you are sure to win. Right? You really think highly of yourself. Bian Heyue sneered at her words, snorted disdainfully, and didn't seem to take her seriously. Chapter 1813. Who is talking? Get out. A woman in green sitting next to the purple-clothed woman seemed to have a good relationship with the purple-clothed woman. She couldn't help but chime in. Even ants from the lower planes can become imperial concubines. My sister Yan Qian is a genius alchemist at the top of the Dan sect, and a proud daughter of the ancient Xian Dan clan. Why can't she do that? In terms of talent, alchemy, beauty, and status, which one doesn't beat that lowly person from the lower plane? So, if my sister Yan Qian is not qualified, I don't think anyone in the world is qualified. Ha ha ha. It's so funny. Compared with an ant from the lower plane. Is yours with Yan Qian only at this level? Bian Heyue is not only a master of poison, but also has a sharp mouth. One sentence made the woman in green speechless. In her opinion, the former imperial concubine was not even qualified to be compared with him, let alone compete for the emperor. But the people of the Xian and ancient clan used an ant to make a fuss, which was simply laughable. Zui Yanqian seemed to be very confident in herself, and was unmoved by Bian Heyue's sarcasm. I naturally disdain to compare with the ants of the lower plane. Of course, you women who are not even in the eyes of the emperor are not qualified to compare with me. Bah! You are really shameless. Which one of you here is not the proud daughter of the family? Who is not outstanding in appearance, strong in strength, and amazing in talent? Only you, Zui Yanqian, are a genius. And others are not? The Xiandan ancient clan is really as arrogant as ever. Nie Qiang was upset when she heard such arrogant words, and she retorted without any hesitation. Zui Yanqian raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, and glanced at Nie Qiang with contempt, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. Nie Qiang, the reason why my Xiandan ancient clan is so arrogant is because we have the capital to be arrogant. With just one of my pills, I can make a stronger person than you work for me. Can you do it? Nie Qiang was speechless for a moment, and then she slapped her palm on the table in anger, and stood up suddenly. What's the skill of asking for help? If you have the ability, let's fight now to see who is better, you or me. Nie Qiang is not good at refining pills, but she is definitely a rare genius in spiritual power, and her fierce fighting power is well known in the Zhenmu ancient clan. King Pingxiang saw that the women of the three forces were arguing fiercely, and were about to fight. So he hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The ladies present are all talented, each with their own advantages and good points. There is really no need to make things so awkward. Speaking of which, I invited everyone to come together today just to build relationships and get to know you ladies. And I didn't mean to let you compete against each other. What's more, the Cloud Peak battle will be held soon. If you ladies have any dissatisfaction, you can give full play to it in the competition and compete with each other. Why rush it now? Hearing this, the elders of the four ancient clans were not fools, and naturally would not believe his hypocritical words. And they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. What kind of relationship building? The Cloud Tower Dark Domain used the position of the Emperor's concubine to attract them and bring them together. It was obvious that they wanted them to compete against each other in the Cloud Peak battle, and then choose the best one from these women. Because the four ancient clans usually have no grudges. Even if they meet in the Battle of Yunding, they are likely to keep some reservations because of each other's background power. And they may even unite to deal with other forces. In this way, it is difficult for them to see the true strength of these women, which greatly increases the difficulty of selection. But after what they did today, the women of the four ancient clans will definitely go all out to compete for the position of the Emperor's concubine. And the competition will become fierce and even cruel. Moreover, in order to get this marriage and get closer to the relationship with Yunlu Dark Domain, The people of the 4 ancient clans will also show mercy when they meet the disciples of Yunlu Dark Domain in the competition, which undoubtedly reduces the difficulty of Yunlu Dark Domain's participation. It must be said that Yunlu Dark Domain's calculations are really loud. However, although they understand Yunlu Dark Domain's thoughts, it is not easy to expose them. After all, the position of the Emperor's concubine is indeed very tempting. Before the result comes out, they still try not to destroy such a rare opportunity with their own hands. Yan Heyue was a smart man. Hearing this, he immediately understood what King Pingxiang meant. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "So, the Emperor will not show up today?" "Uh-huh. Yes. The Emperor has been in seclusion recently, and it is not convenient for him to show up for the time being." Jun Yue pulled a stiff smile and explained with a guilty conscience. Although he knew that Jun Haocong was not in seclusion, but was injured and was still unconscious, he would not tell such a thing to outsiders. So he had to find an excuse for seclusion to get away with it. Of course, they were able to hold this dinner smoothly because he was away. Otherwise, he would have turned the whole thing upside down. Seeing that several ancient clans were having a good time, the head of the Chao family immediately took over the words of King Pingxiang and comforted them with a smile. "Ladies, please rest assured that even if the Emperor does not come in person, King Pingxiang and our elders can make the decision. You are all rare geniuses in the 9 Nether Realm. With your conditions, you must be much better than the women from the lower plains. I believe that even such an unspeakable and ungrateful bitch can catch the Emperor's eye. So you are no problem. So, no matter who it is, the ladies present are qualified to become the Emperor's concubine." The head of the Chao family is a talkative person. He pleased all the women with a few words and aroused their desire to compete. Donphan Liu sneered at these words. "Uh-huh. The Chao family is really shameless. They are just a minister, but they are pretending to be the father of the Emperor. They even dare to claim to make decisions for the Emperor. Who do they think they are?" Donphan Liu saw the woman who claimed to be the daughter of the Chao family, who she had met once in the inn sitting behind the middle-aged man, and guessed that the old man must be the elder of the Chao family. So, when she heard him stepping on Su Maoyang and praising the women of the 4 ancient clans, she was furious and couldn't help but sarcastically said it out loud. To be honest, her voice was not loud, but everyone present was a martial artist, and they were all masters, so they naturally heard it clearly, and then looked in the direction of Su Maoyang, Donphan Liu and others. When the head of the Chao family heard that someone dared to publicly humiliate the Chao family, he was immediately furious and shouted, "Who is it? Who is talking? Get out!" Donphan Liu was an open-minded person. Since she was heard, she was not afraid of others knowing it, and immediately opened her mouth to admit it. However, Su Maoyang next to her didn't wait for her to say it, and said first, "It's me." Chapter 1814, "You are not worthy of my attack." After hearing Su Maoyang admit it herself, everyone present cast a surprised look at her. I can't help but sigh that this woman is really bold. She dares to humiliate the Chao family in front of so many people. You know, none of the 4 ancient clans dare to tear their faces apart like this. At this time, Jing Yelong also looked back at Su Maoyang in surprise, with a faint look of shock in his pupils. To be honest, he knew that this woman was very bold. Not only did she dare to make friends with Prince Failong, but she also dared to make things difficult for him. However, in such an occasion, he thought she would know how to restrain herself. He didn't expect that she would be so ignorant of the situation. She was simply looking for death. The head of the Chao family didn't expect that the person who humiliated his Chao family was actually a thin and weak stranger with ordinary looks. Seeing that she was sitting in the position of the Failong ancient clan, she seemed to be a member of the Failong ancient clan. He immediately looked at Jing Yelong and asked, "Prince Failong, is that person a disciple of your Failong ancient clan?" Jing Yelong saw that Su Maoyang had offended the Chao family, and suddenly he became playful and denied it. "No. She and the 5 people next to her are all disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, not members of my Failong ancient clan." When they heard that they were from the Maple Forest Empire, the several families in the Yunlu Dark Domain all changed their faces and frowned. The Maple Forest Empire is the worst and least powerful of the 8 major powers. They usually don't even bother to talk to the people of the Maple Forest Empire, let alone invite them to the dinner. Realizing this, the head of the Chao family looked very ugly. "Prince Failong, since they are from the Maple Forest Empire, why are they sitting in your seats?" Due to the background and strength of the Filong ancient clan, the Chow family master couldn't directly question him why he'd brought the people from the Maple Forest Empire in. So he could only ask in a tactful way. Haha. Chow family master. I really have no choice. This woman said that she has admired the emperor for many years, and her lifelong wish is to marry the emperor. She pestered me so much that I had to bring her in. I hope that King Pingxiang and the other family masters will forgive me. Jing Yelong only agreed to bring people in to attend the banquet, but he didn't agree to protect her in front of everyone. So who she provoked and what trouble she caused had nothing to do with him. He had no obligation and no kindness to help speak up. Besides, she made things difficult for him last time, and he hadn't gotten rid of the bad breath yet. He wanted to see if this sharp-tongued woman could turn danger into safety in front of the Chow family today without the support of the Filong ancient clan. However, if she bowed to him and asked him for help, he would consider saving her life. After all, everything depends on his mood. When everyone heard that this woman not only came from the most rubbish Maple Forest Empire, but also wanted to marry the emperor, they were stunned for a few seconds. And then, they all burst into laughter. A woman wearing a rose-printed crescent skirt, sitting next to the head of the Chow family, after hearing such a ridiculous thing, was even more merciless and mocked loudly. An ugly woman from the Maple Forest Empire actually dared to covet my emperor. You are not qualified to carry my shoes, let alone be the emperor's concubine. Please go back to where you came from. I don't welcome you trash in the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Donfang Liua heard such unpleasant words. How could she bear it? And yelled back on the spot. Bah! Who are you? Return to your emperor. Do you have any shame? For a person like you, let alone carrying shoes. I feel disgusted to even be involved with the emperor. How dare you? A disciple of the Maple Forest Empire actually dared to insult me. Are you tired of living? Chao Shini never expected this person to be so bold, and she immediately scolded him angrily. Donfang Liua had been holding back her anger when she learned that they were selecting a concubine for the emperor. And now seeing her so arrogant, she was even more furious, and said with disgust and contempt, It's okay that she's not as good-looking as Su Imo, and her strength is not as good as Su Imo, but her personality is so disgusting. The women of the Chow family are really disgusting. She had seen Chow Kira's arrogance and shamelessness when she was in the inn before, and now she saw another bitch, which made her impression of the Chow family even worse. When Chao Shini heard her say that she was not as good as others, she was so angry that she stood up and yelled, Who is Su Imo? Stand up. I want to see her appearance and experience her strength. Su Maoyan was also very unhappy with her words, my emperor. Just looking at the spiritual power surging in her hands, she was only at the peak of the post-heavenly monarch spiritual master. But she didn't even have the desire to make a move. She couldn't help but snort coldly. I am Su Imo. However, your strength is not worthy of me to make a move. Su Maoyang's words shocked the whole audience. Everyone stared in disbelief, and looked at her ridiculously. Su Imo. She is Su Imo. The red-clothed woman just now actually said that Chao Shini's appearance was not as good as Su Mo's. Isn't she blind? The appearance in front of her is simply a world away from Chao Shini. That red-dressed woman actually had the nerve to compare her with Chao Shini. It was such a joke. Besides, although Chao Shini was not a top-notch genius, she was at least a peak-level acquired spiritual master, only one step away from being an innate spiritual master. Among the younger generation, she was considered to be of an upper-middle level. But this woman named Su Imo was so arrogant that she said Chao Shini was not worthy of her taking action. It was incredible. Since when? Even people from a rotten place, like the Maple Forest Empire, are so arrogant and presumptuous? Asshole. I, Chao Shini, took the initiative to fight you, which is already a sign of respect for you. You dare to refuse. I think you don't dare to fight me at all. And you are deliberately making excuses. Chao Shini is at least a junior who is trained by the Chow family. She has a certain status in the Yunlu Dark Domain, not to mention facing the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. But this person actually said that she is not worthy, which is simply unreasonable. Donfang Liua saw that she had to spar with her, and before Su Maoyan could speak, she said first, I can take action to deal with a piece of trash like you. If you want Su Imo to take action, you are not qualified. After that, Donfang Liua stood up and walked out of the crowd. Your daughter of the Chow family is so arrogant. I also want to learn your tricks today. These families in the Yunlu Dark Domain dared to ignore Sumo's existence and choose the imperial concubine behind the emperor's back. She is here today. You must teach these bitches a lesson for Sumo. Chao Shini heard such arrogant words. Her face darkened, and she snorted angrily. I found that the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are not strong, but they are good at talking. It seems that you know that you can't achieve anything with your cultivation. So you have changed to talking. Well, I will let you see clearly today that the gap between my Yunlu Dark Domain and your Maple Forest Empire is a gap that you will never be able to cross in your lifetime. After saying that, Chao Shini raised her palm, surging with abundant spiritual power, and attacked Donphan Liyue. Chapter 1815, she has made great progress. Facing the palm print she sent, Donphan Liyue felt the fluctuation of her spiritual power, and a sneer flashed in her eyes. If this is all you can do, you are not even qualified to be Sumo's maid. She knew besides Su Maoyang is better than her. I really don't know why she is so arrogant. Humph. You dare to brag when you are about to die. I will beat you to pieces. Hearing such humiliating words, Chao Shini snorted angrily. And just as she slapped the palm print, her body followed closely, and she kicked towards the void nimbly. Each move was accompanied by extremely strong spiritual power and sharp wind. Like a sharp sword, Donphan Liyue didn't seem to take her fierce move seriously, and raised her hand without changing her expression, clenched her fingers into a fist, and smashed it simply and roughly. In an instant, her arm had violent spiritual power output, and it blasted towards Chao Shini like a storm. Seeing the dazzling spiritual light, Chao Shini was horrified. She had never expected that the other party was actually a Xiantian Jun Lingshi. At this moment, she felt the overwhelming pressure that was enough to crush people. Her confident and calm expression collapsed in an instant, and her body retreated again and again, until she had no way to retreat and had to dodge to the side. Donphan Liyue snorted coldly, and crushed her attack with 2 punches, not giving her a chance to dodge. She swept forward and rushed forward. The spiritual power in her palm was output crazily, and it chopped down vertically on Chao Shini's head. In an instant, a thunderous and overbearing force chopped down, and it was about to fall on Chao Shini. Seeing this, Chao Shini was shocked, and immediately sacrificed a long whip of lower fairy product, and swung it fiercely in front of her. There was a loud bang, which temporarily helped her resist part of the force. But the power of Xiantian Jun Lingshi was not something she could withstand at her current level, so she was still blasted back several meters, and spit out a mouthful of blood. When everyone saw the scene, they were all shocked and froze. Obviously they did not expect that the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire would have such powerful skills. Not only them, but even Su Maoyang was surprised and sincerely praised. Liyue has made great progress. Xiahou Wanxian smiled and nodded. With your elixir and the washing of the fairy pool, it would be unreasonable if she had not made any progress. Besides, she is naturally strong-willed. Recently, she has been competing with my brother in training and constantly training herself. She is much more hardworking than before. The current strength is naturally incomparable. Su Maoyang heard this, and nodded slightly in sudden realization. No wonder Donphan Liyue improved so quickly. After not seeing her for a few months, she has reached the level of Xiantian Jun Lingshi. She had forgotten that Donphan Liyue had taken the divine pattern pill that transformed her talent, and had been washed by the immortal pool. To some extent, her current talent could be considered the talent of top geniuses. No wonder she had been so arrogant in provoking Chao Shini just now. It turned out that she had some confidence. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang shook his head with a smile. But he was happy for her progress in his heart. At this time, Donphan Liyue saw that Chao Shini was so vulnerable, and a hint of sarcasm rose at the corner of her lips. She chuckled and said, "Uh-huh. Today I really saw the gap between your Yunlu Dark Domain and my Maple Forest Empire. It's really not a little bit different. With your level, you have the nerve to call us trash? Then aren't you even worse than trash? Bitch, I'll kill you." Chao Shini was so provoked that she trembled all over. She roared in shame and anger, and then she used up all her spiritual power, whipped hard, and went to kill Donphan Liyue again. Although Chao Shini was not the top genius of the Chao family, she was of noble status, and was high above others. She rarely encountered such provocations and humiliations. But now she was humiliated by the unspeakable disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. How could she accept this? So, She wanted to kill this woman who made her lose face to vent her hatred. Donphan Liu saw that she was murderous and used the power of the fairy weapon. She almost tried her best and clearly wanted her life. Then she no longer showed mercy. She stretched out her hand, summoned a sharp sword, and chopped at her flying whip. It must be said that Cao Shini was indeed very capable. With the help of the fairy weapon, her combat effectiveness was greatly improved. The long whip whistled like a spirit snake, as if it was going to cut a big hole in the air. If such a powerful force was thrown at Donphan Liu, it would probably split her in half. But Donphan Liu held the immortal sword in her hand, and her spiritual power was surging. Her sword energy was mighty, and her momentum was also not weak. She had fought with so many spirit beasts in the forest, and her skills had long been trained to be very agile. So facing Cao Shini's aggressive moves, she tiptoed and jumped into the air, avoiding the whip like a rainbow, and then stepped on the whip, flying towards Cao Shini at a high speed, swinging the sword wherever she passed. Everyone only saw that the long whip was quickly broken into several pieces under her feet and fell down one after another. Cao Shini was frightened when she saw this scene, and retreated in fear. But Donphan Liu refused to give up, wielding the sword and stabbing straight at Cao Shini fiercely. Seeing this scene, everyone present opened their eyes wide in horror. However, just as the sword was about to pierce Cao Shini's forehead, a figure suddenly rushed out from the Jiang family's direction, raised his palm, and slapped Donphan Liu's body. And the overwhelming spiritual power immediately repelled Donphan Liu. Donphan Liu felt the danger approaching and subconsciously took action to resist. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise she would have been seriously injured and fell to the ground. Because the person who took action was also an early-stage Xiantian Junlingshi. Although they were of the same level, Donphan Liu had just entered the early-stage Xiantian Junlingshi not long ago and had not yet consolidated her strength. If she really fought, she would naturally not be able to match such a person with stable strength. Therefore, just from that palm strike, Donphan Liu knew that she was definitely not this person's opponent. Thinking of this, she pressed her chest and forced herself to hold back the blood that was surging up again. Then she reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at the other person with fear. The one who helped was a man in a blue brocade robe. He was holding Cao Shini in his arms at this moment, staring at Donphan Liu with anger on his face. At first glance, they were a couple with a close relationship. Then, he roared angrily, "I didn't expect the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire to be so insidious and shameless. They actually sent an opponent with a higher level than Inire to fight, and even wanted to take someone's life. It's simply too much. No wonder the red-dressed woman was so arrogant just now. And she didn't change her face in the face of Cao Shini's provocation. It turned out that her spiritual power level was higher than Cao Shini's, and she was just waiting for Cao Shini to take the bait and learn from her." Chapter 1816, Let the Maid Fight Him. Su Maoyang sneered when he heard this unreasonable accusation, and said sarcastically, "Mr. Jiang, everyone saw it clearly just now. Your lover lost." But he was not convinced. He wanted to kill Liu to vent his anger. That's why Liu had to fight back. "You kill people first. Is there anything wrong with our legitimate defense? How can you say that you are bullying too much? You won't let Donphan Liu stand there and wait for your lover to kill you." Su Maoyang saw him rushing out from the Jiang family's seat just now, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Jiang Lichuan. So he guessed that this person should be the son of the Jiang family. The blue-clothed man was choked by her. He just thought of Donphan Liu hurting his sweetheart, and he couldn't control his anger. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Humph! You can't beat her yourself. So you deliberately sent someone with a higher level than Inire to help teach her a lesson. I've never seen such a despicable and shameless woman like you." Donphan Liu couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "Ha ha ha. It's really hilarious. I think you are the shameless ones. Su Mo didn't make a move because she didn't want to bully you. If she had made a move, you probably wouldn't have been left with anything. Humph! You defeated your opponent by suppressing your level. What's so arrogant about that? I really don't know how a despicable person who uses insidious means to bully lower-level people has the qualifications to provoke and laugh at my disciples of Yunlu Dark Domain." The blue-clothed man didn't seem to take Donphan Liu's strength seriously at all, because in his opinion, this battle was not fair at all. Su Maoyang faced his rebuke with an indifferent expression, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a cold voice, "Mr. Jiang, What you said is too low level. You and I keep practicing. Don't we want to improve our levels? Have stronger combat power? And use levels to distance each other? Why does Mr. John's mouth make level suppression become a despicable and shameless thing? Besides, since Donphan Liyue is one level higher than Chao Shini, it means that she is more talented than Chao Shini and practices harder than her. Who dares to say that this is not Donphan Liyue's strength? You are making up excuses. Jiang Jinlin, a man, was speechless again because of the eloquent Su Maoyang. Then, he glared at Donphan Liyue and declared war angrily. You bully people of lower levels. It's not a skill. Fight me if you dare. You and I are of the same level. Both are early Xiantian Junlingshi. If you defeat me, I will recognize your strength. Su Maoyang frowned slightly when he heard such a provocation, and retorted unhappily, Mr. Jiang, you just attacked and injured her. But now you want to compete with her. Aren't you also bullying people? Hee. What? Are you weak before the fight? It seems that you know she is not my opponent. So you start to make excuses again. I think the disciples of your Maple Forest Empire can only use some despicable and shameless means, and actually have no real strength at all. Jiang Jinlin glanced at Su Maoyang and others with contempt, and sneered disdainfully. Su Maoyang heard this, but he didn't get angry. The corners of his lips rose slightly, and he said lightly, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Since you want to fight, my Maple Forest Empire will accompany you to the end. However, I have a condition. If our disciples of the Maple Forest Empire win, you must kneel down in kowtow, and say in front of everyone that you are wrong. How about it? It seems that you are planning to send someone with a higher level than me to fight again. Jiang Jinlin sneered and sarcastically said when he heard such an arrogant request. Su Maoyang shook his head. Mr. Jiang, you are worrying too much. In this match, I will send my Shinua to fight. Her level is lower than yours. So Mr. Jiang can be completely assured. As she said that, she waved to Shinua, who was standing behind her. You go and meet him. Shinua received the order and immediately clasped his fists respectfully. Yes, master. After the words fell, Shinua walked out of the crowd. When everyone saw the scene and heard the master, they all took a deep breath in surprise. Their eyes widened, and they were full of disbelief. Just now they all heard. It is clear that the woman named Shinua called Su Mo her master, which means that they are in a master-servant relationship. Shinua is likely to be Su Mo's maid. But no one expected that Su Mo would be so arrogant as to let her maid fight. Isn't it too contemptuous? Jiang Jinlin is at least a congenital Junlingshi, with good strength and talent. But he has fallen to sparring with a maid. Isn't this a shame? As the person involved, Jiang Jinlin was so angry that his cheeks flushed and his facial features were ferocious when he learned that she sent a maid to fight. He yelled in anger. Asshole! You actually sent a maid to humiliate me. Compared to his anger, Su Maoyang was much calmer. At this time, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile flashed in her eyes. But the smile did not reach her eyes, revealing a bit of coldness and sarcasm. Mr. Jiang, don't look down on maids. Maybe you are not even as good as a maid? Hearing this, Xiaoho Wanqian, Xiaoho Zian, Mu Jichen and others beside him couldn't help laughing. Poison! Su Mo's mouth is still as poisonous as ever. She can make people angry just by her eloquent tongue, not to mention taking action. Hearing this, Jing Yelong, who was sitting in the first row, was also amused by her words. She was really bold. Jiang Jinlin would be pissed to death. Sure enough, hearing such insulting words, Jiang Jinlin was so angry that he gritted his teeth, burst out with spiritual power, and flew towards Su Maoyang. Bitch! Die! Seeing that he dared to attack her master, Shinua immediately stepped forward, drew her sword and chopped him down, intercepted him in an instant, and warned with a sinister face. Your opponent is me. Get past me first. Seeing that the two sides were fighting, Donphan Liyue seemed to be very confident in Shinua, and directly handed the battlefield to her, then quickly returned to her seat, swallowed the pill, and adjusted her breath. Jiang Jinlin had no intention of fighting with the maid, and was furious at her obstruction. He roared with a dark face. A maid is worthy of me to fight. Get out. After that, he raised his palm and prepared to blast her out. Hearing this, Shinua's cold lips slightly tilted with a hint of sarcasm. Really? Then you have to look carefully. Do I? A maid? Deserve it. After the words fell, Shinua's eyes became fierce, and the spiritual power of the peak post-heavenly monarch's spiritual master surged in his palm, covering the silver sword, and slashed away with the wind. Humph. A maid who is one level lower than me dares to speak nonsense. Go to hell. Seeing the spiritual power level of Shinua, Jiang Jinlin snorted disdainfully, and then punched hard, breaking through the spiritual power like curtain, intending to punch her directly through a hole and kill her on the spot. After all, if he didn't suppress her with iron blood, he would become the laughing stock of the entire Joyo realm if he was provoked by a low-level maid. Chapter 1817, Ghostly Skills. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Shinua smiled sternly, and her body turned aside, brushing past his fist in an instant. At the same time, she swung her long sword. Silver light suddenly appeared, and the sword energy swept, instantly rolling up a wave of wind, and fiercely chopped down Jiang Jinlin's arm. Jiang Jinlin was also a Xiantian Junlingsher, so he naturally didn't take such a move seriously. He had no scruples and directly raised his palm to smash the sword light, and formed a seal with both hands, and rushed towards her. At this time, there was a loud bang, and Jiang Jinlin's palm print suddenly split Shinua's sword in half. The powerful power spread like a storm, forcing Shinua to step back a few steps. At this moment, she personally felt the power of Jiang Jinlin, and had to admit that this man was indeed quite capable. No wonder he was so proud. And he had the capital to be proud. Haha. Your weapons are all broken. Is this all you have? Jiang Jinlin glanced at the sword that was broken into two pieces on the ground with contempt, and sneered sarcastically. Shinua was not angry either. She gently curled her lips and raised a confident smile. It doesn't matter. Even without weapons, it's more than enough to deal with you. You should know that her title of the female war god in Fengqi Empire is not for nothing. Humph. You dare to be so shameless when you are about to die. And you are looking for a fight. Jiang Jinlin didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn, and she refused to admit defeat at this juncture. He roared angrily, swung his arm again, and chopped her head with a palm. This palm not only contained a strong spiritual power, but also carried a violent anger, and it shook violently, as if it was going to explode the void. Everyone believed that if this kind of power fell on the thin woman, her bones would probably be shattered. Realizing this, everyone present held their breath and stared at the slender figure, secretly sweating for her. However, Shinua felt the overwhelming momentum. Not only did he not retreat, but rushed forward, his footsteps trembling quickly, rushing from a distance like a ghost. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Then some people started to discuss in shock. This woman is crazy. She is a postnatal master of the spirit, facing the attack of the innate master of the spirit. She not only did not dodge, but also planned to fight in close combat. She is simply courting death. Yes, as a woman, does she want to rely on her small arms and legs to fight with the tall and strong Jiang Jinlin with bare hands? Should I say she is arrogant or stupid? Haha. Being too arrogant and not knowing whether to live or die is stupid. Someone in the Jiang family laughed, as if they regarded Shinua as an ignorant fool. Haha. I think the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are just a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. They think they have some strength and think they can fight across levels. Little do they know that in the eyes of others, they are just jumping clowns who can't make big waves. Chao Shini, who had already returned to the seat of the Chao family, saw that the strength of the two was very different, and the battle was basically a foregone conclusion. She shook her head with disdain and sighed. However, before she could finish her sarcastic words, she saw Shinua, who had rushed forward, instantly turned into an afterimage. Brilliant spiritual light burst out, making her look like a silver meteor. She drew a perfect arc in the air and avoided Jiang Jinlin's attack in an instant with a coquettish movement. Seeing such a strange body movement, Jiang Jinlin was slightly startled. His expression was condensed, and he slapped out palm prints unwillingly. But then he found that every palm and every spiritual power he slapped out was perfectly avoided by Shinua, and she couldn't be hurt at all. So after a while, Jiang Jinlin was a little angry at her loach-like skills, and he growled with gnashing teeth. You are lower than me in level. Even if you are better and can dodge, you can't change the situation. Give up struggling. Give up? There is no word give up in my life. She didn't give up surviving when she became a slave girl, let alone now. now facing his continuous attacks. She knew his eyes slightly raised. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and a cold smile slowly bloomed from the corners of her mouth. Her words were like the death knell of the end of the world, exploding in Jiang Jinlin's ears. And who said I was hiding? At this time, Jiang Jinlin was shocked by her sinister question. And before he could react, he saw Xinua suddenly approaching like a ghost, followed by a loud bang. He had no time to defend himself, and was knocked out by her punch. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned like lightning. However, what was even more shocking was that before Jiang Jinlin's body flew out and fell to the ground, Xinua rushed forward again, leaped into the air like a dragon, raised her arm suddenly, and smashed it down heavily. Her elbow landed hard on Jiang Jinlin's stomach, and everyone heard a puff, and the latter instantly spurted blood, completely lost his fighting power, and quickly fell down. Jiang Jinlin really didn't expect that this woman's spiritual power level was not as good as his, but her momentum and power were not inferior to his at all. Just one punch was so domineering that it shattered his internal organs, not to mention the final blow, which almost crippled him. He didn't know when the peak post-heavenly monarch spiritual master became so powerful. At this time, seeing Jiang Jinlin fall to the ground like a dead dog, Xinua still refused to give up and kicked him in the chest, causing him to bleed and wail continuously. When everyone present saw this, they were all stunned by Xinua's skills and Jiang Jinlin's miserable condition. For a while, the whole yard was silent. They never thought that Jiang Jinlin, who had good talent and strength, would lose to a maid. There must be nothing more horrifying than this scene. Even the people of the Jiang family couldn't believe that this would be the ending. They were stunned for a while before they reacted. The head of the Jiang family suddenly stood up and roared in anger. "How dare you seriously injure my son?" As he said, the head of the Jiang family burst out with spiritual power and prepared to attack Xinua. Xinua just raised her eyes and glanced at him indifferently. "If you don't want your son to die, you can try." You seeing her stepping hard on Jiang Jinlin's chest again, the head of the Jiang family suddenly froze and stayed where he was, not making any rash moves. Then Xinua didn't bother to pay attention to the head of the Jiang family at all, and directly ordered Jiang Jinlin at his feet coldly. "Say you are wrong. Just now Su Maoyang said that if the disciples of their Maple Forest Empire won, they would ask Jiang Jinlin to kneel down and apologize, and say he was wrong in front of everyone. Now that she has won, Jiang Jinlin will naturally apologize." Chapter 1818 Humiliating the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Jiang Jinlin was stepped on by her. His face twisted in pain, and he rolled his eyes. But even so, he still refused to admit defeat and rejected Xinua's request. "Ha! You want me to admit my mistake? Dream on." Seeing that he refused to surrender, Xinua slapped him on the head with a slap, and his fierce voice seemed to be wrapped in ice chips. "Do you admit your mistake?" "No. I will never admit my mistake in this life." Jiang Jinlin was such a proud person. Even if he was defeated, he would never abandon his dignity, which was more important than his life. Xinua saw that he was so stubborn. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was obvious anger floating in them. And then he stretched out his leg and kicked him, turning him over and falling to the ground again. At this time, Jiang Jinlin fell flat on his face, struggling to get up. But as soon as he moved, he was stepped back hard by Xinua. "You bitch! Let me go! Otherwise, my Jiang family will tear you to pieces." Jiang Jinlin no longer had the strength to fight back. He was stepped on again and sprayed blood, but his mouth was stinky and hard, and he had no intention of bowing his head. Xinua obviously didn't take his threat seriously. He snorted coldly and stepped on his face, as if he wanted to trample his face into the dust. "You don't even have face, but you still keep your cheap dignity. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Bah! You want me to admit my mistakes to the bitch of the Maple Forest Empire. You are more ridiculous than me," Jiang Jinlin said with gnashing teeth. Xinua's face became even more gloomy and terrifying when he heard it. There was a coldness in his eyes. Then, like dragging a dead dog, he dragged him to Su Maoyang, Dongfang Liu and others, pulled up his collar with force, and slammed his head heavily on the ground, forcing him to kowtow and admit his mistakes. Afterwards, everyone only heard a series of collision sounds in the silent courtyard, and each one made the Jiang family members jump with fear. Xinua's vicious voice was like a devil's voice filling everyone's ears, accompanied by countless violent kowtows, which kept playing in everyone's ears. "Do you admit it? Do you admit it? Do you admit it? Do you admit it? At this time, Jiang Jinlin was hit so hard that he was dizzy and his forehead was already bleeding. The embarrassing and bloody scene was simply horrible. Where was the previous high spirits and handsomeness? Such a gap made everyone sigh. In this way, Jiang Jinlin was afraid that he would become the laughing stock of the entire Joyo realm. After all, he was abused like this by a maid who was not as good as himself. And he was definitely the first person who deserved it. Since you don't admit it, then kill him. Anyway, that mouth is useless. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was sitting in the seat, stared at Jiang Jinlin from a high position, and gave orders in a low voice with an expressionless face. And his voice was so cold that it made people tremble. The head of the Jiang family saw his son being tortured to the point of being a ghost. And he was so angry that he almost bit his teeth. He glared at Xinua angrily and roared, "If you dare to touch him, my Jiang family guarantees that none of you disciples of the Maple Forest Empire will be able to walk out of Yongling Villa alive today." King Pingxiang saw that the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. And he couldn't help but scolded, "Stop! My Yunlu Dark Domain banquet will not allow you people from the Maple Forest Empire to run wild here." Su Maoyang heard the words, but the corners of his lips raised slightly, drawing a graceful arc. Looking at Junyue seriously and said, "King Pingxiang, we didn't intend to provoke a dispute. But it was Master Jiang who insisted on competing with us. And we couldn't refuse even if we wanted to. Besides, we didn't know that the son of the Jiang family was so weak that he was blown away in just 2 or 3 hits. If I had known that your people were so useless, I would have given face to King Pingxiang and the head of the Jiang family, and would not have let Xinua take action. After all, he is not worthy." Su Maoyang's words were quite poisonous, and Junyue's face turned black all of a sudden. But he couldn't say anything to refute. The head of the Jiang family was already so angry that he was fuming, and suddenly heard these words, and he was even more stimulated to tremble all over. This woman's few words not only shirked the responsibility of their Maple Forest Empire, but also humiliated the Yunlu Dark Domain and the Jiang family to the point of being completely infuriated. Jing Yelong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It's funny. Too funny. He didn't expect that this woman who made things difficult for him was not only bold, but also so funny when she insulted people. Even, she dared to confront Prince Pingxiang and the Jiang family of the Yunlu Dark Domain. So what else could she not dare to do? Perhaps Su Maoyang's temperament suited his taste. And he also added a sentence. "Ha! Prince Pingxiang, Master Jiang, as elders, why bother with the younger generation? Besides, the competition was initiated by Master Jiang. He is not as skilled as others, so he just needs to admit defeat. It's not necessary to blame the opponent for being too strong. Prince Filong, I have always respected your ancient Filong clan, but now you are going to help the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire to fight against my Yunlu Dark Domain?" Master Jiang did not expect Jing Yelong to speak for these bitches. His face sank and his brows suddenly tightened. It was already annoying enough for Jing Yelong to bring these people in, but who knew that he was not afraid of trouble and stepped in? How could he not be angry? Jing Yelong is a maverick who does things according to his mood and is not afraid of offending anyone. He answered directly and frankly, "I didn't say that I would be an enemy of Yunlu Dark Domain. I just stand for reason and not for people. I just tell the truth. Does Yunlu Dark Domain not allow people to tell the truth? Humph. I have heard a lot of rumors about Prince Filong, but I didn't know that the prince is actually a reasonable person." The head of the Jiang family was so angry that his face turned green. He snorted sarcastically, obviously not believing his nonsense. Su Maoyang didn't expect Jing Yelong to suddenly join in, but thinking that he was a person who acted on his mood, she didn't show too much shock, but raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "Master Jiang, we have no intention of picking a fight, nor do we want Mr. Jiang's life. But unfortunately he is too stubborn and refuses to admit his mistakes, which really makes me unhappy. However, since we have completely offended you, I don't mind offending you even more." Then, she ordered Xinua, "Do it." Xinua received the order, and the murderous aura burst out all over his body. And then he raised his hand, ready to smash Jiang Jinlin's head. Jiang Jinlin realized that his life was about to end, and he could no longer hold back his emotions. He shouted in horror, "I admit it. I admit it. I admit my fault. I was wrong. I apologize to the Maple Forest Empire. You are not trash. I am who I am. Hearing this, Su Maoyang raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and glanced at him with contempt. Why bother? You have to wait until you are beaten black and blue and lose face before you admit your fault. Such a temper will be very disadvantageous. After saying that, Su Maoyang gave Shi Nu a look. Let him go. Shi Nu received the order and directly picked him up and threw him towards the Jiang family like a dead dog. Chapter 1819 helped them out. When the Jiang family saw this scene, they all stood up in anger, because the other party beat their junior so hard, and humiliated the Jiang family in front of so many people. If they continue to swallow their anger, not only Jiang Jinlin will become a laughing stock, I am afraid that even the entire Jiang family will become a laughing stock and be ridiculed. So, thinking of this, the head of the Jiang family waved his hand with a sinister face and roared angrily. Come on! Surround all the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. I must kill them today. After that, the masters of the Jiang family rushed out one after another, and quickly rushed towards Su Maoyang and others. Seeing this, the people of the other 4 ancient clans were gloating. They couldn't help but sigh that although the strength of the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire has greatly improved, they are too stupid. They actually provoked the Jiang family in the territory of the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. It is undoubtedly seeking death. At this time, Su Maoyang saw that the Jiang family wanted to attack him, but he was calm, without even frowning, and said coldly, Humph. Even if your ancestors roll out, they may not be able to kill me, let alone you scum. So, I advise you not to make a fearless sacrifice before the Battle of Yunding. Su Maoyang is now a peak-level Xiantian Junlingshi, and is about to become a Supreme Junlingshi. It's just that because her physique is different from ordinary people, the strength of her spiritual power is much stronger than that of the same level. So even dealing with a strong man at the level of the Supreme Junlingshi is no problem. In addition to her methods, I think only a late-stage Supreme Spiritual Master or an old monster like Yushu Tianzun would have a chance of dealing with her. Apart from them, few people can do anything to her. Therefore, if she wants to leave today, no one present can stop her. However, although Su Maoyang was telling the truth, it sounded arrogant to others, which immediately aroused the anger of the head of the Jiang family. He shouted, How dare you? Just because you are such a lowly person, you are worthy of the ancestors of the Jiang family to show up. It's ridiculous. I think you are so bold and arrogant because you lack discipline. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. After that, the head of the Jiang family shouted to the masters who surrounded them. Why are you still standing there? Come on! Others also shook their heads when they heard Su Maoyang's words. In their opinion, even if the woman's friends and maids are powerful, they are still very insignificant in front of those ancestors. But she not only beat up the younger generation, but also ignored the ancestors. I really don't know how crazy she is to say such a thing. No wonder the head of the Jiang family must kill her. When Jing Yelong heard this, he looked at Su Maoyang with some surprise. At this time, she faced the anger of the Jiang family and the strong men around her who attacked her. But she was not panicked at all. She even sat in her seat without changing her face. She didn't have any intention of escaping or resisting. Her calm and unhurried attitude made him frown in confusion. Is this woman stupid? Or does she really have the confidence to deal with the Jiang family? At this time, he couldn't help but think of the heavenly beast spiritual tendon pill, and his eyes became a little complicated when he looked at Su Maoyang. Perhaps this woman is not as simple as he thought. Realizing this, Jing Yelong really couldn't sit back and watch. He waved his sleeves and knocked away several masters who attacked Su Maoyang. No one in the Jiang family expected Jing Yelong to suddenly take action. They all widened their eyes in shock and stared at him in astonishment. Prince Filong, you just said that you had no intention of being an enemy of the Yunlu Dark Domain. What do you mean now? The head of the Jiang family looked gloomy. His old face was long and ugly, and his black eyes flashed with anger that could burn people to death. Jing Yelong looked up at him. His charming phoenix eyes were full of evil. Master Jiang, I brought them in anyway, so I naturally have the obligation to take them out safely. You are going to kill them in front of me now. Aren't you deliberately embarrassing me? Haha. It is said that Prince Filong does not recognize his relatives, has no loyalty to friends, and will not act emotionally. Today, I saw that the prince defended a group of strangers, which really opened my eyes. The head of the Jiang family sneered sarcastically. Although Prince Phylong is far away in the southern region, rumors about him are all over this nine netherworld. Almost everyone knows that he is a big devil with a weird personality, mood swings, cruelty and violence. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to believe that Prince Phylong is protecting this group of people for the sake of loyalty and faith. Ping Xiangwang did not expect Prince Phylong to intervene in this matter, and reminded him with a bad look. Prince, I, Yunlu Dark Domain, want to make friends with you. If you have this attitude, it will be difficult for us to communicate. It doesn't matter. I am not interested in making friends with forces that can't afford to lose. Jing Yelong smiled, and a hint of sarcasm passed through the corners of his mouth. Although King Pingxiang knew that he was a willful and arrogant master who was fearless, he was still very angry at his words. Jing Yunhan, who was beside Jing Yelong, didn't know why her brother was so abnormal, and immediately grabbed his sleeve and warned, "Brother, you are crazy. Are you still clear-headed for a group of people you just met to offend the dark domain of Yunlu? When did I need you to interfere in my decision?" Jing Yelong glared at her, and the anger in his pupils made Jing Yunhan shudder. "But I still want to be the Emperor's concubine. You promised to help me. How can you go back on your word?" Jing Yunhan was unwilling to miss the position of Emperor's concubine, and she also had a lot of opinions about Su Maoyang and others. Jing Yelong asked back with a calm face, "When did I fulfill my promise?" He has always been like this. He was in a good mood and promised to help in the last moment, and he could turn his face and not recognize people in the next moment. This is a common thing. I believe that anyone who knows him and understands him should know his style. But Jing Yunhan may be too eager for the position of the Emperor's concubine, so she took his lies seriously. "Brother, how can you do this?" Jing Yunhan is arrogant and willful, and is also a bold person. But she is only afraid of her moody brother. So even if she is dissatisfied with him, or even angry with him, she dare not disobey him casually. "Okay. I don't want to say it again." Jing Yelong can only regret what he has decided, and others will never be shaken. Seeing Jing Yelong's tough attitude, King Pingxiang didn't want to make the relationship too stiff. You have to know the strength of his Phylong ancient clan, and Yunlu Dark Domain has to be a little bit afraid. If they really quarrel with the Phylong ancient clan before the war, then their Yunlu Dark Domain will not be able to prepare for the war well. Thinking of this, Jun Yueya had to give Jing Yelong some face and compromised. Forget it. Since they are friends brought in by Prince Phylong, then this king will spare their lives for the sake of Prince Phylong's face. Chapter 1820 Master of Poison. Your Highness, those disciples of the Maple Forest Empire are too much. If we don't teach them a lesson, how can our Jiang family gain a foothold in the Nine Nether Realm? Seeing that King Pingxiang was going to settle the matter peacefully, the head of the Jiang family was unwilling to do so, and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Hearing this, Jing Yelong raised his eyebrows, and smiled without waiting for Jun Yueya to speak, his green pupils flashing with a bewitching light. "It seems that the Jiang family is planning to fight with my Phylong ancient clan. Well, it's not bad to spar with them in advance, and stretch their muscles." Hearing this, the head of the Jiang family looked more embarrassed than eating shit, and was choked and speechless. How dare the Jiang family fight with the people of the Phylong ancient clan? If they really fight, they will probably lose more than just Jiang Jinlin, and others will also have to pay, which will be a loss. So, except for swallowing their anger, they seem to have no other choice. Who asked the Phylong prince to offend the Yunlu Dark Domain to protect those bitches? When Yechiang of the Zhengwu ancient clan heard this, she couldn't help but sneer, looking at Su Maoyan with contempt, smacking her lips and sighing. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that you, a woman who is arrogant, can make the Phylong prince do it for you. Escort? It's really not easy." Haha. It's not easy at all. She was able to successfully sneak into such a banquet by pestering Prince Phylong, and even made the prince willing to offend the forces of the Yunlu Dark Domain to forcibly protect her. I don't know how many despicable and seductive tricks she used. No wonder she is so arrogant that she wants to marry the emperor. It seems that she probably wants to use those tricks to seduce and bewitch the emperor. Yan Heyue of the Xiefeng ancient clan is a sinister person, and his words are also weird and sarcastic. He is very mean. So while mocking Su Maoyang, he also slandered her reputation. Yechiang laughed as if she had heard a big joke. Ha ha ha. So funny. With her beauty, she has seductive skills? That's possible. Some women, though not very pretty, have a mean streak and learn to seduce men. They are very good at seducing men. Bian Heyue chuckled, her tone full of contempt. Zui Yinqian sneered speechlessly after hearing this. The emperor is famous for not liking women. With her little skill, I'm afraid she can't even get close to the emperor. Do you think everyone is as bad-sided as Prince Filong and as easy to be seduced? Speaking of which, the three ancient clans would definitely be happy to see the Filong ancient clan offend the forces of the Yunlu Dark Domain. Because the Filong ancient clan is a race of beast masters. Their combat power and influence are not ordinary. If they are determined to fight for it, it will definitely be a huge obstacle for them. The Flying Dragon clan now voluntarily gave up, which meant that they had lost a strong competitor. Moreover, the forces of the Yunlu Dark Domain were now gritting their teeth at the Flying Dragon clan and the woman from the Maple Forest Empire. They were now standing on the side of the Yunlu Dark Domain and helping the Jiang family speak, which would undoubtedly win a lot of favor from the Yunlu Dark Domain. Why not do it? When Shi Nuo heard that they were slandering Su Maoyang in order to please the Yunlu Dark Domain, he yelled angrily on the spot. How dare you? How can you insult and slander my master's reputation at will? Nie Qiang didn't expect that she, the pride of the Zhenwu ancient clan, was actually scolded by a maid. She was also furious, and her pupils instantly surged with flames, as sharp as the claws of a ferocious beast. She glared at Shi Nuo fiercely. Asshole! You lowly person! You don't even have the qualifications to talk to me, and you dare to scold me. Are you tired of living? Humph! You just think you are noble, but in my eyes, you are nothing, Shi Nuo retorted bluntly. Bian Heyue's face suddenly darkened after hearing this, and there was a cold light in his eyes. And then he sneered. Ha. You are so arrogant. If we are nothing, then what is your master who can only hide behind and dare not fight? Relying on others for support? Just based on you. You are not worthy of being compared with my master. Shi Nuo frowned and retorted coldly. Hey, a maid is so arrogant. It's outrageous. I must teach you a lesson for your master today. After that, Bian Heyue suddenly stood up and flew towards the direction of Shi Nuo, and at the same time slapped a palm, facing her sharp attack. Shi Nuo frowned and immediately took action to meet it. But as soon as they collided, Shi Nuo found that although Bian Heyue was also a Xiantian Jun Lingshi at the initial stage, his momentum was obviously much stronger than Jiang Jinlin. It seemed that his combat power was definitely not comparable to Jiang Jinlin's level. Realizing this, Shi Nuo did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and immediately exerted her skills to the extreme, agilely resisting Bian Heyue's powerful level suppression. After a while, she was forced to sweat profusely, and was in a panic. It was said that Shi Nuo had only entered the peak of the post-heavenly Jun Lingshi not long ago, and she encountered a real master before her strength was consolidated. It was indeed quite strenuous. You are one level lower than me, and you can persist until now, which is already good. So even if you lose, you should be proud? Although Bian Heyue's words sounded like admitting she knew his strength, anyone who was proud knew that this was a kind of confidence in his own strength, because she felt that she was strong enough. And the person who could hold on to her for so long was naturally a very powerful person. Invisibly, it was an affirmation of her own strength. So when Shi Nuo heard this, she was not happy at all, but sneered. It's the same for each other. You are the first person who can hold on to me for so long, and you should be proud of it. This was a humiliation to Bian Heyue, and she was so angry that she was fuming. Very good. I want to see what you are so arrogant about. After that, Bian Heyue jumped into the air. Her fingers became claws, and she grabbed forward fiercely. Everyone only saw black evil spirits bursting out from her fingertips, and quickly pounced on Shi Nuo. Seeing the terrifying black poisonous gas, Shi Nuo was startled, flipped back, and quickly slid back a few meters, looking up at Bian Heyue with fear. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a member of the ancient Evil Wind clan. Dealing with poisonous creatures every day, and fighting was indeed quite terrifying, because let alone the level suppression, just the poisonous aura she brought with her when she attacked made it difficult for people to compete. I believe that if it weren't for her agility, she would have almost been poisoned by her and died here. No wonder Bian Heyue was so arrogant and spoke without mercy. He was indeed a very scary person. Thinking of this, Shi Nuo didn't dare to hold back, and wait to summon the top-grade fairy weapon, the wind-breaking shadow sword, which Su Maoyang had given her. When Bian Heyue saw such a quality weapon, his eyes condensed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, thinking of Shinua's strength, he couldn't help but sneered. What? Knowing that you are not my opponent, you actually want to use the top-grade fairy weapon to deal with me? Chapter 1821 Shinua is poisoned. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and asked sarcastically, Why? You are only allowed to attack others with poison gas, but others are not allowed to use weapons. What's more, your level is higher than hers, and we don't think you are bullying the weak, but you are still shameless enough to laugh at others. Don't you have any sense of shame? Yu Bianhua's face was immediately stagnant by Su Maoyong's sharp words. After taking a deep breath, he nodded. Okay. Very good. I will see later if your strength is as powerful as your mouth. Let's beat Shinua first. Otherwise you won't even be qualified to learn from her. Su Maoyong glanced at her indifferently, obviously not taking her seriously. Hearing this, Bianhua gnashed her teeth again, and then poured more spiritual power toward Shinua. Go to hell. You are not worthy of such a good weapon. Everyone only saw that her moves were full of poisonous gas, leaving countless black traces in the air, just like the arrival of the god of death, making the atmosphere of the whole venue extremely depressing. Fortunately, Shinua was good at fighting, and she could dodge the poisonous gas quickly. At this time, she was like a rainbow light, and her sword was like a meteor. The whole person soared into the sky, stepped on the void, and slashed down towards Bianhua. That kind of power, accompanied by the terrible sword energy, rushed straight into the sky, as if to destroy everything, so sharp that it was hard to resist. At this moment, Bianhua's clothes were blown by the sword energy. Her hair was messy, and her face was more like a sharp knife scraping her flesh, which was painful. Feeling such power, a hint of surprise flashed in Bianhua's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh that a postnatal Junling Shi with such momentum was indeed a tough guy. Thinking of this, she suddenly raised her arm, exerted all her strength, and slammed her palm on the ground. Spiritual power and poison gas all burst out, and the two intertwined together, quickly forming a fierce air wave, sweeping toward Shinua. Feeling such a terrible power, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. They knew clearly that in the face of such an attack, let alone being hit, even being too close to her could easily kill them. So the disciples of the ancient Evil Wind clan are really a group of dangerous monsters, and they should not be easily provoked. Su Maoyong saw this, and said to Xiahou Xian next to him, Xian, this is the power of the Poison Master, which can combine spiritual power and poison to cause double damage to people. Although this woman is annoying, her strength is not weak. She has many advantages in fighting. You have to watch carefully. This will be of great benefit to your future practice. As a Poison Master, Xiahou Xian naturally understood the power of Bianhua, and nodded immediately. Yes, I will. Suimo. Don't underestimate Xian. He has now reached the middle stage of the post-Heavenly Monarch Spiritual Master, and his ability to use poison is also much stronger. Cross-level combat should not be a problem. Donfang Liu interrupted with a proud face. It can be seen that the relationship between the young couple is getting better and better as they grow older. Su Maoyong heard this and nodded with satisfaction, and then cast his eyes back to Shinua and Bianhua. At this time, Shinua had been pushed back a long way by the air wave, but she was not discouraged. She swung her sword again and stepped out, her hand speed so fast that it turned into an afterimage. After a while, everyone saw only the sword shadows weaving like a big net covering the poison gas. Countless sword lights flashed, and the sword intent swept, instantly destroying the poisonous gas in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, holding their breath, freezing their expressions, and their pupils were filled with surprise. This swordsmanship is too powerful. Yes, this is simply a master of swordsmanship. A swordsmanship genius. Many people sighed with shock in their hearts, and suddenly realized that when this woman fought against Jiang Jinlin, she was obviously holding back and did not exert her full strength. I think Jiang Jinlin's strength is not enough for her to be ready. Of course, Bianhua, who was surrounded by sword lights, was even more shocked. She obviously underestimated Shinua's strength. In her opinion, this maid is good at skills and has good weapons. In front of her poisonous gas, she still has no chance of winning. What's more, she is one level higher than her and has the same sharp skills. There is absolutely no possibility of defeat. But at this moment, she was a little uncertain. However, in battle, it is most taboo to waver in one's heart. Once the faith is insufficient, the momentum will be weakened, and the possibility of defeat will be greatly increased. Sure enough, just when Bien Heyue was dazzled by countless sword lights, Shinua had already broken through the obstacles and killed her. Bien Heyue only felt that the surroundings were all condensed with monstrous sword power, as if to pierce her body. She was anxious. Her breath was a little disordered, and she immediately summoned the top-grade immortal weapon to resist. However, just as she resisted the power in front of her, a sinister voice came from behind her, which immediately shocked her heart. "I'm sorry. You really don't have the qualifications to fight my master, because you don't deserve it." Feeling the danger approaching, Bien Heyue was horrified and turned to defend immediately. However, it was too late to attack now. She just raised her hand, and before she could blast out the power, she was knocked away by Shinua. With a bang, she fell to the ground and spit out blood. When everyone saw the scene, they were all stunned by Shinua's fighting power. No wonder the woman named Tsuimo was so arrogant and confident. It turned out that she had a powerful maid protecting her. It can be seen that this maid is definitely not an ordinary maid. When Shinua saw Bien Heyue defeated, she dragged her long sword over, then pointed the sword at her forehead and ordered in a cold voice, "You lost. You can choose to die, or take back what you said to humiliate my master just now." Bien Heyue was threatened by her sword, but she didn't do anything stupid, and nodded neatly. "Don't kill me. I take back what I said just now. You are a big man, and don't remember the villain's fault. Don't bother with me." When Shinua saw her surrender, she put away the sword and turned to walk towards Su Maoyang. This Bien Heyue came from the ancient Evil Wind clan. If she really killed her, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble for Su Maoyang, so it would be better to stop at the right time. However, she knew a plan to spare her life. But Bien Heyue was not so kind. Just as Shinua turned to leave, she waved her sleeves violently, and instantly shot a hidden arrow, which pierced Shinua's thigh. Shinua paused, felt the sharp pain in her legs, and knelt down all of a sudden. But in the blink of an eye, her face turned pale, her lips turned black, and she fainted after twitching twice. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang, the Donfang siblings, the Xiahou siblings, and others all changed their faces, and stood up and rushed toward Shinua. "Shinua, are you okay? Don't scare me." Donfang Liu hugged her body and shook her hard, and the whole person was shocked. Su Maoyang quickly felt her pulse and his face sank. She was poisoned. Chapter 1822. Destroy your ancient Evil Wind clan. Hearing that they were poisoned, Donfang Liu and Xiahou Wanxian were shocked, and their hearts seemed to be tied with a stone, and they suddenly sank. Mu Jichen's face was pale, and he hurriedly asked Su Maoyang and Xiahou Zian, "What kind of poison is this? Can you detoxify it?" Xiahou Zian shook his head solemnly without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak. "This is the black snake evil poison. Only the scales of the turtle-scaled black snake can detoxify it. But the turtle-scaled black snake is very rare, and it is impossible to find it on the market. It is not realistic to want to find it, because this poison only lasts for 3 days. If it cannot be detoxified in time, Shinua will rot and die in pain." Su Maoyang did not speak, and undoubtedly agreed with Xiahou Zian's statement. Although she was not as knowledgeable and professional as Xiahou Zian about poisons, she still knew that this must be a special poison made by the ancient Evil Wind clan, and it was not so easy to detoxify. If any random pill could cure the poison of the ancient Evil Wind clan, wouldn't the ancient Evil Wind clan be just a name for nothing, and have been excluded from the 8 major forces long ago? It wouldn't be as notorious as it is now, making other major forces very afraid. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had to temporarily take out a divine pattern pill that stabilized the heart, and stuffed it into Shinua's mouth. Bien Heyue, who had already climbed up from the ground at this time, saw that they were helpless, and proudly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering, "Ha, you give up? The poison of my ancient Evil Wind clan. Except for my clan, even the Dalyu Immortal can't cure it. She will die today." Donfang Liu was already very angry when she heard that Shinua was going to die of rot and pain. Hearing such arrogant words, she was even more furious and gnashed her teeth and roared, "You despicable, insidious and vicious bitch. You actually played dirty tricks. If you want to blame someone, blame her for being stupid. She actually let me go like this. Doesn't she know what all is fair in war means? However, seeing that you are so reluctant to leave her, I will kindly send you off, so that you can have a companion on the road to the underworld. Bien Hue was not grateful for Xinu's mercy, but laughed at her stupidity. After saying that, he waved his sleeves again, and immediately shot more than a dozen poisoned arrows at Su Maoyang, Da Fang Liu and others. Su Maoyang thought that Xinu's life was in danger, and was already on the verge of going berserk. Now seeing that Bien Hue still wanted to kill her, the rage in her heart exploded instantly. She waved her sleeves violently, and a wave of air burst out instantly, shattering the hidden weapon in the air on the spot, turning it into powder and floating in the air. Take her to the side to rest, Su Maoyang said with a sullen face to Mu Jichen and others, and then slowly turned to face Bien Hue, who was shocked. Mu Jichen, Xiaoho's siblings, and Dongfang's siblings saw that Su Maoyang's face was as cold as ice and murderous intent was floating all over her body. They immediately helped Xinu up and retreated to the seat next to her. You know, when Su Maoyang gets angry, he is quite scary. But Bien Hue didn't know Su Maoyang, so how could she know this? In addition, she had just seen Su Maoyang hiding behind the maid and was hesitant to take action. She gave people the impression that she was a coward who relied on others for support. So she didn't realize that the danger was approaching. What? The maid fell down. Are you finally willing to take action? It's just a pity that you are still not my opponent. Bien Hue saw that she had no intention of retreating, and couldn't help but snorted and mocked. However, before she uttered the word hand, everyone saw Su Maoyang's figure passing by like thunder and lightning. Before everyone could react, there was a loud bang. Standing in place, Bien Hue, who had recovered a little breath, was actually knocked away by a punch, and a pig was smashed on the ground. Su Maoyang, who was still far away, came to Bien Hue in the blink of an eye, swung his arm again, and smashed it down fiercely, each time with extremely terrifying power. Bien Hue's blood splattered, and his flesh was blurred. People who sat closer saw that one of Bien Hue's arms was smashed into meat paste, which was so bloody and cruel that it made people's scalps numb. Of course, what is even more shocking is that this woman named Su Imo did not even use her spiritual power, nor did she use any complicated and fancy moves. She just simply and roughly swung her arms, and then fell down. But the power of the shock made many people tremble with fear. You know, although Bien Hue was injured by the maid, she is at least an early-stage Xiantian Junlingshi. Even if she was injured, she would not be reduced to the point of being powerless to fight back. What's more, she is a poison master. However, the facts are in front of us. Bien Hue under Su Mo's fist is like a useless dog that can't move, not to mention being suppressed to death. She was also beaten horribly. The people of the Xiefeng ancient clan were still proud of Bien Hue's wit, but who knew that the situation would change, and Bien Hue, who had just had the upper hand, was about to be beaten to death. Realizing this, the elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan suddenly woke up, and their veins suddenly popped up, and they roared to stop. Stop! You dare to kill my disciples of the Xiefeng ancient clan. Even if my clan goes to war with the Filong ancient clan, you will definitely be killed here today. Su Maoyang raised her eyes, and glanced at the evil wind ancient clan with a sinister look. Her gloomy voice echoed throughout the courtyard with bloodthirsty cruelty. Humph. Then I also warn you, old man, you'd better hand over the antidote. Otherwise, if anything happens to my people, I will destroy your evil wind ancient clan today. After she finished speaking, she stomped her feet fiercely, and instantly shook out a terrifying energy, which rolled up a strong wind and hit the direction of the evil wind ancient clan. Even the ground was shaken 3 times by this stomp. At this time, there was a loud bang, and all the tables in front of the evil wind clan were lifted up, and everything on them was smashed to the ground. Such an arrogant scene shocked several families in the dark domain of Yunlu, and the people of the other 3 ancient clans. Their eyes widened, their expressions froze, and they were shocked and speechless for a while. And that domineering voice, resounding, echoed in their ears, and lasted for a long time. She actually threatened to destroy the entire Xiefeng ancient clan. Did they hear it right? As for the parties involved, the Xiefeng ancient clan was so shocked and furious at the same time after being humiliated so wantonly. They stared at Su Maoyang with uncontrollable anger in their eyes, and their ferocious expressions were like angry lions. One of the young men in black brocade robes could not stand such an insult, and immediately shot out from his seat. roaring and shaking the sky. You dared to seriously injure my disciples, and threatened to destroy my Xiefeng ancient clan. Even if the ancestors of the Maple Forest Empire came, I would cut you into pieces. Chapter 1823 Strong Killing. After the words fell, everyone saw the man in black suddenly raised his arm and rushed towards Su Maoyong. His arm was surrounded by the spiritual power of a mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, and it was also accompanied by a terrifying poison gas. Wherever he passed, he released a terrible power, which made many onlookers change color. Speaking of which, the man in black was called Bian Weishao, the elder brother of Bian Heyue. His strength and status were higher than Bian Heyue. With his super strong fighting power, he was quite famous in the Xiefeng ancient clan. Therefore, in everyone's cognition, he was a very strong and difficult opponent. If you want to defeat him, it is estimated that only those top geniuses are qualified. And the woman named Su Mo seriously injured his sister. How could Bian Weishao give up? He must cut her into pieces to vent his anger. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads with emotion. This Su Mo was too arrogant. This time he kicked the hard bench. However, at this time, Su Maoyong faced the fierce attack of the man. But he stood still, without any intention of avoiding it. And even without giving a glance, he directly raised his sleeves and waved, sending out a force. The cold voice was like soaking in a cold pond, which made people tremble. To deal with you, why do I need the ancestors of the Maple Forest Empire to take action? One finger of mine is enough. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw the aggressive Bian Weishao, who was blown away before he even got close to Su Maoyong. With a bang, he fell to the ground in a mess, and immediately splashed dust. One blow. It only took one blow. Bian Weishao, a mid-stage Xiantian Jun spiritual master, was blown away. Are they dreaming? Realizing this, many people present rubbed their eyes in disbelief, repeatedly confirming that it was Bian Weishao who fell to the ground instead of Su Mo. Seeing such a horrifying scene, they really don't understand. When did the powerful Bian Weishao become so vulnerable? Su Mo didn't even use his spiritual power, and knocked him down with just one move. Isn't this a joke? Bian Weishao himself was shocked, as if he was struck by thunder, staring at Su Maoyong with horror. His heart was as complicated as a bottle of 5 flavors overturned. And he couldn't speak. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how powerful the power this woman had just exerted was, which made him completely powerless. Such power and momentum really shocked him. But he was unwilling, being beaten away before he even made a move. What a shame for the proud Bian Weishao. So, he stood up again unconvinced, and attacked Su Maoyong again. The elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan saw this, and knew that Su Maoyong was not simple. They immediately shouted at the younger generation behind them. Why are you still standing there? Go and help and save Bian Heyue. Originally, the conditions for becoming a poison master are much more stringent than those for becoming an alchemist. And it is extremely difficult to train a poison master. So although Bian Heyue is not a top genius, they still spent countless efforts on her to train her into a poison master. If she was killed like this, it would be a fatal blow to the Xiefeng ancient clan. So, the younger generation of the Xiefeng ancient clan did not dare to underestimate the enemy when they heard this, and immediately rushed up and surrounded Su Maoyong. At this time and in this situation, they can't care about bullying the weak with more people. Otherwise they will be laughed at if it gets out. It's important to save Bian Heyue now. Hurry up and let Heyue go. Don't force us to attack together. Thinking of this, one of the men shouted sternly. Su Maoyong saw 2 early Xiantian Junlingshi and 2 mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi rushing over, instantly surrounding her and trying to catch her in the trap. She couldn't help but sneer with the sarcasm. It's better to attack together. It saves trouble and time. After that, her ordinary face was covered with a layer of frost. Her cold eyes were like an eagle in the dark night. She glanced at them sharply, and then her body turned into a stream of light, like a dazzling lightning, rushing towards the 4 of them. Everyone only saw Su Maoyong casually slapping an early Xiantian Junlingshi into a blood mist, which dissipated in the air. Then she turned her body, stretched out her hand and grabbed, and in the blink of an eye, she pinched the neck of another early Xiantian Junlingshi. Then she flicked hard, and with a click, she directly broke the man's neck. However, just as everyone was shocked, Su Maoyong had not stopped her journey. At this moment, she stepped on the void and turned into a residual shadow. instantly flying towards the other two disciples of the mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi. The destructive power bloomed from her palm, and suddenly chopped down. The palm blade was even sharper than the blade, and directly split one of them in half. Another mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi was so scared when he saw this scene that he turned around and wanted to escape. However, Su Maoyang did not give him this opportunity at all. She suddenly stretched out her claws and grabbed his back. With one force, she tore him into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, 4 strong men fell one after another. Blood gushed in the air and fell to the ground. Thanks to Su Maoyang, the yard suddenly turned into a bloody Shura field. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They were stunned, staring at Su Maoyang with dull eyes. And they couldn't recover for a long time. Especially Nietzsche, Zui Yanqian, Chao Shini, Jiang Zhenlin and others who had just ridiculed Su Maoyang. They always thought that Su Mo was a coward who was not strong enough and could only hide behind others and give orders. But now facing the siege of so many Xiantian Junlingshi, she took less than 10 breaths to kill them all. What kind of terrible fighting power can do this? They simply dare not think about it. Such a fierce and frightening person. They actually laughed at her for not daring to take action, always finding excuses to avoid fighting, and only relying on the maids for support. Thinking about it now, their ridicule is so ridiculous and absurd. She didn't dare to take action. As she said, these powerful disciples were indeed not worthy of her attack. She couldn't resist a single move and was completely wiped out. With such strength, rushing up would only be a death. And there is no meaning. No wonder she had no desire to fight. Thinking of this, Nietzsche, Zui Yanqian, Chao Shini, Jiang Zhenlin and other people who had provoked Su Maoyang were all scared. And they were all glad that Su Maoyang didn't bother to fight with them. Otherwise, they would be the ones who were blasted into pieces. Bian Heiyue, who was in agony and dying, was waiting for rescue. But she didn't know that these people not only failed to save her, but were killed instead. And she was so shocked that she almost fainted. Bian Weixiao, who had just wanted to save his face, was also shocked when he saw Su Maoyang kill 4 disciples with equal strength in a few turns. He was completely terrified. He was completely terrified and cruel. He didn't dare to fight anymore and turned around quickly to escape from the battle circle. Su Maoyang saw that he wanted to run, but he snorted coldly, flashed his body, and suddenly stepped forward and punched him again. Chapter 1824. No one is crazier than her. Bian Weixia's speed is no match for Su Maoyang, who has practiced speed skills. So as soon as he turned around, he was slapped in the face. He staggered forward and spit out blood. At this time, Su Maoyang quickly came forward and grabbed his shoulder with one hand, trying to stop him from escaping. Bian Weixiao was at least quite strong, and he immediately punched Su Maoyang in the face as a reflex to break free from her restraints. The fist was full of spiritual power and violent momentum, and it penetrated the void directly, as if it was going to punch a hole in Su Maoyang. Facing the whistling gale, Su Maoyang turned her head and quickly dodged it, then raised her hand slightly, and the cold air burst out from her fingertips. The next second, everyone saw that an ice spike had condensed out of thin air in her hand, and stabbed it hard towards Bian Weixia's waving arm. A scream broke through the sky and instantly echoed over the entire courtyard, making everyone present tremble. Of course, outsiders like them didn't know that what made Bian Weixiao collapse the most was that in addition to the unbearable pain in his arm, there was also a piercing chill that crazily attacked his whole body, as if to tear him apart. The pain made his face distorted and his spirit collapsed. He was powerless to resist. So, everyone only saw that Su Maoyang grabbed him directly, threw him back, and threw him to Bian Heiyue's side like a chicken, smashing another pit. At this time, Su Maoyang walked to their side calmly, stepped on Bian Weixia's arm that was pierced by the ice spike and was bleeding, and seemed to be crushing it lightly. But it made Bian Weixiao scream again and again, and he was in great pain. At the same time, she condensed a cold ice spike in her palm again, and stabbed it into the chest of Bian Heiyue next to her. With a twist of her hand, Bian Heiyue twitched in pain and wailed continuously. The people of the Evil Wind Ancient Clan were terrified and looked extremely ugly. You know, the Evil Wind Ancient Clan has already lost 4 poison masters this time, and there can be no more losses. So when the elders of the Shifeng Ancient Clan saw this scene, their hearts were in knots. They were really worried that this crazy woman would kill Bian Heiyue and Bian Weixiao again to vent her anger. and they hurriedly shouted to stop her. Sumo! If the two of them die, our Xiefeng ancient clan swears here that after the Battle of Yunding, we will raise your fallen empire to the ground and completely disappear from this Joyo realm. Hee hee. Since the Xiefeng ancient clan is so powerful, why are the disciples they train so useless? Not only can they not survive a single move in my hands, they can't even beat my maid, and finally have to sneak attack the opponent to turn the tide. With such strength, you actually dare to say that you want to raise my fallen empire to the ground? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Su Maoyang sneered sarcastically and asked sharply, making the other party's face turn green and red alternately. Gritting his teeth, after she finished speaking, she seemed to deliberately provoke them and prove that she didn't take the evil wind ancient clan seriously at all. She stabbed the ice thorn into Bian Weixia's chest again, stirring it fiercely, and there were waves of stirring and screaming sounds. At this moment, everyone only saw that not only was blood spurting out of Bian Weixiao and Bian Heyu's chests, but even their flesh and blood were stirred out. The bloody scene was shocking and horrible. However, Su Maoyang still had a sense of propriety. Although the force of each attack was heavy and cruel, he did not stab the vital parts. He just kept them alive and tortured them slowly, which was also a way to vent Shi Nu's anger. The elders of the evil wind ancient clan did not expect Su Maoyang to be such a difficult person. They were simply unyielding. Seeing their descendants being abused to death, they were extremely anxious and could only threaten her with her interests. The rules of the Northern Spirit Realm do not allow killing. If you kill them, aren't you afraid of being punished by the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm? At that time, your family and your forces will be expelled from the Northern Spirit Realm and completely disqualified from participating in the competition. Can you bear such consequences? Su Maoyang heard this and sneered. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I was afraid of being punished, I would not have killed those 4 disciples just now. As for family power, I'm sorry. I'm alone. I don't have a family, and I don't belong to any power. If the Lord of the Northern Spirit Realm really wants to kill me, then I can only lose my head in my life. Strictly speaking, she is from the lower plane and does not belong to the 9 Nether Realm. Even if she has been in the Maple Forest Empire for a period of time, she did not accept the City Lord's proposal to become the master of the Maple Forest Empire. So she is not considered a person of the Maple Forest Empire. If we count the time she has been there, she has been in all 4 countries for quite a while, and even became the imperial concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain and the imperial concubine of the Fengxue Tianqing. Does the World Master want to expel all 4 countries? Obviously, this is impossible. The other countries will not agree. After all, it is too far-reaching and difficult to convince the public. Therefore, the only possibility is that the World Master will target her alone. But Su Maoyang has lived 2 lives, and has never been afraid of so many life-threatening situations. Not to mention that she is getting stronger and stronger now. Of course, the most important thing is that she can't do it for her own benefit, and for the quota of the Cloud Peak battle. Watching her friends being bullied and killed, she became stronger not for the Cloud Peak battle, nor for going to the Sunlu realm, but to protect her friends and relatives. If she can't even protect the people around her, what's the point of practicing all this kung fu? She might as well die. However, hearing such a fearless answer, not only the people of the Xiefeng ancient clan were shocked, but other family forces were also shocked. They just saw her so arrogant. And she killed the disciples of the Evil Wind ancient clan as soon as she arrived. They thought she might have a strong background behind her, but they didn't expect that she was a lone person. You know, these big forces dare not offend the Evil Wind ancient clan easily. I really don't know who gave her the courage to make her so arrogant that she could fight against the entire Evil Wind ancient clan alone. I think no one would be crazier than her. Thinking of this, everyone present swallowed their saliva in shock. Even Jing Yelong was stunned by Su Maoyang. This was the first time he had seen someone more daring than him in his life. But, for the antidote of a maid, is it worth her risking her life? You know, in his cognition, for the sake of interests and power, there are many people who are cruel enough to kill their own parents and brothers and sisters with their own hands. But the woman in front of him risked her life to seek justice for a maid, which really subverted his 3 views and made him very puzzled. Chapter 1825, Because I Like Her. Okay, I promise you, I'll give you the antidote. Let them go. The elder of the Xiefeng ancient clan knew that coercion and inducement would not work on this woman. He really didn't need to risk the interests of the entire ancient clan with a desperate man. So he gritted his teeth and compromised. Su Maoyong knew that these old guys were very cunning and had too many tricks to think of. So he didn't rush to believe their promises. Hand over the antidote first, and I'll let them go after Shinua successfully detoxifies. If we hand over the antidote and let her detoxify, and you still kill her in the end, wouldn't it be a loss for us? The tall, dark-skinned elder of the Xiefeng ancient clan frowned and retorted unsatisfactorily when he heard such a request. Su Maoyong looked indifferent. If that's the case, then there's no room for negotiation. Anyway, Shinua, a maid, can let 6 poison masters of your ancient evil wine clan be buried with her, which is also a glorious and valuable death. After saying that, Su Maoyong suddenly raised his arm, intending to completely kill Bian Heyue and Bian Weixiao. Seeing this, the elders of the ancient evil wind clan were so scared that their eyes were bloodshot, and they immediately shouted, "Stop! The antidote is for you." This time, he really took out a medicine bottle and threw it in the direction of Dongfang Yaoyu and others. Dongfang Yaoyu took the medicine bottle, immediately poured out the antidote, and handed it to Xiahou Zian. "Zian, do you think this is true?" Xiahou carefully checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he nodded slightly. "It's true." Then he immediately fed the antidote into Shinua's mouth. After all, Shinua has become such a ghost. There is no other way except to temporarily believe in the ancient evil wind clan. However, it can be seen that the Xiefeng ancient clan really values Bian Heyue and Bian Weixiao. So this time, they really didn't do anything. After Shinua swallowed the antidote, she quickly recovered and her complexion obviously improved. Xiahou Zian reached out to feel her pulse, carefully checked her body, and was relieved after confirming that the poison was removed. It's removed. It's no longer a big deal. I believe she will be completely recovered after a few days of recuperation. Hearing Xiahou Zian's words, the Dongfang siblings, Xiahou Wanxian and Mu Jichen all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she knew is fine. It's fine. Her poison has been removed. You can let her go now. Seeing this, the elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan looked at Su Maoyong and asked for her. Su Maoyong is not a person who breaks his promise. Since he promised to let her go, he will naturally not make things too difficult. Furthermore, the hand that Bian Heyue had used to attack Shinua had been smashed into a pulp by her, which was completely useless. In addition, he was seriously injured, so it was unlikely that he would be able to recover completely. As for her brother Bian Weixiao, he was also seriously injured and tortured horribly. He would not be able to recover for a while. Since they had learned their lesson, Su Maoyong would not pester them, and would not do anything too extreme. He immediately put away the ice spikes, and turned to walk toward Shinua. When the Xiefeng ancient clan saw this, they immediately sent people to rescue Bian Heyue and Bian Weixiao. At the same time, the Xiefeng elder, who had a high status, pointed at Su Maoyong and others, and shouted angrily, "Come on! Catch those people. As long as you don't kill them. Torture them as much as you can. Just now." Su Maoyong threatened the lives of their Xiefeng disciples, so they couldn't take action. Now that the threat is lifted, they must peel off a layer of skin from these fallen Empire disciples to temporarily relieve their hatred. Of course, if it weren't for the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm, they would have wanted to kill these young people who caused their ancient clan to suffer heavy losses right now. Seeing that all the masters of the Evil Wind ancient clan were rushing over and planning to attack them, Su Maoyong's eyes turned cold, and he warned in a low voice, "If you really want to start a war, don't regret it." Only a part of the Evil Wind ancient clan came, and those who stood at the top level naturally disdained to attend such a banquet. Therefore, among the elders present, no one had reached the strength of the late Supreme Lord Spirit Master, and even the Supreme Lord Spirit Master was pitifully few. There were only 3 early Supreme Lord Spirit Masters present, which was really not enough for Su Maoyong to take seriously. If they really fight, with her current strength and means, plus a large group of spirit beasts, it is hard to say who will be the one to beat whom. Therefore, facing their siege, Su Maoyong is not at all weak. If she can't even take down the Evil Wind ancient clan, how can she seek revenge on the 2 major forces of Burning Blood Sky City and Fengqi Empire? Thinking of this, Su Maoyong clenched his fists and prepared for the battle. Hee. A fool without the support of power dares to warn us not to regret it. It's ridiculous. The Evil Wind ancient clan, have never regretted taking action. Come on! The black-clothed elder snorted with a sinister face, and then waved his hand, without any room for negotiation, as if he would not stop until Su Maoyang was destroyed. Seeing that Su Maoyang and the others were about to fall into the hands of the evil wind ancient clan, Jing Yelong's face darkened. He stood up suddenly and warned loudly, "If you dare to touch her, you will be the enemy of my flying dragon ancient clan. You'd better think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences of starting a war." Su Mo promised to give him the heavenly beast spirit pill if she was captured by the people of the evil wind ancient clan. Wouldn't the fat meat in his mouth fly away? Besides, his Phylong ancient clan was not afraid of the evil wind ancient clan, because they were all beast masters, and their numbers and combat power were quite terrifying. He didn't believe that the evil wind ancient clan really intended to fight him to the death and let other forces reap the benefits. Sure enough, seeing that the Phylong prince still wanted to support Su Mo, the faces of several elders of the evil wind ancient clan became quite ugly. "Prince, what is your relationship with this woman that makes you protect her to such an extent?" The question asked by this elder was also the question of everyone present, because they didn't know that the Phylong prince had taken a fancy to Su Maoyang's pill. They couldn't figure out why this woman with no background, no power to support her, and ordinary appearance made the Phylong prince willing to protect her. Jing Yelong naturally couldn't reveal the existence of the heavenly beast spiritual tendon pill, so when he heard the other party's question, he just raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Su Maoyang, and said shamelessly, "I like her and am willing to protect her. What? Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, everyone present was stunned as if struck by thunder. Like, Prince Phylong actually liked such an ugly woman? Are you sure? Before, Bien Hua ridiculed Su Mo for seducing men, and they just listened to it as a joke at first and didn't take it seriously. After all, who is Prince Phylong? With his status, position and strength, how could there be no lack of outstanding beauties around him? Moreover, it is said that there are 2 or 3 top women in their Phylong ancient clan who have entered the ranks of supreme sovereign spiritual masters. Their appearance, identity and status are all first class, and they all intend to marry him. However, he doesn't like such an outstanding woman, but he just likes this Su Mo. Is he mentally normal? Chapter 1826 Sudden Change of Mind. Jing Yunhan was also scared to death when she heard this. She immediately grabbed Jing Yelong and shouted in disbelief, "Brother, are you possessed? How could you like such a woman? There are many excellent women in my Phylong ancient clan. Any one of them is better than her. Although this woman is quite capable, she is ugly, has no background to support her, and has such an arrogant personality. You should know that such a person is very likely to fall in the world. Now, she is facing a lot of troubles. If it weren't for her brother's help, this woman would have died long ago." Jing Yelong heard this. His face darkened, and he glanced at her coldly. "Who I like is my freedom. When do I need you to ask about it?" Jing Yunhan was choked by him, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Yes, her brother has always been his own way, and never takes other people's eyes, other people's ideas, and other people's opinions into consideration. No one can stop him from making a decision unless he regrets it himself. Now looking at the situation, her brother must have seen too many beautiful women and felt bored, so he wanted to change to an ugly woman to play with and seek novelty. However, he can play, but there is no need to sacrifice the fate of the entire Phylong ancient clan for a plaything. Now, for an ugly woman, he not only offended the Yunlu Dark Domain, but also had a fight with the Shiefeng ancient clan. Except for being possessed by evil spirits, she really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Moreover, this woman named Su Mo did not just offend the Shiefeng ancient clan. She killed 4 genius poison masters from them, and was considered the sworn enemy of the Shiefeng ancient clan. If her brother had anything to do with such a person, even if the Evil Wind clan was afraid of the Flying Dragon clan, they would definitely break off relations with them completely. Therefore, she would never allow such a thing to happen. Even if she risked being scolded, she had to advise, "Brother, you should be sober. Now is not the time to be willful. We still have to participate in the Cloud Peak battle. If you do this now, we will." "Okay, I know how to handle this matter. If you keep talking, believe it or not, I will marry her home now." Jing Yelong didn't like others to point fingers at his decisions. Now that he heard Jing Yunhan mumbling beside him, he yelled in annoyance, Jing Yunhan was shocked by his words and immediately shut up, not daring to say anything. She absolutely believed that if her brother became willful, he might really marry this ugly woman back. At this time, not only Jing Yunhan was shocked, but Su Maoyang was also shocked and stared at Jing Yelong with horror. She didn't expect that this Falong prince was so bold, saying that he liked her and wanted to marry her, and each word was more frightening than the last. For a pill, he was really willing to go all out. The Dongfang siblings and Xiaohe siblings beside him were also shocked by his words, and widened their eyes. You must know that Su Maoyang is the woman of Emperor Yunlu. An emperor is a jealous devil, and when he gets jealous, it will shake the world and make ghosts and gods cry. If Emperor Zhu knew that Falong Prince actually threatened to marry Su Maoyang home in front of so many people, Falong Prince would probably have a catastrophe. Thinking of this, they all sweated for Jing Yelong. I hope good people will live a peaceful life. Seeing that Falong Prince was determined to protect Su Mo to the end, several elders of the Xiefeng ancient clan were so angry that they blew their beards and glared, and their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Okay. Very good. If that's the case, then don't blame me. The leading black-clothed elder panted heavily with anger and nodded heavily, obviously intending to go to war with the Falong ancient clan. However, before he finished speaking, a servant suddenly ran to his side, hurriedly approached him, and whispered a few words in his ear. The black-clothed elder, who was just full of anger, suddenly heard the servant's words. His expression stagnated, and he unconsciously opened his eyes wide. An ray of surprise burst out from inside, as if he had learned some incredible news, which made others full of question marks. However, before everyone figured out what was going on, they saw the black-clothed elder waving at the masters, who surrounded Su Maoyang and others. Forget it. For the sake of Prince Falong, my Xiefeng ancient clan will not bother with you disciples of the Maple Forest Empire for the time being. The other elders were shocked when they heard this, and they obviously did not expect him to suddenly change his mind and let Su Maoyang and others go. And they all refuted indignantly. Eighth elder. This woman killed 4 of our disciples. How can we let her go so easily? Yes. Eighth elder. She caused heavy losses to our Xiefeng ancient clan. Even if we don't kill her, we have to capture her and torture her severely. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of those dead disciples? The black-clothed elder called the 8th elder seemed to have made up his mind, and would not tolerate any further persuasion. He interrupted coldly. Okay. No need to say anything. The Cloud Peak battle will be held in more than a month. If we start a dispute now, both sides will suffer, and no one will benefit. If you want revenge, wouldn't it be better to do it openly in the Cloud Peak battle? Hearing this, seeing that the 8th elder was determined, they didn't know what to say. After all, what he said made sense. If they fought with the Flying Dragon ancient clan now, they would definitely end up in a lose-lose situation. By then, they might not catch Su Mo, but lose the competitiveness of the Cloud Peak battle. If the clan leader knew about this kind of thing of losing the big for the small, they would inevitably be punished. So, thinking of this, everyone almost acquiesced to the decision of the 8th elder. After the 8th elder finished speaking, he looked at King Pingxiang, clasped his fists and begged, Your Highness, for disciples of my clan died. This is a serious matter. I have to go back and explain to the elders of the clan, so I can't continue to attend this banquet. I hope your highness will understand. King Pingxiang saw that the Evil Wind ancient clan gave face to the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. He came here with great difficulty, but suffered such a heavy blow. He felt bad. Now that he heard such a request, he naturally would not refuse. He nodded with empathy. I was not able to entertain you well this time, but instead caused you so many unpleasant things. I am really sorry. Next time you come to my Cloud Tower Dark Domain, I promise to compensate you well. Your Highness is too polite. We have something else to do, so we will leave first. Take care. Your Highness. The black-clothed elder seemed a little anxious. Without any nonsense, he clasped his fists and asked the people of the Evil Wind ancient clan to leave. Seeing that the Evil Wind clan, who was furious and wanted to tear Su Mo apart, left Yongling Villa in a hurry, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Jing Yelong was ready for a fight, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a scene, and he frowned in confusion. However, he was not stupid, and naturally would not believe that the Evil Wind clan was afraid of the Flying Dragon clan and swallowed their anger. He immediately gave a look to a secret guard next to him. The secret guard understood what he meant, turned around immediately, and followed him out of Yongling Villa. Chapter 1827 The Self-Indulgent Prince Failong. Su Maoyang saw this scene, and also smelled something unusual. However, the Xiefeng ancient clan intended to settle the matter peacefully, which was the best for her, because this would save her a lot of trouble, and prevent things from getting out of control. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not delve into the real reason why they left. At this time, Jing Yelong saw that the Xiefeng ancient clan had left and the banquet had become so chaotic, and he was in no mood to stay any longer. He immediately clasped his fists to resign towards King Pingxiang. Your Majesty, the Failong ancient clan, also have something to do, so I'll leave first. He had offended the forces of Lianila Dark Domain. Staying here would only annoy people and be looked down upon. It would be better to leave early. I believe that the current King Pingxiang is eager for them to disappear quickly. Sure enough, when he heard that he was leaving, Jun Yueya did not try to stop him and waved his hand. Go! Jing Yelong did not care about King Pingxiang's attitude and glanced at Su Maoyang. Let's go. We haven't settled our accounts yet. After that, he grabbed Su Maoyang and walked out of Yongling Villa quickly. Jing Yelong's hand was very strong, and Su Maoyang struggled several times before he got rid of his restraints. He said speechlessly, Don't worry. Your pills won't fly away. As she said that, she took out a medicine bottle from the space and handed it to him. Jing Yelong opened the bottle cap, took a closer look, and then put it into the space with confidence. He smiled and nodded. You are sensible. I have protected you for nothing. However, I am very curious. You have no power to support you, but you dare to offend the Cloud Tower Dark Realm and the Evil Wind Ancient Clan, and even dare to violate the rules of the Northern Spirit Realm and kill people. Did you grow up with ambition and courage? Aren't you really afraid of being punished by the Realm Master, or retaliated by these two forces? At this point, even the fearless Jing Yelong was particularly shocked. After all, it was the first time he met a madman who was bolder and more willful than him. Moreover, the other party was a thin and weak woman. He really didn't expect that such a weak woman who looked ordinary and powerless could have such courage, such domineering momentum, and such fierce fighting power. Such a big contrast made him full of curiosity and wanted to find out. Su Maoyang smiled at his green eyes that were sparkling with curiosity, and said lightly, I said that friends will give people courage. For them, I am not afraid of any force or any danger, as long as someone dares to touch them. Let alone those two forces, I will not hesitate to poke a hole in the Nine Nether Realm. Jing Yelong was stunned when he heard these bold words. Although he remained calm on the surface, his heart was full of shock and confusion. He stared at Su Maoyang with shock, doubt, and complexity. For her friends, he would not hesitate to poke a hole in the entire Nine Nether Realm. You should know that he is in the Failong ancient clan. Although he is loved by thousands and has a very high status, he is held in the palm of the hand by all the elders, admired and flattered by countless young people, and enjoys top treatment that others do not have. However, no one has ever said such words to him. No one is willing to overturn the entire Nine Netherworld for him, because although the elders dote on him, for the sake of the family's interests and the overall situation, they will not make enemies with the whole world for a disciple. But this woman is determined to make enemies with the whole world for her friend. So at this moment, he actually envied her friends a little. Hearing this, Dongfang Yaoyu and others who were walking behind him answered in unison. We too. If anything happened to Su Maoyang, they would also seek justice for her at all costs. Jing Yunhen had a lot of opinions about this group of people. Hearing that they were still talking big, she couldn't help but snorted coldly and said sarcastically, What a big tone. If it weren't for the support of my Failong ancient clan, you would have been skinned and torn out by the Xiefeng ancient clan long ago. Not to mention poking a hole. You can't even walk out of Yongling Mountain Villa. You still have the nerve to show off here. I want to see how you will end up when the Xiefeng ancient clan sues you in front of the Realm Master. Su Maoyang knew that Jing Yelong's sister didn't like them very much. But for Jing Yelong's face, Su Maoyang didn't intend to argue with her too much. He just raised his eyebrows slightly. A cunning look flashed in his eyes, and deliberately teased, Miss Jing, don't worry. When the time comes, we will change our appearance and identity, and mix in your Failong ancient clan's team without anyone noticing. It shouldn't be so easy to find. You are so presumptuous. Jing Yunhan didn't expect that she was still thinking about this, and her cheeks flushed with anger. Jing Yelong was also startled by her words, and quickly retorted. I saved you with good intentions. But you still want to harm our Filong ancient clan. You are not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Haha. Didn't Master Jing say that he was least afraid of trouble? It seems that the prince is still afraid of it. Su Maoyong saw his excited face and chuckled. How can I not be afraid of a lunatic who is even crazier than me? Jing Yelong was about to kneel down to her. It was a pity that she could come up with such bad ideas. Su Maoyong smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. I will never hurt my benefactor even if I hurt others. I, Su Mo, have remembered your kindness to the ancient Filong clan. After the battle at the top of the cloud, I will send you a big gift as a reward for your protection. When he heard about the big gift, Jing Yelong's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Su Maoyong suspiciously. The big gift you are talking about. Could it be you? Well, don't get me wrong. I just said that I like you. But it's just a temporary measure. Not really like you. I said I want to marry you just to perfunctorily please my sister. Not really want to marry you. Don't take it seriously. Don't stick to me. I can't be with you. As he said that, Jing Yelong immediately stepped back a few steps and immediately distanced himself from her, fearing that she would rely on him. Su Maoyong didn't expect that he had such a rich imagination. Before she said a word, he actually made up such a weird guess in his mind, which was really laughable. Dongfang's siblings, Xiaoho's siblings, and Mu Jichen couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Is Prince Falong thinking too much? Su Mo has already married, and her husband is Emperor Yunlu. Although this prince is also very handsome, he can never catch up with Emperor Yunlu. Moreover, in terms of talent, achievements, and status in the Northern Spirit Realm, I believe no one can compare to Emperor Yunlu. However, even Emperor Yunlu, who is at the top, treats Su Maoyong like a treasure, but he dares to despise him. What's more, in addition to Jun Haotsong, there is also Lord Finchen. Lord Finchen tried every means to snatch Su Maoyong from the Emperor, but he never succeeded. Prince Filong is being sentimental here and wants to keep a distance from Su Maoyong. It's really funny. Chapter 1828 The Master of the Northern Spirit Realm. Su Maoyong saw that he was really scared, and explained with a smile. Don't worry. I already have a lover. I won't pester you. Oh, yes. I forgot. You said that you have admired Emperor Yunlu since you were a child, and your lifelong wish is to meet him. I guess this lover is Emperor Yunlu. Jing Yelong heard this, and suddenly remembered that she was willing to use the Heavenly Beast Spirit Pill to exchange for the qualification to attend the Yunlu Dark Domain dinner. Wasn't it for Emperor Yunlu? Now, she messed up the Yunlu Dark Domain's dinner to select the Emperor's concubine. It seems that she really loves Emperor Yunlu. Sure enough, when a woman gets jealous, she can be quite scary. Jing Yunhan heard that she coveted the Emperor, looked her up and down with disdain, and said sarcastically with disgust, with your looks and status, you'd better not covet the Emperor. How could that man who is as unattainable as a god be interested in you? Su Maoyong was not in a position to reveal his identity, so he didn't explain too much. He just glanced at her and corrected her. The Emperor is not a god. He is also a person. He can get angry, jealous, happy, sad, and fragile. He is not as high and mighty as you think. He just can't express his feelings. Jun Haosong was the first person who gave her motivation, courage, happiness, and security when she came to this alien continent. Outsiders may see him as cold and ruthless, arrogant, and domineering. But only by understanding him and entering his heart can you know that he is also a flesh and blood person with a warm heart. Jing Yunhan didn't expect her to say such a ridiculous thing, and suddenly felt ridiculous and sneered. Haha. Who do you think you are? You haven't even seen the Emperor. But you talk as if you know him very well. You even said that the Emperor would be jealous and fragile. Do you know what kind of person the Emperor is? He is a strong man standing on the top of the 9 Netherworld. A super genius that the forces in the Silua realm are vying for. How many outstanding women are trying their best to become his woman? How could he be jealous? How could such an arrogant and powerful person be sad and fragile? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, so as not to make people laugh. Yunlu Emperor has a stunning face, abnormal talent, strong strength and noble status. Only women are jealous of him. How can he be jealous of women? Furthermore, Everyone knows that he did not even frown when facing countless powerful enemies and life-threatening situations. When fighting, he was invincible and indestructible. How could he be fragile? So, in the eyes of women, he was as perfect and brilliant as a god. When the Dongfang siblings, the Xiaohe siblings, and Mu Jichen and others heard this, they could no longer hold back their laughter and laughed out loud. This Jing Yunhan even self-righteously laughed at Su Maoyang for not understanding the emperor. She is the one who really does not understand and makes people laugh. Su Maoyang and the emperor knew each other and fell in love in the lower plane. Although it has not been 10 years, they have been together for at least 4 or 5 years. As for understanding, I believe that no one in the Nine Nether Realm understands the emperor better than Su Maoyang. Because the emperor loves her, he will put down all his airs, throw away all his disguises, and show his truest side to Su Maoyang. Therefore, Su Maoyang has seen the different looks of the emperor and understands all his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. If she doesn't understand the emperor, I'm afraid no one in the world can understand him. Besides, because of Su Maoyang, they have also been in contact with the emperor for a period of time and have seen the emperor get jealous and angry. He is a walking jealous person. Su Maoyang just looked at other men twice more, and the sour smell on the emperor can be smelled 10 miles away, which shows how jealous he is. Thinking about it now, they are still scared. This Jing Yunhan really doesn't understand the emperor of Yunlu at all. What are you laughing at? Is what I said funny? Jing Yunhan saw Dongfang Liu and others laughing weirdly, and frowned angrily, and shouted loudly. No. No. We just admire Miss Jing, who actually understands the emperor so well. We are ashamed of ourselves. Dongfang Liu smiled and waved her hands, saying something against her will. Jing Yunhan heard her sarcasm, which made it clear that she was not really praising her, and her face suddenly darkened, and she wanted to make trouble for Dongfang Liu. However, before she could finish her words, the secret guard sent by Jing Yelong rushed back and interrupted her. Reporting to the prince, the Evil Wind ancient clan went to the back mountain. It is said that the forces of Burning Blood Sky City discovered the inheritance of the master of the North Spirit Realm in the back mountain. At this time, Burning Blood Sky City and the Evil Wind ancient clan are trying to find a way to enter the cave. What? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Jing Yelong and the people of the Flying Dragon ancient clan were shocked. You know, the master of the North Spirit Realm was a peerless genius who was born in the Nine Nether Realm hundreds of years ago and is a legendary figure who is famous in the Nine Nether. Later, he went to Sunluo Realm and reached a height that they could not imagine. But such a powerful person, who could easily destroy the entire Joyo, was grateful to his hometown that gave birth to him and raised him. He specially established the North Spirit Realm to provide everyone with a channel to go to Sunluo Realm and cultivate more talents for Joyo Realm. Thanks to him, Joyo Realm has indeed sent many geniuses to Sunluo Realm for cultivation in the past few hundred years. Unfortunately, in the past 100 years, few disciples have been able to enter the eyes of Sunluo Realm. At present, only Emperor Yunlu and Lord Finshan are qualified to go to Sunluo Realm. But they are proud and refuse the invitations of those forces. However, even if the conditions for entering Sunluo Realm are very harsh and the competition is fierce, everyone is still very grateful to the owner of the North Spirit Realm. At least he has brought them hope. Now that they have heard of his inheritance, everyone is naturally very interested, because they heard that the status and position of the owner of the North Spirit Realm in Sunluo Realm is more terrifying than those forces that come to Joyo Realm to select disciples. It can be seen that his strength is very powerful. Therefore, if we can obtain his inheritance, let alone obtain the qualification to go to Sunluo Realm, we can probably make a name for ourselves in Sunluo Realm. Thinking of this, all the people of the Filong ancient clan were extremely excited with their eyes shining. The secret guards were also extremely excited and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is absolutely true. The forces of Finchue Tianqing, Fengqi Empire, and Xiefeng ancient clan have already surrounded the back mountain. I think other forces are also rushing over. Prince, we should also seize the time. Don't let other forces get there first and get the inheritance. Hearing this, Jing Yelong, Su Maoyang and others understood. No wonder the Xiefeng ancient clan suddenly changed their minds and gave up the war. It turned out that they got the news that there was an inheritance in the back mountain. They are not stupid. Naturally, they will not miss such an important and precious inheritance for the death of 4 disciples. Chapter 1829. Let's go and join in the fun. Several elders of the Phylong ancient clan were also excited when they heard the news. And they urged anxiously, Prince, let's go quickly too. The inheritance of the master of the Northern Spirit Realm is a treasure that is rare in a century. If it falls into your hands, there will be almost no suspense in this battle at the top of the cloud. Jing Yelong would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. A cold light flashed across his green pupils, and he waved his hand and ordered loudly, Let's go! Such a lively event naturally cannot be without our Phylong ancient clan. After saying that, Jing Yelong led the people of the Phylong ancient clan to rush towards the back mountain. Donphan Liu rubbed her hands excitedly when she heard that the inheritance of the master of the Northern Spirit Realm had appeared. She couldn't wait to beg Su Maoyang. Su Mo, it's such a good thing. Let's go and take a look. Of course we have to go and take a look. Su Maoyang was also curious about the master of the Northern Spirit Realm. His inheritance must be a good thing. She nodded readily and told Shinua next to her, You just got rid of the poison and your body is still very weak. Go back and wait for us. Shinua was worried about Su Maoyang and refused directly. No. I just took the antidote and the tonic pill. I'm much better now. Master, don't worry about me. I'll go with you. Seeing that her breath had indeed recovered a lot, Su Maoyang didn't force it. After all, it is a legacy. If Shinua has a chance to gain some benefits from it, it will also be her opportunity. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang nodded. Let's go! The central area of the Northern Spirit Realm is a prosperous city, while the marginal area is a vast mountain forest. As for the back mountain containing the inheritance of the master of the Northern Spirit Realm, it is located in this forest. So, when Su Maoyang arrived, he saw various forces gathered in front of a cave, which was very lively. The most eye-catching ones were of course the forces of Burning Blood Sky City, Fengqi Empire, Evil Wind Ancient Clan, and Flying Dragon Ancient Clan, because they stood in the front and obviously arrived earlier. In addition, the three major forces of Yunlu Dark Domain, Shenwu Ancient Clan, and Xiandan Ancient Clan also received the news and were rushing over from the right. Seeing this, the people present made way for these big forces that were not easy to provoke. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang found that the 8 major forces in the 9 Nether Realm, except for her Maple Forest Empire, the others were basically all here. Because of her Maple Forest Empire, only a small number of people have come so far, such as the Donphan brothers and sisters, the Xiahou brothers and sisters, and the disciples of the Red Star Alliance have arrived temporarily. And the large forces are still on the way to the Northern Spirit Realm, and they should not be able to catch up with this inheritance. As for the disciples of the Red Star Alliance, they had been practicing in seclusion 10 days ago. I think they didn't hear the news, so they didn't show up here. Of course, even if they came, they wouldn't get any benefits. After all, the 7 major forces were besieging here, and there were some top-level geniuses among them. It was not easy for ordinary people to get a share of the pie. What's more, she found that the elders of Burning Blood Sky City and Fengqi Empire were all 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave, and they didn't dare to approach. The stone door of the cave was closed, and no one opened it. I think this inheritance should not be simple. Sure enough, Su Maoyang was guessing, and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a strong aura coming out of the Jinwu ancient clan, who came quickly. Maybe he didn't understand the situation, or maybe he was too anxious, and he rushed directly to the entrance of the cave. The next second, there was a loud bang, and everyone saw him being balanced back by a light curtain, falling heavily to the ground, spitting blood, seriously injured, and extremely embarrassed. Seeing this scene, an old man in Fenshua Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer with contempt. Stupid. There's a formation set up outside this cave, and people over 30 years old can't enter. Otherwise, do you think we will stay here obediently and wait for you to come? The person who spoke was very familiar to Su Maoyang. He was the dean of Yuan College, the mortal enemy that she hated to the bone. At that time, the deans of Yuan College, Yuanling College, and Kunming College, the 3 colleges, and the president of the Alchemy Guild attacked her together, causing her heavy casualties and separating her from the Blood Battle Group and the Spirit Beasts. This blood feud tortured her day and night. So now she only needed to hear the voice and see the back. And Su Maoyang recognized him at a glance. As Su Maoyang expected, in addition to Yuan College, The deans of Yuanling College and Kongming College also came, and stood not far from Dean Yuan. It seems that for this inheritance, many forces from Fenshua Tiancheng have come. At this time, the three forces that came later, when they heard what Dean Yuan said, their expressions froze, and their pupils were filled with surprise. They didn't expect that there was an age limit for the battle at the top of the cloud. And there was an age limit for opening a cave. The conditions are really quite harsh. However, it is understandable that the master of the North Spirit Realm, since he left behind the inheritance, must want to choose a talented and potential genius. These old bones, although they are strong, have already reached their limits. It is very difficult to climb up. They really can't compare with these young geniuses with unlimited prospects. In this case, they can only pin their hopes of inheriting the inheritance on the younger generation. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Zhenwu ancient clan glared at Dean Yuan with a bad look, and then said to the younger generation behind him, "You go and try to see if you can open the cave." After that, dozens of talented disciples of the Zhenwu ancient clan walked out, entered the formation, and walked quickly to the stone gate of the cave. Seeing that the people of the Zhenwu ancient clan sent out their younger generations, other forces were unwilling to lag behind, and sent their younger generations to try. At this time, a disciple of the Fengqi Empire seemed to be very confident in his own strength. He raised his hand, and slammed a palm at the stone gate. The spiritual power belonging to the peak Xiantian Jun Lingshi burst out, with fierce power, and fell heavily on the stone gate, making a loud noise in an instant. However, this palm not only failed to shatter the stone gate, but the person who made the move was blasted away, fell to the ground in embarrassment, and suffered severe internal injuries. This scene was exactly the same as the heavy blows suffered by the old man just now, which immediately shocked countless people. Could it be that in addition to the formation set up around the cave, there were also formations on this stone door? Realizing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. Humph. I still don't believe that we can't even open a stone door after practicing for so many years. Get out of here. Let me do it. At this time, a tall and burly man walked out from the disciples of Burning Blood City. He had thick arms and exuded a strong aura. He punched hard and burst out the spiritual power of the initial Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, hitting the stone door heavily, making a series of buzzing sounds. Chapter 1830 Patterns on the Stone Gate. It must be said that this burly young man is indeed quite powerful. Even if Su Maoyang is standing 100 meters away, he can feel the spiritual power fluctuations and residual power from his fist. This person should be considered a genius at the top level of Burning Blood Sky City. After all, it is not easy and extremely rare to reach the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master at such a young age. And Su Maoyang is now at the level of the peak Xiantian Lord Spiritual Master, and he understands the difficulty best. Because although the peak Xiantian Lord Spiritual Master is only one step away from the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, the strength displayed is very different. It is even more difficult to cross this hurdle. Therefore, if you want to completely enter the ranks of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, in addition to having extremely high talent and comprehension ability, you must also have opportunities and opportunities. Not all geniuses are as abnormal as Jun Haocong and Feng Moxie. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many older generations who have been stuck at the peak level of the innate Jun Lingshi, and have spent most of their lives unable to break through the bottleneck and cross that step. However, after so many years, although the geniuses in the Nine Nether Realm are not as abnormal as Jun Haocong and Feng Moxie, many powerful Supreme Jun Lingshi have emerged. For example, these top geniuses in front of her, feeling the aura emanating from them, Su Maoyang can conclude that many of them have already entered the ranks of the Supreme Jun Lingshi and have very strong combat power. However, she was just sighing at the strength of these geniuses, who knew there was another bang. The next second, she saw that even the strong man of the Supreme Jun Lingshi was knocked out. At this time, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood in a panic, and seemed to be more seriously injured than the disciple just now. This scene made Su Maoyang's eyes condense and narrowed. With 2 previous lessons, she had basically noticed the clues. It seems that the stone door cannot be opened by brute force and spiritual power. Moreover, the strength of this strong man is obviously above that of the disciple just now, and he should not be more seriously injured. But his end is even more miserable. Then, there is only one reason to explain. That is, the stronger the strength of the person who made the move, the stronger the rebound force of the stone door will be. This caused the top genius of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master level to suffer a more severe blow than the previous disciple. Realizing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help sighing. It seems that if you want to open the stone door, it is not about strength or level, but perhaps it is related to the formation. Because the North Spirit Realm itself is a formation. The inheritance of the owner of the North Spirit Realm should also be protected by the formation. Therefore, Su Maoyang guessed that if he wanted to go in, he had to break the formation on the stone door first. Of course, Su Maoyang could think of this. And the other genius disciples were not fools either. And they also reacted. At this time, a man in a green robe glanced at the seriously injured strongman with disdain, and snorted sarcastically, "You disciples of Burning Blood Sky City, can you use your brains? The cave left by the master of the North Spirit Realm cannot be opened with brute force or your spiritual power. If it is so simple, do you still need to take action?" The appearance of the green-clothed man is somewhat similar to Jiang Jinling. I think he should be a descendant of the Jiang family in the Yunlu Dark Domain. However, judging from his aura, he is obviously much stronger than Jiang Jinling. So he should be a top-level genius of the Jiang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bold as to mock a powerful supreme master of the spirit. Of course, everyone knows that Yunlu Dark Domain and Burning Blood Sky City are sworn enemies. They have been in constant friction for so many years. And the war has been going on for who knows how many years. So the disciples of these two countries have always been extremely jealous of each other when they meet. Now that the disciples of Burning Blood Sky City have been severely injured, it is reasonable for the disciples of Yunlu Dark Domain to add insult to injury. Although the strong man was seriously injured, fortunately, he was strong and recovered quickly after swallowing the healing pill. At this time, he stared at the man in green with a sinister face, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and said back without hesitation, "You are so smart. If you have the ability, you can open it. If you don't have the ability to open it, get out of the way. Don't talk so much nonsense. You, the man in green, is also a supreme master of the spirit." He just witnessed with his own eyes that the spiritual power of the supreme master of the spirit has no effect on the stone door. So he naturally won't be stupid enough to ask for trouble again. But apart from spiritual power, he had not thought of a way to open the stone door for the time being. So he was blocked by the strong man and could not speak. At this time, a woman in a white dress, beautiful and noble, standing not far from the middle-aged man, made a discovery and reminded him, "Didn't you find that there are many patterns engraved on the stone door?" Hearing the white-clothed woman speak, the strong man, who was just fierce and ferocious, actually raised a flattering smile and asked politely, "Miss you, did you see anything?" A woman who can make a supreme master lower his status to please her must have her extraordinary qualities. Sure enough, before Su Maoyang had time to guess the identity of the white-clothed woman, he heard her express her unique insights. "Speaking of which, I heard my master mention that there is a kind of elixir in the legend, called the Divine Pattern Elixir. And the Divine Pattern can not only be engraved on the elixir, but also used in the formation. Therefore, I guess that pattern is not simple. It is likely to be the legendary Divine Pattern. Ha ha ha. Miss Yu is worthy of being the direct disciple of the president of the Alchemy Guild. She is knowledgeable, and even knows the Divine Pattern. I really admire her." The middle-aged man immediately clasped his fists and expressed the greatest respect to the woman in white. The disciples of several other forces in Finchua Tiancheng also nodded in admiration and flattered the woman in white. As a genius alchemist, she is naturally very popular. However, Dongfang Liu sneered disdainfully after hearing these words. In her opinion, this woman just knows the Divine Pattern, but she is praised to the sky by everyone. If they knew that Su Maoyang not only knows the Divine Pattern, but also can record the Divine Pattern, wouldn't they kneel on the ground and worship? At this time, Su Maoyang did not care about the flattery, but was attracted by the words of the president of the Alchemy Guild. He looked at the woman in white deeply, and his pupils were cold. She clearly remembered that it was because the president of the Alchemy Guild coveted her evil blood cauldron that she asked the deans of the 3 colleges to encircle and suppress her. However, she did not expect that the president's direct disciple was also at the scene. It was really interesting. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's mouth drew a cold arc like a blade, and then said to the Xiaohou siblings, the Dongfang siblings and others, Let's go and take a look. Since it is a divine pattern formation, as a person who has practiced the divine pattern atlas, how could she not intervene?" Chapter 1831 aroused public outrage. Hearing that Su Maoyang was going to take action, the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaohu siblings and others were full of expectations. Originally, they saw so many geniuses gathered together, and they did not hold much hope to enter the cave. But when they heard that the divine pattern was engraved on the stone door, they felt a little more confident, because Su Mo is an alchemist who can refine divine pattern pills, and has talents and attainments in divine pattern that ordinary people cannot reach. Although they dare not say that Su Maoyang can definitely break the formation, she is undoubtedly the one with the most say in the divine pattern, and the most hope to understand the divine pattern. Thinking of this, they followed Su Maoyang and strode into the formation and came to the entrance of the cave. Su Maoyang ignored the geniuses around him, walked straight through the crowd, came to the stone door, and began to study the patterns on the stone door. Watching it so closely, she really found a lot of complex, shapeless and irregular patterns on it. It is no wonder that so many geniuses have ignored it, because the pattern is too complicated. Who would have thought that these irregular patterns would be divine patterns? Besides, many powerful figures or forces usually have their own respected totems. It is normal for their caves to have patterns engraved on them. So it is naturally difficult for people who do not understand divine patterns to think about it. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang directly placed his hands on these irregular divine patterns, poured a lot of mental power, slowly penetrated them, and wanted to comprehend something deeper from them. At this time, she was immersed in the perception of divine patterns. But this scene fell into the eyes of other geniuses. But it caused public outrage, because most of the people present were top talents of noble status. Their eyes were fixed on the stone door of the cave, but they suddenly blocked their view, and were completely ignored by a group of people. How could they bear it? So, the strong man who was the Supreme Lord's spiritual master immediately roared fiercely. "Which faction are you from? You don't know the rules? Get out of here!" Dongfang Liu saw that Su Maoyang was comprehending the divine pattern and couldn't be distracted. So she answered for her. "This is not the territory. You are alone. Why should we leave?" At this time, a man in a purple brocade robe was shocked when he saw Su Maoyang and others, and he shouted angrily, "It's you? I find that you, the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire, are getting bolder and bolder. You offended my Fengqi Empire in the inn before. If it weren't for Prince Feilong's support, you would have died long ago. Now you dare to run in front of these top geniuses. You really don't know how to live or die." The person who started to insult them was Fan Yijin from the Fengqi Empire. Before, they met the Fan family siblings, the Lu family siblings, the Ranning Lu couple, and O Xiangming's group at the Xingyuan. Because of O Peiju, the two sides had some friction, and it was quite unpleasant. I think that incident left a deep impression on Fan Yijin and others. So as soon as they appeared, Fan Yijin recognized their identities, and the geniuses who didn't know Su Maoyang and others at the scene. When they heard that they were from the Maple Forest Empire, their puzzled expressions were immediately replaced by contempt. Because everyone knows that the Maple Forest Empire is the weakest and most useless of the 8 major forces. Their disciples come to the northern spiritual realm just to join in the fun and be cannon fodder. They have no competitive edge at all. Furthermore, all those who came here to snatch the inheritance were geniuses. And there were even many top geniuses. How could these people who look down on others take the Maple Forest Empire seriously? So, just as Fan Yijin finished speaking, a man in a black brocade robe standing not far from him also shouted disdainfully, "Hey, I thought it was a disciple of some big power, but it turned out to be a waste of the Maple Forest Empire. Can you set foot in the cave of the master of the Northern Spirit Realm? I advise you to get out of here quickly. Don't force me to use force. I don't want to dirty my hands." This man has a strong aura. His strength is above Fan Yijin, and his words are simple and direct, extremely domineering. Speaking of which, Shi Nua knows this man. He is the first genius of the Ran family, and the top powerhouse of the Qingyan sect. Ran Haoyu. They had met once at the last treasure appraisal conference. Her windproof shadow sword was exchanged from him by Su Mo with elixirs. It's just that he has a very high status in Fengqi Empire, and has always been arrogant. So even in such occasions, he still shows his dominance. Mu Jichen couldn't stand these geniuses who relied on their talents and bullied others. He frowned and asked dissatisfiedly, "Did the master of Bailingjai specifically prohibit us disciples of Fenglin Empire from setting foot here? Why should we give way to you? Does it mean that only you are allowed to study divine runes, and others are not allowed to study them? Ha ha! Study divine runes? You, a group of disciples of Fenglin Empire. Do you know what divine runes are? You are still here brazenly saying that you want to study divine runes. Do you want to compete with these top geniuses for inheritance? It's ridiculous. At this time, Lung Shuyue and the crowd couldn't help laughing loudly after hearing this. By the way, the Ling family siblings, Yan Lingyu, Xiao Luoheng, Qin Yaqi and others have also seen this group of people in the trading house. At that time, they were in urgent need of spiritual power stones. So they joined the team of this group of people, who knew that the woman who was touching the divine pattern used the holy elixir to disrupt the situation, and finally made them leave the trading house in disgrace. They have always remembered this account, but they didn't expect to meet again in such a place. Hee hee. You sound like you know what the divine pattern is. Xiao Zian couldn't help but sneered, and the irony was self-evident. Lung Shuyue was choked and her breathing stagnated. She retorted angrily, although I don't know what the divine pattern is. At least I know myself, and won't come close to embarrass myself. Humph. It's embarrassing enough that you don't come close. Xiao Zian sneered with a poisonous tongue. Yu Lang Shuyue was immediately irritated by him. The sturdy man looked a bit like Yan Lingyu. He should be from the Yin family. The Yin family and the Lung family have been friends for generations. So when he saw someone bullying the Lung family, he couldn't control his temper and shouted, "Asshole! A bunch of trash! Dare to provoke my disciples of Burning Blood City! Don't you want to live?" It was obviously your disciples of Burning Blood City who humiliated us first. So we fought back. What? Only you are allowed to humiliate others, but not others to fight back? You Burning Blood City are too domineering. Dong Fanyaoyu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Hearing this, Yan Lingyu had admitted it directly with an extremely strong attitude. Yes, we Burning Blood City are so domineering. What's more, only Miss Yu knows the divine pattern here. She is the most likely to unlock the mystery of this stone door. So I warn you, if you don't understand the divine pattern, get out quickly and make room for Miss Yu. Don't occupy the toilet without doing anything and waste our time. Chapter 1832 One Man. One Mountain. Yes, even if you stand there, you won't be able to figure out what's going on for a lifetime. So get out of here and let Miss Yu come. Yes, our time is precious, and we don't have the energy to waste it with you. Either you get out, or you die here. My fists don't have eyes. Seeing Dong Fanyaoyu and the others standing there with no intention of leaving, the other disciples of Fanxue Tiancheng also roared in dissatisfaction, rubbing their fists fiercely, as if they were going to hit someone. As for the people from other forces, although they didn't speak, they also glared at them with anger, exuding murderous intent, seeing that they had caused public outrage. Dong Fanyaoyu, Mu Jichen and the others also clenched their fists and prepared to fight. No matter what, they couldn't let these people touch Su Maoyang. Dong Fangliue didn't expect these geniuses to be so shameless, actually bullying the weak with their numbers. And she immediately yelled back in anger. This is the Northern Spirit Realm, not your home. If you want to study, come up and study by yourselves. Why are you driving us away? You? Forget it. Let them come. It's not worth arguing over such a small matter. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Su Maoyang grabbed Dong Fangliue, shook his head at her, and then really turned around and left, making room. Seeing Su Maoyang compromise, Yan Lingyu thought she was afraid of being beaten up, and couldn't help but snorted contemptuously. Humph. You know what's good for you. After that, he changed his color, stretched out his hand to the woman in white, and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Yu, please. The woman in white heard this, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she walked towards the stone door without looking away. Her cold and expressionless face gave people a sense of pride. Of course, it is understandable. She is a genius alchemist and a disciple of the president of the Alchemy Guild. Even if she said nothing and had no expression, people could know how high she was. At this time, a handsome man from the Xiandan ancient clan didn't seem to take the woman in white seriously. He just raised his eyebrows and said to the beautiful woman in the indigo dress next to him, Sister, you have studied the divine pattern for so many years, and you have mastered some tricks. Go and try it. This woman also has a stunning appearance and an extraordinary temperament, which is no worse than the woman in white. At this time, hearing the words of the handsome man, her clear but bottomless eyes raised a ripple, and then nodded coldly. Without saying a word, she walked over slowly with lotus steps, Seeing this, Zui Yanqian immediately chased after her. Sister Qianni, wait for me. I want to go and take a look too. Although she was not as accomplished as Sister Qianni in alchemy, she was at least a talented alchemist, and she had been forced by her master to learn divine patterns. But divine patterns were not something you could learn just because you wanted to. It all depended on your own understanding. If you didn't have that bit of talent, you wouldn't be able to get started even if you spent your whole life. So, even a genius in alchemy like her sister Qianni, who had reached the level of a Dan saint, had only learned the basics after so many years of learning, and couldn't comprehend the essence, which showed how difficult it was. Of course, if it came to engraving divine patterns, that would be even more impossible. After all, there was no one in the entire Nine Netherworld who could record divine patterns. It was already amazing that her sister could comprehend some simple divine patterns. When everyone saw that Burning Blood Sky City and the Xiandan ancient clan had sent out geniuses to comprehend divine patterns, they all held their breath and focused on their figures, looking forward to the results. And Su Maoyang left the crowd and sat down in the open space. Seeing this, Dongfang Liyue didn't quite understand what Su Maoyang meant, and asked with a puzzled look on her face. Su Mo, didn't you plan to comprehend the divine patterns? Why did you give up like this? Su Mo could record divine patterns. If she comprehended more, she might be able to break this formation. Now she gave up halfway. Isn't it a pity? Su Mo, don't worry about us. If you want this inheritance, we will protect you at all costs. Seeing her give up, Xiahou Wanxian thought she didn't want to get them into trouble and be beaten up, so she comforted her considerately. Su Maoyang shook her head and explained, I have memorized those divine patterns in my mind. Now I just need to comprehend them, so there is no need to join them. Speaking of which, she had seen the pictures inside when she used her mental power to penetrate those divine patterns just now. The picture showed a white-haired old man with a fairy-like appearance. He closed his eyes and meditated, standing on the top of the mountain, exuding a powerful aura. Su Maoyang couldn't describe that kind of power in words. In short, it was a power she had never heard of or seen in the Nine Netherworld. I think even people at the level of Yushu Tianzuan and Jiuchuan Shenren are not as good as 1/10 of him. Perhaps he came from the Sunluo realm, and his strength was beyond her imagination. However, Su Maoyang didn't understand why the white-haired old man stood on the top of the mountain. Was he telling the world that he was the one standing on the top? Who was the one standing on the top? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang closed her eyes and recalled the picture analyzed from the divine pattern again, and browsed it carefully over and over again with her mental power. After a while, Su Maoyang actually saw that the old man and the mountain composed of the divine pattern slowly separated under the perception of her mental power. A person. A mountain. What exactly did this divine pattern mean to her? Su Maoyang fell into deep thought, and her brows unconsciously frowned more tightly. However, just as she was muttering about a person and a mountain, a sudden flash of inspiration came to her, causing her to open her eyes suddenly. A person and a mountain. Isn't that the word immortal? So, the white-haired old man should be an immortal. No wonder he exudes such a terrifying aura. It turns out that he is a powerful figure who has entered the level of spiritual immortal. Realizing this, Su Maoyang was quite shocked. After all, such a level is considered a very powerful super strongman in the realm of Sunluo. Although she knew that the inheritance in this cave was not ordinary, she didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. It was actually related to immortals. It was really shocking. Su Maoyang was secretly shocked. The white-clothed woman and the green-clothed woman standing in front of the stone gate also got the result. The white-clothed woman shook her head regretfully. There are too many and too complicated divine patterns. There is no pattern to find. If you want to sort them out one by one, I don't know how long it will take. So it is impossible to understand it in a short time. The green-clothed woman was cold and simply replied, I only saw a mountain. A mountain? What does this mean? Hearing such a result, everyone present was confused. However, Su Maoyang looked at the woman in green with surprise. It was very rare for this woman to be able to see a mountain. This showed that she also had a high talent in divine patterns. Chapter 1833. How do you know if you don't try? Sister, what did you learn from this mountain? The handsome young man from the Xiandan ancient clan asked with surprise when he heard that she had seen something in the divine pattern. His question undoubtedly answered the doubts of everyone present. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at her expectantly. since she said there was a mountain in the divine pattern. This mountain must represent some unknown meaning, which may be the key to breaking the formation. The woman in green shook her head coldly. In addition to the mountain, there are other pictures, but the divine pattern is intricate and difficult to penetrate with mental power. I can't see the whole picture and can't understand the meaning. These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing everyone's enthusiasm. And the mood that was still expecting suddenly fell to the bottom. Now even the direct disciples of the blood-burning Heaven City Alchemy Guild and the genius alchemists of the Xian and Ancient Clan cannot figure out the secret. So they can't even enter the door of this cave, thinking that the inheritance is right in front of them. They can't open the stone door and go in. The arrogant geniuses present are all hit hard, and some can't accept this fact. Yan Lingquan pleaded with Yu Xueqing unwillingly. Miss Yu, try again and see if you can comprehend other things. Yu Xueqing frowned and shook her head in embarrassment. These divine patterns are too complicated and cannot be glimpsed at our level. So even if we try for a few years, or even more than 10 years, there may not be any results. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Hearing that the alchemy geniuses of blood-burning Heaven City had given up comprehending, the young man of the Jiang family, who had just ridiculed Yan Lingquan, placed his hopes on Zuiqini. He lowered his posture for a rare time and negotiated. Miss Zua, can you try again? But before he finished speaking, Zuiqini rolled her eyes. No. If I can feel it, why do I need your nonsense? It can be seen that Zuiqini is a serious ice beauty, with no expression, no nonsense, and a very direct personality. I think she has a bad temper. After all, she has made it very clear just now. If you can't feel it, you can't feel it, and forcing it will not work. Hearing this, Jiang Yujin was immediately embarrassed and his mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. You Yunlu Dark Domain don't have an alchemist who understands the divine pattern. So you want to ask the people of the Xian and Ancient Clan, but they don't buy your account at all. It's really pitiful. Yan Lingquan couldn't help laughing at him when he saw him being humiliated. You hum. Even if you have an alchemist who knows the divine pattern in Fenshua Tianqing, you still can't break the formation. What's there to be proud of? Jiang Yujin snorted angrily and refuted sharply. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingquan's handsome and tough face was covered with a layer of frost. And then he spoke to the other geniuses present. Since no one can comprehend the divine pattern, let's join forces to break the formation. Just now, he alone could not withstand the rebound force of the stone gate. Now that everyone joins forces, maybe they can share some of the attack. Although the other geniuses did not want to miss such a hard-won opportunity, they were still a little hesitant when they heard such a proposal. After all, they just witnessed that even Yan Lingquan, the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, was blasted out by the power of the stone gate and was seriously injured. If they join forces and burst out with more powerful power, if they are injured more seriously, wouldn't it be a loss? Furthermore, seeing that the Battle of Yunding was approaching, if they made a mistake at this critical moment, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, facing Yan Lingquan's proposal, no one dared to speak up. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was too cowardly to stand up and break the formation. So she stood up and walked over, pushed through the crowd, and returned the words that mocked her to the group of people intact. Are you still going to break the formation of this stone gate? If not, please make way. Don't occupy the toilet without taking a shit. Delaying our time. Hearing this humiliation, all the geniuses present changed their faces and glared at Su Maoyang angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you order us to make way? Yan Lingquan was slapped in the face, and he yelled with anger. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. You can't feel the divine pattern, and no one dares to break the formation. It's a waste of time to stay here. You can't let everyone else waste time here with you. Right? Do you think the whole world is your mother and has to spoil you? I don't have a son as stupid as you. How dare you? What did you say? Yan Lingquan was so angry that his eyes widened and his eyebrows stood up. At this time, Jing Yelong, who had been watching from the side, saw Su Maoyang's confident look, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. And then he actually spoke up and said, I think she has a point. Anyway, you can't break the formation. So let her try. He always felt that this woman was not simple. Haha. Prince Filong. What are you kidding? She can also break the formation? You think too highly of her. Hearing this, Fan Yijin couldn't help laughing. Ridiculous. My sister has studied divine runes for so many years. But she still can't solve the secret on this stone door. Do you think she can solve it just by looking at it? If it's that simple, wouldn't everyone be a divine rune master? Zui Yanqian also felt ridiculous, and shook her head inside. I didn't expect that Prince Filong would be so fascinated by this woman. It's really disappointing. Although she admitted that Su Maoyang was quite capable, she believed that in terms of attainments in divine runes, no alchemist in the entire Jiuyo realm could compare to Zuiqini, the genius of her Xian and ancient clan. If even her sister is helpless, then no one can solve the Nine Netherworld. Jing Yelong was not angry, but just glanced at her lightly. How can we know if we don't try? Yan Lingquan saw that he insisted, and couldn't help but sneered and shook his head. Even Miss Yu and the genius alchemist of the Xian and ancient clan couldn't comprehend it. And the prince actually pinned his hopes on a disciple of the Maple Forest Empire. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Speaking of which, I have heard of the prince's reputation for a long time. But I didn't expect that the prince was actually a naive person. It's really disappointing. Su Maoyang listened to them questioning themselves, and even mocked Jing Yelong, who was optimistic about them, and then curled his lips and chuckled. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. You know that not everyone is as incompetent as you. You? Yan Lingquan was once again furious, and then nodded heavily as if to verify something. Okay. I want to see what you can figure out. After saying that, Yan Lingquan really stepped aside and did not stop her. Seeing this, Su Maoyang and Dong Fan Liu and others strode to the stone gate. Everyone seemed to be waiting to see a joke, so they all stared at Su Maoyang and others, as if they had already expected the ending, with sarcastic smiles on their faces. Chapter 1834 Breaking the Formation. At this time, Su Maoyang ignored the mocking eyes around her, urged her mental power, stretched out her finger, and wrote a word Xian on the stone door. This was the essence she had comprehended from the divine pattern picture. So, she guessed that this word Xian should be the key to the stone door. And everyone who was waiting to see the joke didn't expect Su Maoyang to write on the stone door. After a moment of shock, they all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I thought she was going to break the formation. But she actually wrote a word. This is the first time I've seen such a way to break the formation. It's so funny. Zui Yanqian laughed at this scene without hiding it. As she said that, she looked at Jing Yelong and asked disdainfully. I told her that she couldn't do it. But Prince Filong insisted on letting her try. What else does Prince have to say now? Yan Lingquan also smiled and shook his head. I really don't know where such a person gets the courage. With such ridiculous means, he actually wants to break the formation. It's simply whimsical and shameful. Hee hee. You don't know. This person has always felt very good about himself. And he once said shamelessly that he would destroy my entire Xiefeng ancient clan. What's this? At this time, a disciple of the Xiefeng ancient clan couldn't help but sneered. The disciples of Fengqi Empire and Fengxue Tianqian were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then laughed even more happily. They did not attend the dinner hosted by Yunlu Dark Domain and knew what happened at the dinner, so they couldn't control themselves when they heard such a ridiculous boast, and almost laughed to tears. It's her ability to brag like this. Fan Yijing laughed and shook his head repeatedly, his tone full of contempt. Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Jing Yelong, who had been paying attention to Su Maoyang, gradually opened his eyes, his pupils filled with surprise, and asked in shock, boasting? I don't think so. Do I? Hearing Jing Yelong's sudden sigh, everyone's expression froze, and they followed his gaze and looked at the stone gate without knowing why. At this moment, they actually saw that the patterns on the stone gate actually burst into brilliant golden light, as if they were given life and began to wriggle. However, before they could react, those chaotic patterns actually gathered together in a regular pattern, condensing into a huge word Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked, and they were shocked and stunned. They all froze. Their eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as they stared at the word Xian. It was obvious that they were terrified. After all, who would have thought that Su Maoyang would actually make the divine pattern on the stone door show the word Xian that she wrote casually? This is really incredible. Some people couldn't even believe what they saw, and shook their heads in shock, muttering and rubbing their eyes, unable to accept the facts in front of them. That's a divine pattern. Even the supreme master of the spiritual realm couldn't withstand the power it rebounded. Even alchemy geniuses, like Yu Xueqing and Zuiqini, were helpless with the divine pattern. Now, After Su Maoyang made a few random gestures, it actually automatically gathered into a word. When did it become so obedient and so easy to control? Yan Lingquan was originally full of laughter, but after seeing this scene, he could no longer laugh. He had to stare with his tiger eyes wide open and asked loudly, "How did you do it?" "Just guessed." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and replied lightly, "Asshole. You dare to play me." How could Yan Lingquan believe that she was guessing? He was immediately furious at her answer. Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, raised a lazy arc at the corner of his lips, and teased, "How can I play you? You are stupid and can't guess it. So you can't let others guess it? Remember, not everyone is as stupid as you. You? I'm going to kill you today." Yan Lingquan was speechless again, and then he roared with gnashing teeth, raised his arm, and prepared to slap Su Maoyang. However, at this moment, the stone door showing the word Xian suddenly made a rumbling sound and gradually opened a gap. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they held their breath, and their excitement seemed to jump out of their mouths. It opened. The stone door finally opened. Seeing the stone door open, the geniuses who had been impatient for a long time all rushed in. Yan Lingquan, who had originally planned to teach Su Maoyang a lesson, also lost the intention to cause trouble. He was afraid that the inheritance would be snatched away by others, so he chased after him without delay. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had left, and also told Dongfang Liu and others, "Let's go too. It's very dangerous here. You must be careful." It goes without saying that the cave related to the immortal is definitely more dangerous than any secret realm she has entered before. Dongfang's siblings and Xiao's siblings all nodded in understanding. "Yes, we will." At this time, Jing Yelong did not rush into the cave like others, but walked towards Su Maoyang and others, smiling and inviting. "Miss Su, you are few in number, and you may suffer if you go in. Why don't you come with us and let us escort you?" Su Maoyang saw that his eyebrows were smiling, and there was a gleam of light floating inside, and immediately guessed his little thoughts. This Falong Prince was very cunning. He saw that she had broken the formation just now, so he must have seen something. So he had the intention of finding out and using her. But Su Maoyang had no intention of teaming up with others, and refused without thinking. "No, we won't cause trouble for the prince." After she finished speaking, she called Dongfang's siblings and Xiao's siblings and others to walk into the cave. But Jing Yelong refused to give up and shamelessly stuck to her. "Miss Su, why do you have to keep people at a distance? Isn't it safer to have more people to take care of you?" Su Maoyang sneered. "Letting a wolf follow you is not called safety. It's called letting a wolf into the house." You can't say that. I am your savior after all, and I offended so many forces for you at the banquet. Shouldn't you repay me?" Jing Yelong raised his eyebrows, and a wicked and cynical smile crossed his thin lips. "I said I would send a big gift when the time comes. I hope the prince will stop following you." Su Maoyang was unmoved, seeing that Su Maoyang dared to reject her brother's kindness. Jing Yunhan immediately scolded him unhappily. "My brother invited you to join our team and planned to protect you. He has already given you face. Don't take advantage of him and be ungrateful." "Miss Jing, do you have bad eyesight? It's obviously your brother who is shameless and clings to our Su Mo. We have no intention of joining your team or asking your brother for protection. If you don't like it, get out immediately and stop complaining here." Dongfang Liu scolded directly and rudely. Chapter 1835 A Different World. Jing Yunhan's cheeks flushed with anger, and she gritted her teeth. "Brother, look, they don't appreciate your kindness at all. Why do you have to stick to them with your warm face? I really don't know what's so good about a group of disciples from the Maple Forest Empire that you should make friends with." In Jing Yunhan's opinion, although Su Maoyang's strength is good, she has no background, and her friends are from the unspeakable Maple Forest Empire, and they are all well-known figures in the Falong ancient clan. If they are related to the people of the Maple Forest Empire, not only will there be no benefits, but they will also be laughed at by other forces. Her brother is independent and doesn't care about the eyes of outsiders, but she can't afford to lose face. Prince Falong, I think you should solve the internal conflicts first and condense them, and then talk about forming a team. I don't want to hear these noisy voices all the way." Su Maoyang glanced at Jing Yunhan coldly, and then walked forward. Jing Yelong was also troubled by Jing Yunhan, and warned him sternly, "If you don't want to follow, go back and don't make trouble here." "Brother, You want to drive me away for that woman? Are you kidding me? Jing Yunhan stamped her feet in anger. Several other young men from the Filong ancient clan seemed to have some interest in Jing Yunhan, and couldn't help but help persuade him. Brother Yellow, that woman is an outsider after all. How can she compare to your own sister? You are hurting Yunhan's heart too much by saying that. Yes. In fact, Yunhan is also for your own good. That woman has offended so many forces, and she will definitely be retaliated. If we get involved with her, it will only cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The inheritance is too important at the moment, so it's better to avoid trouble. Yes. Yes. The key is to seize the inheritance, and put the others aside for now. Hearing that these people followed Jing Yunhan to make trouble, Jing Yelong glared at them speechlessly. What do you know? You are just yelling here. If you are afraid of trouble, go back. If you don't want to go back, just follow the arrangements. How can a group of men have so much nonsense? Jing Yelong cursed angrily and chased in the direction of Su Maoyong. In his opinion, the woman named Su Mo, who obviously has no power to support her, has great courage and momentum, and can even interpret the divine pattern and crack the formation. Such a person with secrets must not be simple. So, he is willing to take a gamble and decide to follow her. Maybe there will be great discoveries and great gains. Maybe. The geniuses of the Filong ancient clan saw the prince's firm attitude and could only shake their heads helplessly, not daring to say anything. Jing Yunhan knew that this place was extremely dangerous, and that if she was not careful, her life would be lost here. So she had to compromise and shut up and follow. Donfang Liu saw the people of the Filong ancient clan chasing after them again, and smiled at Su Maoyong. Su Mo, that Filong prince is simply haunting us. He actually caught up with us again. Could he really like you? Don't talk nonsense. Although that guy is willful and arrogant, he is smart. He followed us, and it was clear that he had an intention. Su Maoyong glanced at Donfang Liu unhappily. What should we do? Should we get rid of them? Xiao Wanxian asked worriedly. Su Maoyong curled his lips, and a cunning flashed across his pupils. Not for the time being. If he wants to use us, we can also use them. It's not a loss to have a group of free thugs for nothing. This cave is dangerous in itself, and they have made too many enemies, so they may be ambushed by the enemy at any time. The Flying Dragon ancient clan walked with them, and other forces were somewhat afraid and did not dare to really tear their faces and start a war. Ha ha ha. Su Mo is still smart. Let a group of beast masters follow behind to protect him. Such a cool thing. How many people can't ask for it? This is the first time I enjoy such a good treatment. It feels pretty good. Mu Jichen smiled and agreed. Hearing this, Donfang Liu, Xiao Wanxian, and others covered their mouths and laughed. Donfang Youyu shook his head with a smile, then pointed to the exit in front and reminded. There is light over there. Everyone is rushing over there. Let's go and take a look. Su Maoyong nodded slightly and walked over with the crowd. However, when they walked out of the narrow passage and came to the exit, they were surprised to find that there was a different world inside this cave. There is no cave in front of me. It is simply a paradise. Looking around, flowers are everywhere. Small bridges flow. Streams are rippling, clear to the bottom, surrounded by green mountains. Mountains upon mountains. Fog rolling, like a fairyland on earth. However, what shocked Su Maoyong even more was that there was a vast sea of stars above her head. The countless stars were like pearls inlaid in the blue sky, shining with dazzling silver light. So beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off. Su Maoyong imagined countless possibilities, but she never thought that the cave would be like this. The scene in front of her was so amazing that she couldn't connect it with the shabby appearance outside. Could it be that this place is really where immortals live? Thinking of the word immortal that she had realized outside, Su Maoyong couldn't help but have such a guess. This place is too beautiful. I can't bear to leave. Donfang Liu also sighed sincerely. Xiao Xian reminded unhappily. Don't forget. This is the cave left by the master of the Northern Spirit Realm, and there is his inheritance inside. So no matter how beautiful it is full of dangers. Don't be dazzled by the beauty in front of you. Su Maoyong nodded in agreement. Xian is right. The scenery here is too beautiful. It is too easy to get lost. We should cheer up, be vigilant, and not be confused by beautiful things. Although she was also amazed by the scenery in front of her, she always felt that this space was not real, but weird. Thinking of it, Su Maoyong closed her eyes and spread her perception to feel the surroundings, and found that everything in front of her had extremely subtle spiritual fluctuations. This kind of mental fluctuation comes from the divine pattern. I believe that if it is not a serious divine pattern master, it is almost impossible to detect this kind of fluctuation. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang opened his eyes, looked around solemnly, and his brows gradually wrinkled. However, just when Su Maoyang was thinking, Xiao Zian suddenly shouted in surprise, "Su Mo! Look! There is a Du Shuo Leiyin flower over there. It blooms only once every 500 years. People say that it was extinct 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect to see it here. It's incredible. Well, I also heard that there is a kind of elixir that can help Dan Xian advance to Danshin. One of the medicinal ingredients of this elixir is Du Shuo Leiyin flower. I think this medicinal ingredient is a top-level treasure, even in this Luo realm. It actually appears here, which is really shocking." Dongfang Youyu also nodded in shock. Dongfang Liu couldn't help it after hearing it. "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and grab it." Chapter 1836, Furious. Seeing countless strongmen rushing up and fighting for this, how could Dongfang Liu, who was so anxious, bear it? After all, it was a rare treasure that only appeared once in 1,000 years. And Su Maoyang happened to be an alchemist, which was even more precious to her. Thinking of this, Dongfang Liu rushed out impatiently, ready to snatch it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's expression condensed, and immediately grabbed her. "Don't go! There is something wrong with the medicinal material." However, before Dongfang Liu could speak, Jing Yelong behind her came over and asked curiously, "Miss Su, what do you think is wrong with the medicinal material?" "I don't know what the specific problem is, but my intuition tells me that the medicinal material cannot be touched." Su Maoyang had just entered here and didn't understand what the current situation was, so he could only give a vague answer. But such an answer was obviously not convincing at all. Jing Yunhan and the geniuses of the ancient Filong clan frowned in dissatisfaction. "Intuition? Based on your intuition, you can know that the medicinal material cannot be touched? It's ridiculous. If your intuition is so sharp, you might as well become a fortune teller. Why come here?" Jing Yunhan snorted speechlessly. After that, she urged Jing Yelong, "Brother, the forces ahead have fought. We won't give up such a precious treasure. Their Filong ancient clan is a group of beast masters. If they summon spirit beasts, their lineup and combat power are quite strong. Therefore, if they are determined to fight for it, few forces can compete with them." The other dozen young people also nodded in agreement. They finally encountered such a rare treasure. If they gave up before fighting, wouldn't it be a pity? Su Maoyang heard that they were going to join the battle and shook her head helplessly. "Since your ancient Filong clan has been kind to me, I still advise you not to be fooled by the treasure in front of you, for fear that you might lose your life if you are not careful, and then it will not be worth it." After that, she actually ignored the rare treasure that was rare in 1,000 years, and called on the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaohe siblings to continue on their way. Jing Yelong was shocked to see her so calm. This woman really gave him surprises all the time. The geniuses of the 7 major forces, no matter how noble their status, how strong their strength, and how high their ambitions were now scrambling for the medicinal materials, and had no image at all. As a result, she left without even frowning. What kind of mentality can be so calm in the face of adversity? He was really curious. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong took a deep look at Du Shuo Leiyin Hua, and recalled the scene of Su Mo unlocking the divine pattern and breaking the formation. He then darkened his face and ordered directly, "Keep on the road. This space itself is a bit weird. Maybe her intuition is right." "Brother, you are crazy. Such a precious treasure." Jing Yunhan didn't expect that he really listened to the woman's words, and wanted to stop him anxiously. But Jing Yelong didn't want to listen at all, and interrupted directly. "Okay, shut up. It's better to be cautious in this place. If you lose your life, I can't protect you." After saying that, Jing Yelong also ignored the struggles of several major forces and strode forward. Jing Yunhan and the geniuses of the ancient Filong clan looked at Du Shuo Leiyin Hua unwillingly and quickly followed. But they didn't go far before they saw a large group of people in front of them, besieging a black snake that was 8 feet long. As a genius of the contracted beast race, Jing Yunhan recognized the identity of the snake immediately and exclaimed in shock, "My God, Isn't this the ancient fierce beast giant spirit flame snake recorded in the ancient books? Yes. Yes. It's really the giant spirit flame snake. The other geniuses of the contracted beast were so scared that they stuttered. This guy is an attack and defense. Super powerful spirit beast. Yes. I read in the ancient books that his attack and defense are extremely abnormal. And it is a killing weapon. If we can contract it, even if we go to the Sunluo realm, it will not be in vain. Thinking of the power of this ancient fierce beast, the geniuses of the contracted beasts all licked their lips with drooling mouths, looking eager to try. Xiahou Wanxian was also very excited to see such a powerful spirit beast. Su Maoyang naturally noticed her thoughts, and couldn't help but persuade her that spirit beast has problems, and is not suitable for the contract. Xiahou Wanxian nodded in understanding after hearing this. She believed Su Maoyang's words without a doubt. She knew that Su Maoyang would not harm her. When Jing Yunhan heard Su Maoyang say that the snake had problems again, she suddenly felt ridiculous and retorted, "Haha. No matter what you see, there are problems. I think you are the one who really has problems. I didn't stop you. If you think there is no problem, you are welcome to go up and die." Su Maoyang stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, with an attitude of watching from the sidelines. This Jing Yunhan has nothing to do with her. Whether she lives or dies, it doesn't affect her, since she is willing to take the initiative to die. Su Maoyang is too lazy to stop her. Humph. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? You all come with me, and we must get the ancient beast. Jing Yunhan snorted in dissatisfaction, and called on the geniuses around him to prepare to step forward. Jing Yelong believed in Su Maoyang to some extent, and immediately frowned and scolded. "Stop right there. Without my order, you are not allowed to make a move. If you dare to disobey, I will kill him on the spot to avoid causing trouble." Hearing his fierce roar, all the disciples of the Filong ancient clan stopped and dared not act rashly. Among them, Jing Yelong is the most powerful and the highest in status. Sometimes his words are more effective than those of the elders of the Filong ancient clan. After all, who let him be the Filong prince, the future ruler of the Filong ancient clan? Therefore, his majesty cannot be disobeyed. Once someone disobeys, according to his temperament, that person will definitely die. Thinking of Jing Yelong's iron-blooded methods, even the genius of the contracted beast has to give in. However, just when they were in a stalemate, they heard cheers coming from the front. "Ha ha ha! The giant spirit flame snake is mine. It's contracted by me. Ha ha ha!" A disciple of Fenxue Tianqing shouted ecstatically, and then left quickly under the escort of other people from Fenxue Tianqing. The excited laughter shook the earth, making others envious. Jing Yunhan jumped up and down. "Brother, look! The ancient beast was contracted by someone else first, and we were one step slower. So what if it's contracted? Instead, it's the target of public criticism, and there's a danger of falling at any time, perhaps infected by Su Maoyang's mentality." Jing Yelong is now much calmer. "Brother, didn't we come here to rob the treasure? Anyway, it's dangerous whether we rob or not. So why don't we rob? Is it just because of that woman's ridiculous intuition?" Jing Yunhan watched such a rare ancient beast being robbed, and his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 1837, The Location of the Understanding of Inheritance. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. "Do you really think that the ancient beast is so easy to contract? Besides, even if you contract it, you can't control a beast of that level with your strength. Wake up!" Jing Yunhan was poured a basin of cold water by her, and she gritted her teeth and retorted unconvinced. "Don't look down on me. No matter what. I am a genius of our Filong ancient clan. I have contracted 3 6th level beasts, 2 7th level beasts, and 1 8th level beast. In terms of beast contracting talent, except for my brother, few people can compare with me. What's more, even the disciples of Burning Blood Sky City have successfully contracted ancient beasts. According to what you mean, am I not as good as the disciples of Burning Blood Sky City? It's ridiculous." Speaking of contracting beasts, Jing Yunhan is full of confidence. After all, she is also the blood of the Filong ancient clan, and she was born to inherit her ancestors' talent in contracting beasts. This innate ability gave her an enviable sense of superiority among many beast-contracting masters. Therefore, she was full of self-confidence. Even if she encountered an ancient beast, she would still want to conquer it. But such self-confidence was naive in Su Maoyang's eyes. Everyone knows how powerful the ancient beast is. It is impossible for those people to contract it by just beating it. If it were that simple, wouldn't the treasures in this cave be too easy to get? Su Maoyong rolled his eyes at her. If she still didn't understand after saying this, she would be hopeless. Yes, Su Imo is right. What we see is not necessarily the real thing. Xiao Zian was also confused by Du Zhuo Lei Yin Hua at first. Now, after listening to Su Maoyong's words, he realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Wanqian, Donfan Liyue, Mu Jichen and others also nodded in agreement. If Su Maoyong hadn't stopped them, they would have been blinded by the scene before their eyes. So, it's no wonder that so many geniuses are crazy about it. The temptation of these treasures is indeed too great. If there is no heart like Su Maoyong, it is difficult not to lose the way. Jing Yunhan didn't believe her nonsense and said very unwillingly, since this cave is the inheritance left by the owner of the North Spirit Realm, he may have deliberately sealed the power of the ancient beast in order to find the inheritor. We didn't even try, and it was taken away by someone. How can I swallow this breath? Jing Yelong understood her mood and persuaded her kindly. Okay, the spirit beast has been contracted away by someone, and it's useless for you to lose your temper now. Besides, what Miss Su said is not unreasonable. Everything here is too weird. Such a precious treasure is not so easy to get. So, we have to be more careful. Besides, the spirit beast is not the key. The key is to find the inheritance of the cave owner, since there are so many shocking treasures everywhere in this place. Jing Yelong believes that the real inheritance must not be worse than these. Inheritance? There is still a month and a half before the Battle of Yunding. Where can we find the inheritance in such a big place? Even if we find it, are you sure you can get it before the Battle of Yunding? Jing Yunhan glared at him speechlessly, then looked at Su Maoyong and asked sarcastically, isn't your intuition very accurate? Why don't you count with your fingers where the inheritance is? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and smiled with some ambiguous meanings, and nodded along with her words. Yes, I really have to count with my fingers where the inheritance is. After that, Su Maoyong found a piece of grass, sat down on the ground, and closed her eyes in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Seeing this scene, the people of the Filong ancient clan were shocked by her actions, and opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Those geniuses were all scrambling for the treasures here, and those who didn't get them were also scrambling to find the inheritance. But she was so good. She actually closed her eyes and meditated here, without any sign of looking for the inheritance. I really don't know what she was thinking. Brother, I think she is a lunatic. Let's go find the inheritance quickly, and don't waste time on these lunatics. Jing Yunhan urged anxiously. Jing Yelong naturally didn't believe that Su Maoyong really wanted to calculate the location of the inheritance by pinching her fingers. Looking at her posture, it was clear that she was feeling something. At this moment, he recalled the situation when she comprehended the divine runes outside the cave, and couldn't help wondering, could those things just now be related to the divine runes? Perhaps everything in front of him was not real. Or perhaps this was a divine rune formation itself. They were now trapped in an illusion that could devour reason and make people go crazy. Only those who were determined and unmoved by the temptations of the outside world could pass the test. It must be said that Jing Yelong's comprehension ability was quite powerful. After listening to Su Maoyong's words, he also had his own insights. But Dongfang Liu and others did not have such powerful talents, and they were still a little confused about Su Maoyong's thoughts. They couldn't help but ask curiously, Su Imo, what are you going to do? Su Maoyong closed his eyes and explained lightly, I think the treasures in front of me, even these flowers, trees, and roads leading to each place, should be false and non-existent. There is nothing here. Maybe it's just a test. As for where the inheritance is, you need to understand it yourself, instead of blindly looking for a way, since even Jing Yelong can think of this. Su Maoyong, who has long noticed something wrong, naturally thought of it. The reason why she closed her eyes and meditated was to feel this space, break this illusion, and find the real way to inheritance. Jing Yelong originally just had a vague guess, and after listening to this explanation, he deepened his understanding of this space. Yes, these treasures, this fairyland-like scene may all be fake. There is no way here. Only through your own perception can you open up a path to inheritance. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong was shocked. And the demon, Ye's green eyes flashed with amazing light, and he smiled and praised Su Maoyong. Miss Su is indeed very smart and has a strong understanding. Not only can she unlock the divine pattern, but she can also comprehend such a truth. Jing really admires her. Don't flatter me. I haven't comprehended the truth yet. Everything is just a guess. Su Maoyang was unmoved by his flattery and replied coldly. Jing Yelong smiled and nodded. Miss Su is modest. I wonder what Miss Su has comprehended now. If you want to know where the inheritance is, just shut up and don't disturb me. Su Maoyang glared at him and closed his eyes again. Seeing that she dared to scold her brother, Jing Yunhan was so angry that her eyes were wide open. Hey, you are really asking for trouble. You are looking for a fight, right? Jing Yelong stopped her without caring. Okay. Shut up too. Let her comprehend quietly. Brother, do you really believe that she can comprehend where the inheritance is? You think too highly of her. Jing Yunhan saw that the geniuses from other forces were all rushing forward in a hurry, and she was panicked. How could she calm down and wait for her to comprehend slowly? Chapter 1838 The Direction Guided by the Stars. Fortunately, Jing Yelong is a patient person, and he tried to comfort her. You just said that this place is so big. It is not easy to find the inheritance. If you can feel something as a guide, it will be much easier than looking for it blindly like a headless fly. Yes, inheritance is not based on physical strength, but on the brain. Next time you want to inherit, remember to bring your brain. Dongfang Liu couldn't stand her yelling beside her, and immediately pointed at her head and deliberately laughed at her. Jing Yunhan was so angry that her face turned red and she gasped. Dongfang Liu saw that she was defeated, and the arc of her mouth became more presumptuous. But in order not to disturb Su Maoyang's perception, she did not continue to provoke, and obediently stepped aside to protect Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang had asked Xianyan Silver Snake about this in her heart. It was said that this was a very powerful formation. Xianyan Silver Snake, a treasure hunting expert, was helpless, so she decided to comprehend it herself. Thinking that time was running out, she did not delay and quickly spread her perception to communicate with everything around her. She found that the spiritual fluctuations on the flowers, plants and trees around her were not very obvious. Instead, there were waves of mysterious power coming from the vast starry sky above her head. Such a discovery made her startled. She suddenly opened her eyes, looked at the night sky, and carefully observed these stars that were shining with silver light and like diamonds. It seems that the key to breaking the formation may be this vast starry sky. Perhaps, to be precise, it is these countless stars. Su Maoyang was observing the starry sky, while Jing Yelong and the people of the Filong ancient clan were watching her intently. Seeing her suddenly open her eyes and look at the sky, everyone followed her gaze and looked up, with a lot of question marks in their minds, wondering what she was doing. However, before they could ask, Su Maoyang closed her eyes again, forcing Jing Yelong to swallow the words that rolled to his throat. According to Su Maoyang, the stars seemed to have the function of guiding the direction. So, she guessed that these stars in the sky would not appear here for no reason, and they might be guiding the world. Thinking of this, she immediately calmed down, spread her perception to the night sky, immersed herself in the vast starry sky, and then released her mental power to establish a connection with these stars. Sure enough, when her mental power invaded these stars, she was instantly attacked by a fierce mental attack. That kind of power was too abnormal. Before she could react, it rushed into her brain rudely, ravaging her brain like a cutting machine, and immediately gave her a splitting headache and collapsed. Soon, she was tortured to the point of pale face, distorted expression, and sweating profusely. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Liu and others were all shocked, and asked in panic, Su Mo, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? But at this time, Su Mo was immersed in the vast sea of stars, fighting with the power released by the stars, and could not hear the outside world at all. So no matter how she was called, she did not respond. Dongfang Yaoyu saw this scene and knew that her condition could not be disturbed. He immediately stopped Dongfang Liu and warned, don't disturb her. She should have realized something. And now is probably a critical moment. If she is suddenly interrupted, it is easy to go crazy. Dongfang Liu was frightened when she heard this, and immediately withdrew her hand, not daring to touch her casually. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Su Maoyang couldn't bear it and spit out a mouthful of blood. Her breath was so weak that she seemed to faint at any time, but her eyes were closed tightly, and there was no sign of waking up. It was obvious that her consciousness was still immersed in it, and she didn't break free. Jing Yelong and the disciples of the ancient Flying Dragon clan were all shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that Su Maoyang could be injured and spurt blood just by sitting there. It was really weird. Could it be that she really realized something? However, they didn't understand what she realized that would cause such a strong reaction. Jing Yelong was puzzled and stared at the starry sky. But he looked for a long time. His eyes were sore. And he didn't see the reason, which really puzzled him. Jing Yunhan and other geniuses also observed for a long time. Their eyes were dazzled. And they didn't understand anything. And they were speechless. What the hell is this? I think it's just a trick. I can't see anything. Jing Yunhan claimed to be a genius. Whether it was in the contract beast or in the spiritual power cultivation. She had extraordinary talent and comprehension ability. Now she couldn't see anything. She couldn't accept this fact. So she questioned the truth of this matter. However, she didn't know that only true divine pattern masters and people with extremely strong mental power could invade the stars and suffer mental attacks. People without mental talent can't find any secrets even if they see through the entire night sky. At this time, Su Maoyang had to endure wave after wave of mental suppression. And she didn't know how many times she had spurted out blood before she was finally able to communicate with these stars smoothly. At this time, when her mental power was wandering among these stars without any hindrance, she suddenly saw a divine pattern composed of stars gradually appearing in the starry sky. This pattern was very familiar to Su Maoyang. It was clearly the Big Dipper. In modern times, Su Maoyang knew that the Big Dipper could guide the direction. Could it be that the Big Dipper was guiding her in the direction of inheritance? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was shocked and opened her eyes again to look at the starry sky. Since she can now easily use her mental power to sense the densely packed stars in the sky, she can find the Big Dipper hidden in it with just one glance. Otherwise, with such a large number of stars in front of her, it would be difficult for people without strong mental power to find them with their naked eyes. I think this should be considered a test for the inheritor. It is not difficult to guess that the owner of this cave must be a person with abnormal mental power. Therefore, his successor should also have strong mental strength. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gained some confidence, then stood up, tidied his clothes, and directly ordered, "Let's go!" Xiahou Wanxian and others were confused. "Where are we going?" Seeing that she was about to set off, Jing Yelong must have realized something, and hurriedly asked, "Miss Su, have you realized the inheritance?" Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at him meaningfully. "Yes." After that, she gave a look to the Dongfang siblings and the Xiahou siblings and continued on her way. "I believe that following the direction guided by the Big Dipper, we should be able to find the inheritance." Chapter 1839 Find the Immortal Palace. Su Maoyang knew that time was running out and didn't dare to delay for a moment. So she called everyone to set off without saying anything. Seeing that she left without revealing anything, Jing Yelong realized that she probably knew some information, and immediately ordered, "Let's go too. Follow her. Don't lose her." The disciples of the Feilong ancient clan were confused by Su Maoyang's actions and were very curious. This time, they had no objection and followed her obediently. In fact, Su Maoyang was not afraid of them following her, because after so many tests, she had understood that the most basic condition for inheriting the inheritance was mental power. The people of the Feilong ancient clan were all group beast masters. They were powerful in soul power, not mental power. Even if their mental power was good, it was unlikely for them to comprehend the divine pattern. Therefore, Su Maoyang was not afraid that they would find the location of the inheritance. So she did not avoid them along the way. Of course, even if she wanted to get rid of them, it would not be easy. So she simply didn't bother to care. They walked for 3 days and 3 nights. When everyone was discouraged and gave up, they gradually found that the fog in front of them had dissipated, and a magnificent palace was slowly revealed. Seeing this scene, Jing Yunhan's face flushed, and she was the first to shout excitedly, "Look! Look! The fairy palace! That's the fairy palace!" The disciples of the Feilong ancient clan were also so excited that they kept nodding their heads and trembling when they spoke. "Yes! Yes! Yes! It's the fairy palace! Fairy palace!" Seeing the plaque above the palace gate, with the 2 big characters Fairy Palace written in a flamboyant style, everyone's excited heart seemed to jump out, and they were almost crying with joy. "Ha! We finally found it! We finally found the inheritance!" Jing Yunhan laughed happily. Her eyebrows and eyes were all confused. Jing Yelong saw it and smiled from ear to ear, nodding his head in satisfaction. It really pays off. We finally found it. At this speed, we should be the first wave of people who found the inheritance. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong was grateful to Su Maoyang and admired her very much. Miss Su, you are really good. You actually realized the location of the inheritance. You should know that I, Jing, rarely admire anyone, except for Emperor Yunlu. You are definitely the first one. However, Su Maoyang couldn't laugh after hearing this praise. At this time, she was not happy about finding the inheritance. Instead, she frowned solemnly, took a deep look at the fairy palace in front of her, and looked up at the Big Dipper. She immediately found that this was not the end point indicated by the Big Dipper. In other words, if you follow the direction guided by the Big Dipper, you still have to walk a long way to find the inheritance. But the Immortal Palace appeared halfway, which is really not right. Realizing this, Su Maoyang frowned even more tightly. His face unconsciously darkened, and kindly reminded, although it is inappropriate to say this now, I still need to remind you that this should not be the real Immortal Palace. This Jing Yelong is not a bad person, and he has also been kind to her. He has helped her out many times and offended several forces. Just based on this, Su Maoyang is grateful. She can't bear to see him go astray, so she has to tell him the truth. Jing Yelong obviously didn't expect her to say this. His face, which was just full of excitement and smile, suddenly froze, and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. This is not true either? Jing Yunhan couldn't stand Su Maoyang anymore, and was speechless to the extreme. She angrily scolded. Before, you said that the medicinal materials were fake. The spirit beasts were fake. And then you said that the flowers and plants around, all the scenery were fake. Now we have finally found the fairy palace. And you say that the fairy palace is fake. In your eyes, what is real? Brother, don't listen to her nonsense anymore. I think she has gone crazy. If we continue to walk with her, we will go crazy sooner or later. Su Maoyang knew that they couldn't understand, so he had to tell the truth. To be honest, I did sense the location of the inheritance, but the location displayed would never be here. So, I suspect this is not true. Just to confuse you. Su Maoyang said this, and sighed again in his heart. There are too many temptations in this place. The layers of tests can simply wear down people's will. If he hadn't been determined to a terrifying degree, how could he have resisted such a perverted level of temptation? So where's the inheritance you mentioned? Jing Yelong narrowed his eyes, and asked seriously. Jing Yelong has always been a determined person, but it is inevitable that he will waver after reaching this point. After all, the Immortal Palace is right in front of him, and the inheritance is at his fingertips. It's not easy for him to give up. Su Maoyang knew that it was difficult for anyone to resist such a temptation. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. I don't know exactly where it is. I only sense the direction. The location of the inheritance is at the end of the north. The end? It's ridiculous. This place is endless. We don't know how long it will take to reach the end. We don't have time to waste with you. Seeing the Immortal Palace in front of her, Jing Yunhan was already impatient and immediately urged Jing Yelong. Brother, don't be fooled by her anymore. The Immortal Palace is right in front of us. If we don't go in now to receive the inheritance, we will be discovered by others. It will not be so easy for us to get the inheritance. Such a good opportunity. I won't let you give up again. She has missed too much before. If she misses it again this time, wouldn't they waste their energy and go in vain? By then, other forces will get good things and improve their strength. But they will get nothing. How can they fight with others in the Battle of Yunding? So, this time, she would rather make a mistake and regret it than miss such a rare opportunity. Seeing that she insisted, Su Maoyang did not stop her and respected her idea. You can go if you want to. We still have to move forward. Goodbye. She had said what she should say, and she had done her best. As for whether they believed it or not, it was their business and had nothing to do with her. Seeing that Su Maoyang really wanted to give up the fairy palace and continue on her way, Jing Yelong would be lying if he said he was not shocked. This was the first time he met someone with such a strong will. She didn't even know where the end of the road in the future was, but she could still ignore the temptation in front of her and continue to walk. He was ashamed of such a mentality. Realizing this, he didn't know what was wrong with him, and he called her out for no reason. I believe you. I'll go with you. Su Maoyang was a little surprised, stopped, and looked back at him. Chapter 1840 Questions from the Void. In fact, in the face of such a great temptation, it is simply impossible to let a stranger who is not familiar with you give up the temptation and choose to believe in yourself. But this Jing Yelong believed her, which really surprised Su Maoyang. At this time, Jing Yunhan was furious at his decision, and growled with gritted teeth. Brother, are you also crazy? How long are you going to be stubborn? Since the fairy palace has appeared, it means that our opportunity has come. Now that the inheritance is in front of us, where are you going to go with her? I don't know where it will go, but I am willing to believe her once and take another gamble. Jing Yelong's green eyes, which were staring at Su Maoyang, flashed a different light, and he answered in a deep voice. They were able to see the fairy palace because Su Mo led the way, so he didn't mind trusting her again and continued to walk to see what kind of scenery was behind. Of course, he also wanted to know what such a person with a firm mind and not moved by any interests could get in the end. However, even he had to admit that his idea was very crazy, because once he bet right, there must be the biggest treasure behind, which would benefit him infinitely. But if he bet wrong, he would probably waste time, miss the battle at the top of the cloud, and lose the opportunity to enter the realm of Sanluo forever, which would be absolutely fatal to him. This should be the craziest and most willful thing he has ever done. After hearing this, Jing Yunhan was so anxious that her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and her fists were almost squeezed with water. Brother, now is not the time to be willful. You are the one who has the most hope of inheriting the ancient Filong clan. If you give up such a good opportunity, and the clan leader knows about it, you will inevitably be punished. You have to think clearly. But Jing Yelong seemed to be infected by Su Maoyang. His current state of mind was surprisingly calm. He directly ordered, I have made up my mind. Let's go! As he said that, Jing Yelong took a step, bypassed the fairy palace, and continued to move forward. Seeing that Jing Yelong was really going to give up the inheritance, Jing Yunhan was so angry that she jumped up and down, and immediately hated Su Maoyang, who had bewitched her brother, to the bone. Although she was angry, she knew her brother's character very well. Once he made a decision, he couldn't be pulled back by 10 cows. So she had to make up her mind to part ways with him. She suppressed her anger and said angrily, Brother, I'm sorry I can't follow you anymore. The fairy palace is right in front of me. I can't give up such a rare opportunity to accompany you to be willful. Take care of yourself. Although her strength is not as good as Jing Yelong, and she may be in danger of her life if she enters the fairy palace without his help. But she can't care so much. After all, that is the inheritance that all the geniuses and forces in the entire Joyo realm are vying for. Once she gets it, she will definitely stand at the top of Joyo, get the qualification to enter Sanluo realm, and even make a name for herself in Sanluo realm. With such a huge benefit in front of her, how can she bear to give up? Therefore, she must not be as stupid as her brother, and must grab the inheritance. Thinking of this, Jing Yunhan became more determined to enter the immortal palace. When Jing Yelong heard that she was unwilling to go with him, he paused and frowned at the other disciples. What about you? Do you want to go to the immortal palace to take a look? The other disciples also had a firm attitude and nodded heavily. Sorry, Prince. We cannot agree with your decision. We have to go our separate ways here. Take care of yourself. When Jing Yunhan heard that everyone was willing to go, she shouted, Those who want to inherit, follow me. After that, she did not wait for Jing Yelong to stop her, and led the disciples of the ancient Filong clan to fly towards the fairy palace. When Jing Yelong saw this, his face turned black as the bottom of a pot, and he was extremely embarrassed. Su Maoyang saw that Jing Yelong had become an abandoned lonely man, and suddenly felt some sympathy. I think you should go and protect them. If something happens to them, you will have a hard time explaining to the elders of your clan. No need. Everyone has their own destiny, and everyone has their own luck. Even if I go, they don't trust me, don't listen to my arrangements, and don't agree with my decisions, and I can't save them. Jing Yelong shook his head helplessly. Su Maoyang also sighed and said with emotion, This is human nature. No matter how loyal, how much they admire you, and how much they fear you, they may betray you in the face of interests. Yes, but I am very curious. Don't your friends have any desires, and don't want to accept the inheritance? Why do they trust you so much from beginning to end, and never waver with you? Jing Yelong was very puzzled. He had been in contact with Su Maoyang for a while, and witnessed the unconditional trust of Dongfang siblings and Xiahou siblings in Su Maoyang. It would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. Dongfang Youyu couldn't help but smile and explained, Su Imo is the one who protects us with her life. No matter what she does, or what decision she makes. She puts us first for our own good. What reason do we have not to believe her? Xiahou Wanxian also spoke up and echoed. In fact, it's not that we don't have desires. But compared with inheritance and Su Imo, we care more about Su Imo. Since Su Imo wants to rob the inheritance, we will escort her to her destination even if it costs us our lives. As for whether we can get the inheritance, it is not so important. Jing Yelong's heart trembled when he heard these words. And he was suddenly moved. She tried her best to protect this group of people. And this group of people also protected her at all costs. Is this the friend she mentioned? It seems that having friends is not bad. Okay. Time is running out. Let's set off quickly. Su Maoyang didn't have the time to talk nonsense with Jing Yelong, who had never experienced family and friendship, and turned around and left. When Jing Yelong saw her leave, he came to his senses and hurriedly chased after her. However, when they bypassed the fairy palace and walked forward, the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, and a torrential force pressed down, as if to press Su Maoyang and others into the dust. Then, they heard a vicissitudes of life, an ancient voice shaking from the void. Like thunder. The inheritance is right in front of you. Why not enter? Su Mo Liang tried his best to straighten his spine to avoid being crushed by the fierce force. When he heard the question, he gritted his teeth and answered stubbornly. I firmly believe in what I see, think, and understand. Your inheritance cannot shake my heart. Compared with the pressure from the old man, Su Mo Liang's momentum was obviously much weaker. But the words he uttered were resounding and unwavering. They echoed in this empty space and seemed particularly loud. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. After a long time, a voice came from the void again. Very good. Chapter 1841 No Way to Go. I want to see how long you can believe it. The roar fell. The thunder stopped suddenly. And the starry sky returned to calm again. As if nothing had happened just now. Feeling the pressure disappear, everyone finally recovered, panting weakly. At this time, Jing Yelong was shocked by the voice just now and asked in shock. Su Imo? Whose voice was that just now? The owner of the cave? Su Maoyang shook his head solemnly. I don't know. The voice came suddenly and disappeared suddenly. Illusory, making it difficult to tell the direction. And Su Maoyang had no way to guess the other party's identity. I only know that the owner of the voice is more powerful than imagined, and is definitely not comparable to the peak powerhouses of the Nine Nether Realm. It seems that this is really a test. Jing Yelong saw this scene, and he breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear, and was immediately glad that he believed Su Imo and did not enter the Immortal Palace. Su Maoyang sneered. Don't be happy too soon. Didn't you hear his last words? If this is really a test, the highlight is coming later. That person clearly didn't want them to get the inheritance easily, and he wanted to continue testing them. So the difficulty will continue to increase. Before Jing Yelong could be happy, Su Maoyang poured cold water on him again. He shuddered uncontrollably, and his handsome face instantly turned blue-gray. In his opinion, the previous test was already tough enough. If Su Imo hadn't reminded him, he would have been tempted to enter the Immortal Palace. So, he didn't dare to think about how cruel the test would be later. I really don't know what kind of inheritance this is. It's so powerful. So, be prepared for despair. Su Maoyang's dark eyes flashed with excitement, and she smiled and continued to move forward, seeing that she could still laugh. Jing Yelong took a deep breath in shock, and cursed in a low voice. She is really a lunatic. At this moment, Jing Yelong had to admit that Jing Yunhan was right in at least one sentence. Su Imo was really a lunatic. If it were any other woman, she would have been scared to death and wanted to retreat. But she was not discouraged, but became more and more courageous and excited. Is she still a human being? Jing Yelong was shocked by her. While the Dongfang siblings and the Xiahou siblings were fearless and looked indifferent to the gains and losses. After all, without Su Maoyang, they didn't even have the opportunity to become stronger or the qualifications to enter the cave, let alone any tests. Moreover, Su Maoyang brought them too many miracles, too many shocks, too many surprises. They trusted her wholeheartedly, worshipped her, and admired her, as long as Su Maoyang said a word. Even if they followed her to the ends of the earth, they would have no regrets. This test, in their view, was nothing. And the reason why Su Maoyong firmly believed in her own ideas was because she had practiced the divine pattern atlas. Because now she can not only perceive the divine pattern, but also record the divine pattern, and has a deeper understanding of the divine pattern. So she is already a legitimate divine pattern master. She clearly perceived the Big Dipper from the divine pattern of the starry sky just now. And she felt that the further north she went, the stronger the divine pattern power released by the stars would be, which was enough to show that the place north of the Big Dipper was where the inheritance was. As for the fairy palace that appeared in front of them just now, she only felt a part of the divine pattern power, which was not too strong. Compared with the power released by the northernmost star of the Big Dipper, it was far inferior. Therefore, she concluded that the fairy palace was not a real inheritance at all, but just to confuse them. However, even if the fairy palace was real and there were countless treasures inside, it was definitely not as good as the treasures hidden at the end of the Big Dipper to the north. In her opinion, the extreme north region was definitely the core of the entire cave. Of course, there was another very important reason why Su Maoyong could be so determined. Because although she was cautious in doing things, she never questioned herself in cultivation. No matter what kind of cultivation, everything is up to her heart. She never went against her own will and practiced some exercises that she could not accept at all. Nor would she deceive herself and practice exercises that were not suitable for her. Moreover, she learned from the experience of her predecessors, and she would not accept it all at once, but discarded the dross, took the essence, and transformed the perception into her own things. She knew very well that as a cultivator, once he began to doubt himself, he would never go too far on the road of cultivation. Therefore, she must keep her original intention and must not be easily shaken. In this way, she walked for another 10 days and nights with heavy steps. At this time, everyone was exhausted, pale, and had lost their initial fighting spirit. They could walk to this point, relying on the desire to live to support them. Jing Yelong was also a little bit unable to stand such aimless walking, and asked speechlessly, "Suimo, how long do we have to walk? There is still 1 month and 3 days left before the Cloud Peak battle. If we continue to walk like this, we will miss the game." Su Maoyong frowned slightly when he heard this, and replied coldly, "Whether we can walk out alive is a problem. And you are still thinking about the competition? Are you thinking too much? No way. Are you saying that we may not be able to walk out in this life?" Jing Yelong was shocked and opened his eyes wide with horror. Dong Fanyu, who was walking beside him, raised his chin forward without waiting for Su Maoyong to answer, and murmured in a solemn tone, "It's not possible. But it has become a fact. Look at what's ahead." Hearing this, Jing Yelong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately raised his eyes and looked forward. At this time, he actually found that they had reached the edge of the cliff, and there was a vast expanse of white clouds and mist in front of him. Where was the road? Now, even if he wanted to continue walking, it has become a luxury. Realizing this, Jing Yelong was struck by lightning. His face turned pale as paper, and his body could not bear such a blow, and he staggered back 2 steps. How could it be? How could it be like this? Jing Yelong shook his head in despair. He never thought that this test would be so perverted. First, they walked aimlessly for 10 days and 10 nights. Now they finally reached the end. But what they saw was a cliff, and there was no road. This is simply torturing people crazy. Suimo, I really got on your pirate ship. Jing Yelong wanted to cry, but had no tears. What do you mean by getting on my pirate ship? I never forced you to join us. You had to follow us. What does it have to do with me? Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly, and glared at him unhappily. Okay. Yes. I was a jerk who took the initiative to follow. But what should we do now? We have no way out. Do we have to go back again? Jing Yelong collapsed, and there was no time to argue with her. Chapter 1842 2 Hidden Stars. Su Maoyong rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Go back? I finally got here, and you want me to go back? Are you crazy? Aren't you a lunatic? Jing Yelong muttered in a low voice. Su Maoyong's face darkened, and he looked at him. If you want to go back, you can leave at any time. No one will stop you. Alas, I'm just talking. Why do you take it seriously? However, there is no road ahead. There is a bottomless abyss below, and there is a vast expanse of white in front. You can't see the bottom at all. And you can't tell the direction. Where should we go? In order to confirm the situation below, Jing Yelong came to the edge of the cliff and looked carefully. The more he looked, the more desperate he became. Although Su Maoyang didn't know how to go down, her original intention remained unchanged. There is no road in this place. The reason why there is a road is that we just walk out by ourselves. Isn't it normal that there is no road now? After she said this, Jing Yelong suddenly came to his senses. You mean, we still have to rely on our own perception to open up a road here? Su Maoyang nodded slightly, agreeing with his guess, and then looked up at the Big Dipper in the sky. She found that the place where they were standing now was already the position indicated by the northernmost star among the 7 stars. That is to say, they did reach the end of the guidance of the Big Dipper, and there was no way to go. However, they didn't even see the shadow of the inheritance. All that was left in front of them were cliffs and floating clouds in the sky. That means that they haven't reached the inheritance yet. And they must have a long way to go if they want to obtain the inheritance. It's just that for this section of the road, they can no longer rely on the guidance of the Big Dipper, but need to rely on other things to lead the way. But there is nothing in front of them, and the only thing that can guide them is the stars in the sky that form the divine pattern. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned suddenly, and suddenly felt something was wrong, as if she had overlooked something. It seems that the Big Dipper has more than just 7 stars. As far as she knows, the Big Dipper was not originally 7, but 9, called the Big Dipper 9 stars, and even the Big Dipper 9 emperors. Later, 2 stars gradually disappeared, becoming 7 appearing and 2 hidden. And then, there was the legend of the Big Dipper. In this case, there should be 2 stars that are still hidden among the many stars, and she has not realized them. Realizing this, Su Maoyang suddenly became enlightened, and immediately sat down, closed her eyes, and spread her mental power to the surroundings of the Big Dipper again, and felt and communicated according to the positions of the cave star and the hidden Yuan star in her memory. But it is so difficult to establish a connection with the 2 hidden stars. It took Su Maoyang 3 days to meditate, and she suffered even more perverted mental attacks during the process. But she finally overcame it tenaciously. Everyone who had been waiting for her to comprehend the results asked expectantly when they saw her open her eyes. Suemo, how is it? Have you comprehended anything? Jing Yelong was the first to ask impatiently. Yes. Where are we going later? Dongfang Liua took over the conversation. Su Maoyang stood up and pointed to the direction of Dongning Star and Yinyuan Star. We are going there. But there are cliffs over there too. There is no road. Mu Jichen frowned in confusion, not quite understanding what Su Maoyang meant. Su Maoyang heard this, raised a meaningful smile on the corner of his mouth, and shook his head slightly. Who said there is no road? Aren't those clouds there? Clouds? Jing Yelong opened his eyes wide in shock, raised his eyes, and glanced at the clouds floating in the sky. Mu Jichen suddenly realized what Su Maoyang meant, and guessed. Suemo, you are not asking us to ride the clouds to that direction? That's right. Didn't you find that those clouds are floating in all directions? We can completely pass through these clouds to where we want to go. Su Maoyang nodded in approval. Mu Jichen suddenly woke up after hearing this. Oh, why didn't I think of it? These floating clouds can take us there. It doesn't have to be the ground on which you stand to be a road. Clouds can also be roads. Haha. Yes. We are really stubborn. Suemo is the one who thinks clearly and sees things clearly. Dongfang Yaoyu smiled and nodded. Jing Yelong glanced at the floating clouds and was also surprised by her idea. But he was already afraid of being tortured and had a shadow in his heart. Is the direction you said accurate? If you don't believe me, let's go back the same way. Su Maoyang didn't persuade him, and didn't want to say a word. He directly called out to the Dongfang siblings and the Xiahou siblings and others. Let's go up. After that, Su Maoyang jumped onto a floating cloud with his life. The Dongfang siblings and the Xiahou siblings followed him without saying a word. Seeing that they had all left, Jing Yelong was anxious and immediately chased after them. Miss Su, I gave up the fairy palace and followed you. How could I not trust you? You are definitely the person I trust the most in my life. At this moment, even he did not notice that his tone was flattering. This was definitely the first time in his life that he had been so humble to please a woman. And she was an ugly woman with no power or influence. I really don't know what sin he had committed in his previous life to fall into the hands of such a woman. Su Maoyong turned a blind eye to his kindness and sneered. Stop flattering there. If you were not desperate, would you take a risk? It's because I believe in you that I am willing to take a risk. Otherwise, I would have returned the same way. Su Maoyong didn't believe his nonsense at all. She just rolled her eyes at him and walked on the clouds in the direction she had identified. Sure enough, as Su Maoyong expected, this time, they finally saw the real fairy palace. However, the fairy palace in front of them was different from the fairy palace they had just seen. It was like a city in the sky, standing on a floating mountain. The silver crystal-like glazed tiles shone with dazzling light. The outer layer of the palace seemed to be covered with a layer of crystal gems, clear and transparent, ethereal and illusory, set off by the clouds and mists around, making it difficult to distinguish where the real scene was and where the reflection was. As the name suggests, it really looks like a misty fairy palace. Seeing this scene, not only Jing Yelong and Donphan Yaoyu were shocked, but even Su Maoyong was shocked to recover a little. Such a beautiful scenery is really intoxicating. I really didn't expect that after all the hardships. I finally walked in front of it. Jing Yelong sighed in his heart and couldn't help sighing. Su Maoyong didn't delay and flew directly towards the fairy palace. Time is running out. We have to hurry up. Now there is still a month before the battle at the top of the cloud. She must accept the inheritance before then. Chapter 1843. Get ready for battle. Donphan's siblings, Xiaohu's siblings and Mu Jichen nodded heavily upon hearing this and immediately followed. Jing Yelong was excited and unwilling to lag behind and flew up to the misty fairy palace standing on the floating mountain. This time, he was extremely sure that they were definitely the only ones who had walked here, because according to the difficulty of this test, it took them only more than 10 days to reach the inheritance, which was already very fast. After all, many people had been tempted and lost their way in front of them. Of course, even if they were not lost, it would be difficult to understand the route to the inheritance. So, although they spent some time, at least the direction was right. And at this point, they won. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong was full of emotion and realized a truth. As long as the direction was right, no matter how far you go or how long it takes, it is worth it, because persistence will always bring rewards. However, he was just happy. And the next second, he was shocked and stopped by the 4 goalkeepers stationed at the gate of the palace. They were 4 warriors wearing black iron armor and holding silver spears. Under the shining starlight, they were like jade trees, heroic, and emitting a silver-cold light. Those sharp eagle eyes were bottomless and even sharper than the spears in their hands. A glance at them was like a thorn in the back, making people tremble with fear and hair all over their bodies. However, before Su Maoyong and others could react, the 4 warriors swung their spears fiercely and stabbed at their position fiercely. The roar was like a landslide, shaking the whole space. Those who trespass into the fairy palace will be killed without mercy. Feeling the pressure from the peak supreme Junlingshi, Su Maoyong and others were frightened and their faces changed drastically, and they dodged to the side. At this time, for fierce forces instantly hit the place where they had just stood, directly smashing the crystalline-laid ground into pieces. Seeing this scene and feeling the fierce spiritual power fluctuations, Jing Yelong, who was not afraid of anything, was frightened by the strength of the 4 goalkeepers. He sighed in disbelief. My God, for Peak Supreme Junlingshi, are they so fierce? They went through untold hardships and finally got here. They were about to enter the fairy palace to obtain the inheritance, but they were faced with the obstruction of 4 Peak Supreme Junlingshi. Can people still accept the inheritance? You know, even if he is strong and has reached the level of a midterm Supreme Junlingshi, and is also a beast master with extraordinary talent, but he and his spirit beast together, at most, can kill 2 late-stage Supreme Junlingshi with all their strength. And the combat power of these 2 late-stage Supreme Junlingshi cannot be too abnormal. Therefore, it was simply a pipe dream for him to entangle 4 peak-level Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters. It was impossible. Mu Jichen was shocked to see this and shook his head. It's really getting more and more abnormal. For Peak Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters are equivalent to 4 Yushu Tianzins. Right? How can this be considered inheritance? This is simply going to kill us. Isn't it? We haven't even entered yet. And the lineup is like this. I can't imagine what more terrible things are waiting for us inside. Donphan Liu also shuddered sadly. Jing Yelong knew that it was impossible to defeat the 4 goalkeepers by relying on the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire. So he took 2 steps forward and ordered loudly, "You hide behind me. Don't get too close. I'll try first. Then listen to my arrangements. You can find the right opportunity to attack. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." In his opinion, he was the strongest among them. If he wanted to pass the level, he would not let the weaker ones take the lead. So, only he could have a chance of winning this level. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and summoned 7 spirit beasts without waiting for Su Maoyang and others to reply. 3 of these spirit beasts reached the 8th level of monarch beasts, and the other 4 reached the 7th level of monarch beasts. They were powerful, and they did not live up to his name as a genius beast contract master. It is indeed rare in the 9 nether realm to be able to contract so many spirit beasts, and each of them has reached such a high level. It's no wonder that this person is so proud, arrogant and willful. He does have the capital to be willful. However, just when Su Maoyang and others were sighing, Jing Yelong had already led his 7 spirit beasts to rush up. He and 3 spirit beasts besieged a peak supreme monarch spirit master, while the other 4 spirit beasts were responsible for entanglement with other goalkeepers. But the 4 goalkeepers, no matter how to say it, are super strong men who are about to step into the Emperor's spirit master. And they don't take these 7th level and 8th level monarch beasts seriously at all. So they just slapped them lightly and blasted the spirit beasts that besieged them away, which was effortless. Although Jing Yelong is a mid-level supreme monarch spirit master with good strength, he is no match for a strong man who is 2 levels higher than him. Therefore, even with the help of 3 spirit beasts, he still had a hard time fighting. However, after only a few moves, he was blasted and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. This goalkeeper is much stronger than the average peak supreme monarch spirit master, and his fighting power is comparable to that of the Emperor's spirit master. "You guys run away quickly. I can't hold on any longer." Jing Yelong knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely die, and he immediately yelled at Su Maoyang and others. Su Maoyang also felt the fierce fighting power of the 4 guards. Seeing that Jing Yelong couldn't handle it alone, his face suddenly darkened and asked Don Fang Yaoyu, "These 4 guards are too strong. Can we set up a formation to kill them?" If it was a late-stage Supreme Monarch Spirit Master, Su Maoyang would have some confidence that she could deal with it. But she was still a little struggling with the peak-level strength. Not to mention that there were 4 such strong men in front of her. In order to ensure everyone's safety, we need to choose the most reliable battle plan. As for group attacks, Dongfang Yaoyu's formation is naturally the best means of attack. Dongfang Yaoyu shook his head solemnly. "I can only refine a 3-star level initial killing formation now, which can kill the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master of the initial stage, but can't do anything to the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master of the peak stage." "What about the trap formation? Can it temporarily trap them?" "Their goal is to enter the fairy palace. As long as they trap 4 guards, they will have a chance to break in. I do have a 3-star advanced trap formation, but this trap formation can't trap the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master of the peak stage, but it can suppress their strength. If they are trapped in the trap formation, their combat power should be about the same as that of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master of the late stage," Dongfang Yaoyu explained. Hearing that he could suppress the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master of the late stage, Su Maoyang nodded in agreement without saying a word. "Okay. You are responsible for carving the trap formation. Dongfang Liue, Xiaoho Zian. You are responsible for dealing with 1 guard. Xiaoho Wanqian, Mu Jichen. You 2 are responsible for dealing with 1 guard. And the other 2 guards are left to me." Chapter 1844. Jing Yelong was shocked. Jing Yelong was shocked to see that they not only did not run away, but also decided to join in. He was immediately scared to death and collapsed and yelled, "Are you crazy? These are 4 peak-level Supreme Junling Masters. If they are not innate Junling Masters, they can't even beat me. You are coming here to die." Originally, 1 peak-level Supreme Junling Master was enough to destroy all of them here. Not to mention that there were 4 of them at once. Such a lineup and such strength were simply not something they could handle at this level. At the moment, his life was in danger, and he was thinking of a way to get out. This group of people actually wanted to wade into this muddy water. I really don't know whether to call them crazy or stupid. At this time, Su Maoyang turned a deaf ear to his words, and threw a bottle of pills that temporarily improved their strength to the Dongfang siblings and the Xiaoho siblings. "Hurry up and eat it. Get ready for battle." Seeing that they were so stubborn, Jing Yelong was speechless. However, when he was about to speak to stop them, He saw that after they swallowed the pills, they suddenly burst out with a strong breath, and their strength level actually increased by 2 levels. This scene shocked Jing Yelong and froze his expression. Although the level of these disciples of the Maple Forest Empire was not very good, it was still extremely terrifying to increase their strength by 2 levels. After all, he had never seen a pill that could increase people's strength by 2 levels at once in his life. It was enough to see how rare the pills Suemo gave them were, and it must be difficult to buy them on the market. But she threw a bottle directly, which was a shocking act. However, just as Jing Yelong was shocked by their rapid level increase, Donphan Yaoyu summoned thousands of wonderful ink pens, waved his arms, and quickly carved complex patterns in the air. Now, with the help of the Immortal Pond and the Divine Pattern Pill, plus the opportunities he got during his training some time ago, he has made great progress and successfully advanced to the level of the initial Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and can easily carve the 3-star trap array. However, the trap array is divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced and peak. And Donphan Yaoyu's current strength can only master the primary array of 3 stars. As for the advanced array of 3 stars, it must reach the level of the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi to carve. Fortunately, Su Maiyang has the Divine Pattern Pill that improves strength. Donphan Yaoyu can temporarily improve to the level of the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi after taking the pill, giving him the opportunity to control the advanced array of 3 stars. In this way, it is not a problem for him to trap the late Supreme Jun Lingshi in a short time. However, the 4 goalkeepers in front of him are too strong, 1 level higher than the late Supreme Jun Lingshi, so he can only temporarily suppress their cultivation to reduce the pressure of the battle for everyone. Thinking of this, Donphan Yaoyu gritted his teeth, poured all the spiritual power in his body, and quickly carved a formation pattern. At this moment, a brilliant light burst out from under his feet, and quickly formed a 3-star halo with the word trap printed on it. The blue light immediately made Donphan Yaoyu dazzling and murderous. Jing Yelong was shocked again when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god! It's a 3-star formation master. As far as he knew, formation masters were an extremely rare and precious profession in the 9 Netherworld. Once they took action, they would mostly kill in groups. Of course, even if they didn't kill anyone, they could trap you in the formation and trap you to the point of doubting your life. They were very difficult opponents. Now he felt that the pressure from the 4 top supreme monarchs was instantly weakened, which undoubtedly verified his guess, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. He reached the level of a 3-star formation master at a young age. If such a perverted talent grows up, I don't know what terrible heights he will reach. Just when Jing Yelong was shocked by his talent, Donphan Yaoyu gritted his teeth and roared. Quick! This formation can only last for a cup of tea. You guys hurry up and fight. 3-star high-level formations are beyond his ability, and being able to last for a cup of tea is already his limit. Mu Jichen, Xiao Zian, Donphan Liyue, Shi Nuo and others heard the words, and they didn't dare to delay and rushed into the battle circle. Mu Jichen raised his arms directly, and his blood boiled, which made his body more than twice as big as before. Like a giant, standing in the middle, the handsome eyes seemed to be filled with blood, and instantly turned into a pair of blood pupils, scarlet, like an angry beast. Then he raised his hand to summon a spear, swung his arm violently, and burst out a terrifying death aura. He roared and came to kill the goalkeeper who was dealing with Jing Yelong. Soul-breaking Ghost Spear. Break it for me. Mu Jichen's starting point was higher than that of the Xiao siblings and the Donphan siblings. So after the baptism of elixirs and experience during this period, he has reached the level of a late-stage innate Jun Lingshi. Now that he has taken elixirs, his combat power has soared to the level of an early-stage Supreme Jun Lingshi. With the help of his bloodline power and the lower-grade divine skill Soul-breaking Ghost Spear, he helped Jing Yelong resist part of the power and relieved a lot of the latter's pressure. Seeing this scene and feeling the fluctuation of power, Jing Yelong was stimulated again, and murmured in disbelief. Is this the legendary blood power? He had heard from his elders a long time ago that some powerful races were born with blood power. This power may not be obvious at first, but once it is cultivated to a certain level, this power will slowly awaken and become more and more powerful. And the man in front of him, named Mu Jichen, was full of blood. His eyes were condensed into blood, and his body was even taller than a giant. It was obvious that he used the power of blood. It's a pity that this person's strength is a bit weak. Even if he has upgraded his level, he has only reached the initial stage of the Supreme Lord Spirit Master. If the level is higher, relying on the power of blood to fight, the combat power can be completely comparable to that of a spirit beast. Jing Yelong was thinking. And before he could recover, Xiao Zian behind him also rushed up and slapped one of the goalkeepers on the armor with a palm. The next second, he saw that the black iron armor was corroded by a poisonous gas, and a hole appeared. Liyue, go! Seeing that the opponent's defense was broken, Xiao Zian shouted to Donphan Liyue next to him. Donphan Liyue saw this and immediately rushed up with a sharp sword, stabbing fiercely at the place that lost the protection of the armor. However, their level was too low. Even if they took the elixir, they only reached the level of Xiantian Junlingshi, which was no match for the peak Supreme Junlingshi. So the two of them were quickly defeated and blasted back. Seriously injured, Jing Yelong was still quite shocked when he saw the poisonous gas released by Xiao Zian. He didn't expect that there was a poison master among this group of people. Chapter 1845, he was scared to death. Jing Yelong really didn't expect that the spiritual power level of these disciples of the Maple Forest Empire was not very good. But they all had their own specialties. There were sword masters, formation masters, poison masters, and blood power. This combination was the first time he saw it, and it really surprised him. However, he was sighing, and the next second he heard a delicate shout that resounded through the sky. Friends, come out! After the roar fell, Jing Yelong actually saw 6 huge figures appearing beside the gentle and gentle woman who did not kill anyone, and instantly released a fierce aura. As a genius in contracting beasts, Jing Yelong naturally recognized the types and levels of these spirit beasts at a glance. He was shocked on the spot. His expression twitched, and he froze in place. He couldn't believe what he saw. This weak woman who didn't show off her talent actually summoned a 5th level king beast, a 6th level king beast, 3 7th level king beasts, and an 8th level king beast. Her talent in contracting beasts was even better than his sister's. After all, his sister only contracted 3 6th level king beasts, 2 7th level king beasts, and 1 8th level king beast. But even so, such strength can be called a genius in contracting beasts. I didn't expect this woman to be even better. Of course, the most shocking thing to him was that looking at the spiritual power fluctuations in her hands, she was clearly just an early postnatal king spirit master. He couldn't figure it out. How could such a low-level person contract so many spirit beasts? And each spirit beast was of a high level? This was simply unreasonable. Jing Yelong couldn't accept it, and shook his head again and again. He couldn't describe the shock in his heart in words. When did the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire become so fierce? However, Xiao Wanxian had no time to pay attention to his mood. Seeing her brother and Donphan Liyue being blasted back, she immediately made a decisive move and asked herself and the spirit beasts to swallow the elixir and quickly join the battle. Although Xiao Wanxian's spirit beasts were quite powerful, their levels were still there. Even if they were upgraded by 2 levels, they could only reach the 9th level monarch beast and the 1st level holy king beast. The strength of the 9th level monarch beast was comparable to that of a late-stage innate monarch spirit master of a human being, and the strength of the 1st level holy king beast was comparable to that of a peak innate monarch spirit master of a human being. It was just that the defense of the spirit beasts was 1 level stronger than that of humans. So even though they could not completely kill a human who was 1 level higher than themselves, it was not a problem to entangle him. However, the strength of the 4 goalkeepers in front of them was too amazing. Even if they were suppressed to the late-stage Supreme Monarch Spirit Master by the formation, it was still more than enough to beat away a group of spirit beasts that could just deal with the early-stage Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was fighting very hard, almost using all their strength to resist. She also quickly summoned 7 spirit beasts, threw a few pills at them, and shouted, "Go help them deal with the 2 goalkeepers." As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 spirit beasts including the Sky Demon Martin immediately rushed towards the Xiao siblings and Donphan Liyue and others. Seeing this scene, Jing Yelong was stunned like a flash of lightning. 7 spirit beasts. The first on the fierce beast list is the blue scale swallowing sky python. The 5th on the fierce beast list is the sky-reaching flamingo, the black thunder explosion ape known for its violentness, the golden flame demon lion known for its cruelty, and the chasing wind non-leaving dog with a keen sense of smell, the blood flame poison bat that eats human blood, and a snow white ferret that makes it difficult to see its strength. What shocked him was that all of them were level 8 and level 9 king beasts. And none of them were weak. Such strength and lineup were even more powerful than him. The first beast contract genius of the ancient Falun clan. You have to know that he has been a beast contract genius for so many years. And he has never met a beast contract master who is more powerful than him. This is definitely the first time. The only time. That he was actually surpassed by someone. It's incredible. In fact, he had seen Sumo's skills before, and knew that this person was very powerful. But he never thought that she was so powerful. He really guessed all kinds of possibilities. But he didn't guess that she was actually a genius beast contract master. Even her beast contract talent was better than his. Is there any way to live? Jing Yelong suffered an unprecedented blow. As if his head was hit by a stick. He stood there like a piece of wood, staring at Su Maoyang with his eyes wide open, forgetting to react for a while. Su Maoyang was so perceptive that she immediately noticed his shocked look. However, before she could speak, she saw a palm print suddenly slapped behind Jing Yelong. She was so shocked that her face changed drastically. She immediately swallowed the pill and flew towards him. Then, she pushed Jing Yelong away and fiercely used her palm to resist the goalkeeper's attack like a mountain. Fortunately, she was forced to upgrade 2 levels and could barely cope with such abnormal power. She gritted her teeth and pushed her palm hard, so she was able to get away and moved a few meters to the side. Thinking of Jing Yelong's distraction just now and almost losing his life, Su Maoyang couldn't control her anger and shouted, "It's time. You are still distracted. Don't you want to live?" Jing Yelong, who had walked through the gates of hell, was also shocked and pale, swallowing his saliva with lingering fear. Fortunately, Sumo took action in time. Otherwise he would have really died here. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't let Jing Yelong die here. His spiritual power level and combat power were the highest among them. If he died, their pressure would be even greater. So she took out another divine pattern pill that could enhance strength and threw it to him casually. Take it quickly. And fight quickly. Yao Yu's formation can't hold on for too long. Seeing this, Jing Yelong immediately reached out to catch the pill, looked down, and gasped in shock, because he found that the pill Sumo threw casually was actually a holy pill. This is too generous. At this time, Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to him, and directly ordered Shinua next to him. I'm in front. You're behind? Pay attention to cooperation. Although Shinua's spiritual power level can't deal with the strong man of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master. Fortunately, she is sharp, has a coquettish movement, and has a good speed. Even if she can't bear the power of the goalkeeper, she can still dodge quickly, and then wait for an opportunity to attack. Once she attacks, she is fast, accurate and ruthless. She is definitely a good helper for assisting. So, Su Maoyang asked her to attack behind the enemy, so that she can attack from both sides. Find the right opportunity to make up the knife, and distract the opponent's attention. Shinua and Su Maoyang have fought several times, and they have already had a tacit understanding. She nodded clearly, and quickly rushed to the back of one of the goalkeepers, cooperating with Su Maoyang's attack and attacking from behind. Su Maoyang was promoted to the middle stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. It was not too difficult to deal with an opponent who was suppressed to the late stage Supreme Sovereign Spiritual Master. However, the combat power of these goalkeepers was stronger than that of ordinary strong men. Therefore, Su Maoyang still spent a lot of effort to finally kill one. Chapter 1846. Small people have great power. At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly felt lucky to have the formation to bless her. Otherwise, with the original combat power of the 4 goalkeepers, they would probably have died here. After all, the Peak Supreme Junleisure is indeed not something they can deal with at their current level. However, she saw blood gushing out of the corners of Dongfang Yoyu's mouth, and it was obvious that he could not hold on for too long. Therefore, only by fighting quickly can they get out alive. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart sank like a stone. And then he shouted to everyone, "Xian, you are responsible for corroding their armor with poison gas and breaking their defense. Wan Qian, Liyue, Jichen, red hair, yellow hair. You guys protect his safety. Help him break through and seize opportunities. Tianmo Martin, black hair, little blue. You are responsible for killing one of the goalkeepers. Mr. Jing, you and your spirit beasts kill another goalkeeper. Jioli Dog, Bloodbat, you assist me and she knew how to kill the third goalkeeper. Everyone pay attention to cooperation and don't lose your composure. Fortunately, Su Maoyang snatched a few spirit beasts for her and Xiahou Wanxian from several beast masters of Shichen Academy on Huangquan Road last time. So she can still help a little now. Otherwise, everyone will be in a hurry and can't take care of it. But she has just killed a goalkeeper. And now there are only 3 left. So everyone's pressure is relatively relieved. So after hearing Su Maoyang's tactical arrangement, everyone calmed down a little, nodded with a clear goal, and began to form 3 small teams, cooperating with each other to besiege the goalkeeper. Donphan's siblings, Xiaohou's siblings, and Mu Jichen had been training outside for some time, and had cooperated countless times. In addition, they had a deep relationship, mutual trust, and tacit understanding, which gave them a great advantage in group combat. Therefore, even if their level was not high, their combat effectiveness together could be raised by several levels. Therefore, it was soon seen that Donphan Liyue, Xiahou Wanxian, Mu Jichen and the spirit beasts cooperated with each other to entangle the goalkeepers, creating many opportunities for Xiahou Xian to sneak attack. Xiahou Xian took advantage of the poison master, and under the cover of his teammates, he occasionally released poison gas to corrode their black iron armor, and then quickly evacuated the battle circle, wandering around the edge of the 3 goalkeepers, helping the 3 teams led by Jing Yelong, Qinmo Martin and Su Maoyang, who were responsible for the main attack, to break the defense and relieve the pressure. This is Su Maoyang's tactics. The weak ones fight guerrilla warfare, and the strong ones are the main attackers. They entangled, broke the defense, and attacked at the same time. They quickly tied down the 3 goalkeepers, making them tied up and unable to play their original strength. Jing Yelong saw this scene, and it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. In his opinion, the strength of these disciples of the Maple Forest Empire is not enough to look at, and there are even 2 who are only at the level of post-heavenly monarch spirit masters. You know, after the acquired Junlingshi, there is the Xiantian Junlingshi, and after the Xiantian Junlingshi, there is the Supreme Junlingshi. But he found that even at such a low level, this group of insignificant people could work together, cooperate so tacitly, and unite, thus bursting out amazing power, which was really unexpected. So, even he had to sigh that it turned out that small people also have great power. Thinking of this, he admired this group of united and brave little people. However, just when he was shocked by the tacit understanding and fighting power of this group of people, a loud noise suddenly broke out in the distance. At this time, a knife light seemed to fall from the sky, affecting a wide range, and even he was shocked back several steps. When he stabilized his body and looked up, he saw Su Maoyang holding 2 swords in his hands, with a strong sword intent on his body. He stepped into the air, sword into the air, and swung his arm violently, slashing again. Moon wheel slash. A silver light like moonlight on a cold night, accompanied by a murderous roar, released a gloomy murderous aura, with a strong intention, as if to split and tear everything apart, and fell from the top of his head. Perhaps because the power was too strong, the biting cold air swept around, and wherever the sword light passed, a trace of destruction appeared. The guard who fought with Su Maoyang saw this. His eyes were terrible, and he also burst out with a strong momentum. He swung his gun violently, trying to break the sword light with one blow. The next second, he collided fiercely with Su Maoyang's power, making a devastating sound. It has to be said that the super strongman guarding here is indeed terrifying in combat power. Just that one shot was enough to resist Su Maoyang's top-grade magic skills. At this time, he swung the gun again and stabbed Su Maoyang's forehead, because the distance was too close and the moves were too fast. Seeing that the long spear was about to pierce Su Maoyang's eyebrows, Jing Yelong was frightened and his face changed drastically. He shouted anxiously, "Su Mo, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to fly to rescue. But before he could rush out, he saw Su Maoyang's figure suddenly disappear, without even a trace of residual image left, and her figure was gone at the original place. At the same time, behind the guard, a golden sword light as bright as the sun suddenly slashed, directly cutting off the waist, bursting out a dazzling golden light. The light fell, belonging to the spiritual power of the middle stage Supreme Junlingshi, penetrating the void, bursting out a shocking collision sound, and fell hard on the goalkeeper, shaking out a terrifying power. making the air roar and tremble slightly. The next second, Jing Yelong actually saw the sword light that seemed to burn everything, accompanied by the domineering and powerful spiritual power, directly cut the guard in half, and instantly dissipated in the air without leaving any trace. Seeing this scene, Jing Yelong was terrified. He didn't understand. He just saw her standing in front of the guard, and was almost hit. How could she suddenly disappear, and then appear behind the guard? He knew that some people practice speed skills, and the speed of movement and dodging was very scary. But such skills at least had traces to follow, and they could see the afterimages they passed by. But the moves performed by Su Mo were too weird. Without afterimages, without tracks, and completely disappeared out of thin air. And her spiritual power, her combat power, was really amazing. If it were someone else, relying on taking pills and forcibly improving their strength, it would be amazing to be able to deal with people of the same realm. And she actually killed someone who was one level higher than herself. I really can't imagine how perverted she would be if she didn't rely on pills and advance to the level of the middle stage Supreme Monarch Spiritual Master by strength. Thinking of this, Jing Yelong couldn't help but shudder, as if he was stimulated, and burst out with a killing move, trying his best to kill the guard in front of him. He was the prince of the ancient Falun clan. No matter what, he couldn't be compared with a group of disciples from the Maple Forest Empire. However, he just slashed down with his long sword, and before the power could fall on the guard, the opposite side actually burst out a sound first. I saw the Sky Demon Martin waving his chubby little fist, and suddenly punched the hard part that lost the protection of the armor, and actually punched a hole in the chest of one of the guards. Such a simple and rough move immediately froze Jing Yelong's expression, and his chin almost fell to the ground. Chapter 1847. A Strange Place. He really didn't expect that a furry, chubby snow ferret would have such violent killing power. The funny thing is that he naively thought that he was the most likely to pass the level among them. But who knew that his limelight was snatched away by the disciples of the Maple Forest Empire and these spirit beasts? Such a result was simply a critical hit to him. However, Jing Yelong didn't know that the heavenly demon Martin was not an ordinary spirit beast. It was an ancient beast that had been extinct for many years, and belonged to the rarest and most uncommon kind. They were born with the talent of their race, and their starting point was much higher than that of ordinary spirit beasts. So their strength was naturally extremely strong. Unfortunately, the heavenly demon Martin is currently in its infancy, and has not evolved yet. Its strength is sealed, and has not been fully awakened. So it can only deal with strong people at the level of the late Supreme Lord Spirit Master for the time being. In addition, the goalkeeper is much stronger than the ordinary Supreme Lord Spirit Master. So it still took some effort. But for the demon Martin, it was not difficult to kill the other party. Therefore, Jing Yelong, who did not know its identity, was naturally hit hard. At this time, Donfan Yoyu, who had been holding on, saw the three guards being killed one after another, and then he stopped, kneeling on one knee on the ground, unable to bear it, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and immediately stepped forward to help him up, and then took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. "Are you okay?" Xiaohe Wanqian was so scared when she saw Dongfang Yaoyu injured that her face turned pale. She didn't have time to care about her own injuries and rushed over. It was only when she saw Su Maoyang supporting him that she stopped and resisted the urge to approach him to care for him. After all, she had no qualifications to care for him, nor did she have the ability to help him heal. Even if she approached him, it would be useless. What's more, he probably doesn't need her concern. He always needs Su Mo. Thinking of this, Xiaohe Wanchuan's heart was very sad. But she was also very fortunate that when he was injured, Su Mo was here to heal his injuries and relieve his pain. For her, as long as she saw that he was fine, she had nothing else to ask for. After swallowing the pill, Dongfang Yaoyu quickly recovered some strength, smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. Just a little overloaded. I will recover after taking the pill." Su Maoyang saw that his face was much relieved, so he nodded with relief. "Well, that's good." Then, she took out another bottle of healing pills and threw it to the Xiaohe brothers and sisters and others. "You should also heal your wounds quickly and adjust your breath. In 2 hours, we will enter the Immortal Palace. Everyone knows that there are even more dangers in the Immortal Palace. At present, they are in a fierce battle, and they really need to adjust their breath and be prepared." Thinking of this, everyone nodded in understanding. After swallowing the pill, they sat in meditation to heal their wounds. Fortunately, the pills refined by Su Maoyang were very effective. After 2 hours, everyone had recovered almost completely. Seeing that they were ready, Su Maoyang did not waste time and went straight forward to open the door of the immortal palace. At this time, everyone felt a simple and heavy gale blowing in their faces, like a fierce storm that immediately blasted them back several meters. Everyone was shocked and immediately bent their waists and held the ground tightly with their hands to increase friction, so as not to be blown away by this terrifying force. Damn! It's really not easy to enter this fairy palace. My hair is blown messy. Mu Jichin is a handsome man after all, and he always pays attention to his image. But in front of him, his face is distorted and his hair is flying by the storm. He is furious and curses in a low voice. Donphan Liu was speechless to him. What about hair? You should worry about your head first. Who knows what more terrifying things are waiting for them next? Okay. You guys say less and save some energy. Su Maoyang heard that they were still arguing and warned them seriously. Knowing that it was not the time to chat, they shut up obediently, gritted their teeth, and used all their strength to resist the power of the storm and strive to move forward. Although the gate of the fairy palace was only a few steps away from them, it took them a whole hour to successfully enter the fairy palace. However, just as Su Maoyang stepped into the gate, before she could be happy, the scene in front of her suddenly changed, and instantly turned into a square, dimly lit, enclosed space. Her companions disappeared collectively, leaving her alone here. This scene made her frown and look around in confusion. Then she found that there were walls on all sides, empty, and nothing, just like a dark and damp prison cell. But Su Maoyang didn't understand. She saw a magnificent palace outside. But how could it become a prison cell as soon as she entered here? Even the Donphan brothers and sisters and the Xiaohu brothers and sisters disappeared. Isn't this too strange? Could it be that this fairy palace itself is a formation, and she was trapped in it when she entered here? And the others should be trapped in the formation that tests them like her? It seems that this level does not test teamwork, but the ability to fight alone. However, there is nothing here. How to test her? However, just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, he suddenly heard a few cold laughs in the air, giving people a gloomy feeling and making people shudder. Hee. Someone is finally here. I can smell the fragrance of flesh. Yes, it's still a tender little girl. I like this body. The person who spoke laughed silvery, and then licked his mouth and smacked his saliva. Just listening to the sound, it seemed obscene and perverted enough, making Su Maoyang frown. Ha! I've waited for this day for so long, and finally it's here. This little girl is mine. Don't even think about snatching her from me. Bah! Why should she be yours? Don't forget the rules here. Whoever kills the prey first gets the prey. Then, everyone will rely on their own abilities. Yes, whoever kills her first gets her. Su Maoyang suddenly heard so many voices, all poured into her ears, and she shivered with fear. There was nothing in this space, but there were so many voices talking. It was too weird, and she couldn't help but tense her nerves and asked loudly, "Who are you? Why don't you show up?" "Oh, did you hear that? This little girl can actually hear us talking." "Haha. Interesting. Being able to hear us talking shows that her perception is very strong. I am really very satisfied with this little girl's body." Chapter 1848. Who are they? Hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned even more tightly, and her face gradually darkened. She didn't know the identity of this group of people, and she didn't even see their figures, but she heard them discussing how to snatch her body. This feeling of being treated as prey made her very unhappy, so her tone was no longer polite, and she directly asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, and what do you want to do?" "Ha! Who we are depends on you." One of the sinister voices came out, as if it floated out of hell, revealing a chill. Su Maoyang was confused, and his pupils jumped up a little puzzled. "What do you mean by this?" Hee. "I'll attach myself to you later, and you'll know what it means." The man seemed very excited, and burst into a series of evil laughs, which made Su Maoyang shudder. But she didn't understand what it meant to attach to her body. What on earth are these people planning? The old Jinjuan in the space understood her doubts, and couldn't help but explain. "Young master, I think they are not human." "If they are not human, then what are they? Are they ghosts?" Su Maoyang's heart trembled uncontrollably when she heard the words of the old Jinjuan, and she asked back in confusion. The old Jinjuan nodded gently, his voice slightly solemn. Yes, they are ghosts. To be precise, a group of dead spirits. Su Maoyang got such an answer, and his pupils widened in shock. Dead spirits? Are you saying that these are the souls left after people die? But I heard that people will be reincarnated after death. So why are these souls here? Could it be that she entered hell instead of the fairy palace? Looking at this situation, this should be a dungeon. But they were locked up in the dungeon. I guess these dead souls are probably extremely evil people. When they were alive, they committed serious mistakes and were killed. After their bodies fell, their souls were suppressed here, and they could never be reincarnated. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are people who bear grievances and blood feuds. They were sealed here by their enemies, and endured the pain of never being able to reincarnate. That's why they hold grudges and resentment. But no matter which possibility it is, these dead souls in front of them are not good people. They urgently need to find a body to possess and escape from this place. So, your arrival gives them hope. As a person who has fallen, the old man Jinjuan immediately understood the intentions of these dead souls. But if the soul wants to attach to a person, it depends on whether the person can withstand the power brought by the soul. Otherwise, it will be a false joy. Because generally speaking, only a body stronger than oneself can withstand the power of one's soul. But since the other party is stronger than himself, it is unlikely to kill him. Moreover, even if the other party dies, whether the soul can merge with the body is also a big problem. Therefore, it is not so simple and easy to possess and find a body to lean on. However, for this group of dead spirits who have been sealed here for so long, never seeing the sun all year round and never being able to reincarnate, as long as they see a living person, they must be very excited. After all, in this dark and desperate environment, the presence of living people at least gives them a little hope of rebirth. Although the hope was slim, they would never miss such a rare opportunity. So, Su Maoyang was in big trouble now. Su Maoyang, who heard this explanation, naturally understood the interests involved, and shuddered immediately, with a chill on her back. No wonder. She walked into the dungeon and saw nothing, but only heard voices. No wonder these people were so excited and coveted her body when they saw her. It turned out that this was a group of undead who wanted to occupy her body and revive again. Since they wanted to seize her body, they must kill her first. Realizing this, Su Maoyang instantly entered a state of alert. It seems that she has another bloody battle to fight. Sure enough, Su Maoyang was thinking about it, and a fierce force bombarded her head, which frightened her face and made her face change drastically. And she suddenly dodged to the side, feeling the fluctuation of the other party's spiritual power. Su Maoyang, who was calm, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! Another late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master, and a group of them at a time. How can they be so perverted?" From the sound, there are definitely more than 4 dead spirits in this space. They are talking to each other, and the number must be beyond her imagination. Originally, she had spent a lot of effort to deal with 4 late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Masters outside, and barely passed the level. Unexpectedly, another large group came. This is simply the rhythm of not stopping until she is tortured to death. However, just when Su Maoyang was shocked by the strength of this group of people, the other party spitted with disdain and snorted coldly. "Late-stage Supreme Lord Spiritual Master? Bah! Little girl, you have never seen the world. We are all people who have reached the Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master. If it weren't for that old man suppressing our cultivation, we would have flown to immortality and become spiritual immortals. We would never be like this now. However, people at your level should have never been exposed to such a high level. And I guess you don't even know what a spiritual immortal is. However, you had the opportunity to become the prey of the Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master in this life, which is also a blessing from 3 lives of cultivation. Otherwise, with your strength, you don't even have the qualifications to meet us, let alone let us take action." Ha ha ha. As he said, a group of undead laughed again. It was obvious that she was just an insignificant ant in the eyes of these undead. Of course, Su Maoyang was not very familiar with the powerful people at the level of the Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master and Spiritual Immortal they were talking about. After all, in the 9 Netherworld, the most powerful is the Peak Supreme June Spiritual Master, and almost no one can break through the bottleneck and reach the level of the Emperor's spiritual master. And the Supreme Emperor's spiritual master and spiritual immortal are obviously above the level of the Emperor's spiritual master. And she is not at her current level. However, the old man Jinjuan came from the Sunluo realm, and he knew the level after the peak Supreme Jun Lingshi. He immediately explained to Su Maoyang, "Young master, after the peak Supreme Jun Lingshi, the levels from low to high are Emperor Lingshi, Acquired Emperor Lingshi, Innate Emperor Lingshi, Supreme Emperor Lingshi, and then enter the immortal class. Successfully become a spiritual immortal. And the spiritual immortal will practice to become an acquired spiritual immortal, innate spiritual immortal, and after that, it will be a spiritual god. However, I believe that even if you go to the Sunluo realm, it will be difficult to get in touch with the level of spiritual immortals. After all, the later you go, the more difficult it will be to upgrade." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. No wonder this group of dead spirits despised the Supreme Jun Lingshi. They didn't expect that he was going to ascend to immortality in one step. Although they died before they succeeded in ascending to immortality, they were still a group of Supreme Emperor spiritual masters. So they naturally didn't take her. A peak in Jun Lingshi. Seriously? Chapter 1849 Fight to the Death. Therefore, facing so many powerful enemies, she is not sure that she can subdue them one by one with her current spiritual power level. After all, they are all people who want to ascend to immortality in one step. Even if their cultivation is suppressed, their strength should not be underestimated. What's more, she just took the divine pattern pill that forcibly increased her strength 3 hours ago, and she cannot take it again in a short period of time. So now, she has to fight this group of undead spirits with the level of the peak post-heavenly monarch spiritual master. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to deal with this group of undead spirits. Furthermore, this group of undead spirits have been trapped for so long, and finally met a living person. All of them want to rob her body. Naturally, they will not show mercy. So this battle must be extremely tragic and dangerous. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and waved his hand suddenly, summoning the dragon piano. As for the spirit beasts, she did not dare to let them out to take risks, because she couldn't guarantee that this group of vicious undead spirits would be pushed to the extreme, lose their minds, and not even let her spirit beasts go. You know, from the moment she saw the golden lion king and the blue cloud leopard die in front of her, she secretly swore that from now on, she would never let her spirit beasts have any life danger. Therefore, without absolute certainty, she didn't plan to let them out to become live targets. Knowing Su Maoyang's intentions, the spirit beasts were moved, but also worried. "Woman, there are so many powerful undead spirits here, and they are all strong men from the upper plane. How can you deal with them at your current level?" "Yes, master. Our spirit beasts are thick-skinned and can resist some attacks for you." Xian Lei Explosion Ape nodded in agreement. "Master, don't worry. Even humans may not be able to reconcile with their souls, let alone us beasts. So, don't worry about us." Tantian Flamingo knew what she was worried about and comforted her. Lanlin Swallowing Sky Python was still young and didn't understand much, but he also knew that Su Maoyang was in danger. He said in a baby voice, "Mom, baby wants to go out to help you beat the bad guys." "Okay. Don't say anything. Stay inside obediently. Don't distract me. I'll be thankful." Su Maoyang directly rejected their request, and then plucked the strings with his fingers, and preemptively shot a force forward. It's just that Su Maoyang couldn't see their figures, couldn't tell their position, and could only attack by feeling. So the spiritual power he blasted out was empty, and hit the opposite wall. The undead didn't expect that she not only didn't hide, but also dared to attack actively. They admired her courage. However, thinking of her ridiculous strength, the undead sneered disdainfully and warned, "Little girl, I advise you not to resist. We don't want to hurt your delicate body. This body may be their future body later. So from the bottom of their hearts, they don't want to destroy Su Maoyang's body." Su Maoyang sneered sarcastically. "This man is going to die. What body do I care about? So even if I can't beat you today, I have to fight you to the end." After that, Su Maoyang plucked the strings again, and the sound of the piano became more and more urgent, like a storm and waves, and thousands of horses galloping. Soon, the fingertips burst out with terrifying cold air, which quickly spread to the surroundings. instantly turning the entire dungeon into ice and snow. And the murderous aura wandered in the air, as if the entire space had turned into a sharp sword, full of killing. Long Qin. You actually have a Long Qin. These undeads were once powerful figures in their lives, and they have lived for so many years. So they are naturally knowledgeable. So they recognized Long Qin immediately. I didn't expect that you could control Long Qin and perform sound attacks. Who are you? Long Qin is a rare treasure from ancient times. It is said that it was a weapon used by the ice god 9,000 years ago. Even strong men like them are not sure that they can contract and control this kind of treasure. But it fell into the hands of this weak little girl. How can people not be shocked? Could it be that the spiritual treasure left over from ancient times has faded and become mediocre after years of baptism? Su Maoyang was not surprised that they knew Long Qin. She wanted to severely damage these souls at the moment, and she was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. So she ejected another force and bombarded the place where the sound just came from. However, these undead spirits were originally in the state of souls. In terms of speed, they were definitely incomparable to the physical body, so they only needed to float gently to easily avoid her charged attack. Su Maoyang was not discouraged. The speed of her fingertips became faster and faster, and the coldness in her body continued to burst out. At this time, the sound of the piano, which was vibrating in the void and covered with cold air, instantly turned into countless silver swords, as if forming an invisible silver giant net, killing all around. However, Su Maoyang's spiritual power level was too low. Even with the dragon piano, the power she hit out was greatly reduced, and it was soon completely dissolved by the undead spirits floating in the air. Su Maoyang had expected such a result. She knew very well that with this little power alone, she would never be able to do anything to these old monsters. So, when she had accumulated her power to a certain extent, she tried her best and pushed hard. With a dragon roar that shook the world, a huge dragon afterimage suddenly flew out of Su Maoyang's hand and soared into the sky. At the same time, Su Maoyang did not relax, and immediately struck while the iron was hot, almost exhausting all the strength in his body, and gathered strength to pluck the strings again, summoning 2 dragon afterimages again. Fortunately, she had already cultivated to the 6th level of ice sacrifice 9 heavens before, and was able to summon 3 dragon shadows, which could temporarily resist the attacks of these old monsters. Feeling the dragon power released by the dragon shadow, and the ears were filled with the domineering and tyrannical dragon roar, the undead were all shocked and oppressed. And they also took Su Maoyang seriously. They didn't expect that this little girl was obviously a congenital Junlingshi, but her momentum and spiritual strength were not bad at all, and her combat effectiveness was almost catching up with the midterm supreme Junlingshi. In addition, she not only knew how to attack with sound, but she also practiced the ice sacrifice to the 9 heavens, which allowed her to emit dragon roars and summon dragon shadows. This really impressed them. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid of the siege of the 3 dragon shadows. It was just that it would be more difficult to kill this person than they had imagined. But they were such great people that they would not be frightened by the means displayed by a little girl. Therefore, one of the undead shouted nonchalantly, "Humph. Even if you can use the power of the dragon harp to perform sound attacks and summon dragon shadows, what's wrong with that? After all, your level is too low. It's wishful thinking to want to defeat us with the dragon harp alone. Today, we will let you understand what it means to waste your efforts." After that, Su Maoyang suddenly felt the powerful spiritual power coming from all directions, bombarding like a tidal wave. Chapter 1850 Blast into a Bloody Man. Hearing that these undead spirits did not even take the afterimage of the dragon seriously, Su Maoyang's face became even more ugly. Of course, she could understand that as a peak post-heavenly monarch spiritualist, even if she could fight across levels, even if she had endless means, even if her spiritual power was much stronger than that of ordinary people, the other party was at least a person who wanted to ascend to heaven in one step. With such a huge difference in status, how could he take her, a small follower, and her immature tricks seriously? So, at the moment, she had no choice but to resist. But fortunately, she had contracted a defensive weapon from the Imperial Mausoleum of the Fengqi Empire before, which could be put to use now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not dare to hesitate and immediately shouted, "Pure World Green Lotus Platform. Come out!" As soon as the words fell, a lotus throne suddenly appeared under her feet, and suddenly bloomed with dazzling green light, instantly illuminating the dark dungeon. At this time, the light released by the green lotus enveloped Su Maoyang's body, as if forming a protective shield, helping her to resist most of the attacks at once. However, the enemies were too powerful, and there were so many of them, and it was conceivable how terrifying the power they blasted out was. Therefore, even the pure world green lotus platform could not resist them all. Therefore, Su Maoyang, who was attacked, was still blasted away, rolled to the ground, and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Of course, if it weren't for the pure world green lotus platform that helped her block it, she would probably be dead now. Realizing this, Su Maoyang didn't care so much, and directly took out the lotus seeds picked from the pure world green lotus platform and swallowed them without hesitation. At the beginning, when she contracted the pure world green lotus platform, she picked 20 lotus seeds from it. I heard from the old man Jinjuan that the lotus seeds have a miraculous effect on breaking through bottlenecks and breaking through the realm. They can help her advance to the Supreme Lord's spiritual master. They are very rare treasures. But she had planned to rely on her own strength to advance to the Supreme Lord's spiritual master step by step. But the current situation does not allow her to advance steadily. She can only advance temporarily. Thinking of swallowing the lotus seeds, she soon felt the spiritual power in her body rolling like boiling water, as if it was going to burst her body and explode. At the same time, fierce and powerful forces wandered through her limbs and bones, making her blood boil. Not long after, she felt a domineering intention pouring out of her body. The spiritual power in her body seemed to be filled up, and it was filled up a lot. The bones of her body also underwent obvious changes, making her full of power and ready to explode at any time. Sure enough, what the old man Jinjuan said was right. This lotus seed really has the miraculous effect of breaking through the bottleneck and breaking through the realm. At this time, feeling the increase in spiritual power level, Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had lotus seeds. Otherwise she would have become a living target for this group of undead today, without even the power to resist. You little girl, you have a lot of treasures. And you even have the pure world green lotus platform. It really opened our eyes. But it's good. This way, we will attach to you later and enjoy the fruits of our labor directly. Isn't it beautiful? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Su Maoyang's treasures are endless, the undead are more and more surprised, and more satisfied with her body. And they laugh excitedly again. Su Maoyang heard this, but grinned, with a bloodthirsty sneer. I have just been promoted to the initial stage of the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, and my strength has not yet been consolidated. So I will practice with you old monsters for the time being. After that, Su Maoyang sat on the green lotus throne, covered with green light, like a goddess. At this time, she quickly plucked the strings, controlling the 3 dragon afterimages, and went to kill in the void. Afterwards, only the sound of power collisions in the air was heard, shaking the entire dungeon, rumbling and trembling, showing that the battle was very fierce. But what made Su Maoyang most headache was that the enemies in front of her were all souls. She couldn't see their figures, couldn't tell their movement trajectory, and even their breath was difficult to sense. So, from a certain perspective, she was equivalent to killing the enemy with her eyes closed. Although her fighting power was extremely fierce and her methods were very sharp, this was the first time she fought with her eyes closed, so she was just fighting randomly at the moment. It is conceivable how difficult this is. However, even so, Su Maoyang did not give up. The spiritual power in her hand gathered more and more, and the speed became faster and faster. The power of Dragon Dragon Shadow, and Ice Sword was wantonly killing in the entire dungeon, leaving no corner untouched, as if it had woven a net to cover these souls. But the combat power of these undead was too terrifying. While they were dissolving Su Maoyang's attacks, they broke through the siege and flew towards Su Maoyang. The continuous attacks made her flustered, since Su Maoyang was in the light and they were in the dark. She could not see the attacking moves of these undead at all, so she had to prick up her ears, push her perception to the extreme, and carefully sense their position. But this undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the battle. So, just when she sensed an attack from one direction and quickly made a move to resist, another palm came from the other side and hit her shoulder fiercely. However, she had no time to fight back or even defend, and another palm came from behind and hit her back at once. This time, Su Maoyang was seriously injured. Her body trembled, and she suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. However, she didn't care about the injury at all. and had to raise her arm and punch forward to resist another force. Speechless. After she resisted, she didn't have time to fight back, and the pressure in front disappeared instantly. The undead just now had disappeared, causing Su Maoyang to miss another punch and had to be more careful to sense the surroundings. Such a blind battle can drive people crazy. Of course, it was precisely because she couldn't see their figures that Su Maoyang had to mobilize all the 5 senses that could be mobilized to capture their movement trajectory. In this way, all her senses except vision were trained to the extreme. In this way, Su Maoyang fought with them for 10 days and 10 nights. And her body was already covered with bruises and was seriously injured. If it weren't for the Pure World Green Lotus platform protecting her life, I'm afraid she would have died here long ago. After all, her attacks were limited, and she often relied on induction attacks. This kind of restraint could not hit her original strength at all. So most of the time, she was just resisting. And the strength of these souls was so abnormal that just one palm was enough to make people feel terrified. Not to mention the round-robin battle. And Su Maoyang was surrounded and attacked from all sides. It is conceivable how terrible her injuries were. So, even if she sat on the Pure World Green Lotus platform, she became a dying bloody person. Chapter 1851. Let's see who can outlast the other. Little girl, you are really strong. You are still unwilling to give up even after being beaten like this. After fighting for 10 days and 10 nights without stopping for a moment. Not to mention humans. Even the group of undead, who never complained of being tired, were tired. This little girl was still holding her breath and refused to give in easily, which really shocked them. Now, seeing her fall on the Pure World Green Lotus platform covered in blood, she obviously didn't have the strength to move a finger, but she still stubbornly wanted to struggle to get up and fight again. This spirit even moved them for a moment. Face the reality. You have no strength to fight. Even if the Pure World Green Lotus platform can help you resist the attack, your injuries are serious. If you keep on wasting like this, you will definitely die. So it's better to give up early to avoid suffering greater pain. The undead have lost their patience with her, and don't want to continue to waste with her. Because although this person can't completely destroy them, the power he burst out still caused more or less damage to their souls. Therefore, they knew that if they continued to fight like this, they would only end up with both sides hurt, and no one would benefit. When Su Maoyang heard the word give up, a trace of sarcasm appeared on her pale face without any blood. She sneered with a weak breath and used a lot of effort to force out a broken sentence. Haha. You underestimate me too much. This little injury is nothing. If you have the ability, continue. Although she said it with difficulty, her tone was fearless, and her unyielding fierceness seemed to be able to fight for another 10 days and 10 nights. Humph. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. I really don't know what makes you so stubborn. The undead couldn't figure out what belief made her insist on fighting even though she knew that she would die and would even suffer more and more. Su Maoyang heard this and took a weak breath. A firm smile flashed across her lips. She struggled to say the 3 most important words in her life. Jun Haotsong. In the past 10 days, every time she was slapped, every time she was injured, and every time she was at the critical moment of life and death, she silently recited Jun Haotsong's name. These 3 words are the belief she has persisted to this day, and the reason why she never gives up and refuses to admit defeat. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with his figure, his face, his pampering, his tenderness, and his overbearing command. You are mine for life, and you are not allowed to die without my permission. She knew that Jun Haotsong needed her, and could not live without her. So how could she let herself get into trouble? How could she bear to leave a man who loved her to the core alone? So no matter what danger she encountered, she must get out alive. This was her promise to Jun Haotsong. In her last life, she broke her promise, married someone else, and killed him with her own hands. She could never repeat the same mistake and abandon him in this life. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang propped herself up, holding back the surging blood, her pupil showing a hint of bloodthirsty coldness. And then she suddenly roared. Jun Haotsong is still waiting for me to get out. Don't even think about taking me away from him. The roar shook the earth, carrying the momentum of killing, echoing throughout the dungeon, and actually repelled the undead surrounding her. The undead didn't expect that a person's willpower could be so strong. She had lost her ability to fight, and even had no strength to attack. But she could still drive them back with her strong willpower. This little girl is really extraordinary. No wonder she passed the previous test and came here. She is indeed extraordinary. Little girl, you have been beaten to pieces. Do you still want to fight with willpower? It's too naive to want to defeat us like this. The undead didn't want to waste time fighting again. They were indeed shocked by her willpower. It seems that she can hold on for a long time. But they have no patience to wait any longer. Su Maoyong pulled up a sarcastic arc. His pupils flashed a stubborn sneer. Panting. And said word by word, I was indeed beaten to a pulp. But you guys don't think it's good. As long as this pure world green lotus platform is here, you can't kill me today. It just so happens that I'm an alchemist. And I have a lot of healing pills on me. As long as I don't die, I can slowly recover my strength and fight with you for hundreds of rounds. At that time, I want to see who will be exhausted first. You the undead didn't expect this little girl to be so difficult to deal with. Not only are there treasures all over her body, but her vitality is still so tenacious. And she has healing pills. For a moment, I really didn't know what to do with her. Because judging from the current situation, they are a group of undead without elixirs and unable to recover from their injuries. The more they fight, the worse it will get. In the end, it will be hard to say who will win. Su Maoyong noticed that they seemed to be frightened by him and had no intention of fighting anymore. The smile on his face became deeper and deeper. To be honest, she had planned to release the puppet to help. But she was afraid that if she released it, they would attach themselves to the puppet to deal with her, which would benefit the undead. In addition, she was in a state just now, so she couldn't take care of herself and couldn't be distracted. She couldn't control the puppet at all, so releasing it would be useless. But now, if she really had to, she would still take out the puppet to resist for a while. At least, she could take a breath and recover from her injuries. When the old man Jinjuan learned of her thoughts, he hurriedly explained, Young master, you can rest assured. The puppet was refined by your mental power. It has your will on it. And you have practiced puppetry. Once they attach to the puppet you refined, they will be controlled by you and become your vassal. And the strength of this group of undead is strong. They must be a group of arrogant people. It is impossible for them to condescend to be controlled by you. So that's it. Su Maoyong's eyes lit up when he heard this. She had just forgotten that the puppets had her will and were controlled by her. How could these undead spirits be willing to become her slaves? If that was the case, she could use the puppets to fool them. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong suddenly had an idea and started to discuss. You know very well that fighting will only do you harm and not benefit. And it is not the best strategy. But if we make peace, and you help me pass the customs smoothly, I can promise to take you away from here. You take us away from here? Ha ha ha. Little girl, do you know where this place is, and what kind of seal it has? If you are so powerful that you can take us away, we have been suppressed here for so many years. Isn't it a joke? The undead spirits heard Su Maoyong's words and mocked them, as if they had heard a big joke. Chapter 1852, All Relying on Deception. Little girl, no matter what, we have lived for hundreds of years. If we are deceived by you with just a few words, wouldn't we have lived in vain? Besides, you can't even protect yourself. But you still want to take us away. It's really shameless. Brotherly, let's not waste time talking to her. I think she said so much just to delay time and recover her strength. When she recovers completely, it will be even more difficult for us to take action. So it's better to get rid of her as soon as possible. Su Maoyong really didn't have much strength now. When he heard that they were going to take action, he immediately interrupted them and said, There are so many of you. Even if you kill me, only one person can attach to me and leave here. What about the rest of the people? Are you willing to stay here forever? Besides, as far as I know, only a body stronger than yours can bear the power of your soul. So, even if you attach yourself to me, it's not certain whether you can fit in. Why do you take such a big risk and kill my only hope of taking you away in the cradle? Su Maoyong's words undoubtedly hit their sore spot and spoke out their knots, which immediately made these undead look up and asked in confusion, What do you want to say? Seeing that they were interested, Su Maoyong smiled with satisfaction. What I mean is, I have a way to let all of you possess and leave here. Hey, what are you kidding? There is only you here. How are you going to let all of us possess? The undead would never believe her nonsense, and suddenly snorted coldly, feeling ridiculous. Su Maoyong was not in a hurry, and said in a gentle and persuasive manner, I am not kidding. I have obtained a large number of powerful corpses before, and their spiritual power level should be higher than yours. and I have refined them into puppets. Therefore, if you attach yourself to them, it will definitely be easier than attaching yourself to me. In this way, you don't have to endure the pain of eternal life. And you don't have to rob my body. Then everyone can get out of here. Isn't it better? Puppet? Do you know puppetry? Hearing this, the undead were in an uproar, obviously frightened. Su Maoyong nodded. Yes, I know puppetry. It depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. The undead were all old guys, so they naturally wouldn't believe her just based on a few words. They couldn't help but sneer and asked, "You said you refined a group of corpses that were higher than our level. And you are just a postnatal monarch spirit master. How can you kill stronger people than us? Do you think we will believe such nonsense? If she really had this ability, she wouldn't be trapped here and beaten up by them." Su Maoyong knew that they would not be easily deceived if they had not seen the puppets with their own eyes. So he waved his hand and released the puppets collected in the Yellow Spring Road, showing them in front of them, and said, "Nonsense. I really don't have that ability. But it doesn't mean that the elders in my family don't have that ability. These corpses were given to me by them to practice puppetry. Now, you should believe it." The undead didn't expect that Su Maoyong actually refined so many puppets. Seeing this scene, they all gasped in shock. However, what shocked them even more was that from the breath of these puppets, each corpse exuded an ancient meaning, and even powerful people like them could not distinguish the specific level of these puppets. It can be seen from this that the strength of these puppets is unfathomable and indeed extraordinary. It seems that this little girl did not lie. The strength of these puppets is likely to be above them. And the family she mentioned, which can kill so many powerful people, must be a very powerful force. No wonder. This little girl's treasures and endless means are backed by a powerful force. Speaking of which, Su Maoyong herself did not know the level of those puppets. But she saw some terrible scenes in the Yellow Spring Road. So she had a guess. So she concluded that the Corpse Puppet King and his army must be extraordinary. Now, seeing that this group of undead spirits did not question her words after seeing the puppets, she knew that she guessed right. However, the dead spirits who saw this scene were shocked for a while, and more questions came to their heads. Since you have refined so many puppets, why didn't you control them to deal with us just now? Su Maoyong heard this, and a dark light flashed across his eyes. He said seriously, "You also know that I am only a postnatal monarch spiritual master now. I rely on the spiritual power accumulated over the days and months to successfully refine them. But if I want to completely control them, my current spiritual power can't withstand the consumption. So I didn't let them out to fight. However, I have practiced puppetry, and controlling them is just a matter of time. And I am not in a hurry. In fact, the level of these puppets brought out from Huangquan Road is too high, and she currently has no ability to refine them all. So they are not under her control now. But in order to fool these old guys, she had to lie and say that the puppets have been refined. In this way, they dare not easily attach themselves to these puppets to deal with her. Although this method is a bit risky, she has to give it a try. Otherwise she will really die here." After hearing this explanation, the undead believed most of it. After all, if the corpse wants to be preserved intact, it can only be refined into puppets. And this little girl released so many puppets with a wave of her hand. It seems that she really knows the art of puppetry. Moreover, her current strength is really not enough to control the puppets. However, although they believed, they were not stupid. How could they agree to attach to her puppets? So they directly refused in a cold voice. "Since these are puppets you refined, they have your will. If we attach to them, wouldn't we become your vassals? In this way, we also have no freedom. What's the difference between this and being suppressed here? Yes, not only will we have no freedom, but we will also become your slaves and be controlled by you in the future. Why should we do this thankless business? Although this little girl can't control these corpse puppets now, she will always have the opportunity to control them in the future. How can people like them be willing to become a puppet of an ant?" Su Maoyong had expected their reaction long ago, and nodded in understanding. "Yes, I guess you were all big shots in your life. So you naturally can't let go of your status to be my puppet. Since you don't want to attach to the puppet, I can provide another plan." "What plan?" Hearing this, the undead were whetted and asked curiously. Chapter 1853 Method of Passing the Level. Su Maoyong knew that they had taken the bait, and a hidden sneer flashed across his lips. He continued to induce, "You have also seen that the power behind me is powerful, and can easily kill those who are stronger than you, and help get the body that can withstand your soul power. So, as long as you help me pass the level, I can ask my family elders to prepare some corpses after I go back, and I will personally deliver them to you. In this way, you can directly attach to those corpses and completely leave this hell. Why not? Hee hee. Little girl, why should we believe that you will come back? If you turn your face and don't recognize you once you leave, won't we be busy in vain? Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. It seems that you haven't recognized your situation yet. You have been suppressed in this place for so many years, and you should have never seen a living person come in. Otherwise you wouldn't be so excited. And for so many years, only I have come here. But you are taking such a big risk and wiping out this only hope. Don't you think it's stupid? What's more, although I can't fully control the puppet now, I can still severely injure you if I try my best. Do you really have the confidence to resist the power of my puppet? Besides, I have the Pure World Green Lotus platform to protect my body, so I am not afraid of being injured. But you have nothing. Once the soul is seriously injured, there is a danger of the soul flying away. Can you afford such consequences? You the undead were shocked when they heard this, and were immediately blocked by her. Yes, they were indeed unsure of what the consequences would be if they continued to waste time. After all, if this little girl really went crazy and controlled the puppets, they would really be in danger of losing their souls today. Of course, they were even more unsure whether their souls could successfully attach to a postnatal monarch spiritual master after killing Su Maoyong. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and the probability of failure was too high. Before, they planned to kill Su Maoyong because they didn't know that she had so many powerful puppets on her body, and didn't know that she had a powerful force behind her. So they had no choice but to kill her to have a chance to attach. But now they know that she has a way to help them get a powerful corpse, which can take all of them out. Such tempting conditions make them tempted. Seeing that they were silent, Su Maoyong knew that there was a chance, and immediately continued to deceive them. At present, there are only 3 ways. One is that we continue to fight for hundreds of rounds, and both sides will die together, and no one can get any benefits. The second is that you attach yourself to the puppets we refine, and I will take you out. But you will have to follow me, and be used by me in the future. The third way is that you let me go, and help me pass the level. In return, I will take all of you away from this place. You choose? Are you worthy of our trust? The undead was skeptical of her, and refused to give in. You should know that since I have refined so many powerful puppets, it is not difficult for me to get these corpses. So helping you is just a piece of cake. If you don't trust me, you will undoubtedly miss the opportunity you have waited for so hard. Moreover, if you kill me and still cannot successfully possess the body, I don't know how many years you will have to wait before you can see a living person. And you may never see one. After all, this place is not a place that you can enter whenever you want. So you should think it over carefully. Su Maoyong relied on her eloquent tongue to make a lot of nonsense, not afraid that they would not be fooled. Sure enough, the undeads, who heard these words, began to waver. Well, we have been sealed here for so many years, and we have long been in despair. Since you are here, we will give you a chance. One of the undead sighed in compromise, and then explained, in fact, if you want to pass the level smoothly, you just need to contract this place. Contract this place? Su Maoyong looked around in surprise, and asked back in confusion. Well, the place you are now is called the Soul Calming Tower. We are all sealed in the Soul Calming Tower. As long as you contract the Soul Calming Tower, you can get out from inside. Su Maoyong was puzzled. How to contract this? Do you see the top of the tower? There is a talisman posted there. As long as you understand the talisman and understand the truth, you will pass the test of the Soul Calming Tower and become its master. After hearing this explanation, Su Maoyong looked up, then waved his hand to put the puppet into the space, quickly swallowed a healing pill, and flew towards the top of the tower. When she came to the top of the tower, she really found 9 pieces of talisman paper with incomprehensible patterns on them. Fortunately, Su Maoyong was a divine pattern master, and he could sense the spiritual power from them with just one glance. It seemed that these undead spirits were probably sealed here by the owner of this cave with divine patterns. It seemed that as long as she could understand the meaning of these divine patterns, she would have a chance to complete the contract and successfully pass the level. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong did not dare to delay. and immediately infiltrated the spiritual power into these patterns, quietly comprehending the mystery. But these patterns were obviously more complicated and more difficult to break than the patterns on the stone door. So she spent several days to invade the divine pattern with her mental power. At this time, 9 handprints in different postures suddenly appeared in her mind. Some overlapped, some crossed fingers, and some connected fists and palms. Su Maoyang was confused by the various postures. She didn't understand what these 9 handprints wanted to express, and what kind of truth they contained. So, she also made 9 gestures. But just when she finished the last gesture, she heard a violent sound, like a warning bell, exploding in her mind. Really, this sound contained a powerful force, and it immediately shocked Su Maoyang to spit out blood. However, Su Maoyang didn't care about his injuries at all at this time. He was shocked to see the 9 handprints in his mind instantly turned into 9 large characters flashing with golden light. All the soldiers who are about to fight are in formation and marching forward. This is the 9-character mantra. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang was shocked and suddenly realized. The 9 hand gestures represent the 9-character mantra. It turns out that the owner of this cave used the 9-character mantra to seal these souls here. It is said that the 9-character mantra has the ability to suppress gods, exorcise demons, and seal evil spirits. When the old man Jinjuan learned that it was the 9-character mantra, he was also extremely shocked and said excitedly, "Young master, this 9-character mantra is a kind of sealing formula. If you learn it, you will learn the sealing technique." Chapter 1854. She actually knew the meaning? Although the old man Jinjuan was surprised, his excitement gradually cooled down when he thought of the difficulty. He then reminded solemnly, "It's just that the 9-character mantra is too profound. I have been in Sanlua realm for so many years, and I have rarely heard of anyone who can understand the meaning of these 9 words. So it is not easy to master it and complete the contract. Now it seems that your hope of leaving here is slim." Su Maoyang was shocked and surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect to see the 9-character mantra here, and she didn't expect that people in this world didn't even know the meaning of these 9 words. Although she only had a vague understanding of the 9-character mantra, and even the specific gestures were just learned from the divine pattern. But as a modern person, she still heard a little about the origin and meaning of the 9-character mantra, because as far as she knew, the hand seal of the 9-character mantra was a secret hand seal popular among Taoists and military strategists. It had the effects of self-defense, subduing demons, exorcising evil spirits, and exorcising evil spirits. But she didn't expect that it could also be used to seal the soul, and each of its characters also represented different meanings. Lin means physical and mental stability, not being moved by things, having a strong will, and is related to the cultivation of the body. Bing means the energy contained in the body, which can quickly restore strength and vitality. Do means fighting spirit, which can emerge in times of difficulty and enhance attack power. Sha means control, which can control the power of one's own body and the bodies of others, and is good at using the environment to control the spiritual power of all things. Jia means crisis sensing, having a keen sense of perception, and being able to see danger in advance. Zhen means Qimen Duanjia. Column means time and space control, splitting obstacles that hinder oneself. Before means element control, can use the power of nature. Ro means Buddha's heart, Buddha's realm, that is, transcending the world. If Su Maoyang hadn't known the meaning of these 9 words earlier, it would be difficult for him to understand the deep meaning they contain. After all, these words have little connection with their meanings, making it difficult for people to understand them literally. And those gestures are even more complicated, and they have nothing to do with these 9 words. No wonder the old man Jinjuan said that few people can understand the meaning of these 9 words. It is indeed very difficult. It is indeed a blessing in disguise. After fighting for 10 days and 10 nights, I was beaten horribly by the crowd. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect that good things were waiting for me behind. It seems that the sufferings of these 10 days have not been in vain. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang also sighed with some excitement. You know, when she just came here, she was still complaining about her bad luck, entering a ghost place, and being tortured by so many ferocious undead spirits. But who knew that there was a rare treasure hidden here? It really fulfilled the saying that when God wants to give a great task to a person, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, his body empty, and his actions disturbed. So he moved his heart and endured his nature. And he could do what he could not do. What's more, after 10 days and 10 nights of fighting, her strength as an early Supreme Lord spiritual master has been completely stabilized, and her combat effectiveness has been improved by several levels. After all, with so many Supreme Realm Emperor spiritual masters giving her practice, it would be difficult not to improve. Moreover, the battles in these 10 days were all blind battles. Because she couldn't see or touch, she had to mobilize all her senses except vision. In this way, her senses were trained to the extreme, and she gained a lot. I think fighting with senses should be in line with the all in the 9-character mantra. It seems that after this battle, she not only trained her body, strengthened her willpower and vitality, but also improved her perception. Invisibly, she has learned the 3-character mantra of Lin, Bing, and Jia in the 9-character mantra. Realizing this, Su Maoyang was in a good mood and nodded with satisfaction. This 9-character mantra is really a good thing. Now, even if I face the ancestors of Finchua Tianqing and Fengqi Empire, I have a chance of winning. When the old man Jinjuan heard that her tone seemed quite confident, he was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Young master, have you realized the meaning of these 9 characters?" "Well, it's almost the same, but I don't know if their meanings are the same as what I understand." After all, Su Maoyang understands the doctrine of Taoism, and it is not clear whether the 9-character mantra in this world has the same meaning as what she knows. So she can't give a definite answer now. However, the two are so similar, they should be connected. When the old man Jinjuan heard this, he was scared enough by her, and immediately raised his voice and roared excitedly. "What? You just took a look and you realized it? Do you have to be so perverted?" He has known Su Maoyang for so many years, and he has experienced her perversion more than once. But now, seeing that she understood the meaning of these 9 words so quickly, she still suffered 10,000 points of damage. You have to know that even those powerful people in the upper planes cannot fully understand these 9 words. How old is she? How long has it taken her to realize something at first sight? In addition to using the word pervert, he really doesn't know what other words can be used to describe her. Su Maoyang ignored his shock and closed his eyes directly, integrating his own feelings into the 9-character mantra, and slowly communicating with them. These talismans seemed to have established some kind of connection with Su Maoyang. And suddenly a bloody light burst out, and the divine patterns on them began to flicker and wriggle. With obvious looseness, old Jinjuan was shocked to see that Su Maoyang could really shake the talisman, and his heart was about to jump out of his chest with nervousness. Su Maoyang felt that the power of the talisman was slowly weakening, and he also worked harder again, pouring more mental power into the divine pattern. In this way, she persisted for about an instant's stick of time, and finally waited until the time was right. And then she roared loudly. Lin Bing Doja all marched forward in formation. "Collect them for me." After the roar fell, the 9 pieces of talisman paper attached to the top of the tower suddenly fell down, turning into 9 blood-colored characters surrounding Su Maoyang, and then suddenly rushed into her body and completely disappeared in the air. At this time, Su Maoyang only felt a powerful force that instantly rushed through her body, causing her to suffer unbearable pain and fall back to the ground. The power was too overbearing, and Su Maoyang's current strength could hardly withstand it. So her tragic wails soon sounded in the soul-calming tower. The other undead had not held much hope that she would untie the talisman, and now seeing that she was backfired by the power of the talisman and suffered severe damage, they all breathed a sigh of relief quietly. This little girl is so tenacious that if they rely on their own strength, they don't know how long it will take to defeat her. But now, with the help of the talisman, things are much easier. Chapter 1855. They tricked us. Haha. Although I didn't expect this little girl to take the spell, at least our goal has been achieved. She has been backfired by the power of the spell. Now we can do it without restraint. Seeing Su Maoyang being tortured terribly and dying, one of the undead laughed in a good mood. Haha. Yes. Our chance has come. It's still the old rules. Whoever kills her first will be qualified to go out. Although Su Maoyang was suffering from abnormal pain, her mind remained clear. Now when she heard this, she immediately understood that she was tricked by these old guys. They just pretended to compromise, and deliberately instructed her to untie the spell. And the spell itself contains a very terrifying power. If you can't understand the meaning of the 9-character mantra and force it to be cracked, it will be backfired by the power, which will cause serious injuries and disability, or even death. After all, in the eyes of these dead spirits, How could Su Maoyang, a young girl, possibly untie the spell? So they wanted to use the power of the spell to kill her. At this moment, even Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh. Their calculations were really loud. I really underestimated you. Su Maoyang's face was distorted with pain, and he squeezed out a few words with difficulty. The dead spirit couldn't help but laugh twice when he heard it. Hee hee. Little girl, haven't you heard that the old ginger is still spicy? Although you are smart, you still lack the skills to fool us old guys who have lived for hundreds of years. But this time, it can be regarded as a lesson for you. Don't trust people easily in the future. No, you will have no future soon. As they said that, the undeads laughed evilly and rushed towards Su Maoyang, stretching out their claws to kill her. Su Maoyang's perception had been trained to a certain level, so she immediately sensed the direction of their attack. Then her eyes became sharp, and she endured the severe pain, and made 9-hand seals with great effort, and suddenly shouted, Lin Bing Doja all marched forward in formation. Break it. At this time, Su Maoyang spit out 9 blood-red characters and suddenly hit the undeads, who rushed forward to attack. There was a loud bang, and the undeads, who were still fierce and confident, did not even touch Su Maoyang's hair, and were blown away by the 9 blood-red characters, suffering unprecedented heavy damage. After a while, a series of wails sounded in the soul-calming tower, and it was known that the injuries were serious. Seeing that they were in trouble, Su Maoyang couldn't help but grin with a sarcastic sneer on his blood-stained mouth. This time, I will teach you a lesson. Don't be too arrogant and impulsive in the future. You acted before you figured out the situation. If you do this, you will have no future. Hello, you dead girl. The undeads were taught a lesson by a little girl for the first time in their lives. It was a great shame. Don't thank me for teaching you this lesson. No matter what, you will become a part of me soon. I will definitely treat you well. Su Maoyang's eyes showed an evil smile, and his tone was light, but it was even more sinister than their undeads, which made them shudder. What do you mean by that? Some undeads were frightened by her words. Su Maoyang covered his chest, forcibly enduring the raging power in his body, and slowly raised a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth. I was not attacked by the power of the talisman just now, but I was accepting the inheritance of this sealing technique. Once I accept it successfully, you dead souls will become my appendages? At that time, whether I let you go or not is just a matter of a word from me. I really don't know why you are so happy. Su Maoyang's words were like a thunder, exploding in the minds of all the dead souls. This little girl actually cracked the talisman and is accepting the inheritance? Did they hear it wrong? They have studied for so many years, but they couldn't figure out the deep meaning of the talisman. This little girl actually took only a few days to complete this impossible task? How is this possible? No, I don't believe it. You are lying. You are deliberately scaring us. The dead souls were hit and shouted in disbelief. I don't believe it either. You can't just break the spell. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. It won't be too late to believe it after I pass it on. Su Maoyang sneered and urged all the strength in his body to merge the power brought by the 9-character mantra. When the undead heard this, they immediately realized that the situation was serious, and they couldn't let her continue. They shouted anxiously, Quick! Stop her. Don't let her accept the inheritance. If she really accepted the inheritance and contracted this soul-suppressing tower, then they, the undead, would have to let her do whatever she wanted. That end would definitely be worse than being locked up here. Humph! It's too late to stop it now. Su Maoyang saw that they were still trying to kill him, so he sneered disdainfully, made hand seals again, and recited the formula of the 9-character mantra. Since this group of undead dared to plot against her, she would not be polite to them. At this moment, the undead were already seriously injured. How could they withstand the power of the 9-character mantra? So there was no suspense. As soon as they rushed forward, they were blown away again. Seeing this scene, the other undead, who had not yet taken action, were all shocked and dared not act rashly. They didn't know what kind of power it was, which was so powerful that it seemed to be specially used to restrain the soul. At this time, Su Maoyang, after repelling them all, resisted countless power shocks, until she felt that the blood, bones, muscles, and meridians in her body had been sublimated. She was completely relieved and slowly recovered. Finally, she successfully accepted the inheritance of the 9-character mantra. Although it was just an entry, with her current strength, She might not be able to exert its original power, but it could still come in handy at critical moments. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang exhaled a breath of turbid air in a good mood, swallowed a healing pill, and gradually recovered her breath. Then, she dripped blood directly onto the ground and chanted the oath of the contract loudly. At this time, the undead only saw a dazzling light suddenly burst out from her body, covering her whole body. However, before they could react, Su Maoyang's figure suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the undead sighed in grief. Unexpectedly, we helped her leave here. What a sin! Alas! Yes, who would have thought that she, a little girl who was still wet behind the ears, could actually break the spell? It was really a mistake. The undead were so regretful. And Su Maoyang, who came out of the soul calming tower, was refreshed and happy. Because of this trip, she not only advanced to the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, but also consolidated her spiritual power and enhanced her combat effectiveness, and even obtained the inheritance of the 9-character mantra, which can be said to have benefited a lot. And it is hard not to be happy. Chapter 1856. None of them are true. Thinking of this, feeling the spiritual power filling her body and her muscles and bones being tempered to perfection, Su Maoyang smiled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, countless flattering and even begging voices suddenly came to her mind. Little girl, we were wrong just now. We shouldn't have plotted against you. You know, we have been trapped here for so many years. We had no choice but to lie to you. Yes, little girl, we didn't mean to plot against you. The feeling in this soul-calming tower is really unpleasant. Please have pity on our difficulties and don't bother with us. Su Maoyang heard these inner voices and looked down at the soul-calming tower in her hand, which had been successfully contracted and shrunk to the size of a palm. She couldn't help but sneered and said, I have given you a chance just now. You would rather kill me than give up this opportunity. You can't blame anyone. If you had helped me leave, I would definitely think of this favor and find a way to bring you out. Who knew that you were so evil that you actually plotted against me? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Speaking of which, she was tortured by them for 10 days and 10 nights. And she was neither human nor ghost. She almost died in their hands. It was enough to collapse. I didn't expect that this group of undead spirits would insidiously want to use spells to kill her. If she hadn't been lucky enough to have heard of the 9-character mantra and knew its meaning, she would have been killed by this group of undead spirits long ago. And how could she stand here safely? So, such grudges, how could they be settled just by saying so? No matter what, they were the first to be unkind. So she really had to be loyal to a group of souls who wanted to kill her. The dead spirits knew that their actions just now had offended Su Maoyang greatly. And from her tone, they could predict that their future situation would be even more difficult. So they did not care about their status and began to act pitiful. Yes, all this is our own fault. But we have been suppressed here for so many years, living a life worse than death, suffering torture and torment. And we are also a group of pitiful people. Now we finally meet a living person. How can you let us give up willingly? Because of this, we made the wrong decision and made an irreparable mistake. But we were forced to do it. Yes, little girl, we were originally a figure in the Sanluo realm. This time we don't ask you to forgive us. As long as you can save us, we promise to follow you, listen to your orders, and be used by you for the rest of our lives. What do you think? They were once big figures in the Sanluo realm. They condescended to be subordinates. That was something that many people couldn't even ask for. They didn't believe that the little girl wouldn't be moved. However, they were wrong. The little girl in front of them was not an ordinary woman. How could she be so easy to fool? So Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard this, and asked sarcastically, You just plotted against me. How can you still have credibility? Your promise is as useless as fart. Why should I believe you? Little girl, you have now contracted the soul calming tower and learned the sealing technique. If we dared to deceive you, wouldn't we be courting death? In order to get out, they had to coax her temporarily. Seeing them so confident, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning. And then he nodded after pondering, as if he really wanted to give them a chance. Okay, this is what you said. If I take you out, you will obey my orders and serve me for the rest of your life. I will remember this. Actually, it's not difficult to take you out. But I still need some time. You have to wait for a while. Can't you easily get a powerful corpse? Why do you have to wait? The dead spirit was delighted when she finally agreed. and couldn't wait to ask. Seeing that they were impatient, Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. You are just teaching me not to trust people easily. Are you contradicting yourself? Hearing this, the undead were shocked and had a bad premonition, and then immediately reacted. You mean, you can't get a corpse higher than our level? All those words before were lies. Seeing that they were frightened, Su Maoyang couldn't help but curl his lips and raised a light smile. Don't frame me. I didn't lie. I just lied to a group of ghosts. You? The undead were immediately filled with anger. In that case, you can't take us out? Not a single word of what you said just now is true. Although they didn't believe that Su Maoyang would really come back to help them after she went out, they still believed that she had a big force behind her and could kill the strong. After all, she had so many treasures and so many powerful puppets. It was hard for people not to believe it. But who knew that 10 out of 11 of her words were false? This little girl is really good at deceiving people. Su Maoyang disagreed and retorted. No. I have so many puppets. After I refine those puppets, I will seal you in the puppets. And then, I can let you out of the soul-suppressing tower. Isn't this a solution? Hearing this, the undead were shocked and asked in disbelief. You? What did you just say? Those puppets have not been refined yet. If they were refined, you would have been beaten to death by the puppets long ago. Why would I have waited until now? Su Maoyang's mouth corners tilted with a sarcastic arc, and he answered lightly. But such a truth was a thunderbolt for these undeads. At that time, there were so many puppets that had not been refined and were not controlled by her right in front of them. As long as they possessed them, they could easily leave here. But they did not take the risk of possessing them because they were afraid of becoming her vassal, and missed such a good opportunity. This is really regretful. What's funny is that they even had the nerve to teach others not to trust people easily. Now it seems that they are the ones who were fooled around. After living for so many years and going through so many things, they were fooled by a little girl. This is definitely the biggest shame in their lives. Thinking of this, the undead were so regretful that they wanted to hit their heads against their heads and die. The ancient blood demon dragon heard their conversation in Su Maoyang's spiritual field. When he learned that an undead was contracted to accompany him, he was extremely excited and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Finally someone comes to accompany me. Suddenly hearing a voice other than Su Maoyang, the undead were startled. Who is talking? Although the ancient blood demon dragon became the spirit of the dragon piano and could not come out of the weapon, it could move freely in Su Maoyang's spiritual field. So, the next second, the ancient blood demon dragon appeared in front of the group of undead. Chapter 1857. I am just a guide. The soul-calming tower was successfully contracted by Su Maoyang, and these dead spirits were sealed in the soul-calming tower. So to a certain extent, they are also equivalent to the spirits of the soul-calming tower. But they are fundamentally different from real spirits, because the spirit of the weapon cannot come out of the weapon, and these dead spirits are just suppressed in the tower. They have a chance to come out in the future. It's just that because they have a subtle connection with Su Maoyang, they can appear in her spiritual field and be seen by Su Maoyang's spirit beasts and spirits. But this group of dead spirits can't see the spirit beasts and spirits contracted by Su Maoyang unless the latter actively show up. After all, this group of dead spirits did not establish a direct contractual relationship with Su Maoyang, and there was no way to know the secrets in Su Maoyang's body. So, at this moment, they saw the ancient blood ghost dragon suddenly appear, and they were almost scared to death. You have to know that they are old guys who have lived for hundreds of years. Although they have never encountered the ancient blood dragon, they have at least heard of its reputation and read its introduction in the book. So they immediately recognized the identity of the blood dragon and screamed in horror. My God! It's the ancient blood dragon. Am I seeing it right? No! Impossible. I must be dreaming. How can the ancient blood dragon appear here? Yes. It must be an illusion. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The ancient blood dragon, that is the first ferocious beast in ancient times, now appears in the spiritual field of this little girl. Could it be that even the first ferocious beast in ancient times has been contracted by this little girl? Is this possible? This is simply too absurd. Thinking of this, the undead were shocked beyond words, and could not accept this fact at all. They really didn't know how many treasures and tricks this little girl had. She even got the ancient blood ghost dragon. She was so brave that people bowed down to her. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to the group of undead. She directly ordered the ancient blood ghost dragon. You can play with it, but don't play it to death. She knew that the ancient blood ghost dragon was usually bored and worried about having nothing to kill time. She didn't mind letting it abuse these insidious and cunning undead. The ancient blood ghost dragon got her approval, and immediately grinned and laughed. Hee hee. Don't worry. I still know my limits. Hearing this, the undead were all shuddering with fear, and immediately screamed in horror. Little girl, you can't do this to us. How can we withstand its ravages? You can't do this. You don't. But at this time, Su Mayan was in no mood to listen to their quarrels. Without waiting for them to finish, she directly cut off the inner voice transmission and looked forward. Only then did she realize that after she came out of the soul calming tower, she returned to the gate of the fairy palace, where she had fought with the 4 gatekeepers at the beginning. It was obvious that she had not entered the real fairy palace just now. I just don't know if the Dongfang brothers and sisters, the Xiaohou brothers and sisters, and Mu Jichen and others have entered other places like her. Thinking of this, Su Mayan immediately pushed open the gate of the fairy palace and walked in again. At this moment, a sense of simplicity fiercely came over her face, and what came into Su Mayan's eyes was a solemn and spacious palace paved with crystals. It was surrounded by fairy air and clouds rising. Waves of coolness penetrated into her pores, refreshing her heart, and immediately made her have the illusion of being in a fairyland. When she looked up, she saw a red lacquer square platform about 2 meters high in the middle, on which was placed a huge and majestic statue. The statue was sitting cross-legged like an immortal, exuding a terrible aura. Seeing this scene, Su Mayan couldn't help but be shocked. It was just a statue in front of her, not a real person, but it could release such power. It was hard to imagine how terrifying a real person would be. However, what shocked Su Mayan even more was that this was a faceless statue, without a face or expression. She didn't know who it was, and she couldn't tell its identity. It was very mysterious. In addition, she also found that many immortals were carved on both sides of the palace. They had different expressions and were lifelike. They also exuded a powerful aura. Of course, they could not be compared with the faceless statue, but they were enough to make the entire 9 Netherworld look up. Seeing this and feeling the aura they exude, Su Mayan was shocked. Her legs seemed to be filled with lead, and every step she took was extremely heavy. She looked around and found that except for the huge statue and the immortal patterns carved on both sides, there was no sign of Dongfang Liyue and others. It seems that, as she expected, they were also teleported to other places and did not enter the real immortal palace. But where did they go? I wonder if they are safe. Don't worry. Your friends, they have their own opportunities. You don't need to worry. However, just as Su Mayan was guessing their whereabouts, a sound like a dragon bell suddenly rang out in the hall. Su Mayan was shocked and looked around in horror. Who? Who is talking? I'm just a guide. You don't need to know who I am. The deep voice was filled with terrifying power, echoing in the hall, shaking Su Mayan's heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys, which showed how terrifying this man's strength was. Su Mayan was confused when he heard it. Guide? What do you guide? Guide talents for the forces I belong to. The old man did not beat around the bush and bluntly stated his intentions. Su Mayan's appetite was whetted, and she asked curiously, May I ask you about the power you belong to? You are not in my power at present, so I have nothing to tell you. I can only tell you that the power comes from Sunluo realm. Hearing this, Su Mayan suddenly remembered that the master of the northern spiritual realm had a chance to successfully enter the Sunluo realm for cultivation, and immediately had a guess. Could it be that this is the power established by the super powerful person who came from the 9 Nether realm to the Sunluo realm and specially set up the northern spiritual realm here? Hee hee. Little girl, the person you are talking about is just an inconspicuous disciple of my power. He once passed the test and successfully became a disciple of my power, and then he was able to enter the Sunluo realm. Su Mayan was shocked when she learned the truth. She didn't expect that the powerful person, who was said to be so amazing in the 9 Nether realm and had made some achievements in the Sunluo realm, was just an inconspicuous disciple of this power. Then what kind of heaven-defying existence is this force? Thinking of this, her face turned pale. After taking a deep breath, she continued to ask, Senior, according to what you said, your force should be very powerful, right? I wonder how it compares with the forces that hosted the Cloud Peak battle. Ha ha ha. Little girl. Do you know that you are the first person in history to compare those forces with my master? If this word gets out, you will probably become the laughing stock of the entire Sunluo realm. Chapter 1858 Supernatural Powers. Su Maoyang had never been to the Sunluo realm, and had no idea about the people and things there. Naturally, she didn't know what level the forces that came to the Nine Netherworld to select talents were at. In addition, the guide was so mysterious that he not only didn't show up, but also didn't reveal the name of his sect. So it was reasonable for her to ask such a question. After all, she had no idea about the forces in the upper plane. But now, hearing the guide's disdainful tone, it seemed that he didn't take the forces that came to the Nine Netherworld to select talents seriously at all. Su Maoyang guessed that the sect he mentioned was probably of great importance, and then deliberately tried to test. So, the sect of the senior should be above those forces. Nonsense! In my sect, any outer sect elder can destroy those forces with just a flick of his finger, let alone surpass them. The old man seemed very dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's question and snorted angrily. You should know how powerful his sect is. Now it is compared with some small forces that are not even on the stage. It is undoubtedly a humiliation to him and his sect. How can he not be angry? Su Maoyang heard him angry, and knew that the other party was not a character to be messed with. He immediately clasped his fists and apologized. It is the junior who is ignorant and rude to the senior. I hope the senior will not blame me. Forget it. You come from a bad place like the Nine Nether Realm, so you naturally don't know these. Besides, my sect is not subject to jurisdiction. It is a separate world, and rarely appears in the world. So it is a transcendent place in the Sunluo realm. Even if I tell you the name, you, a person from the lower plane, may not have heard of it. The old man pondered and spoke. Although he was stating the facts, his deep and low voice revealed obvious pride and complacency. It can be seen that this person is proud of his master. In his mind, the master is absolutely supreme. Su Maoyang was secretly shocked when he heard this, but he became interested in his power. He said that his master is a unique world, and it is a transcendent place in the realm of Sunluo. I dare not imagine how powerful this force is. However, judging from the previous test, this force is indeed capable, because there are so many abnormal levels just for selecting disciples. It can be seen that the threshold to enter this force is very high, and the disciples who practice inside are undoubtedly all abnormal people. Realizing this, Su Maoyang swallowed her saliva with shock in her heart, and became more interested in the inheritance left by this force. Senior, I have passed your test just now. Am I qualified to receive the inheritance now? Seeing that she was shocked by him, the old man said with satisfaction, there is no inheritance here. Only the transmission channel that leads you to the Sunluo realm and enters my master's sect. Now you have passed my master's sect's assessment and have the qualifications to become my disciple. So now you only have to. If you can successfully walk to the statue and complete the apprenticeship ceremony, you will be my disciple. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard that there was no inheritance, and said reluctantly, Senior, I am used to being free and easy. I can't stand being restrained, and I have no intention of joining a force. This time I just came for the inheritance. I am afraid that I will let down your kindness. The old man didn't expect that she would reject his invitation without thinking, and was immediately shocked. He asked in disbelief, Little girl, do you know what a stupid decision you just made? You know that there are countless times more powerful people than you who are trying their best to join my sect. And you are worried that there is no chance. But you still refused? Since those strong men are stronger than me, why can't they join the senior's forces? Su Maoyang asked in confusion. Because they don't have the talent for divine patterns. The old man answered seriously. Of course, there is another very important point he didn't say. That is, his master sect has tested so many disciples. And except for this little girl, no disciple has yet comprehended the 9-character mantra. And those who passed the test were all demon-level geniuses. Their methods of passing the test were endless, and each had its own strengths. But no one was as tough as Su Maoyang, who was so tough that he could directly comprehend the 9-character mantra and accept the inheritance of the 9-character mantra. Therefore, he didn't want to miss such a rare genius from the bottom of his heart. But he didn't expect that this little girl was so ungrateful. Such a great thing fell on her head. But she actually complained that the sect restricted her. It was ridiculous. However, this person was extremely talented and had the ability to practice the 9-character true art, which made him quite satisfied. So he had to suppress his anger and explained. Don't worry. My sect has always been unrestrained and never forced disciples to do anything. What's more, there are many temples in the sect. You can choose the most free one. And it won't affect you. Of course, you enjoy freedom and get into trouble when traveling outside. And the sect will not help you bear it. So you need to solve everything by yourself. Because the sect is only responsible for cultivating talents and providing resources. And has no obligation to deal with troubles. Do you understand? This is definitely the first time he has been patient and said so much. According to his previous temper. When Su Maoyang asked the first question, he had already asked people to get out. How could he persist now? Su Maoyang was quite satisfied to hear that this force did not force disciples. Then, Senior, does your sect have no rules? There is only one requirement. Once you join the sect, you must not reveal your identity as a disciple to the world. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are or how talented you are, you will be killed without mercy. At this point, the old man's voice unconsciously suppressed, like an ancient chime, thick and heavy, with a solemn meaning, which made people's hearts tremble. She knew that the old man's words were not meant to scare her. But she couldn't help asking, why can't you tell the world? Is there something you can't tell the truth? My sect has a very terrible enemy who has been looking for the whereabouts of my sect for thousands of years. So my sect has kept its name secret and isolated from the world. It has never been exposed to the world. Gradually, it has become a legend and does not exist in the world. If you are exposed, it will bring disaster to the sect. Not only you, but also other disciples and elders will not be spared. If that day really comes, you will be the center of the sect and will end up with no rebirth. Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked and her expression became serious. It seems that this force is indeed very powerful. And perhaps it has exceeded her understanding. Can you promise that your master will not force disciples to do anything, nor restrict disciples' actions? Su Maoyang was a little tempted. If this force was so powerful, there must be a lot of inheritance, skills, and treasures in it. As long as she was not restricted, she would be happy to go to this transcendent force to venture out. Chapter 1859. It's too bad to look at. Of course, my sect never forces disciples to do anything. Everything is based on voluntary principle. Of course, you can't ask the sect to do things for you. Even if you die outside, the sect will only think that you are inferior to others and will not avenge you. You must be clear about this, the old man reminded solemnly. This is a world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you can't stand to the end, you are not qualified to be a sect's disciple. If you die, you die? But Su Maoyang still didn't understand and continued to ask. Since the sect doesn't force disciples to do anything, why is he willing to train these disciples and provide valuable resources? I said, everything is based on voluntary principle. Think about it. You have taken the benefits of the sect and received the grace of the sect. If the sect is in trouble, will you really stand idly by? The old man asked back. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. Yes, if a person has a conscience, how can he stand by and watch when his master is in trouble? What's more, under the cultivation of the master, some disciples will develop deep feelings with their master or senior brothers and sisters. When their relatives and friends are in trouble, they really can't stay out of it. It seems that although this force is mysterious and low-key, it has a very strong cohesive force. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang actually has a little more affection and curiosity about this force, and has the idea of wanting to see it with her own eyes. Besides, she came to participate in the Battle of Yunding. In addition to revenge, she had the intention of going to Sunluo Realm. Since there is such a good opportunity now, why not go to Sunluo Realm through the most powerful force? Perhaps she had figured it out. So Su Maoyang nodded. Okay, since I have passed your master's test, it is fate. I am destined to become your master's disciple. I really have no reason to refuse. Ha! Little girl, you said this too early. You should go to the statue and complete the apprenticeship ceremony first. The old man was amused by her words and laughed meaningfully. Su Maoyang was confused by his laughter. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. And then she walked towards the faceless statue in front of her with a lot of questions. However, as soon as she took a step, she felt a torrential force crushing from the right, like a storm, as if to smash her whole body. Facing such fierce spiritual power, Su Maoyang couldn't hold on at the moment. and was immediately blown to the ground, spitting out blood. Just that one blow made her body churn. She couldn't imagine how powerful this force was. Su Maoyang was severely injured and shocked. She didn't have time to check the injuries in her body. She looked up and looked in the direction of the blast. She saw a portrait of an immortal on the right stone wall flashing with light. It was obvious that the blow just now came from this portrait. She really didn't expect that the portraits carved on both sides were not just portraits. They could also attack. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang suddenly understood why the old man laughed at her for speaking too early. It must be difficult to walk to the statue and complete the apprenticeship ceremony. Sure enough, when she stood up again and took a step forward, another mental force hit her head. With a buzzing sound, Su Maoyang felt that her brain was about to explode. She fell to the ground and rolled on the ground in pain. First it was the spiritual power, and now it was the mental power. The double blow soon tortured her to the point of twitching and blood gushing out. Alas, your strength is still too weak. It seems that you are not even qualified to enter the master's door. I just wasted so much time talking to you. It seems that it was all a waste of energy. The old man sighed in disappointment when he saw this. And he was in a very bad mood. Su Maoyang was a competitive person. When she heard someone look down on her, she stood up unyieldingly and stood up shakily. It's not the end yet. It's too early for you to draw this conclusion. Haha. With you like this, can you still make it to the end? Seeing that she was tossed around miserably after just 2 steps, the old man began to doubt whether she had the strength to walk to the statue. Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and held on to the spiritual power and mental power that kept bombarding from both sides. She was crushed like a sandwich cookie. Her face was distorted. Her veins were bulging. Her face was pale. And beads of sweat kept flowing down from her forehead, wetting her entire face. But even so, she still took the 3rd step. However, as soon as she took the 3rd step, the afterimage of the sky demon Martin actually pounced out from the left and slapped a claw directly at Su Maoyang, tearing the void with that claw, as if to tear Su Maoyang into pieces. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately made a move to resist. And although she reacted quickly and avoided the important part, her arm was scratched with a terrible bloody mark. However, just as she was dealing with the beast and wanted to dodge, she couldn't help but take another step. At this time, the sound of the piano resounded through the world, and a chill came over the sky. Countless ice swords shot out from the air, instantly forming a silver sword net, trying to kill her in it. Seeing this, Su Maoyang finally understood that the attacks here were all her own power. At the moment, she was being attacked by her own moves and power. I think, if she wants to get to the statue, she must defeat herself. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and tried to resist the power of spiritual power, mental power, spiritual beast attacks, Lan Qin and Bingji Jotian's various attacks. At the same time, she did not stop and continued to move forward. She was afraid that if she stopped, she would fall down, so she might as well go all the way. Just this walk, the power erupted on both sides was simply multiplied. At this time, the cold air swept. The ice swords were fired. The dragon roared through the world. The dragon shadow broke through the clouds. The sun and moon demon slash seemed to cut through the void. And the mental attack ravaged every corner of her body. All the power was intertwined, like a delivery machine, harvesting Su Maoyang's body from the inside out. The main reason was that Su Maoyang had many means, many weapons, and very strong combat power. All the power exploded together, and the power was so terrifying that you could imagine it. Even though she had been blown away and had no strength to stand, she had no intention of stopping. For her, even if she had to crawl, she would crawl to the front of the statue. The old man saw her crawling towards the statue little by little, and the distance was getting closer and closer. He was slightly satisfied. Although her strength is so poor, fortunately her willpower is good. Hearing this, the Jinjuan old man and the spirit beasts in the space were choked speechless. Their master is a recognized abnormal genius. But when it comes to this old man, he is actually so poor. Is it necessary to discourage him like this? Chapter 1860. Practicing in Destruction. The closer Su Maoyang got to the statue, the stronger the power of the immortal portraits on both sides burst out. So not only the heavenly demon Martin, but also the other spirit beasts contracted by Su Maoyang, turned into afterimages and rushed out from the stone walls on both sides, surrounding and killing her. For a moment, Su Maoyang was shrouded in cold air, and her whole body was like ice and frost. But her heart was burning with strange fire, constantly emitting terrifying heat. Such a mixture of cold and heat made her feel so painful that she wanted to die. In addition, the sword energy and knife light swept around her frantically, and her body had already been stabbed with blood and flesh. The dragon's roar and dragon shadow also continued to attack, as if to penetrate her body and soul, almost making her soul fly away. In addition, the spiritual power, the power of the divine pattern, and the power from the 9-character mantra all attacked Su Maoyang, as if to cut every nerve in her body, destroy every cell in her body, and make her convulse and collapse. She felt as if she had fallen into hell, and the darkness was pressing on her like a mountain and drowning her like the sea, making her speechless and unable to breathe. It was terrible. It was really terrible. It turned out that the most difficult to defeat was not the enemy, but herself. At this moment, she realized that although the attacks on both sides came from her own power, they were multiplying, surpassing her current strength and level, and breaking through her limit. She never knew that her power would be so terrible. Could it be that her previous combat power had not been fully stimulated? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but wonder if she could break through each realm to the limit and exert her combat power to the extreme. Could she also burst out such power? It must be said that Su Maoyang's comprehension ability is extremely strong. After just a few steps, she realized the essence of this level, which is to let her break through herself and surpass her limits. I believe that only by breaking through herself can she continue to become stronger and go further. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang did not have time to think about it. She immediately tried her best to prop up her body and stood up from the ground with difficulty. She wiped the blood and growled viciously. Okay, since you are strong, then I will be stronger than you. After that, she stretched out her hand and really summoned the double swords, slashing towards the raging sword light, exerting the power of the sun and moon demon slash to the extreme, and bursting out the power to shatter the void. This kind of power continued to rise and expand wildly, causing the flame slash and the moon wheel slash to intertwine, bursting out unprecedented power, shaking the sword chants, like ghosts crying and wolves howling, as if to destroy the world, and destroy all the falling sword lights into nothingness. At this time, Su Maoyang clearly noticed that the sun and moon demon slash had made a qualitative leap, and the power it burst out had surpassed the upper-grade divine skills. It had undergone earth-shaking changes, and was more powerful than a little bit. Could it be that she had successfully cultivated the sun and moon demon slash to the divine king skill? You know, the old man Jinjuan said at the beginning that although the sun and moon demon slash had 4 levels, and was not limited to divine skills, it was almost impossible to upgrade it, because it was too difficult to cultivate the sun and moon demon slash. Even if the practitioner had good talent and strong strength, it was difficult to make a breakthrough. So this martial art could only be cultivated to the upper-grade divine skills at best. But now, she broke through herself and pushed the sun and moon demon slash to the extreme, and it actually broke through to the lower-grade divine king skill. Such a harvest is really a pleasant surprise. However, before Su Maoyang could be happy, other attacks suddenly came and fell on her body, causing her to stagger and kneel on one knee. Su Maoyang spat out a mouthful of blood, without any time to breathe, and waved her hand again, summoning the dragon harp. Her fingertips accumulated enough strength, and with a strong stroke, a dragon roar and dragon shadow burst out, colliding with the afterimages on both sides, starting a battle between herself and herself. However, the spiritual power in her body had been exhausted, and she even had little strength left to do it. She had to make a gesture with all her strength, yelled loudly, and squeezed out some more strength. Soldier. The soldier in the 9-character mantra has the effect of restoring strength and enhancing vitality. Now Su Maoyang made hand seals and uttered the true formula, and she recovered a little strength. But she had just learned the 9-character mantra, and it was not so handy to use it, so the effect was minimal and could only be supported for a short time. However, this moment was very precious to her. She suddenly raised her hand and slammed into the void. There was a faint divine pattern floating in the palm of her hand, which had a tendency to condense into a seal. Realizing this, Su Maoyang was overjoyed. It seemed that she had pushed her strength and body to the extreme, and even the palm print on the first page of the Divine Pattern Atlas had made considerable progress. Moreover, she heard from the old man Jinjuan that practicing the Divine Pattern Atlas was an extremely perverted and hard practice. Those who practiced it needed to constantly destroy themselves, and then constantly reshape themselves. Only by practicing over and over again could they communicate and learn the moves on the Divine Pattern Atlas. Now, she is facing high-intensity attacks and difficult situations. Isn't she suffering destruction? So, she can completely use this destructive force to reshape herself, temper herself, and practice the skills in the Divine Pattern Atlas. Thinking of this, Su Moyang had an idea in his mind. He immediately gave up resistance and counterattack, letting the power fall on himself. He managed to survive several waves, then sat cross-legged and began to evolve the palm method on the first page of the Divine Pattern Atlas with great effort. The old man who had been paying attention to her was satisfied with her good comprehension ability. She could understand the essence of this level, and knew to break through herself and surpass her limits to resolve the crisis. But he didn't know that before he could say his praise. He saw her give up fighting and sit up. Such a move immediately shocked him. She is seeing the divine pattern floating in Su Moyang's palm, and constantly blasting the power attacking from the void. The old man Jia-in was shocked. He had already guessed in his heart, and couldn't help but murmured, "Is she trying to practice her own skills through adversity?" Realizing this, the old man Jia-in was also shocked by her crazy behavior. This little girl is too crazy. She actually gave up resistance in such a destructive battle and concentrated on practicing her skills. It's simply unreasonable. Little girl, don't you want to die? Seeing this, the old man Jia-in was rarely stimulated by her, and pulled his heart, and shouted anxiously. Su Moyang pursed his lips, grinned coldly, and said in a firm tone, "If you want to become a divine pattern master, hard training is the first step. Only by constantly destroying and reshaping can you be sublimated. Now I have finally encountered adversity that can destroy myself. It is just right for me to practice the skills that I have not successfully practiced. It is also an opportunity for me. How can I miss it? Besides, I have suffered so much. If I don't realize something from this pain, wouldn't it be too unfair to my efforts?" Su Moyang is a person who is unwilling to suffer any loss. Even if it means suffering, he must squeeze out benefits from this pain.